Chapter 51, Just Who Is It? The ambulance sped down the road. It was as cold as a hearse. Zuo Haoran was like a corpse. He remained stiff for a long time before he said with great sadness, "Uncle, I'm crippled." The teaching director's horse-like face twitched. "It's my fault for not keeping an eye on you, but you don't have to be too sad. Current medical technology is much better than when it was on Earth. We can use monster nerve cells and the stimulation of growth hormones from foreign species to help you. Even if you're paralyzed, you can be cured. You just need some time to recover." Zuo Haoran had a dazed look on his face. "Then I won't be able to attend the national college exam." "Yeah. Forget about it this year. Just concentrate on healing. Then, next year or the year after next." The teaching director wanted to say that it would be pretty good to get into a decent post-secondary specialized college, but once he thought about it, he swallowed his words. But Zuo Haoran was able to hear the underlying meaning behind his uncle's words. The world around them was turning into hell, and now, he turned from a living corpse to a savage demon from hell. Meng Zhao. He said the name partially in fear and partially in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. "I want him dead. Uncle, kill him for me." The teaching director smiled wanly. "Haoran, no matter how strong I am, I have the principal above me, and the vice principal is at the same level as me. Yan Dongshin is also a person who will not be influenced by anything. I can't use my power to deceive people. Besides, this is your fault. Sigh. Why did you have to use hard hammer just to teach that boy a lesson? I wouldn't care if you used it in secret, but he recorded the entire process of you using the technique. How am I supposed to help you if that's the case? How about this? I'll make a call to your father, and we can talk about this. There are rules in the school that I must keep, but your dad is working in society. He will definitely have a lot more methods compared to me." "That's right. Have my dad kill him." Zuo Haoran's eyes lit up, and an incredibly sinister smile bloomed on his lips. "Wait. We'll spare Meng Zhao for the time being. We'll deal with his family first. I want him to see his family suffer pain 10 times worse than mine." New Binjiang City was the business center of Dragon City. It had rows upon rows of dazzling skyscrapers, and they were like hundreds of sharp swords that pierced the heavens. There was a building named Heaven Made, and from the 33rd to the 35th floor belonged to Great Waves Corporation. Zuo Qiangshan stood in front of a huge French window with a cigar that was meticulously persevered from Earth. He looked at the scenery of half of the city and felt as if he was standing on all of Dragon City. It was an incredible sensation. Even though Great Waves Corporation only occupied 3 floors of the office building, Zuo Qiangshan had started from nothing. He had worked for 30 years, and the nameless person was now a successful businessman. It was enough to make Zuo Qiangshan feel incredibly proud of himself. Hence, he did not find the chatter from the woman behind him piercing to the ears. "Chairman Zuo, you can't just let old Joe do whatever he wants. You were best friends who risked your lives together in the past, and he saved your life. Right now, he's going through chi deviation and lying in the hospital with his fate unknown. Why you?" The woman choked up and could not continue speaking. Zuo Qiangshan did not even turn his head around. "Sister-in-law, I owe George my life, and I always remember it. That's why I said that I will use 20 million to buy all his shares in the company. Everyone is short on money nowadays, and not everyone is able to bring out 20 million to save a life." The woman's voice grew sharp. 20 million? My husband worked hard for Great Waves Corporation for 30 years and treated you like his brother. He helped you bring Great Waves Corporation to this state, and you want to kick him out of the company with 20 million? You're not offering money to save him. You're just trying to rob him blind while he's going through a predicament. Zuo Qiangshan frowned slightly, and his voice turned cold. "Sister-in-law, I have nothing to say if you must twist my words this way. If you want it like this, think about how you will handle old Joe's matter on your own. The company is going to be very busy over the next few days. Once we're done, I'll go to the hospital to visit old Joe." "Why you?" The woman was so angry that she felt faint. "I can understand how you feel. That's why I'm not blaming you for all the words you're saying in distress. In any case, my door is always open. But if you want that money, you'll have to act fast. Old Joe's illness will not wait for anyone." Zuo Qiangshan finally turned his head around, but he did not look at the woman. Instead, he pressed on the intercom on his office table. "Madam Joe is leaving. Send her off." 2 well-built bodyguards knocked on the door and entered. The woman stomped on her feet and left in anger. She slammed the door as she left, but that did not affect Zuo Qiangshan's mood. He continued enjoying the view of the super grand city that had become more prosperous and grander than any of the capitals on earth after all the trials and tribulations it went through. After 30 years, he had finally built his own tiny business empire despite having been a person with nothing in his hands. A few days ago, he had set up his last partner with a small trick and caused his chi to deviate. Now, the man was half dead. Zhuo Guangshan could finally take full control of everything and become a real emperor. Oh, there was his son too. Zhuo Haoran was his greatest pride and joy. I've fought hard my entire life, but in the end, I'm only a 3-star superhuman. But judging by Young Hao's pace, he will definitely be able to get into a famous university. He may even surpass my level before he graduates. He has a bright future ahead of him. At that time, we will work together to fight against the world, and we will definitely. Zhuo Guangshan narrowed his eyes. He cast his gaze on the skyscrapers not too far into the distance with a gaze as sharp as a falcon's. Many of the buildings were occupied by major businesses. They were unlike Great Waves Corporation, which only occupied 3 levels. But that was fine. One of these days. Zhuo Guangshan was completely immersed in the future of him and his son enjoying all the riches in the world when his phone rang. What? Big brother, speak to me clearer. What happened to Young Hao? You said he's crippled? Zhuo Guangshan sat up in his chair, the one for bosses, and it creaked. What's going on? He was hit? Who would dare to bully my son? Meng Zhao? A poor student who lives in a public renting house. Zhuo Guangshan listened to the speech, which left him stunned for a long while. He was angry for an equally long time afterwards. Suddenly, a loud crack rang, and his phone was crushed. Meng Zhao, you ruined my son's future, so I will ruin your entire family. I'll make it so that you suffer a fate worse than death. The 3-star superhuman was so angry that he felt like exploding. The documents that were originally on the table made rustling sounds as they flew all over the place. They were then cut to incredibly thin strips by Zhuo Guangshan's chi. It looked as if they had landed in an invisible shredder. Chairman Zhuo, this is bad. Suddenly, the public relations manager rushed in without knocking on the door. Zhuo Guangshan grabbed the ashtray on the table and threw it. What's going on? Why are you panicking? A lot of defamatory posts about Great Waves Corporation appeared online. They said that our empowered nutritional fluid wasn't created by us, but is an unbranded product bought from an unlicensed workshop in the underworld on which we stuck our label. They say that our company doesn't have our own research lab and production line, and all the money we took from the investors was used for promotions and advertisements. The public relations manager said with a long face. Trash. Zhuo Guangshan slammed his fist on the table. It's definitely some competitor being jealous of us. They bought ghostwriters to make it trend, enter the headlines, and take control of public opinion. You've done this hundreds of times before, so why do you need me to teach it to you now? The public relations manager looked at him anxiously. And no, Chairman Zhuo, this time, it's really different. I was prepared to use our old method to perform damage control, but many of the media outlets refused to help, and many of the accounts that we often use have been banned. Also, even Dragon Online is sharing the defamatory posts about us, and you know that they can be considered somewhat part of the government. What? This time, even Zhuo Guangshan was shocked. Before he could handle the matter of the public opinions online, beeping sounds rose, and the security manager called through the intercom. Chairman Zhuo, a large group of people from the Food Sanitation Department and the Special Medicine Supervision Department came over, and they're really unyielding about it. Did you know about this? The Medicine Supervision Department? Zhuo Guangshan's face turned pale. Hold out for a while. I'll make a few calls. Before his voice could fade, the finance manager rushed in. Chairman Zhuo, 3 of our main banks have sent notices saying that there's a problem with our pledged item and the procedures we did when we signed our loan with them. They're doing the examination procedures once more right now, and they might immediately withdraw our loan. Zhuo Guangshan jumped up from his chair and crushed the cigar in his hands. How could this be? How could this happen? Chairman Zhuo, this is bad. Check the news. The Special Medicine Supervision Department just destroyed 2 unlicensed workshops in the underworld, and they broadcasted it on one of the live programs. They say that these workshops specialize in selling inferior products at the price of top-grade products. They claim that they add all sorts of hormones and forbidden medicine to rotting and spoiled monster blood to pass it off as super beast blood before they sell it. One of them was a supplier of our company. We bought the raw ingredients from this workshop to process our hit product Dragon Blood 13. Right now, the clues leading to us have been revealed. All the records of our dealings, the forms of them supplying materials to us, and liaisons are in the hands of the higher-ups. The production manager shouted out as he ran into the office. The reporters are here. The security manager was still crying out in shock through the intercom. Chairman Zuo, a large number of reporters came over. There are even some from major media outlets. My subordinates can't hold them back anymore. What should we do? Every new speech was like a bullet that shot Zuo Qiangshan full of holes. He swayed on his feet. Cough. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and took 2 steps backwards, where he fell on his chair. Crack. The chair was unable to bear such a powerful impact and shattered to pieces. Zuo Qiangshan fell on the floor with his limbs bouncing upward before they touched the floor. He looked like a turtle who could not flip over no matter how hard it struggled. Extreme rage and confusion was on his face. Who's doing this to me? Just who is doing this to me? Why? Chapter 52, Hating Injustice as if it was your enemy. Class 6 is the strongest. Class 6 is the best. When class was dismissed in the afternoon, cheers rose from the tuck shop outside 9th High School. The students surrounded Meng Zhao and Chu Feixiang in celebration. Due to them, everyone had scored pretty well. A total of 19 people managed to make it into the top 150 in the school. That number was twice as high as that of the other strolling classes. The students who did not manage to make it into the top 150 also scored much higher than they should have. They were most likely going to make it in the higher vocational colleges they wanted. For a period of time, everyone was filled with joy, aside from Zuo Haoran, who was lying half-dead in the hospital. Everyone was surprised by Meng Zhao's explosive display. He generously offered everyone sour plum soup, braised snow pear along with rock sugar, and iced milk tea to thank them for standing up for him and supporting him during the conflict earlier. His classmates were, of course, not stingy in heaping praises on him. They praised him almost to high heavens. Everyone, you're too enthusiastic. Seriously, without your support, it would have been impossible for me to pick myself up again. Meng Zhao was beaming. Right now, you should believe that my demonically modified ripple force isn't a deviant martial art, right? I'm telling you, this is the newest version of the Yan family ripple force, which they are currently researching. I got it after a lot of difficulty through a friend of mine in the Yan family. Everyone, you can learn it from me at ease. Once you fully master super reckless bull force and demonically modified ripple force, hey, our average score during the national college examination might be high enough that we'll be able to compete against the rocket classes. The students nodded repeatedly with their eyes shining. With Meng Zhao and Chu Feixiang taking the lead, it's not a dream for us to surpass the rocket classes and suppress all of 9th High School. Everyone lifted their glasses. Meng Zhao immediately said, if that's the case, let's not waste our breaths. Gu Fang, you're the study commissary. Should we start from you? Pick a time, and I'll adjust your muscles. The class princess, Gu Fang smiled and said, all right. There's actually a gel dummy used for teaching purposes. It's the same as a human body. It can record the slightest movements and power, and coincidentally, my family bought one recently. I'll bring it to school next week, and you can massage the gel puppet, so we'll know how you adjust your force execution. Then, we can train on our own. Meng Zhao was stunned for a long time. There's such a such an advanced teaching tool? What? It's nothing. I didn't say anything. Feixiang, did you hear me say anything? I heard nothing, Chu Feixiang said. But Meng Zhao, I suddenly find ripple force really interesting. Why don't you massage me and adjust my muscles? I've been practicing the reckless bull force over the past few days, and my body is sore because of it. That's right, Wang Tao said. I've been practicing really hard lately in preparation for the first stage of the national college exam, and I'm a little stiff. Why don't you help me adjust my muscles as well? Same here. My limbs are really sore, and I really don't feel well. I sprained my ankle. Meng Zhao, you're the most eager to help us. Could you massage me? A few of the really built boys in the class extended their hairy arms and legs over and looked at Meng Zhao with expectation on their faces. Wow. I suddenly remember that we should go back earlier and tell our parents the good news. We should leave now, don't you think? Let's go. Everyone, let's go back and tell our families the good news. Thanks for the milk tea, Mr. Meng. Don't forget to bring us breakfast next week. What? You didn't promise? The entire class is your witness. You promised. The class laughed and left. Meng Zhao, when they left through the school gate, They arrived at the bus stop, and Chu Feixiang said softly, "Will you be in trouble for what happened today? If you need anything, just call me. We'll bear the burden together." "It's no trouble. Just do what you need." Meng Zhao smiled and went toward the bus. In truth, there was certainly going to be some trouble. After all, he had reduced Zhuo Haoran to the point the youth could not even move. While Demon Yan could defend him in school and the teaching director would not dare to publicly take revenge on him, Zhuo Haoran's family had a huge company, and Meng Zhao did not know how they would deal with the matter. Fortunately, his father had just signed a contract with Thunderbolt, and he had people showing him respect because of white-haired ghostly hands Ning Shuo, so no matter what, he had some people helping him. But this amount of help was nothing to a raging lunatic. Could it be that he'll be forced to look for young Master Ni? "I'm still too weak. No matter what I do, my hands and feet are bound. I have to become a superhuman as soon as possible. It's only when I have my own strength that I will be truly strong." Meng Zhao squeezed into the full bus and smelled the sweat and the garlic-scented spirit gas. He had never felt such a strong desire to become strong. While thinking about it, he brought out his handphone with great difficulty. He needed to ask the Yan family whether they had found anything about Great Waves Corporation. If it was really difficult to deal with them, he could only brace himself and ask young Master Ni for help. The best course of action was probably to ask him to warn Great Waves Corporation or something like that. As he thought about it, a notification suddenly popped up before his eyes. "Under your guidance, Great Waves Corporation, a criminal organization that is involved in producing counterfeit and forbidden medicine, has been destroyed. Increased contribution points by 500. Meng Zhao was confused. What? How did I manage to make contributions without knowing about it? What guidance did I provide? Also, isn't 500 a lot of contribution points? Did Great Waves Corporation really do something horrible? He turned on the chat box of the broadcasting platform. As he expected, there was a message in there. It was sent to him at noon. Yan Feiru said, "Senior, it has been settled." "What's going on with Great Waves Corporation?" He received a reply 10 seconds later. Yan Feiru seemed to have been waiting for him. "There is no longer a Great Waves Corporation." Meng Zhao stared at the message for a long time before he sent a question mark back. "Didn't you say that Great Waves Corporation is trouble? Now, that trouble is no more. There is no Great Waves Corporation left." Meng Zhao was stunned for a moment, then went back to see what exactly he had said earlier. It helped nothing, however, and he could only scratch his head. So, exactly how much is nothing left of them? They're exposed. Their loans were withdrawn, and they went bankrupt while owing a great deal of money. They were also made accountable to the law. All media outlets are talking about them, and their reputation is ruined. They will definitely not be able to turn the tides. Meng Zhao's hands shuddered. He sent a series of ellipses back to her. Yan Feiru immediately sent a long reply over. "Senior, we wouldn't have known about this without looking into it. When we did, we were shocked. We didn't expect that Great Waves Corporation would be so despicable. They actually dared to use rotting and spoiled monster blood to pass off as super beast blood. This is a major taboo in Dragon City. It's no wonder why you asked us to investigate them. Looks like you weren't just trying to take revenge for your disciple. You must have discovered clues about this a long time ago and wanted to get rid of this pest from the superhuman world of Dragon City. If you hadn't been perceptive enough to discover the clues, who could say just how many people this evil company would have harmed? But while we understand your desire to treat all injustice as your enemy, Dragon City is a society governed by law, and the Yan family is a well-known righteous sect. This is the most we can do through official channels. We can't just kill them. I hope you understand. But do not worry. Right now, not only are the government departments looking into this, but even the Supernatural Tower has become involved. Zhuo Qiangshan's supernatural abilities will definitely be stripped off him. He'll also be imprisoned for life. The Zhuo family owes tens of millions, so his son will definitely not be able to bother your disciple again. Are you satisfied with this result?" Meng Zhao was absolutely dumbfounded. He was silent for a long time, which probably caused Yan Feiru to think that he was still displeased, for she sent him another message. "If this won't do, then we can think of something else." "No, wait. He's already bankrupt and sentenced to life imprisonment. Exactly what else are you thinking about doing?" Meng Zhao quickly replied. "No, that's fine." Yan Feiru appeared relieved. "All right. Thank you so much. Senior, you're truly generous and kind." Meng Zhao was speechless. Let's end this matter here. Don't spread it all over the place. You don't understand. I'm actually a person who prefers keeping a low profile. Yan Farrow replied almost instantly. I understand. We'll keep a low profile and won't link this to you at all. Great Waves Corporation is nothing. It's just trash. Even if they lay down for you to stomp on them, you just find them dirty. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and sent a very indifferent "oh" before he shut the broadcasting platform app. His heart was in a mess. While he sat in the crowded bus, he was drenched in the smell of feet, armpits, and garlic. He required some silence. Meanwhile, at the Yan family chamber in Swallow Building, Yan Hengbo, Yan Zenon, and Yan Farrow looked at each other. They all heaved a sigh of relief. The Yan family members from 3 different generations fell limply against their chairs. The elderly, the middle-aged, and the young felt cold sweat drenching their shirts, while their spines as well as feet were ice cold. But their hearts were warm. They were filled with the joy of escaping a disaster. No, that's fine. That's what he said, right? Has old Fire Relayer forgiven us? Yan Farrow asked her father anxiously. The person who controlled her account just now was not her, but Yan Zenon. The monster hunter who was infamous in the depths of the fog had a delighted look on his face. He wiped off his sweat and said, "It should be. Your grandfather is right, old Fire Relayer is actually a very kind-hearted person. He's okay with Great Waves Corporation just going bankrupt and being held accountable to the law. On top of that, he didn't fuss over the Yan family's mistakes." Yan Farrow finally felt at ease after having her heart had been ill with tension for the past few days. She felt limp, but there was puzzlement all over her face. She cast her gaze on the master of the Yan family. "Grandpa, I still don't understand it. How did you know about old Fire Relayer's identity, and how could you be certain that he wanted us to rectify our mistakes by taking care of Great Waves Corporation?" Yan Hengbo was in a good mood, so he smiled and said, "I have to say, this is a coincidence. I have an old friend. Do you remember white-haired ghostly Hans Ning Shouo?" Yan Farrow nodded. "Of course I remember Grandpa Ning. His granddaughter Ning Zueshi and I follow each other on our social media accounts. Old Ning was poisoned with a special poison that no one has ever seen before. All of his old friends were completely helpless against it, and old Ning was already thinking of retiring. But 2 days ago, he came to our doorstep in high spirits and asked whether we had some valuable materials in our secret garage. When I asked him about it, I learned that he was mulling over a brand new recipe that we have never heard about before. He obtained guidance about 2 of the main ingredients from old Fire Relayer for his remedy." Yan Farrow cried out in surprise. "I've heard of Grandpa Ning's injury. It's supposed to be untreatable." Yan Hengbo smiled. "That's right. I was very surprised at that time. Old Ning has been in the field for years, and he has multiple connections and resources. If no one could treat him, how could he get better with just a few words from this old Fire Relayer, who is not known at all? I was worried about my old friend, so I took pains to investigate it. In the end, I discovered some clues in the deep web. I found that old Fire Relayer is a researcher of demonically modified Ripple Force, or at the very least, he's one of the researchers. I told old Ning about it, and he laughed. He said that the old senior's level and wisdom are something that we cannot possibly imagine. He has already pushed a secret harvesting technique known as the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse to unprecedented new heights. He also knows many strange, rare, and unidentified materials. He definitely has a large and powerful organization behind him, so it was no surprise that he had upgraded Ripple Force. Chapter 53, Escort. Yan Farrow sank into deep thought. Even so, we can't be certain that old Fire Relayer is the mysterious senior we're searching for. Is that what you're trying to say? Yan Hengbo smiled faintly. Continue listening to me, and you'll understand. Old Fire Relayer has a disciple called Meng Zhao, and he's a third-year student in 9th high school. He comes from a rather poor family, and he stays in a public renting house. Farrow, you said that the video you received was of a young man demonstrating the demonically modified Ripple Force to you. What uniform was he wearing, and what was the background behind him? Yan Farrow cried out. Ah. He hid behind a mosaic, but based on the color and style of the uniform, he's either from 3rd high school or 9th high school. His room was really small and disorderly. It did look like a public renting house. We're on the right track then. Meng Zhao was injured last year when he was cultivating. He was hospitalized for a few months, and his chances of cultivating were practically gone. But this year, he recovered, and he's as good as new. He rose to power miraculously. What other reason for it could be aside from him receiving guidance from a mysterious senior? If this isn't enough, then do you know why old Fire Relayer wanted us to attack Great Waves Corporation? Yan Faru thought about it. Didn't you say that Great Waves Corporation added all sorts of hormones and forbidden medicine to monster blood to pass them off as super beast blood products? They violated a major taboo among superhumans, so it was only natural that old Fire Relayer wanted to uphold justice and suppress this criminal organization, is it not? That's the reason that only came out later. In truth, Great Waves Corporation's criminal acts were very discreet, and even the Special Medicine Supervision Department did not notice them. Old Fire Relayer should have been fighting in the depths of the fog. He has to deal with a host of problems every day, so how could he possibly pay attention to a minor character like Great Waves Corporation? Yan Hengbo said. Old Fire Relayer had to have set his eyes on Great Waves Corporation because of his disciple. Old Fire Relayer's disciple Meng Zhao is classmates with the son of the chairman of Great Waves Corporation, Zuo Haoran. Their relationship is very bad, and recently, they got into a very intense conflict. Do you understand where I'm going now? Ah. Yan Faru gasped in surprise, and a thought appeared in her head. All the details now connected together, and everything makes sense. That's right. Old Fire Relayer's disciple isn't someone who can be bullied as others like. Great Waves Corporation has seriously run into a wall. But it's as they say, spare the rod and spoil the child. The man brought up a wicked son, and it ended up in his reputation being ruined. He got what he deserved by being sent to prison. As Yan Hengbo said this, he glared at Yan Zenon. Yan Zenon shuddered. Dad, I'm sorry. I won't provoke a sage like old Fire Relayer again. Yan Hengbo let out a cold huff and returned to the topic. With old Fire Relayer's abilities, he managed to immediately see through Great Waves Corporation's criminal activities. With that being the case, there's no way he wouldn't be able to investigate everything. He didn't need the Yan family to do anything unnecessary. So, when he mentioned that they were trouble, we needed to look into it carefully. To old Fire Relayer, even if he truly wanted to destroy Great Waves Corporation, it wouldn't be troublesome. It's just like what I had your dad send over to him just now. Great Waves Corporation is a pile of poop, and they have no right to have old Fire Relayer step on them personally. Also, earlier, the Yan family offended old Fire Relayer. While he mentioned that he won't fuss over it, how can we truly know that he has really forgiven us if he doesn't take anything from us or ask us to do anything? He might have said that he's not going to fuss over it, but would you be able to sleep without doing anything? Yan Faru shook her head. I wouldn't be able to. I haven't been able to sleep the past few days. I shocked myself awake every night at 2 to 3 in the morning. Hence, he decided to be merciful. He, thus, asked us to handle this small problem. He gave us a way out of the situation and allowed us to calm down. Yan Hengbo leaned against his chair, and all of his wrinkles smoothed out. We're lucky that he's a merciful senior and that I'm the one who personally dealt with the situation, or else, everything would have definitely gone wrong. Yan Faru's face turned red. At that moment, Yan Zenon said, Dad, we've investigated a lot of things to handle the matter with Great Waves Corporation properly, and we've even investigated Meng Zhao's identity. Would old Fire Relayer be displeased by it? There's no harm in it. Of course I've thought about it before, Yan Hengbo said. I've spoken to old Ning, and by the looks of it, old Fire Relayer does not want Meng Zhao to hide his identity. He intends to use his disciple to toss out some new martial arts, knowledge, and skills, which is quite normal. Old Fire Relayer is definitely a famous and excellent man in the circle. With just a few words, he can cause a major upheaval. So, it's better if he uses a nobody to test the waters first when it comes to leading technology, skills that are at the peak of the field, or things that remain uncertain. Dad, look at this. Old Fire Relayer said he would rather keep a low profile. Is there a hidden meaning to it? Yan Zenon asked. Of course there is. I reckon it has something to do with his identity. Yan Hengbo fell into deep thought. If he's truly an old monster who dwells in the depths of the fog, he must have made a lot of enemies and formed a lot of grudges, so it would be bad if he did things in a flashy manner. His enemies might not be able to do anything to him, but they can attack his disciple. I believe that old Fire Relayer wants to keep a rather transcendent presence so his disciple can experience the world alone. This can be considered a form of training. Of course, he doesn't mind revealing some information to friendly forces, because he wants us to be his disciples' escorts. Yan Zenon's eyes lit up. So, we can be considered as friendly forces? Of course. Yan Hengbo smiled. Remember what I said last time? If he didn't have a deep understanding of and feelings toward the Yan family ripple force, it would have been impossible for him to create such a perfect ripple force. There's a good chance that I had some form of contact with this senior in the past. For all I know, he might have provided me with guidance. Yan Zenon looked at him anxiously. Then, old fire relayer has forgiven us, should we? Zenon, what am I to do with you? You can't be eager to obtain success. You have just made a mistake, and you forgot your lesson so soon? Yan Hangbo put on a stern face. If you try and curry favor with him in haste, your purpose will be very clear. Do you think old fire relayer will like it? Yan Zenon's face turned red. I was too reckless, sorry. Ignore what's going to happen next. I won't interfere either. Whoever started this should end it. At the start, the senior showed a liking to Feru, so we should have Feru handle the matter. Yan Hangbo smiled and said, Feru, my dear, if you have the chance, try getting to know Meng Zhao. What? Old fire relayer is a really excellent person and doesn't have time to care about us. But since he doesn't mind Meng Zhao mentioning his name, it means that he is already admitted to being the master of this young man. He also has the intention to help Meng Zhao become powerful. If we support and take care of his beloved disciple, the senior will definitely be able to see our goodwill. Yan Feru was dizzy. Is that so? Of course. Why else did you think old fire relayer would specifically ask us to take care of Great Waves Corporation? Aside from what I said just now, there's another meaning to it. Meng Zhao is my disciple. Anyone who touches him is going up against me. Of course, I will also remember all those who are kind to him. When Yan Hangbo said this, he stopped talking for a while. Wait. We must absolutely not mention the phrase old monster anymore. There are ears everywhere, and we don't know what sort of temper the senior has. Yan Feru nodded. Then, should we call him old fire relayer? Yan Hangbo waved his hand. Referring to him as old doesn't show our respect. Let's call him immortal. Immortal fire relayer. When you meet Meng Zhao, refer to his master as such. Yan Feru pondered over this. I understand. I'll think about when I can get a chance soon to come into contact with Meng Zhao for a perfectly logical reason. That's the spirit, Yan Hangbo said. The future of the Yan family is in your hands now. You must seize it tightly. Don't be like your dad, who can't distinguish between what is right and wrong. In the market in Blessed Heavenly Garden, Bei Suxin had just walked past a meat stall when she heard a plump lady giggle like a clucking chicken. Of course we have something happy going on. If we didn't, why would we buy so many tubular bones? They're really expensive, you know? This is bad. Bei Suxin thought. The plump lady loves boasting. If she catches me, she'll start talking my ear off, and it'll be a huge waste of my time. She wanted to walk away, but the plump lady had already seen her, and Bei Suxin was not fast because of her legs. The plump lady caught up to her in just a few steps, and she practically threw a large bag of tubular bones in her face. Bei Suxin could not avoid her anymore and she forced herself to smile. Ma'am, are you out buying groceries? Oh my, you bought so many tubular bones? Did old Li get his bonus? Sigh. That old coot only earns a bit of money every month. There's no way he'll get any sort of bonus. I'm thinking about motivating Ming. He's taking the National College examination this year, and today is the first stage of the test. He didn't manage to score well, but he did manage to get the 32nd place in 11th high school, so he has the right to take the second test. The plump lady giggled. The first stage of the National College examination? Bei Suxin's smile turned a little awkward. That's right. If you want to take the exam for college, you must first take the exam in school, then the exam in the school region, and finally, the exam in the city. It's really troublesome. Today is the day for the intra-school test for the entire city. The plump lady stopped talking then and slapped her head. Oh, look at my memory. Last year, your son. Sigh, it's no wonder why you're not paying attention to it. It's fine. It'll be pretty good if he can get into a higher vocational college too. Akao has been smart since he's young, and his mind is quick too. He'll definitely be able to get into a good higher vocational college. Besides, we're neighbors. Akao is childhood friends with Ming. Once Ming gets into college, you can just tell us if anything comes up. Ming will definitely help him. Why yes. Ming is indeed a very smart boy. Congratulations, ma'am, Bei Suxin stuttered. All right, I should get going. I have to go back and cook. Tubular bones only taste good if you stew them for a while, right? The plump lady started clucking like an old hen laying eggs. She crossed her arms and walked out of the market with her head held high. Bei Suxin could vaguely hear her grabbing someone she knew at the entrance of the market. "Oh my, Granny Dong, you don't know how expensive tubular bones are nowadays. They're seriously so expensive I can't bear to buy them." Bei Suxin stood around in a dumbfounded manner for a while before she limped back to the meat stall. "Big Sis Suxin, what would you like to buy? The pork belly today is pretty good," the employee at the meat stall said with a smile. "Did the plump lady buy tubular bones just now?" Bei Suxin asked. "Yup." "How many did she buy?" "3. "Then, pick 3 for me as well." "No, make that 4. "Big Sis Suxin, do you have guests today? The tubular bones are really expensive today." "I don't have any guests. Old Meng is just craving for them." Chapter 54, Getting What He Wanted. Bei Suxin angrily brought 4 tubular bones and half of a silver big head flower carp that weighed more than 3 kilograms home. Then, she calmed down. Her husband and daughter were around, so while her son had not come home, she quickly instructed them. "Today is the first stage of the National College exam, but A Cow never mentioned anything about it. By the looks of it, he isn't really confident. When he comes back later, don't ask him anything. You're not allowed to say anything either. Try not to speak too much and just focus on eating, understand?" Meng Yishan and Bei Jiakao looked at each other before they nodded. "Especially you. I don't care that you usually don't show respect to your brother, but don't upset him today, got it?" Bei Suxin earnestly gave instructions to her daughter. Bei Suxin first stuck out her tongue before she puffed out her chest. "Don't worry, Mom. If my brother can't get into college, you still have me. I'll definitely become a superhuman. Then, I'll be the one protecting this family, and I'll protect my brother too." The girl then added in her heart. "Of course, he'll first have to submit to me, listen to me, and let me bully him as much as I want." The future Dark Witch narrowed her eyes and imagined a scene in her mind. In the near future, she would get into college in a dazzling fashion and become a really powerful superhuman. Then, her big brother would cry while he slapped his thigh. "Sis, you're really amazing. I've really underestimated you in the beginning. You'll have to take care of the family now. I'll have to rely on you too." Hey. Bei Jiakao could not help but giggle. Then, her mother flicked her head. "Why are you giggling? Come over here and help me wash the food." "Oh, coming, wow, Mom, 4 tubular bones? Are you trying to kill us by spending everything?" "What are you saying? 4 tubular bones won't make us poor. Why can't we eat them? My son and daughter are the best. If others can eat this much, we can eat like that too. Tomorrow, dragon bamboo shoots and golden frogs will be up in the market, and I'll buy them for you." "Mom, you're the best." When Meng Zhao returned home, he was stunned by the tasty food that filled the table. His father, mother, and younger sister were eating with their heads bowed. They pretended as if he did not exist. So he washed his hands as well and started eating. He was still thinking about Great Waves Corporation. Just now, he was looking through his phone, and he saw a lot of articles about Great Waves Corporation being investigated as well as their shady deals. He could not help but gasp in amazement. He did not expect that Zhuo Haoran's family's hands would be so dirty. It was no wonder then why Zhuo Haoran had betrayed humanity in his previous life. It was a deep influence from his family. The Yan family was truly ruthless, though. Meng Zhao had just mentioned that Great Waves Corporation was trouble, and they used such fierce methods to take care of it. It seemed like he would have to be more cautious in the future. He had to use Old Fire Relayer's identity cautiously. Also, they mentioned Old Fire Relayer's disciple. Did that mean that they knew about him already? That was fine, however. He did not have anything to hide. Quite the opposite actually. He wanted to use this identity to boldly get into contact with higher-level forces of power. However, it would not do for him to use Old Fire Relayer's influence and take advantage of others. He had to become a superhuman as soon as possible so that he would not embarrass Old Fire Relayer. While Meng Zhao thought about it, his expression became really stern. When Bei Jiakao saw how he acted, she squashed down her urges, but she still looked as if she wanted to say something. Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin coughed dryly and stared at Bei Jiakao. "Shut up and eat." They mouthed quietly at her. Bei Jiakao dragged her fingers across her mouth, miming a zipping motion. She then picked up another tubular bone, dragged her fingers across her mouth again, and unzipped her mouth. With a growl, she bit down on the meat on the tubular bone, which had both lean meat and fat on it. Her cheeks puffed out from the effort. Once she started using a straw to suck out the bone marrow in the depths of the tubular bone and made slurping sounds, she finally attracted her big brother's attention. "What's going on today? Did the military occupy another demonic halberd pig's nest? Is pork on a major discount?" Meng Zhao asked. "Even if there's no discount for it, you still have to eat it if you have to eat it. Come, son." Meng Yishan affectionately gave his son a huge tubular bone. "I feel like there's something strange. Why aren't you saying anything? Is something off?" Meng Zhao frowned. "It's fine. Our business has been flourishing lately. What could possibly happen?" "Ha ha ha ha." Meng Yishan laughed in a boisterous manner. "That's right. You just love worrying so much. Oh ho ho ho." Bei Suxin covered her mouth. "Big brother, don't worry. I'm around. Soon, I'll be the pillar of the family, ha hey hey." Bei Jiakao smiled so much that her eyes crinkled at the corners. "You'll be the pillar of the family? Then things will be really interesting in the house." Meng Zhao flicked his sister's nose and said casually, "By the way, I do have something to say. Today is the first stage of the National College exam, and I scored around 8th or 9th in school, I think. Anyway, I passed, and 10 days later, I'll be going to the Regional Education Department for the second stage." His father, mother, and younger sister were all stunned. "Big brother, what did you say? You got the 8th or 9th place in class?" Bei Jiakao asked. "You're young, and your ears are already failing you? It's the 8th or 9th place in school. I didn't pay too much attention to it. It's fine as long as I passed, right?" Meng Zhao picked up a straw and started sucking on the tubular bone leisurely. He just let the storm brew in his parents and his younger sister. Half a minute later, Bei Jiakao jumped to her feet. "Big brother, you passed. Ah. 9th high school is a key high school. If nothing happens, those in the top 10 will definitely get into college and become superhumans. Then my dream is going to be shattered, and I'll never be able to bully my big brother." The future Dark Witch wept tears of joy and sadness. Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin were both really shocked. They looked at each other for a very long time before they gradually digested this good news. "Son, you're fully recovered?" Meng Yishan mumbled. "Yeah, I told you last time that the recuperative effects from Ripple Force are really good. I also got to know Ning Shouo, and he introduced me to some gene medicine and high-density nutritional fluid. It helped me recover fully before the first stage of the National College examination." Meng Zhao smiled faintly. "That's not it, right?" His father and mother looked at each other. "Didn't you say last time that you got to know a master on those unhealthy websites, which is why you were able to recover slowly?" "Don't get too hung up on the details," Meng Zhao said. "The point is you should not worry. I'll definitely be able to get into college." "Yeah. You're the best, son." Bei Suxin covered her mouth and took a few breaths quietly before she suddenly gave a dazzling smile. She brought out her phone and pointed it at Meng Zhao. With a snap, she took his picture. Then, she pointed her phone at the table. She pressed the shutter a few times before she tapped the app of her social media and quickly put in her password. A bad feeling rose in Meng Zhao's chest. He quickly tapped Open Moments and took a look at it. As expected, his mother had posted the pictures of him sucking the tubular bone and the table full of food on the table on social media. There was a caption below the pictures. "My son's performance was average today. He only managed to get into the top 10 in 9th high school. He'll have to continue working hard if he wants to get into Dragon City University, so I bought some good food as nourishment for him. I didn't expect that tubular bones would be so expensive now. 4 of them cost me 120. Sigh, these things will drain my pockets dry one day." Meng Zhao wept silent tears. "Mom, please don't. Hurry up and delete my photo. I want to preserve some dignity." "What are you saying? Why aren't I allowed to boast when my son gets good results? I didn't lie either. I didn't say you got into the top 3. I told them the truth, so why should I be afraid?" This time, it was Bei Suxin's turn to giggle. "You don't understand. Just now, I ran into the plump lady in the market, and I was so angry. She was so happy when her son got into the top 40 in 11th high school that she was going around boasting about it all over the market. While I didn't say anything when my son got into the top 10 in 9th high school. Was I being as smug as her just now?" Meng Zhao could only ask for help from Meng Yishan. "Dad, aren't you going to do something about this?" "I can't." Meng Yishan hunched his shoulders and said softly, "Your mom spread the word about our company a long time ago. We're just a small resource recovery company, you know, Yet she made it seem as if I'm a chairman of some major corporation. Right now, I'm too embarrassed to meet our neighbors and relatives. Ha! The plump lady saw it. Bae Suxin lifted her phone smugly. The father-son duo moved over and saw a string of comments left under her post in moments. Madam Zhao, A Cow is amazing. Has he recovered from his injuries? Granny Wang, A Cow has been smart since he was young. He'll definitely be able to get into Dragon City University. Granny Yao, congrats. He'll definitely become an undergraduate student. That's amazing. Fourth aunt, when are you bringing A Cow to our house? Could you ask him to give Young Yi some tips? Li Kejia, your son is the typical boy next door. Suxin, you're so lucky. The plump lady was the only one who did not comment. She only left a like. Meng Zhao covered his face. He decided that he had to earn money as fast as possible so he could move out of Blessed Heavenly Garden. He could no longer stay in the area. Once they finished dinner, Meng Zhao made another announcement. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I've already made an appointment with a famous doctor in Feng Shui Medical Center so that he can take a look at Mom's leg. Let's go together. Bae Suxin and Meng Yishan were shocked. Feng Shui was a very famous private hospital in Dragon City. The doctors were all superhumans, and their skills were top-notch. Of course, their fees were all the way up there as well. I'm treating my legs at a government hospital, and I'm also receiving physiotherapy in the community clinic. All of those can be reimbursed, and I'm already much better than before. Why should we waste that amount of money? Bae Suxin quickly said. Meng Zhao smiled. Mom, government hospitals don't provide super-alloy bionic joints. Super-alloy bionic joints? Meng Yishan frowned as well. A Cow, that sounds like top-class technology. How much does it cost? Money isn't a problem. Didn't we just sell a crystallized neurosphere recently? Elder Ning recommended this hospital to me. He said that we can get a huge discount if we ask his friend to treat us, so we won't be spending a lot of money. Meng Zhao was incredibly confident. The feeling of his pockets being stuffed full of money was incredibly good. While Meng Yishan was still hesitating, Bae Suxin shook her head to refuse the offer. We're not going. I've lived my life this way for 20 years, and it's not as if I can't walk. At most, I'm just a bit slower, and my posture is a bit ugly. Or are you saying that you're looking down on me for walking this way? Meng Zhao felt his eyes sting with tears. Mom, I know that you're worried about money. That's why I waited until today before I said it. The ranking for the intra-school test has come out, and it's the only way I can prove to you that I have the ability to get into college and become a superhuman. Once I become a superhuman, I'll be raking in money for the family. At that time, it'll be nothing to me even if you want to switch all your joints to super-alloy joints. Bae Suxin lowered her head and said, then wait until you truly get into college. It won't be too late by then for me to go to a private hospital. No, I can't wait any longer, Meng Zhao said firmly. Why do you think I am working so hard to get into college? It's because I want all of us to live good lives. I want my beloved mother to become the most beautiful and happiest woman on the planet. If I can't get your treatment plan set before my exam, I'll be thinking about this during the test. How am I supposed to concentrate if that's the case? Since he dragged the national college examination into this, his parents could do nothing about it. Meng Yishan had been in contact with Thunderbolt, and he had heard Ning Shou praise his son's knowledge and skills multiple times. He knew that his son had gotten to know an amazing master online, so he thought about it seriously before he turned his head and said to his wife, Suxin, our son has grown up. He can make some decisions at home and we should listen to him. If things don't work out, I'm still around. Our company is starting off really well. If I grit my teeth and work hard, I'll definitely be able to get the money for those super-alloy joints for you. Bae Suxin's lips twitched for a long time before they finally formed a smile. Then, should we listen to our son's advice? Meng Yishan made the decision. We will. Bae Suxin lowered her head bashfully and looked at her daughter's straight legs. Her eyes watered, and she whispered, True. Old Meng. It's been so many years since we married each other, and I've never danced with you. Mom, that's nothing. Meng Zhao laughed. Once we treat your legs, I'll book a hall in the biggest and most lavish hotel in the city so that you can enjoy a candlelit dinner. You can have some time alone, and I'll even hire a band to serve as your accompaniment. You can dance however you want to. Wow. Bae Jiakao watched with her sparkling eyes filled with stars. Suddenly, she found that her big brother was really domineering. What? No. It's an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. I refuse to admit that this demon can be domineering. Chapter 55, Healing Skills of Superhumans. The next morning, the entire family arrived at Feng Shui Medical Center. It was a famous private hospital, and it was indeed different from other hospitals. There was actually a small parking lot at the entrance, and there were plenty of luxurious cars parked there. Bai Jiakao's eyes were fixed on them. "Big brother, isn't that an antique car from Earth? It's called Wuling Hongguang, right? It looks so stylish." The girl swung her brother's arm vigorously. She was so excited that she almost went mad. But the future Dark Witch was not to be blamed for not having any knowledge of the world. Many of the tiny vehicles on Earth were beginner-level cars great for buying groceries. But as all of Dragon City transmigrated, the city no longer had a production line. Besides, there was no fuel or gas in the other world. They used spirit energy as a resource, and crystal stone engines were used to move the car. Now, all the old cars running in the market were modified carefully by elites to use crystal stone engines. The best quality old cars were all manually modified. When something was valuable, it was also expensive. The value of the cars could no longer be measured by the prices of the brands in the past. Regardless of whether the car was a Rolls-Royce or Wuling Hongguang, all of them were unique pieces of art. Besides, Dragon City was very strict when it came to space control to fit tens of millions of people into a narrow space. If the price of a car was 1 million, then the parking fees for that car per year were at least 2 million. When the vehicle and vessel tax, road tax, special resource tax, and everything else was added together, the person had to pay 5 million for it. Private cars were the symbol of nobility. Not a single private car could be found in Blessed Heavenly Garden. It was no wonder then why Bai Jiakao was making a fuss. A thought appeared in Meng Zhao's mind. "When I become a superhuman, I'll get a car for us too. Dad, do you like Wuling Hongguang?" There was no man who did not like cars, and Meng Yishan's breathing quickened. He made an insincere comment. "Why would I want to drive a car? 3D mobile gears are pretty good, and it's easier to climb buildings with them. You can't waste your money like that just because you have cash. You can't say that. Even if you don't need one, the company will need it. I don't intend to keep the company small. I want to make it big and strong so that we can dominate the middle-tier and low-tier market in the city. At that time, we'll be able to harvest all sorts of monsters. If you go out and make business deals, how are you supposed to keep up appearances if you don't have a car?" Meng Zhao asked with a smile. Meng Yishan was tempted, but he waved his hand. "We'll talk about it later. This matter isn't even settled yet. Even if we really want to buy one, we can't buy such a lavish antique car. Look at our family, how could we possibly drive a Wuling Hongguang?" Meng Zhao thought that his father made sense. Even if he managed to break through the limits with his identity as a reborn human and become a superhuman, driving a Wuling Hongguang would still be too flashy for him. "Then let's drive a Mighty Dragon." Meng Zhao had a new goal to fight for. Mighty Dragon was a local car-producing factory. It was also the only private car production company after they transmigrated. Bai Jiakao heard him, and she behaved like a child on Earth hearing that her family wanted to buy a private jet. "We're going to buy a car. Am I dreaming?" She grabbed her brother's arm and bit the back of his hand. Meng Zhao yelped and smacked the back of his sister's head. "Let go. Are you mad?" "Ack. It hurts. I'm not dreaming." The future Dark Witch covered her head and giggled like an idiot. "Hee hee, we're going to buy a car. We're going to buy our very own car." The family chatted while they entered the hospital. The private hospital was decorated in a very elegant manner. There were more medical staff compared to patients, and there was a faint fragrance that seeped into everyone's hearts. It was a completely different world compared to the government hospitals, which were as busy as a market. Ning Shouo had already made calls for Meng Zhao, so the medical staff who came to receive them did so with huge smiles. They were very attentive, which made Meng Yishan and Bai Suxin feel flattered. "Don't worry. Elder Ning helped me contact Dr. Su Yuan, who is the most famous doctor here. He's a 5-star superhuman who specializes in healing. His skills have reached the pinnacle of perfection. You'll definitely have no problem if you're treated by him," Meng Zhao comforted his mother. Dr. Su Yuan was the type the young nurses would talk about in private while they let their fantasies run wild. He was so handsome that he looked like he was an actor in a drama about the medical world. He did not look like a real doctor. But his tall nose and thin lips showed that he was not a person with a good temper. When he saw Meng Zhao and his family, he showed no expression on his face. He just went straight to the point and said, "You're Meng Zhao. I heard from Uncle Ning that you're very skilled with the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse. Ning Shouo had mentioned this, so Meng Zhao was not curious about it. I only have shallow knowledge. I don't know whether I'm really skilled or not. Could you show me? Dr. Su Yuan opened a leather pouch designed in a classical style. There were all sorts of instruments in it. Some of them looked like tools for harvesters, but they were smaller and more exquisite. Meng Zhao did not hold back. His fingers flew over the silver instruments before he tapped them gently. Then, a few steel needles and blades started dancing lightly on his fingertips. This was the first time Bai Suxin and Bai Jiakao saw Meng Zhao display his harvesting skills. Even though he was only putting on a demonstration, his movements were smooth, and the skills he used were exquisite and peerless. The faint confidence Meng Zhao radiated left them stunned. They felt like they had gotten to know a brand new Meng Zhao. Dr. Su Yuan's sparkling eyes were fixed on him. Meng Zhao executed all 7 of the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse from his memories. Around 20 different surgical instruments danced gracefully between his fingers and created a flowing light. Even though he was obviously a little stiff and clumsy, a surge of emotions appeared in Dr. Su Yuan's eyes. Once Meng Zhao put down the surgical instruments, Dr. Su Yuan was silent for a long time while thinking about what he saw. Suddenly, a notification popped up in Meng Zhao's field of vision. After receiving your guidance, elite citizen Su Yuan obtained a brand new understanding towards surgery. Increased contribution points by 49. Meng Zhao could not help but smile and say, Dr. Su, these are harvesting skills. Will they be useful for surgery? Su Yuan released a long sigh. There was amusement in his eyes. Harvesters and doctors both rely on their hands to earn a living. Many of the techniques can be applied in both fields. If the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse can be used to extract poison sacs from monsters, then it's only natural that they can be used to extract tumors from patients. Meng Zhao, your skills have just provided me with great help. Meng Zhao quickly said, Dr. Su, I learned this technique online. I'm not familiar with it, and I can't be said to have executed it accurately, but this concerns human lives, so you must be careful. Su Yuan smiled. But of course. I can tell that you aren't skilled yet, but the more unskilled you are, the more I can tell just how valuable the skill itself is. I wonder which senior is so great that he could push the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse to such great heights. Meng Zhao thought about it. The senior asked me to not mention his name, but he frequently appears in life science forums in the deep web. I'll give you a few links later. Perhaps you'll find a chance to personally talk to the senior. That would be great. Uncle Ning didn't make a misjudgment. Meng Zhao, you're truly a good person. Su Yuan could no longer hide his smile. Come, Madam Meng, please sit here. I've already read your treatment records from the government hospital. The main problem is that your legs have been trapped under rubble for too long, and your joints suffered a necrosis. Your nerves have also atrophied. Over the past decade, Dragon City's medical skills have developed very quickly. Many of the difficult diseases that were difficult to treat in the past can be treated now. The problem you face shouldn't be a big deal. He helped Bai Suxin to the examination bed. Then, he focused, and his expression became stern. Faint green marks rose on his temples. Like the tender shoots of a willow tree, they spun around his eyes before trailing down his cheeks until they went past his collarbones, arms, and finally reached his fingertips. It looked as if a set of beautiful and exquisite tattoos had appeared on him. Faint spirit energy spread out from him, and it gave off a fragrance as refreshing as that of bamboo. When he touched Bai Suxin with his fingertips, she cried out in surprise. There's a wave of qi running through my legs. It feels so good. Su Yuan blinked. His pupils suddenly split into two, turning into the legendary polychoria. They shone with a brilliant light. You're very determined. You always go through physiotherapy, right? The atrophication of your blood vessels and nerves isn't as bad as I thought it would be, he said after he examined her situation carefully. Bai Jiakao was extremely stunned. She tugged at the hem of Meng Zhao's shirt. Big brother, Dr. Su Yuan looks really weird right now. Hush. There's nothing strange about it. Meng Zhao said. When spirit energy gathers in a human body, it flows through the blood vessels and nerves. In fact, it can even show up on our skin to turn into profound, complicated, and beautiful marks. This is the spirit tattoo, the mark of a 1-star superhuman. When you become a 2-star superhuman, you will reach spirit transformation. Your organs will be stimulated, and you'll go through all sorts of amazing changes. Forget about polychoria, It's normal for you to even sprout wings. Dr. Su is really giving his all right now. Ah. Then why isn't he sending Mom to take a scan or to those MRI scanners? There are loads of machines in the government hospitals. 3-star superhumans reach a state called spirit gathering. They're able to see into their own organs and gain a thorough understanding of their own bodies. When they become 4-star superhumans, they reach a state called spirit wielding. They can use their minds to control spirit energy. They can produce stable and precise vibrations which they control. It allows them to widen the magnetic field of their lives. In fact, they can even reject the magnetic field of the planet, which lets them float in the air. And 5-star superhumans reach a state called spirit gaze. They can use their magnetic fields to sense other people's organs, blood vessels, nerves, and bones. Dr. Su is a 5-star superhuman. He doesn't need X-ray machines or MRI scanners. Bai Jiakao gasped in amazement. The world of superhumans was truly exciting and amazing. Chapter 56, Final Push. Dr. Su Yuan soon completed the examination. He stopped casting his divine art and returned to his office table. He thought about it for a moment before he said, "Madam Meng, your condition is pretty good. But no matter what, it's a 20-year-old injury, and you'll need some time to fully recover from it. There are 2 treatment plans. The first is the standard superalloy joint replacement surgery. In about half a year, you would be able to run and jump around like a normal person. You could also do normal physical labor. The anti-corrosion feature is pretty great, and the chances of rejection are low. You would not need to change your joints within 20 years. Meng Yishan exchanged a look with Bai Suxin. They did not expect that the superalloy joint replacement surgery, which was very difficult to get done in a government hospital, would be a standard operating procedure in a private hospital. What about the second plan? Meng Zhao asked. The second is to use the most modern bionic bones to rebuild the nerves. This is the peak technology that has just been promoted by the Monster Research Center. We use the high regenerative abilities and growth capabilities of monster cells to stimulate the potential of genes in the human body to produce their own bone cells and nerves in the lower limbs. These cells will perfectly fuse with the human body. There will be zero chance for any sort of rejection, and you'll be able to perform heavy physical labor. You could even cultivate and fight if you wanted. Bai Suxin gasped. Won't it be very expensive, Dr. Su? She asked nervously. Meng Zhao waved his hand in dismissal and asked, since it's a top-tier technology, will it be dangerous? No one can ensure that it's completely foolproof, but this technology has been tested by the Supernatural Tower in the army. Quite a number of injured superhumans and crippled soldiers have used it to regain their mobility. Now, they've stepped into the battlefield again. Dr. Su Yuan smiled. Madam Meng, if you won't practice a very domineering kicking technique or won't be particularly insistent on finishing a 100-meter dash in 3 to 5 seconds, I believe this plan will be fine. Then we'll use this treatment plan. Meng Zhao made the decision. He did not even ask about the price. A cow. Bai Suxin tugged at him anxiously. Dr. Su, I'm sorry, but how much is this treatment plan? Dr. Su Yuan thought about it. We've just adopted this treatment plan. I can help you apply for a special approval for a promotional plan. You'll be able to get a 60% discount for it. The entire thing will cost around 3 million. But we'll need the right to use your portrait, and we might also need you to work with us to do some advertisements. So expensive? Bai Suxin was terrified. Don't be in a hurry to make your decision. Please listen to me. The promotional plan is around 3 million, but I'll only take 2 million from you. After all, I can't just steal Meng Zhao's 7 dissection methods performed in reverse. You don't have to pay me in one lump either. The entire plan is paid in 4 different installments. It should be completed in 7 to 8 months. The fee for the first payment is 500,000. Private hospitals employed their staff using contracts. Su Yuan and the hospital were considered as partners, so he had a lot of power in his hands. But even after a large portion of the medical fees was deducted, the price still terrified Bai Suxin. Then, Dr. Su, how much is the treatment plan for the superalloy joints? Mom, why are you asking that question? Dr. Su, we'll go through with the second plan, the one where you use bionic bones and rebuild her nerves. I'll pay the 500,000 now. Meng Zhao spent his money lavishly and was incredibly domineering. A cow, it's too expensive. We can't. This is. Bai Suxin tried to stop him in alarm. She was reluctant to even get superalloy joint transplants, so how in the world did she get deceived into going to a private hospital and then receiving such an expensive treatment? How were they supposed to live their lives in the future? Mom, we're already here. There's no need for us to be stingy with our money. Do you want me to lose focus when I'm taking my national college exams? Meng Zhao told her a half-truth. If I'm worried about your condition and can't do well during the exams, I won't be able to get into college, and the long-term loss will be far more than just a few million. But... Bai Suxin looked at her son's expectant look, then at the beautiful spirit marks surrounding Dr. Su Yuan's body. She released a long sigh and compromised. I didn't expect that from now on, my legs would be worth so much money. She smiled and shook her head. Of course. Even a single hair from my family is priceless, Meng Zhao said seriously. The treatment given to clients recommended by VIPs was different. Dr. Su Yuan used an entire afternoon to help Bai Suxin prepare the perfect treatment plan. While they were on their way back, the family sighed. Meng Zhao had now become an outstanding man, and they might be living good lives in the future. Bai Jiakao thought about things for a long time. Suddenly, like a starving puppy, she nuzzled against her brother and said very sweetly, "Big brother." Meng Zhao immediately became wary. What? The girl pouted. Big brother, you're being really nice to Dad and Mom. You promised to buy a car for Dad, and you're paying for the most expensive treatment plan for Mom. What about me? When you really get into college and become a superhuman, what present will you give your beloved sister? Meng Zhao gave her an indulgent smile. Oh, it's this, huh? You silly girl, of course I'll get you one. Don't worry, I've already made plans for you. I've asked Elder Ning to search for the most professional special interest classes. You'll be learning how to play Go, the zither, how to write poetry, and calligraphy. You can also learn singing and dancing. I promise you, those classes will turn you into a cultured lady who can sing and dance. What? Go? Zither? Poetry? Calligraphy? Singing? Dancing? Bai Jiakao looked dumbfounded. Why would I want to learn those things? I want to learn how to fight, shoot guns, poison others, assassinate monsters. I even want to learn how to dissect monsters like you do. I'm not interested in all those artsy stuff. Interests can be cultivated slowly. Meng Zhao patted his sister's head and said earnestly, playing the zither, Go, poetry, and calligraphy are all the essence of Earth's traditional culture. Even after we've transmigrated to the other world, we can't just throw away our ancestors' rich spiritual heritage, right? Right, my foot. Bai Jiakao was exasperated. Dad, Mom, Big brother is bullying me again. Which girl doesn't learn fighting and how to shoot nowadays but instead goes off to learn how to do those artsy things? When monsters come, am I supposed to play Go with them or enter a dance battle? Dad, Mom, the monster war might turn worse, and the world outside is going to become more dangerous. With her personality, if she learns something really amazing, she might actually end up punching a hole in the sky. I think we only need one combat-type superhuman in the house. Jiakao can go the support route in the future, such as treatment, art, or she can do admin work in an office. These are all suitable for girls. What do you say? Meng Yishan and Bai Suxin looked at each other, and they nodded vigorously. The future Dark Witch sucked in a sharp breath, and her eyes turned watery. Are you a demon? She asked her brother seriously. I'm not. You are, Meng Zhao answered equally seriously. Bai Jiakao was rendered speechless. She threw her head back and heaved a long sigh. Gods in heaven and on earth, why is my big brother such a weirdo? Once Meng Zhao settled his mother's treatment plan, he was left with no worries, so he made his final push. The school gathered all the students from the strolling classes who had passed the first stage of the national college exams for college. They formed a quasi-rocket class, and Demon Yan personally made a teaching plan to give them the final push. The teaching resources, equipment, and resources were all at the same as those given to the rocket classes. The brutal training also tormented the students so much that they started crying for their parents. Even Xu Feixiang, who was a built boy weighing more than 100 kilograms, started screaming and weeping in his nightmares. Only Meng Zhao endured this hardship gladly. In fact, he thought that the amount of training was not enough. Super Reckless Bull Force and the demonically modified Ripple Force had already spread through all the third-year classes from Class 6. With more students practicing those martial arts in the future, Meng Zhao would receive another set of contribution points. Their homeroom teachers and teachers who taught the main subjects also spread the word. The further the martial arts spread out, the stronger Meng Zhao became. In just 2 short weeks, he gathered nearly 10,000 contribution points. Not only did he completely heal his hidden injuries, which allowed him to be able to bear with the strenuous training, he also awakened Dragon Snake Force. Reckless Bull Force was an explosive force execution method, while Ripple Force could last a long time. As for Dragon Snake Force, it accumulated power. Now, Meng Zhao had all three basic force execution methods activated. The first two had already reached master level, while the third had reached specialist level. Right now, Meng Zhao's skill in the subtle utilization of the power in his blood and flesh was among the top of the high school students in the city. The contribution points required for him to push his basic gun technique from perfect level to ultimate level was a little too high, and he did not need to use basic harvesting skill for the time being, so he cast his sights on the other two gray skills which had just appeared. Thunder Rapier and 100 Saber techniques were the most important cold weapon skills among the high mid-tier skills. Meng Zhao could only activate one skill and push it to specialist level with the contribution points he had left. He thought about it seriously and chose 100 Saber techniques. One of the reasons for it was the last question of the previous year's National College exam. It dealt with Thunder Rapier, so the chances of 100 Saber techniques coming out this year was rather high. Besides that, Demon Yan was a Saber master. If Meng Zhao brought the future version of 100 Saber techniques to ask for his guidance, not only would he be able to gain his favor, he would also be able to get more contribution points. However, Meng Zhao did not forget the lesson he learned from the future Ripple Force. He had realized that the development of skills, wisdom, and martial arts could not be done in a leap. It had to fit into an objective rhythm. Just because he had a martial art from the future, it did not mean that it was great. Its worth was determined by how powerful it was, the enemies, and the environment. The future dragon citizens would fight against the powerful enemies in the other world for decades. Their cells, organs, basic force execution techniques, breathing techniques, and meditation techniques would all become stronger, which was how the future 100 Saber techniques were created and supported. If Meng Zhao did not care about the current citizens' body conditions and just brought out the future versions of the martial artists, he would receive a negative reaction. It was the same logic as a person getting a sprain if they took too big of a step. Hence, Meng Zhao looked into many of the innovations from the future 100 Saber techniques to ask Demon Yan about them. He wanted to understand all the pros and cons brought by each change. For example, at the same time the damage of an attack increased, how much oxygen had to be spent, and how high was the pressure on the joints? Was there a need for it to be paired with brand new body movements and breathing techniques? And other such questions. If that were the case, Yan Dongxing would not think that he had gotten another unique fighting style. He would just think that Meng Zhao was really talented and had a very active mind. His thoughts were not restrained in the box, and he had endless ideas. Even though his creations would mostly be just wishful thinking, there would be a handful of brilliant points that would bring him enlightenment if he thought about them carefully. Besides, Meng Zhao was willing to work hard. The amount of training he did was 150% above the standards of those in the rocket classes. No matter how badly he was tormented on a day, he was able to get back to his feet the next one. Such outstanding performance made the usually stern Demon Yan unable to stop grinning. Chapter 57, Bloody Era. Demon Yan taught them everything in his arsenal, and Meng Zhao benefited from it a lot. The most direct effect from this was that the number of gray skills that were lit up had increased. As he looked at the dense list of skills, Meng Zhao was delighted. He really wanted to contribute more to the dragon citizens with every second he had. There was something else. Perhaps he had been too conspicuous when he handled the problem known as Zuo Haoran, and perhaps Demon Yan as well as the higher management in the school had been praising his recent performance, because Meng Zhao would often run into Principal Sun coincidentally in the school cafeteria. Meng Zhao wanted to show his skills to Principal Sun. After all, this famous heavy cannon had to be at least an elite citizen. Perhaps he might even be a legendary citizen or epic-level citizen. If Principal Sun could understand some really profound principle of a martial art because of Meng Zhao's guidance, how many contribution points would he be able to gain? Unfortunately, the shriveled-up old man was too old, and the injuries he suffered in the past were too great. It had been many years since he fought. He had come to 9th High School to live out his retirement and did not quite care about the students' studies. All he did every day was bask in the sun in a corner of the field or doze off. Other than that, he went to the cafeteria and researched nutritional lunch meals excitedly with the chefs. Principal Sun was very amiable. He held a stainless steel tray that was identical to that of the students, but the food he ate was not even worse. All he ate was luncheon meat made from earthworms. Meng Zhao felt really embarrassed. He wanted to give some of the purely natural monster meat on his plate to the old principal. You get it. Eat more. I'm not taking the National College examination. Besides, I'm old now. The spirit energy in monster meat is too high. If I eat it, my blood pressure will skyrocket. Principal Sun grinned. Since he was missing a few teeth, he spoke with a slight lisp. Meng Zhao thought about it. The old principal might not be interested in fighting skills, so he decided to use his chopsticks to dissect the steak on his plate using the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse. Just as he expected, the old principal was interested in it. Even though he did not focus on it, he brought Meng Zhao to the scullery of the cafeteria to compare notes with the chefs. The good thing about it was that from that day onwards, Meng Zhao could eat the freshest fat monster meat, since the chefs would keep it for him. Just like that, when the day for the second stage of the National College examination came, Meng Zhao's maximum punching force broke through 290 kilograms, and his 100-meter dash was at 9.29 seconds. He was now faster than Usain Bolt. He had an even more terrifying ability that was not shown in the data. It was the endurance given to him by master-level Ripple Force. Many of the good high school students could reach crazy figures like 280 kilograms, 290 kilograms, or even 300 kilograms with their maximum punching strength. There were also monsters who could reach 9.2 seconds in their 100-meter dash during high school. But Meng Zhao had managed to deliver more than 200 punches in 3 minutes, and his average punching strength was never lower than 275 kilograms. His average speed in the 100-meter dash, 400-meter dash, 1.5 kilometers dash, and even the 5 kilometers dash were practically the same. And that made him terrifying. In a real battle, this long-lasting and steady output was much better than the abilities of students, who had great scores but were sorely lacking in other aspects, which was the result of teachers teaching them to succeed in the test. They relied on gene medicine, strength and nutritional fluid, and cultivation equipment to produce beautiful figures, but they could not compare to Meng Zhao's results. Crackle! Crackle! At the entrance of 9th High School, Principal Sun lit up several loud firecrackers that covered the entire ground with red bits of paper. 3 school buses were also covered in red and green. They carried 2 classes worth of rocket class students and 1 class worth of quasi-rocket class students to the education department of the region. Among the sounds of the firecrackers and the students' cheers. Ace Student Zhao, I didn't expect that your maximum punching strength would go over 290 kilograms. Aren't you going way over the top right now? A student in the school bus said with a laugh. Ever since Meng Zhao ate 2 roasted hind legs from 2 demonic halberd pigs, then carried a load weighing 200 kilograms before he ran more than 30 rounds in the field, he became famous, and the students called him Ace Student Zhao. You don't understand Ace Student Zhao at all, Ace Student Wu, another student from Class 6, said. Since he showed that his maximum punching strength is 290 kilograms, that means that his real punching strength has definitely gone over 300 kilograms. He's just waiting to pretend to be weak when he gets to the region later so that he can wow the crowd when he reveals his real strength. Isn't that right, Ace Student Zhao? I can bear witness to that. Before Meng Zhao could say anything, his best friend, Chu Feixiang, betrayed him mercilessly. My maximum punching strength is 299 kilograms right now, and it looks like I've surpassed Meng Zhao, right? But lately, when I practice with him, I feel like I've been ground by a roller. His maximum punching strength has definitely surpassed 300 kilograms. 290? He's definitely just pretending to be weak. 300 kilograms? The students cried out in amazement. How shameless. You degenerate. Scum. You have to treat us to milk tea. And breakfast. And on that note, lunch, dinner, and supper as well. Meng Zhao coughed loudly. Why was it so hard to keep a low profile? While everyone laughed and joked around, Demon Yan's voice rose in front of them. Enough. Quiet down. Compose your emotions and spirits. Demon Yan held the megaphone in the bus and said sternly, speed, strength, stamina, and strategies are all very important, but if you want to become a superhuman, the most important thing is your spirit. If you don't have the spirit of a superhuman, then even if you're lucky enough to get power, it will be impossible for you to conquer it. Instead, you'll become a slave to power. You'll go on a way to become a degenerate, and you'll lose control. You'll turn into a monster who is just as terrifying as zombies and other creatures, and I mean every word I said. You've had your speed and strength tested during the first stage. Today, all the people who are gathered at the Regional Education Department are the most outstanding students in Tiger Forest region. Together, you'll be tested on your spirit. Remember this, the flower of your spirit will bloom from your bodies, but it is an existence greater than your bodies. It is an upgraded version of your minds. Just because you have great strength and are fast doesn't mean that you also have a powerful spirit. Without facing life and death, you'll never know whether you're just a coward who has brute strength, a rascal who will bully the weak, a scoundrel who only cares about himself, or the absolute dictator of your own strength. His words made the students fall silent. "If you've understood me, leave the bus," Demon Yan said. We reached the regional education department. The school bus was parked at a field that sank down. It was built at the center of a forest of skyscrapers. The area was filled with cold colors. Black and bronze dominated the area. There were a lot of broken walls with steel reinforcing bars outside, so the place looked like ruins, but also like a graveyard. In truth, it was a battlefield in the past. It was a place ravaged repeatedly by zombies, ruffians, and monsters when Dragon City just transmigrated. But now, it was abandoned. As Dragon City grew stronger, the other ruins were cleaned up so that they could be rebuilt into tall, sturdy, and large steel fortresses. But this place retained its original appearance. The government even specially hired architects and artists to solidify the ruins so that they would turn into a memory to remember the dark days. The examinees from 9th High School felt as if the temperature had dropped by at least 8 degrees when they walked along the black marble steps into the sunken field. Even Meng Zhao shuddered. Aside from ruined and collapsed buildings scattered everywhere, he also saw various statues. The sculptures used incredibly exaggerated methods to create images of crazed zombies, fierce monsters, and ruffians who acted even more horrendously than zombies and monsters to steal food, clear water, energy resources, and other forms of resources. Before such threats, the statues of the normal citizens appeared incredibly weak and helpless. Meng Zhao saw a statue of a monster who looked like the fusion of a praying mantis and a jackal. It grinned while it raised its sharp, sickle-shaped limb. Its target was a mother with a baby in her arms. The mother held the baby so tightly it looked like she wanted to stuff the baby back into her womb. But no matter how sturdy her arms were, it was impossible for her to avoid the tragic fate that would befall her. The sculptures seemed to have been infused with souls. When a cold wind blew through the field, the students felt as if they could hear the whimpers of humans and the screeches of monsters. The education department held a lot of power. Aside from teaching youths, they were also in charge of shaping their ideologies. Only when they remembered history could they develop their future. The regional education department was linked together with the Transmigration Museum in the region. Youngsters would come to this place multiple times during their kindergarten years up to their high school years. They visited the area for their spring outing, autumn outing, and Transmigration Memorial Day. But today, the examinees who longed to become superhumans had a very strong reaction toward the statues. Quite a number of people began breathing heavily, and Chu Feixiang gritted his teeth. Even Meng Zhao felt his heart surge. He could not calm down even after a long time had passed. He had seen the end of the world in his nightmare, and he had deep feelings toward Dragon City. He made up his mind. He would never let any monster sink their claws into this land which was filled with the hot blood of his comrades. Fortunately, only the statues in the beginning were devastating. As they ventured deeper into the ruins, the theme gradually improved. In the beginning, the citizens had no weapons. They could only be slaughtered by zombies, monsters, and ruffians. Slowly, weapons began appearing in the hands of the citizens. They could pluck off the teeth of the zombies and cut off the monsters' claws so that the ruffians could face justice. In the end, the powerful citizens who opened their arms to protect the children had dazzling spirit marks on their skin, and they were surrounded by golden light. Some people started controlling burning weapons and spurred on tamed biochemical fighting beasts to stomp on the zombies, monsters, and ruffians. Chu Feixiang looked at the statues and said, "These are superhumans." "Soon, we will be the same," Meng Zhao answered. He led the group into the ruins. At the end, there were 2 huge memorial plates with numerous small golden words. They were all the names of people. The plate on the right listed the names of all the citizens who died in the region in the last 50 years. At the top of the memorial were 5 large words. "May you rest in peace." The one on the left had the names of all the warriors and heroes who had died in battle in the region. At the top of the memorial were also 5 words. "May the brave never perish." The 2 memorial plates formed a great door, and behind it was a huge entrance that led underground. Meng Zhao and the students walked down the stairs and into a black tunnel that was 20 meters wide. Soon, they entered another world. Around them was a 3D screen that surrounded them from all angles. The government used gunpowder smoke, a thick scent of blood, and all sorts of sound and light effects to create a realistic scene of war. The alarmed screams of citizens, the fierce shouts of ruffians, the twisted and terrifying growls of zombies instantly caused Meng Zhao and the students to understand that they had arrived at the first level of the Transmigration Museum, Bloody Era. A sonorous and deep voice of a man slowly drifted down toward them. The first 10 years since Dragon City transmigrated into the other world were full of confusion, chaos, and misery. They are known as the Bloody Era. We lost most of our energy resources and industrial abilities. Societal order and the nation's organizations were ruined. The light of humanity and the might of law became weak. To survive, many of the finely dressed civilized people turned into ruffians who only cared about preying on the weak. They lived the lives of savages. There was also a mysterious virus that spread among the citizens. It quickly became worse and turned into a pandemic that swept through the entire city. Those who were infected lost their rationality, but their appetites and aggression became 10 times stronger. They turned into zombies. All the people who hid deep in the forest of broken walls shuddered and asked, "Is this the end of civilization? Is this the end of Dragon City?" Chapter 58, 5 Decades. As the man's voice grew deeper, a red setting sun appeared on the screen. The red sun covered half of the sky, and it was a scene that would never be seen on Earth. When the dragon citizens had just transmigrated, they had to face a living hell that no other Earthling had to face. Even though they knew that humanity eventually managed to stubbornly survive through it, Meng Zhao and the students still felt a helpless sort of despair and nervousness for their ancestors who lived half a century ago. They could not bear to watch the devastating scenes. All of them looked down and gritted their teeth to endure the torment brought to them by their anger. Then, the voice from beyond the screen rose once more. "No, this isn't the end of civilization. Instead, it's the beginning of a new age for Dragon City. Even though the pandemic created countless zombies, the virus also created new antibodies. They unlocked the shackles on our genes, which allowed the humans to be able to directly absorb spirit energy and begin their path to become superhumans. Unable to tolerate the suffering anymore, the humans in the screen relied on their supernatural abilities to stand up on the mountains of corpses and seas of blood to begin launching their desperate counterattack. Look! It's Battle God Lei Zhongqiao, the strongest superhuman in Dragon City. There's also War God Wu Taidao. He built the Red Dragon Army, and he used the Steel Army to suppress all the monsters. That's Yun Fidian, right? He doesn't have an outstanding appearance, but he's the richest person in Dragon City. He was the one who reorganized Dragon City's resource system and restored as well as upgraded the online trading platform. He managed to effectively use the resources and optimize their distribution. His Thundercloud Corporation is one of the strongest factions in Dragon City. There's Fang Machun too. He's the creator of the Spirit Energy and Rune System, the old principal of Dragon City University, and one of the creators of the Supernatural Tower. Aside from creating the cultivation system, he also set up many of the laws dictating how superhumans are supposed to coexist with normal people. He's known as the pioneer of the superhuman world. The students found their idols and cried out in surprise. Meng Zhao stared at the heroes in the pictures. They were the ones who found the dimmest hope during their darkest hour of despair. He felt his blood boil with passion, and the grand ambition of this is how a man should be rose in him. Dragon City still had to face all sorts of dangers in the future. But no danger could possibly surpass the danger Dragon citizens faced in the first 10 years after transmigrating. Since the first martyrs had slaughtered their way out of a hell full of despair, why could Meng Zhao not do the same when he had kindling, courage, and his friends fighting with him? Aside from treating mom's legs, buying a car for dad, and letting Jia Kao learn how to sing and dance, I still have a lot of things to do. He clenched his fists. Aside from the illusions of light in the first level of the museum, there were also a lot of documents there. For example, there were the lawnmowers and chainsaws the normal citizens used to kill zombies after modifying them. There were also the X-ray scans, MRI scans, and medical reports of the citizens who were the first to produce antibodies and whose gene shackles were gone first. There was also Battle God Lei Zhongqiao's draft of his force execution method, which he had scribbled on a piece of paper using zombie blood after he gained an epiphany in the midst of corpses and blood. Along with it was a knife with dozens of chips. It had belonged to War God Wu Taidao when he was just a low-ranked military officer. All this filled the hearts of Meng Zhao and the other students with all sorts of emotions. They stepped into the second level. The second decade since we came to the other world is known as the Hero Era. The deep voice turned into a baritone. It was even more passionate than the voice in the first level. Even though we had to face new monsters that were 10 times more terrifying than the zombies, dragon citizens were no longer as confused and weak as they were when they first transmigrated. The explosive power from their genes, the rise of martial arts, the rumbling sounds from war machines, and the eternally changing spirit energy technology became the strongest expedition army of Earth's civilization. Several strange-looking monsters appeared in the seemingly real pictures. While fighting endlessly against monsters, the new generation of dragon citizens evolved constantly and slowly became fiercer, more persistent, and stronger than the monsters. There were also all sorts of documents and items placed in this level. The first flag of the Red Dragon Army when it was just formed was there. It was covered in holes from the poisonous monster fluid, and the red on the flag was darker than originally because of countless soldiers' blood staining it. The pioneers of the Superhuman Association and Dragon City Unusual Circumstances Association decided that they wanted to normalize the cultivation system in the 9 years of compulsory education for the entire city. Then, the teaching of the cultivation system was extended to 12 years. It was done so that all the citizens could become soldiers and cultivate. There were more than 100 of the strongest superhumans' fingerprints on the flag. Their selfless teachings allowed practically every dragon citizen to be able to achieve the miracles created by Olympic champions. But the highest number of documents were the wills left behind by the Suicide Squad members. We, the 2nd Steel Factory Squad, swear that we will protect the steel rollers. We will not let a single monster come here and destroy our production. Even if not a single one of us is left, we swear that we will produce good steel for Dragon City. The names and bloody fingerprints from dozens of steel workers were on the page. If the building persists, we persist. If the building perishes, we perish. All of Golden Rich's property management department, kill them. Kill them all. Slaughter all of them. There were also dozens of property management workers' signatures and handprints. Even though the children today still had to go through bloody fights when the fog descended on them occasionally, it was difficult for them to imagine the era when war raged everywhere and passion burned fiercely among the people. They could not imagine how their ancestors and forefathers sacrificed their lives to fight fiercely against the monsters at every corner of the ruins of the city to not give even an inch of land to them. At that time, nearly 1,000 soldiers were sent to defend a single broken wall that had no strategic value, which managed to terrify the brutal and stupid monsters. When they smelled the scent of humans, they started whimpering like dogs who had their legs broken, and they ran away with their tails between their legs. Only Earthlings like those people had the right to survive in the otherworld. Demon Yang didn't lie. Earthlings are indeed this planet's most brutal and strongest existence. We are the only ones who have the right to become the lords of the otherworld and even the other planets. Chu Feixiang waved his hands around and started punching Meng Zhao's shoulder. Are you giving me a fist bump and using the chance to take revenge on me because I beat you up black and blue a few days ago when we were sparring? Meng Zhao bared his teeth. He was also very excited, but he could still keep it together. He strode to the underground 3rd level. During the 3rd decade, Dragon City entered its expedition and discovery era. Its martial arts cultivation and spirit technology system became more mature with each passing day, and the fighting power of the Red Dragon Army surpassed every army on Earth. This time, the background voice switched to a high-pitched voice of a woman. Not only did we manage to chase all monsters out of the city, we even sent out expedition forces into the depths of the fog and destroyed hundreds of monster nests. We instilled fear into the monsters with the slaughter we rained on them, and from fighting to defend ourselves, we switched to fighting to make advancements. Aside from this, we also discovered ancient ruins deep under Dragon City. From those ruins, we built the Supernatural Tower. All sorts of new martial arts, technologies, runes, viruses, antibodies, monsters, and a brand new world lay in wait before us to be explored and discovered. The Age of Great Discovery was also known as the Age of Expedition. It was the age that youths were most interested in. Many of the youths in Dragon City dreamed of traveling far and wide to hunt down monsters no matter how far they were. They also hoped that they could imitate their ancestors in the nearby future and organize an even larger expedition force to completely wipe out the monsters and sweep through the otherworld. The 4th decade is known as the Era of Construction. As the threat of monsters was gradually weakened, Dragon City began producing and constructing things like a raging fire. The discovery of new materials not only allowed us to build skyscrapers with hundreds of levels, but to also create spaces as great as palaces underground. After the Era of Construction, Dragon City turned into a true 3-dimensional city. The surface area of the city was 5 times larger than the largest metropolitan areas on Earth. The brand new gene farms and biochemical beast breeding bases became enough to provide a sufficient amount of fat and protein for millions of people. The calculation abilities of the new superbrains was 100 times faster than those of the supercomputers on Earth. Automatic technology and AI became normal in the city, and they provided for all the basic needs, including entertainment and cultivation, of millions of citizens in the narrow space. The fifth decade, which is happening right now, is the era of victory. It is the era of glory, and also a brand new era for us to take active action in forging ahead. Now that Dragon City reached an age of unprecedented strength, the viruses that raged among us in the past have become controllable golden spoons that can help us evolve. The monsters who roared and howled among us now shudder under humanity's roars, but our journey has just started. The space and time torrent is getting weaker, and in at most 5 years, the fog will disappear. Dragon City will fuse completely with the otherworld. We have inherited the wills of our previous martyrs. Now that the new generation of Dragon citizens has already grown up, the future is yours. The otherworld is bound to be yours as well. Menjiao and students went down all 5 levels of the Transmigration Museum in one go. They were nervous, but also full of courage and anticipation. They could not get rid of those emotions even if they tried. At some point in time, they were filled with a sense of duty. Getting into college and becoming a superhuman would not only change their lives, it would also change their families' lives, and they could even control the future of Dragon City. This feeling was especially prominent in Menjiao. There are plenty of heroes in Dragon City. We have a lot of powerful martial arts and spirit technology. Our civilization shines as brightly as the sun at noon. There's no reason for us to lose to the civilizations of the otherworld. I believe that Dragon City's fall was a series of small mistakes in my previous life. Those mistakes piled up, however, and they could not be resolved overnight. I have to correct all those mistakes in this life and take care of all my regrets. I'll choose the best path, and we'll definitely be able to achieve victory. As he thought about it, he stepped into the 6th underground level with the other students. This place was as huge as several football fields, and it was an underground field that had a grand presence. There were 20 to 30 high school students from the region who had gathered there. Each school formed a square with different flags flying among them. They looked like armies who were about to fight against each other. There were only around 30 slots offered to normal high schools in the second test. They had few people, and they did not appear imposing. They were basically suppressed to the point that they felt as if they did not exist. Regional key high schools like 9th High School had 150 slots. It was a pretty good number, and that number was enough for them to protect themselves. There were 3 city-level key high schools in the region. Each of them had 200 to 300 slots. All of them were arrogant, and they glared at everyone with hostility. However, the one with the greatest number was the district-level key high school. Before the transmigration, Dragon City had 3 district-level key high schools, Dragon City Grade High School, Dragon City Second Grade High School, and Dragon City Construction High School. After the transmigration and a half a century's worth of development, the first high school, second high school, and Construction High School still lived up to their names as the Lords of High Schools. Dragon City Construction High School was in Tiger Forest region and had 600 slots for the second test. The 3 city-level key high schools and 9th High School had to add their numbers together before they could even hope to stand up against them. The students from Construction High School all wore iron black uniforms. Their combat boots were polished until they shone to the point that they could reflect their indifferent and arrogant faces. Their awe-inspiring presences could be seen even from the way they looked. Chapter 59, Best Major of the Best University. Menjiao and Chu Feixiang walked past Construction High School's square. The cold air that blew out of the air conditioner made Construction High School's banner spread out. The banners of the other schools had words like "Live a plain life and work hard, seek knowledge," or something else written on it, while 9th High School's read bold, powerful, resolute. There was only one word for Construction High School: invincible. They sure are awesome. Menjiao and his best friend gasped in amazement. If they have 600 slots, doesn't that mean that all the third-year students of Construction High School could join the second test? You have to accept those results. First High School, Second High School, and Construction High School are only open to the top 3,000 during the senior high school entrance examination. These people are either ridiculously talented, are genii whose genes have already changed, or people from rich and influential families who have 7 or more superhumans. The teachers in their schools are all at Demon Yan's level. The food they eat since the first year of high school is the luxurious set that we only started eating recently. They eat stir-fried organs from super beasts for every meal, and they are also brought to universities for special training once every few days, a student from a rocket class in 9th high school said in the manner of a scholar. Even if the weakest student in construction high school was placed in our school, he would be the best. It's not unreasonable for them to get 600 slots. They're that good? Meng Zhao blinked. They're even better than you are? The student from the rocket class coughed and drew close to Meng Zhao to whisper, "You can't compare us to them. I'll use this as an example. A few days ago, you beat up Zuo Haoran, right? He's someone powerful in our school, and his dad is a 3-star superhuman. But in construction high school, any Tom, Dick, and Harry you pull out might have a father who is a 4-star or 5-star superhuman. You know that superhumans are divided into 9 stars. Each 3 stars form a realm. 1 star to 3 stars is Earth realm, 4 stars to 6 stars is Heaven realm, and 7 stars to 9 stars is Deity realm. It's relatively easy to level up within the same realm, but if you want to move from 3 stars to 4 stars, it's trying to reach Heaven realm from Earth realm, and the difficulty is as great as climbing the heavens. Our parents are at most at the peak of Earth realm, but their parents are powerful people in Heaven realm. That's the difference between us." Alright, Meng Zhao suddenly felt that he was actually pretty awesome to be able to slaughter his way to become a third-class fighter among these monsters. "Students, you're all outstanding people in Tiger Forest region. You're also the future hope of Tiger Forest region." The examinees from all the high schools had arrived, and the leader of the education department appeared on the super huge screens around them. All government officials in the survival committee, sanitation department, administrative departments, defense teams, and all the members in charge of administration in the departments had to have experience fighting in wars or have killed a certain number of monsters. Hence, it was seldom that anyone saw a fat leader. Most of them were powerful people with intense gazes and awe-inspiring presences. The leader of the education department did not even use a microphone. He just spoke normally, and he was already so loud that his voice spread through the underground field like a thunderbolt. "But regardless of how powerful you are, you must understand something. It is not easy to walk down the path of a superhuman. This is not just a road filled with splendor and glory, not a way for you to be promoted and get rich, and not just a glorious road for you to rise in fame quickly. It is a path full of death and filled with hardships and trials. You will be given endless responsibilities and tasks to protect those you love. This concerns thousands of your comrades' lives and deaths and may even decide Dragon City's prosperity or decline. Just now, when you came to this place, I believe all of you got to know just how superhumans were born, how they contributed to society, and how they sacrificed their lives for us. They carry great significance in the continued existence of Dragon City and Earth's civilization in the otherworld. Now, I want all of you to calm down and think about this seriously. Do you want to walk down the path of a superhuman, and if so, why do you want to do so? I hope that you will be able to get your answer, or else, you will not be able to pass the mental test." The leader's words were very simple and short. After he finished, the staff and the school teachers gave each examinee a silver-white metallic can filled with medicinal fluid. It was a special brain cell activation fluid. After they drank it, their brains would develop, and they could receive a lot of external information. The activation fluid was very sensitive, however. It reacted to most of the forbidden medicine in the market. Hence, if anyone had taken any forbidden medicine like tranquilizers, mind stabilizers, or something along the lines, they would definitely end up embarrassing themselves in public. Only an hour was needed for the brain cell activation fluid to spread through their bodies. It was the final buffer before they began their mental tests. "Everyone, please rest where you are. Of course, you can search for your friends from the other schools so that you can exchange your experiences and try to relieve yourselves of your nerves." The leader of the education department smiled and said, "We've also prepared some introductions to the best majors from our best universities. Everyone, you can try listening to them seriously." A ruckus broke out, and a new image appeared on the screen. This time, a rather cold and pretty girl appeared. "Greetings, everyone, I am Ning Zueshi, a student of Dragon City Agricultural University. I am the Vice President of the Student Council for Environmental Sciences and the Resource Recovery Faculty. You may call me Senior Ning. Next, I will introduce you to the best major of Dragon City Agricultural University, Resource Sciences." "Wah," Meng Zhao could not help murmuring. The lady of the Ning family was wearing a rather simple dress. She had no makeup, but even so, she looked incredibly beautiful while she made introductions on the stage. Resources are the most important thing in the development of a civilization, And it is especially the case for Dragon City. Regardless of our survival or development, we need to excavate resources, use them, and develop them. Usually, when people talk about the resource major, their minds are in a box, and they only think about harvesting monsters. In truth, the direction of our work isn't as simple as being harvesters. We also plant etherealized plants, modulate biochemical beasts, and gather active minerals. Regardless of in which direction you wish to venture, as long as you reach the peak, you will have a boundless future ahead of you. When you train to become a powerful martial artist, you cannot escape eating a large amount of monster flesh and drinking a lot of their blood. Many rare materials are needed to refine divine weapons as well. The chips of superbrains, the strongest war machines in the army, the rune ink the supernatural tower needs to explore runes, and the gene medicine used to revive the dead all require raw materials that we provide. So, we're definitely the ace of all aces, and we will welcome all of you in our course. Ning Zueshi's words caused a ruckus. Next, a few other seniors from famous universities went up on the stage and talked about the best majors in their universities. They gave exaggerated tales, and all of them said their majors promised great futures. Why did they decide to publicize their majors right now? They're making all of us restless, and we can't calm down at all. Meng Zhao was puzzled. This is an old tradition of the mental test. Just now, we can be considered to have gone through ideological teachings while going through the Transmigration Museum, but ideology alone won't be able to attract people to risk their lives. They need to be stimulated by real materials to persist down the superhuman path. The students from the rocket classes knew the ropes well. As for whether we can calm down? That's our business. We'll have to face all sorts of temptations on our path to become superhumans. If we can't control our minds just because we heard a few words, how can we become superhumans? This is also a part of the test. They're testing our mental stability here. Meng Zhao looked around. It was as the student had said, the rich children from Construction High School remained indifferent and cool. Their minds were refined like steel. The students from the city-level key high schools were also able to compose themselves. At most, they were just slightly attracted by the ace majors. But many of the students from region-level key high schools like Ninth High School and those from normal high schools were surging with emotions. They began to imagine their bright futures after they got into college. I want to get into Engineering University's machinery course. In the future, when Dragon City conquers the other world, the Steel Army will definitely be the key to victory. The machinery course can create large war machines and repair roads. Large-scale industrialized machines are the true ace among aces. Engineering University's machinery course is nothing. If I have to choose, Technology University's Superbrain course is the real powerhouse. I heard that they use the new materials from the other world to create chips, and they're all nanochips now. When they're infused into the biochemical brains formed by monster cells, they form the legendary superbrains. Their calculation abilities have already surpassed Earth's supercomputers by 100-fold. In fact, we can create true AIs. And no matter what, the population of Dragon City is low, and automatic killing machines that have superbrains will be the true main fighting force of the future expeditions. I still want to get into military school. The heroic spirit of Dragon City's military school can allow us to summon the martyrs who sacrificed their lives for Dragon City over the past half a century. We can infuse our bodies with the martyrs' heroic spirits and temporarily gain their strength and skills. If I could summon 10 spirits of powerful soldiers from the special forces, wouldn't I be invincible? As Chu Feixiang listened to it, he became so excited that he nudged Meng Zhao with his elbow. Did you hear that? Come with me to military school and join the heroic spirit course. We'll have a bright future there. With our strength and moral integrity, we'll definitely be able to summon at least 100 heroic spirits. Don't get too excited. Let's talk about this after we manage to reach the required scores for the entrance examination. The points required for the heroic spirit course and military school are really high. After all, it's their ace course. Meng Zhao fell into deep thought. Myself, I want to get into Dragon City University's martial arts course or Agricultural University's resource recovery course. I think I'll be able to get into those too. Dream on, the student from the rocket class said with a smile. Dragon City University's martial arts course is the strongest course of the strongest university, so their requirements are ridiculously high. Those who can get into it are all monsters. Only 3 from 9th High School have managed to get into it over the past 10 years. The resource recovery major of Agricultural University is also very amazing. There were 2 main concerns once Dragon City transmigrated, how to feed millions of people and how to domesticate and hunt monsters. Coincidentally, both were related to Agricultural University. So it rose to power and now is known as Monster University. It's the second strongest university in overall abilities in Dragon City. It has all sorts of monster resources, and even Dragon City University is envious of it. And the resource recovery course is the ace of Monster University. The requirements to enter it are horrifically high. Even if you're ace student Zhao, it won't be easy for you to get into the university. Chu Feixiang chuckled. Just now, the senior who spoke about Agricultural University's resource recovery course was very pretty. It's only natural that ace student Zhao has started indulging in fantasies. Meng Zhao did not know whether he should laugh or cry. The presenter was Ning Zueshi. They ate together often, and after they ate, they dissected monsters and took care of all sorts of monster organs. Whatever poetry he could sprout about her beauty was ruined because of it, and there was no way he could possibly indulge in fantasies about her now. The student from the rocket class misunderstood his expression. He smiled as if Meng Zhao stood on the same line as he did. Ace student Zhao, you've got taste. Senior sister Ning is rather famous in the harvesting circle, and many ace students in Agricultural University as well as new harvesters go absolutely bonkers over her. Meng Zhao, you have a chance. Isn't your dad a harvester? Chu Feixiang gave him a suggestive look. Forget it. My dad isn't a superhuman. They're not in the same circle. Meng Zhao smiled. True that. I heard that senior sister Ning is very cold and prideful. It's better if you don't bother her. The student from the rocket class looked around before he whispered, a few days ago, she splashed red wine on a famous young master during a high-end harvester gathering. I heard his name is Young Master Jun. She did not show him any respect at all. Chu Feixiang cried out in surprise. No way. She looks really pretty, but she's so feisty. Can't you see? That young Master Jun has quite the background, and his family is acquainted with the Ning family. But once they got into a disagreement, senior sister Ning splashed red wine on his face. Ace student Zhao, we should save ourselves the embarrassment, you know? The student from the rocket class said. Meng Zhao was stunned for a long time. He could only say, you're pretty well informed, huh? Of course. The student from the rocket class smiled. My dad has some connections in society, so he knows certain things about those in the upper class society. Trust me, that circle is very complicated. We can't understand it, and there's no need for us to understand it either. Anyway, don't ponder over it. We just need to cultivate hard. Gotcha. Meng Zhao nodded. I won't think about it. I'll just cultivate. Chapter 60, Great Shock to the Spirit. While everyone talked to each other, another change happened in the field. Construction High School had formed their square based strictly on the law, but suddenly, they split into several teams and strode to the city-level key high schools and region-level key high schools. They looked like an unsheathed steel saber, and they did not bother hiding their aggression. They wanted to split the squares formed by the city-level key high schools and region-level key high schools in half. The city-level key high schools and 9th High School, which was just a region-level key high school, sent a person to meet them, and they stood across each other. The distance between them was the perfect distance to fight with bayonets. They appeared to be chatting amiably with each other, but their gazes were ridiculously sharp. What are they doing now? Meng Zhao could not understand. This is also another old rule. After the mental test, the region will distribute the cultivation resources for the final push to each school based on our rankings, so the competition between schools is very intense. This is the aces of each high school flaunting their prowess. They're trying to attack each other's spirits right now. The student from the rocket class seemed to know everything. Most of the aces come from rich and influential families. They've been cultivating their spirits since young, and they bathe in monster or even super beast blood every day. Their bodies are filled with the scent of fierce creatures, and when their chi explodes, they can use their gazes as weapons to fight against each other. Just as he said, the moment the aces from each high school started talking amiably to each other, some people grunted in defeat. Their faces were pale. However, the ones defeated were usually the aces from other schools. The ace from the Tyrant, Construction High School, remained arrogant and returned to his camp with success. Meng Zhao was a little dumbfounded. They can do that too? Won't the schools and the education department do something about it? The rocket class student said as if it was absolutely natural. Dragon City is a lone force in the other world, and we suffer from a severe lack of resources. It's only natural then that we should have all the resources gathered in the hands of the strong. That way, we can utilize those resources effectively and bring out our best fighting strength. The path of superhumans is a path of life and death formed by corpses and blood. If we can't even face the provocations of other students, how are we supposed to face the roars of monsters? After all, if a coward manages to become a superhuman, he'll just be wasting resources, and he'll end up filling up a monster's stomach. So, the schools and the education department actually encourages the competition between schools so that they can get rid of the weak and select the ones with the strongest hearts. This is also part of the mental test. And the aces from each school who are skilled in spirit techniques belong to the same circle. They are acquainted from various clubs and training classes outside school, so they have many grudges among them and would never reject the idea of settling scores here. Besides, there are plenty of student recruiters from the universities who are watching. Those who can build a reputation for themselves during the mental test have a chance of being chosen beforehand by the universities. So, there's no way the aces won't work hard for it. Come, ace student Zhao, let's move back. This is a fight between the monstrous genii and super aces. Your punching strength and speed might be great, but you've never cultivated your mind before, right? Then, there's nothing for you to do here. Be careful not to get injured by accident. Meng Zhao followed the advice. Together with Chu Feixiang and that rocket class student, they went to hide in the crowd. Just as the rocket class student said, the top 5 students of 9th High School had already stood up. They seemed to know the people from Construction High School and have no interest in hurting the innocents. Zhang Lei, I heard that your training with Secret Thunder Rapier has been going great lately. Last time, you managed to injure the weakest students in Construction High School during a training class, right? A domineering Construction High School student smiled at the top student from 9th High School. That student was nearly 2 meters tall, and when he frowned, the crease between his eyebrows seemed like a third eye. What do you say we compete and see who'll get the higher score in the mental test later? If you lose, I won't make things hard for you. Just go and apologize to our weakest, Jin Zanpeng, don't you go thinking that I'm scared of you, Zhang Lei said darkly. If you want to compete, I'll take up your challenge any time. Sure. The strongest in 9th High School this year is you, right? I'm looking forward to seeing the strength of the region-level Key High School. Construction High School's Jin Zanpeng smiled. He made it seem as if he were turning around to leave, but suddenly, he shifted his footsteps and took a huge step toward Zhang Lei. He moved like a phantom and glared at him. Killing intent surged from his body. Hiss. Zhang Lei did not expect that he would suddenly close in with an aura as fierce as a beast's. He instinctively took half a step backwards and crashed into the student behind him. Jin Zanpeng shook his head and clicked his tongue. There was disdain on his face. Zhang Lei's face turned red in embarrassment. He shook with anger. Meng Zhao frowned. This Jin Zanpeng is pretty despicable, huh? When everyone goes off to flaunt their powers, they release their killing intent and their aura in each other's faces. They might look arrogant doing this, but at least they do it in an honorable fashion. But this guy. He's clearly stronger than our Zhang Lei, but he still decided to play tricks. Does he find it fun doing such things? Shush. Be careful, or he might hear it. The rocket class student said anxiously. Jin Zanpeng is well known for being petty in our circle. You won't have a good time if he targets you. But before he could even finish, Jin Zanpeng had already looked up like a tiger and cast a glance at Meng Zhao. He spared Zhang Lei and let a few of the Construction High School students over. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. No matter what sort of enemy we face, if we can win using our wits, why should we rely on brute strength? Jin Zanpeng came to stand in front of Meng Zhao. Since he was nearly 2 meters tall, he could look down on everyone. Zhang Lei took 2 steps forward and said loudly, Jin Zanpeng, if you have a grudge against us, then come at me. I'm the strongest of all those in the rocket classes in 9th High School. Why did you go to our normal class students? That's not the way of a hero. But Jin Zanpeng ignored him and bared his teeth, which were really sharp. Are you Meng Zhao? Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. I heard that your shooting skills are pretty good, and you even crippled Zuo Haoran. Jin Zanpeng arrogantly revealed his goal for coming. He has been coming to train at my family's Falcon Gun Club for years, and he can be considered to be my disciple. I wanted to see just how the person who crippled him looks like. Before his voice could fade, Jin Zanpeng took half a step forward again, and his body nearly touched the tip of Meng Zhao's nose. His eyes shone with a light that was even fiercer than a bullet's, and his aura seemed like an erupting volcano. The students around them were intimidated. They felt as if their visions had blurred, and they thought they were seeing a super beast with its mouth wide open to eat Meng Zhao whole. Meng Zhao frowned a little and took a small but steady step backwards. "I'm sorry, but I'm not used to fighting with gazes," he said calmly. All the students were stunned, including 9th High School's strongest, Jiang Lei. Even Jin Zanpeng was a little dumbfounded. His family ran a gun club business, and his father was a superhuman skilled in killing from a distance. Because of that, Jin Zanpeng was also a gun expert. The main emphasis of gun training was on spirits and eyes. When anyone reached the highest state of their training, it was not impossible for them to kill with their eyes. Even many of those in Construction High School shuddered when faced with Jin Zanpeng's glare. So why did Meng Zhao not even bat an eyelid when Jin Zanpeng released 70% of his killing intent? Jin Zanpeng blinked. He made his aura stronger and tried to suppress Meng Zhao again. Meng Zhao looked at him with resignation and boredom evident on his face. The situation turned a little awkward. The two appeared to be fighting against each other, but Meng Zhao looked absolutely disinterested in it, which made Jin Zanpeng's face turn red. The Construction High School students behind him also felt really gloomy. Isn't this guy's senses toward killing intent a little too low? Does he have some problem in his brain? Even we can sense Big Brother Peng's killing intent, so why isn't he reacting? If he's this slow, he would die right away in the depths of the fog. While awkwardness shrouded the air, the people in front caused a ruckus. "Big Brother Peng, Senior Sister Ning from Agricultural University has come over," a few Construction High School students said. "Senior Sister Ning?" Jin Zanpeng was slightly stunned, but he quickly smiled. "She must have seen me. My dad and Senior Sister Ning's father do business together, so I'm pretty close to Senior Sister Ning. Some time ago, my dad asked Uncle Ning to learn about the situation of the best courses in Agricultural University. It seems like Senior Sister Ning is pretty attentive about it. Let's go. There's nothing fun about 9th High School anyway. We'll go back and listen to the explanations given by Senior Sister Ning." Jin Zanpeng's killing intent vanished, and he could not be bothered to look at Meng Zhao anymore. He led the people from Construction High Schools to greet Ning Zueshi with a smile on his face. Meng Zhao scratched his head. He looked like he wanted to say something, but refrained from doing so. The rocket class student heaved a sigh. "Oh, thank goodness. That fiend is finally gone. Ace student Zhao, are you okay? Calm down. You must definitely calm down. You can't be upset because of this. Only if you calm down will you have a chance to clear the second test." "I've been calm all along, though. I'm just worried that Jin Zanpeng will be the one who's going to be upset later," Meng Zhao whispered. "Meng Zhao." Ning Zueshi did not even pay attention to Jin Zanpeng. All she saw was the youngster in the wrinkly 9th High School uniform. She waved and called out to him. Meng Zhao smiled as well. "Big Sis Zueshi, why are you here?" "Of course I came to look for you. Or else, I wouldn't have come to this tiger forest region. It's not as if I'm from this place." Ning Zueshi strode over and sized him up and down. She snickered then. "Now I finally believe that you weren't deliberately dressing up in shabby clothes to pretend to be weak so that you can show off later. Your uniform is the worst among all 9th High School uniforms." The students were dumbfounded once more. Ning Zueshi was already very beautiful when she showed a professional smile on the screen, so they did not expect that she would look even more radiant when she smiled sincerely. "Wait, this isn't the main point. The main question is, why does the vice president of the student council from the Monster University know Meng Zhao?" The rocket class student felt his views on life and the world as well as his morals shatter. Isn't she supposed to be really eccentric, cold, and noble? Isn't she supposed to splash red wine over someone the moment she disagrees with them? What's going on? Jin Zanpeng and the Construction High School students found themselves caught in an embarrassing situation once more. They thought that Jin Zanpeng had stood out because of how tall he was, which had attracted Ning Zueshi's attention. They never even considered that Ning Zueshi would actually be looking for Meng Zhao. They had come to flaunt their power and strike at their spirits, but now, they were the ones shocked and suffering from a huge blow to their spirits. Jin Zanpeng's face flushed red, and he called out to her while stuttering. "Senior Sister Ning." Ning Zueshi finally noticed him. She mulled over it before her smile molded into a professional one. "Ah, it's you, Jin Zanpeng. Do you want something?" It's nothing." Jin Zanpeng was stunned and found himself tongue-tied. "Big Sis Zueshi, do you want something?" Meng Zhao asked while smiling in a rather resigned manner. "With this, my evil classmates will definitely want me to treat them to milk tea, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and supper again. Especially that beast Chu Feishuang. That hungry gaze of his betrays his ambitions. He wants me to treat him to half a year's worth of meals. It's about you filling up the form. You're definitely thinking about getting into our resource recovery course, right? I got you a lot of our information. Once you complete the second test, let's eat together. I'll hand over the information and introduce some seniors to you, Ning Zueshi said with a smile. The words of the Ning family's lady made the students suck in sharp breaths. Their gazes turned complicated. As expected of ace student Zhao. Look at the treatment he gets. He hasn't even gone through the second test, and a senior from an ace course has already sent him a whole bunch of information about the course. Seriously, when you compare yourself to others, you just get so frustrated. Jin Zhanpeng and the construction high school students cradled their chests and endured the urge to faint out of shock. They had a question in their hearts: did we come here to be tormented or be tormented? Thanks, Big Sis Zueshi, but I haven't thought about it properly yet. I don't know whether I'll really go to Agricultural University's resource recovery course, Meng Zhao said hesitantly. Being a harvester was great and all, but their fighting strength was quite low. If he wanted to create a brand new future, it was impossible for him to give up on fighting. That's why he treated harvesting as his starting job and a supporting career. It was mainly for him to gather resources and form connections. As for his main job, he would have to think about it carefully. What? Ning Zueshi's beautiful eyes filled with puzzlement. If you want to receive standard education for harvesters, Agricultural University's resource recovery course is the best. Even my grandpa is a visiting lecturer at Agricultural University. He admires you, and he's prepared to recommend a few of the lecturers in Agricultural University to you. If you don't come to our course, where else will you go? When the students around them heard this, they wept in sadness. The heck? If you don't know the art of chatting, don't chat. At the very least, don't chat in front of the crowd. Our minds just suffered a huge blow. Jin Zhanpeng also felt a strong force hit him. A moment ago, he had been boasting that his father knew Ning Zueshi's father, but now he was told that Meng Zhao's worth was recognized by Ning Zueshi's grandpa. This guy. His art of pretending to be weak was just offensive. Jin Zhanpeng sucked in a deep breath. He closed his eyes and said with a quiver, "Let's go." The construction high school students looked like defeated soldiers. They were about to leave in dejection when a commotion suddenly broke out ahead of them. Look at the screen. The promoter for Dragon City University is Ripple Force Princess Yan Feiru. Chapter 61. Invitation from Dragon City University. The small event had a major reaction. Everyone forgot about the conflict between Meng Zhao and Jin Zhanpeng and rose on their tiptoes to look ahead of them. Even Ning Zueshi was a little stunned. She scowled. Yan Feiru? What's she doing here in a small regional mental strength test? The martial arts major of Dragon City University was definitely the strongest major in Dragon City. Every year, the minimum passing score for the course was tens of marks higher than for the second most popular course. It did not need any promotions, and it always looked down on the idea of promoting themselves. Earlier, they had already sent a few representatives from Dragon City University to talk about their own majors, which made it obvious that Yan Feiru was slotted in spontaneously, so it was really strange. Big Sis Zueshi, do you know Yan Feiru? Meng Zhao asked. Her grandfather is acquainted with my grandpa. I suppose. We can be considered friends. There was a rather stiff look on Ning Zueshi's face. She was indeed acquainted with Yan Feiru. When they were younger, they were compared to each other. When it came to looks, both of them had their own specialties. But when it came to their families, the Ning family was slightly weaker than the Yan family. Besides, Ning Zueshi was a harvester. She was in a small field that had a higher requirement for professionality. She did know a lot of people who were not part of the harvesting circle of Dragon City Agricultural University. But Yan Feiru was an internet personality. There were tens of millions of citizens who practiced Ripple Force, and only a few people had never seen her lecture videos before. So her influence naturally could not be mentioned at the same time as Ning Zueshi's influence. Hence, their friendship was a little fake. The martial arts course of Dragon City University has never participated in publicity events of this level. They don't like to acknowledge even the Star Lake region, which is where they're located, so why did Yan Feiru come to Tiger Forest region? Ning Zueshi felt a little displeased. Her spotlight had been snatched from her. Before she could understand it, the people suddenly burst into a ruckus, and someone cried out in surprise. Yan Feiru is heading toward 9th High School. Did she see me? Ning Zueshi mumbled to herself. When she thought about this, The lady of the Ning family moved past the excited boys from 9th High School and the dumbfounded Jin Zonping from Dragon City Construction High School. She arrived in front of Yan Feiru and gave a reserved smile. Feiru. Meng Zhao? Meng Zhao. Yan Feiru did not even look at Ning Zueshi. She just kept waving at the people. For a period of time, everything fell silent. It was so silent within a circle of 10 meters that if a pin dropped, everyone would be able to hear it. The students from 9th High School and Dragon City Construction High School, Jin Zonping, and Ning Zueshi went absolutely slack-jawed with shock. Whoosh. 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 Fierce gazes that were as sharp as knives stabbed into Meng Zhao. With Chu Feixiang in the lead, all the boys from 9th High School stared at Meng Zhao. In their left eyes were the words impossible, and in the right eyes were the words, I really want to eat you while you're still alive. Even Meng Zhao was shocked. He was really not familiar with Yan Feiru. Honest. But it did not matter whether he was familiar with her or not. The Ripple Princess had already squeezed her way through the crowd and arrived in front of him. She grinned, took his and did not let go. Meng Zhao, hi. Hiss. The sounds of people sucking in sharp breaths could be heard rising and falling. Meng Zhao's face turned red, and he mumbled, you can't do this, senior sister Yan. We're in public. You can't do this. Yan Feiru's eyes crinkled in happiness while she drew close to Meng Zhao and whispered, you're the one who gave the demonstration for the demonically modified ripple force we saw on the video that day, right? Thanks, Meng Zhao. Of course, we're even more grateful to the old fire relayer for contributing so selflessly to Yan organization. Right. Meng Zhao smiled wryly. Naturally, he knew that Yan Feiru was trying to verify whether he was the person who was in the video demonstration of the demonically modified ripple force. That was why she kept holding his hand. After all, he did not censor his hands in the video, and he even made sure to film them clearly. With Yan Feiru's skills, she would know whether he was the real deal with just a touch. And he had also deliberately released his status as the old fire relayer's disciple, the one who received all his skills. That was so that it would make it easy for him to pretend to be awesome while taking advantage of the knowledge from the future. He roamed about the life science forum in the deep web all the time, so he had in-depth knowledge when it came to censoring stuff. He never thought about hiding his true self by just relying on a thin layer of mosaic, anyway. The problem is, if you want to touch me, you could have just searched for a deserted place when it's dark outside. It wouldn't be too late for you to touch me all you like at that time. But you're touching me in public. It's indecent. Just as he expected, even Ning Zueshi's gaze on them turned a little strange. Like a tiny creature with a sharp beak, she said warily, Big Sis Feiru, what are you doing here? Huh? Zueshi, you're here too? It was at that moment that Yan Feiru saw Ning Zueshi. She was taken aback for a moment, but she quickly smiled and said, I came to give Meng Zhao some information. With his abilities, he's very suited to register for Dragon City University's martial arts course. The students were speechless. They looked up. Dragon City University's martial arts course? Ning Zueshi instantly became aggressive. She looked at Meng Zhao, then at Yan Feiru. She was very puzzled and wary. You know each other? That's right. Last year, Meng Zhao made a mistake during his cultivation, right? He was injured badly, you know. Everyone knows that the Yan family ripple force has benefits toward treating wounds and physiotherapy. He asked for my help online, and coincidentally, my grandfather was developing the Yan family ripple force V2. He was in urgent need of volunteers to test the data. Meng Zhao's injuries were complex, and he fulfilled our requirements. That's why we decided to work together. Yan Feiru smiled calmly. Over the year, Meng Zhao worked really hard. His talent and willpower shocked and touched me. We often talked about ripple force together, and slowly, we became good friends. Isn't that so, Meng Zhao? Ripple Princess winked at him. Meng Zhao was a little stunned. Yan Feiru's pretty smart. With what she said, she just provided a perfect explanation for my sudden boost of power. He immediately nodded. Yan Feiru sighed in relief, and she smiled even brighter. Before she came over, she had discussed things with her grandfather. Since the old fire relayer did not want to reveal his true identity for the time being, he might also not want to reveal too many things regarding the source of his disciple's strength. If the Yan family could provide a cover for him, while he might not grow fond of them, at the very least, he would not grow to dislike them. They might even be able to close the distance between them. After testing it, things progressed just as her grandfather thought they would. Yan Farouk could not help but become even more impressed with her grandfather's experience. When the students heard this, they were envious and jealous. They did not expect that Meng Zhao's luck would be so good. Even when he was injured, he managed to turn into a volunteer for Yan Corporation. He even gained the Ripple Prince's favor. Seriously, he had such a blessing in disguise. Big Sis Faru, even if you know each other, it doesn't mean that Meng Zhao is going to major in the martial arts course of Dragon City University, Ning Zueshi said with a cold expression. Meng Zhao's understanding of the structure of monsters and rare materials is beyond equal among his peers. With time, he will definitely become an ace harvester. By that time, when countless strong martial artists kill super beasts, they would respectfully ask him to harvest them. Why would he need to practice martial arts? Besides, if he really wants to practice martial arts, Dragon City Agricultural Course has its own martial arts course. With Meng Zhao's abilities, he can go for a double major. He can major in the resource course and minor in martial arts. That will pose no problem for him. Dragon City Agricultural University? Yan Farouk's eyes crinkled with amusement. What's the meaning of that? Dragon City Agricultural University is a monster university. The fighting model of the Beast Soul style or martial arts course created is absolutely comparable to the Overkill style Dragon City University's martial arts course created. Ning Zueshi glared. When Meng Zhao saw that these friends were about to have their plastic friendship broken, he could only gather his courage to mediate the situation. Senior sisters, I haven't even gotten through my test yet. Who knows just how many marks I will be able to get? I might just be able to meet the minimum score for university and might even need to take prescribed medicine to regulate my health. How about this? Let's wait until the mental strength test is over before we chat, okay? Ning Zueshi and Yan Farouk looked at each other and spoke simultaneously. Sure, I'll treat you to dinner, and we can talk then. This double entendre caused all the boys to grit their teeth while they cradled their chests. We can talk about it later. Also, if I could just trouble you two to help me search for the information within your universities regarding the courses there? We have plenty of talented people in 9th high school, and we have plenty of outstanding people. There are plenty of us who want to get into Dragon City University and Dragon City Agricultural University. When he saw that the boys' gazes were becoming really weird, Meng Zhao quickly tried to mend the situation. That's a small matter. Sure, no problem. Ning Zueshi and Yan Farouk agreed to it happily. After much difficulty, he finally sent the two senior sisters away. Then, naturally, Meng Zhao was subjected to the righteous stares from the boys. Be honest. What's going on? Chu Feixiang demanded sternly and forcefully in the name of justice. If you dare to hide even the slightest bit of information, I'm going to kill you for the sake of justice. Didn't you hear her? After I was injured last year, I became a volunteer at Yan Corporation to recuperate. I learned Ripple Force V2. Didn't I teach that to you some time ago? You can't return kindness with enmity. Meng Zhao was very serious. What about senior sister Ning? Chu Feixiang asked. Didn't they say that she's very aloof? Why are you so close to her? Her grandfather is an executive in Thunderbolt, and my dad recently opened a small resource recovery company. Coincidentally, he signed a contract with Thunderbolt. After they communicated with each other, we got to know each other. No way. Chu Feixiang was puzzled. It's that easy? Why are they so friendly with you, then? Meng Zhao thought about it. They might have seen that I have a noble heart and only want to selflessly contribute to society? TSK. With Chu Feixiang taking the lead, all the boys flipped him the bird. Just tell us how many days of milk tea and supper you're going to treat us to this time. If it's anything less than a month, we're going to break all ties with you. I know, it's my fault for hiding things from you. It's only normal that you're not willing to forgive me. So, let's just break all ties between us. From now on, I'll be the only one who can go to Dragon City University or Dragon City Agricultural University. I'll look for senior sister Yan and senior sister Ning and have fun with them. Meng Zhao had a dejected look on his face. But without my buddies, even if I have plenty of senior sisters by my side, how can I truly be happy? Don't. Hang on, big brother Meng, ace student Zhao, we're just joking. Look at you, how could you not take a joke? Chu Feixiang immediately put on an obsequious look and flattered him along with the boys. Bro, you have to bring us with you when you have fun. Meng Zhao nodded. That's the right spirit. Didn't I ask the senior sisters for information circulated only within the universities just now? You can use milk tea and supper in exchange for them. We'll try to get one set for everyone in 9th high school. Will that do? Yes, of course. They might have been joking, but if they could get the internal information about the key courses in the two famous universities, that would be very beneficial when they filled in their application forms. Thus, everyone cheered. Jin Zonpeng and the students from Construction High School had yet to leave. They watched everything like dumbfounded chickens. Their expressions were stunned and dazed. "Hey, Construction High, aren't you leaving yet?" Chu Feixiang saw them and said with a smile. "Should we photocopy a few sets for you? The internal information from Dragon City University and Dragon City Agricultural University are very hot items." Ha 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 ha. The students from 9th high school laughed loudly, and the air was filled with a happiness. Chapter 62, Mental Strength Index. A large monitoring room was suspended at the end of the Underfield field. All of the teachers who led the high school's teams in Tiger Forest region were gathered there, and they could see the commotion among the students clearly. The graduate students of Tiger Forest region this year are pretty good. Their fighting spirit is really high. The monitoring camera followed Ning Zueshi and Yan Feru and arrived at the square formation formed by 9th high school. It was just in time to film the conflict between Meng Zhao and Jin Zonpeng. Quite a number of top students in the key high school in the city had suffered in secret due to Construction High School earlier, which made their teachers feel horrible. Now, when they saw the students from Construction High return in defeat after facing a key high school in the region, the teachers from the key high school could not help but smile. "What's that student's name? Meng Zhao? We'll have to pay attention to him later," they whispered. No. They actually discussed it very loudly. The teacher who led Construction High had a face so dark that it looked as if rain was going to fall from it. He glared at Demon Yan. Demon Yan had no expression on his face, but he did use his palm to cover his mouth. Only then did the corners of his lips curl up. No one saw it, of course. It's time. The brain cell activation fluid should be effective now. In 3 minutes, they will begin their second test. The main invigilator arrived in front of the control panel. "All examinees, please return to your spots. Pay attention to your feet. You will find your school name and student number there. Please choose one of the 3 sitting stances and sit down. Relax and breathe, and enter a deep meditation state," a cold, mechanical voice said from above the students' heads. 1 minute later, those who stand, move, or make any sound will be considered to have violated the exam rules. First, you will receive a warning, but if you do it a second time, you will be chased out of the exam hall immediately. The thousands of examinees in the wide underground field fell silent. Meng Zhao sat down with his legs crossed. He chose Withered Wood stance, which was one of the 9 great stances. As his breathing became even, he gradually fell into a meditative state. He imagined himself as a log that had been left behind after being cut. He withstood the sun shining on him and the rain pouring on him. In extreme pain, new life burst out of him, and from his wounds, new shoots grew. The jokes and laughter from moments ago were now cast aside, and scattered bits of the nightmare rose in his mind once more. But he no longer felt lost or afraid. He had a firm belief in himself and courage that allowed him to march forward without turning back. The whirring sounds of a sophisticated machine came from above him. Rows of metallic frames came down slowly. The frames had helmets that were connected to flexible tubes. They were placed on each examinee's head. Meng Zhao grabbed the helmet. It was soft and warm, like a crystalline gel. Carved on it were profound and complicated runic symbols. Spirit energy flowed slowly on the runes, and they gave off a mysterious, futuristic feeling. The sunken part was covered with dense bumps. It looked like an echinoderm, but also like living metal. It looked quite disgusting. "So, this is a superbrain?" Meng Zhao looked at it carefully. It had multiple nanochips in it so that the biochemical monster brain could be fused together with quantum algorithms. The newest superbrain model had unprecedented calculation abilities. What was most important was that it could connect perfectly with the human brain through bionic nerves. Genetic martial arts, spirit energy technology, and superbrains were the 3 great pillars of Dragon City used to fight in the otherworld. Meng Zhao put the superbrain on his head. The gel-like activated shell slowly made adjustments to ensure comfort for the wearer. It also made sure that it fit. The dense bumps that resembled an echinoderm gently stuck to Meng Zhao's head and the acupressure point on his spine. It perfectly connected his human brain to the crystalline superbrain. Meng Zhao's vision was blocked by the superbrain, and it started downloading information straight into his optic nerves. A loose ball of light appeared in front of his eyes, and a small line of words appeared in the ball of light. The second National College examination for Type 1 universities in the year 55 of the new era will begin in 1 minute. His vision was not the only one affected. Even his senses of smell, hearing, and touch were affected. Meng Zhao knew that he was sitting cross-legged, but gradually, he started feeling that he was standing. He smelled smoke and blood, and he heard wind howling, people crying, and animals roaring. He seemed to have come to a new world from the safe and comfortable underground field. He felt like he had just walked into hell. In the monitoring room, the teachers from various schools watched as the chief invigilator implanted the scenario into the main superbrain. The terrifying scenes caused them to gasp in amazement. The difficulty for the mental strength test this year has increased so much? It might be a virtual test, but the realistic information implanted into the children through the superbrains will cause them to feel real fear and pain. How can they endure it? No, it's not 100%, but 120%. This year, the impact the examinees will endure in the virtual world will be much more terrifying than reality. 120%? This is the standard for the Red Dragon Army when they choose elite soldiers for special forces. Isn't the National College exam this year a little too over the top? The fear and pain level last year was just 90%. We have to make it over the top. You know what the Red Dragon Army discovered in their fog expedition, right? The war is about to turn even more serious. If these children can't even get through the test in the virtual world, they should not enter the depths of the fog and turn into monster food. When the chief invigilator mentioned the discovery in the depths of the fog, all the teachers leading the teams fell silent. They could only watch as he put savage monsters into the virtual world. Very soon, the scene implantation was complete. The mental strength test began. Fog, ruins, a bloody moon, and monsters could be seen everywhere. What the examinees saw changed swiftly. They arrived at an unfamiliar battlefield from the underground field. The students, their teachers, and everything familiar had all disappeared. They were alone, isolated, and had no help. They could only step on the rotting corpses, torn limbs, and broken limbs as they explored fearfully. Roar. The fog was dyed a bloody color that was formed by evaporating blood. Monsters appeared in the bloody fog with monstrous grins. The mental strength test did not test the examinees' fighting skills. It just wanted to gauge their mental endurance. Hence, the education department did not choose super beasts with great fighting power or awe-inspiring or magnificent appearances. Instead, they chose the amalgamations of reptiles, ecdysozoa, echinoderms, and deep-sea fish. They were nightmarish creatures that would cause people to not be able to eat for 3 days straight after seeing them once. Ah! Save me! Mommy! When many of the examinees, who came from normal high schools and never had the conditions to receive virtual reality training, saw the skinned mutated and disfigured frog-like monsters with organs about to gush out at any moment, they were instantly scared witless. Those who had better survival reactions turned around and ran, while others stood in their place and shook like a leaf. They were shoved to the ground by the mutated monsters and could only watch as half their bodies ended up in the monsters' gaping mouths. While the monsters chewed on them, they glared at them with their murky, monstrous eyes. The examinees were no longer able to endure this. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Examinee number 5,501,342 Renfei from Small River High School has a mental strength index that is lower than 40% now, it's lower than 30%. Warning, the examinee's mental strength index is still dropping. It has been lower than the warning line for more than 60 seconds. He has been judged to have failed his mental strength test. He will be forcibly removed from the virtual reality exam room. The huge monitor screen surrounding the chief invigilator showed each examinee's mental state. Their indices continued jumping about. As long as they were lower than the warning line or above the warning line, the index turned red, and a unique warning sounded. An examinee started foaming at the mouth in the examination hall. His body twitched. He was forcibly removed from the virtual world. The superbrain started sending rather gentle bioelectricity into his brain and massaged his cerebral cortex to ensure the stability of his mind. A few doctors rushed over and brought the examinee whose mind was about to shatter out of the exam hall so that he could be treated. The teacher leading the team from Small River High School sighed, but he could do nothing about it. 50 years ago, the human shackles were removed, and their maximum potential was released. The scientists and superhumans realized that the spirit energy in the other world was 100 times stronger on the mind compared to whatever medication they had on Earth. If they put an excessive amount of spirit energy into the body to stimulate the brain cells, they could release an explosive amount of power and supernatural divine abilities, but most of the spirit energy would gather together to form a matter called superbrain endorphin. There were two types of endorphins in the brain, methionine and enkephalin and beta-neoendorphin. They were neurotransmitters in the central nervous system that were similar to morphine. They could increase a person's pain threshold, maintain the balance of their minds, and were even connected to the human brain's limbic system. Superbrain endorphins were even more mysterious and complicated. The scientists had yet to completely understand their structure and mechanism of action. It was only known that they could control spirit energy to form bioelectricity and stimulate the deepest parts of human cells so that the energy supply efficiency in mitochondria could increase by 100-fold. The large amount of superbrain endorphin secretion was the key to turning a normal person into a superhuman. But they could not take care of everything. For example, how a person could get water intoxication from drinking too much water. A person who had too much superbrain endorphin secreted into their brain for a long period of time might also get superbrain endorphin intoxication. The excessive amount of superbrain endorphin would turn around to feed on the human brain. It would corrupt the human mind and twist its willpower, so the human would end up disfigured, their spirits would fall, and they would mutate, turning into crazed a monster. After decades of research, the Supernatural Tower proposed the concept of mental strength index, emphasizing a need for people to control the superbrain endorphins regardless of whether they were training or fighting. They had to maintain a rational mind at all times. The basic standard for the mental strength index was 100%. It meant that superbrain endorphins were being secreted in the person's body at a normal amount. When a person received a great stimulus from the outside world or when they saw incredibly terrifying, mysterious, strange, or unknown objects, the brain's self-defense mechanism would start to secrete a large amount of superbrain endorphin. At that moment, the person's mental strength index would fluctuate between 90% to 110%. If someone's mental strength index was lower than 100, it meant that the person was feeling emotions of fear, anxiety, or other related negative emotions. If a person's mental strength index was higher than 100, the person was strong, fearless, and even bloodthirsty. Regardless of whether people were terrified or courageous, as long as their emotions did not go overboard, they could all be used and were beneficial. There was no need to mention the necessity of courage, but even fear could help a person. It would increase their wariness. It could allow them to instantly judge the difference between them and their enemies. If they needed to retreat, they would firmly choose to retreat. However, when people felt extreme fear, their minds would often turn blank. It meant that the body automatically channeled most of its energy from the brain to the muscles. The person would then use their instincts to run to safety. However, the terrifying creatures and strange phenomenon in the other world far exceeded the limits of human knowledge. And to exploit their potential, superhumans usually secreted too much superbrain endorphins. It caused their mental strength to easily go past the safety zone, which was between 80% to 120%. It would either be too high or too low. When a person's mental strength index was lower than 80%, the negative effects of fear would gradually overcome the positive effects. The superbrain endorphins would then turn from good medicine that would stimulate a person's potential into poison that invaded the brain. The person would end up ensnared by fear and feel like they had fallen into a swamp and could not get out. The more fearful they became, the more superbrain endorphins would be secreted, and they would suffer from superbrain intoxication. Then, they would become even more scared, and the vicious cycle would continue. When the mental strength index fell below 30%, it would practically be impossible for them to escape with their own strength. An excessive amount of superbrain endorphin would stir up a spirit energy wave that would completely devour the person's mind. When the mental strength index fell to 0, there were only two outcomes: either the person went mad or their brain died. Chapter 63, The Monster Harvesting Monsters. Of course, there were people whose superbrain endorphin intoxication resulted in their mental strength index going overboard. Their courage and urge to kill increased by leaps and bounds. These people usually started howling when they saw monsters and eagerly engaged them in fights. Their mental strength indices could instantly reach 120%, 150%, or even higher. The increase in their mental strength index was definitely better than their mental strength index reaching 0, but there was a limit. A person's mental strength index was not allowed to go over 200%. If it stayed over the limit for too long, the brain cells would be completely immersed in the raging superbrain endorphins. The person would then turn into a bloodthirsty monster. They would not even be able to distinguish friend from foe and would just kill indiscriminately until they died from fatigue. It was a form of art to maintain one's mental strength index at 180% or 190% for a long period of time but never have it go over 200%. It allowed people to gain an extra boost of power from their brain, but they would not become overly excited and turn into killing machines. The problem of mental strength accompanied superhumans for life. The higher their realms were, the more superbrain endorphins the brain secreted, and the harder it became to stabilize their minds. There were plenty of old veterans in Dragon City who began killing monsters right after the transmigration. They once contributed greatly to the city and were loyal, but they could not withstand the impact and turned into old monsters of different forms. As the cultivation system was perfected daily, the mental strength index test naturally became incredibly important for students who were taking the National College examination. Examinee number 5,510,336 Zhao Yitan from Small River High School has a mental strength index that is lower than the warning line for more than 60 seconds. He has been judged to have failed his mental strength test. He will be removed from the virtual reality exam room. Examinee number 5,534,113 Fan Chongsheng from Diligence High School's mental strength index dropped drastically to 30% in 1 second. His mind is weak, and he is not suited for cultivation. He has been judged to have failed his mental strength test. He will be removed from the virtual reality exam room. Examinee number 5,524,213 Li Xiaoan from the Affiliated High School of Engineering University's mental strength index fluctuates drastically. She has not shown signs of stability after 3 minutes. She has been judged to have failed her mental strength test. She will be removed from the virtual reality exam room. As the machine's cold voice rose, the examinees from normal high schools were removed from the virtual reality examination room. Their faces were all stark pale. Many of them had tears in their eyes, and blood trickled out of their noses. Every strand of their muscles trembled non-stop. Their minds were still immersed in the terrifying nightmare, and they did not have the time nor energy to feel disappointed over their failure. Some of them started feeling around their bodies. When they found that their legs and hips were still around, they released a long breath of relief before they covered their faces and wept. The road to supernatural powers was terrifying. It would be better if they just went to a higher vocational college. Very soon, most of the examinees from normal high schools failed. As more deformed monsters were sent into the exam room, some of the people from the key high schools in the region or the city were also unable to bear with the fear. Ugh! An examinee from 9th High School who was rather strong and courageous when in school had ran around madly in the virtual reality battlefield for more than 10 minutes, but in the end, he was surrounded by 8 large, toad-like monsters. They spat out foul-smelling acid and melted him bit by bit. The pain was living hell, and what he saw was a pure nightmare. In the end, his mental strength index fell drastically, and he was judged to have failed. The mental strength test this year is a little hard. Some of the teachers from the key high schools in the region and the city shook their heads with solemn expressions. If they can't even endure such a simple situation, how can they conquer the other world? The teacher leading the team from Construction High, which was the high school that ruled over Tiger Forest region, snorted coldly. He was right. Even though plenty of examinees froze up or fled, there were also those who had strong hearts. They stepped forward, brought out their weapons, and fought. The examinees from the key high schools in the region and the city usually shouted while they rushed forward. They might seem bold, but they did not have order in their attacks. They were just using the courage they gained from their vigor to hide their panic. When they were killed 2 or 3 times and experienced the feeling of their bodies disappearing into the mouths of the monsters inch by inch and saw how the monsters smiled at them, they were struck with fear, and they could not progress forward. Their mental strength index would start to behave like a broken boat in a raging ship. It fluctuated madly. But the examinees from Construction High were mostly calm. They searched for weapons hidden in the ruins and used all sorts of strategies to fight the monsters. Even if they were killed, they endured the pain, and before they died, they launched counterattacks to drag the monsters to hell with them. Once they were revived in the virtual reality battlefield, they forgot the pain they endured a moment ago and continued to kill without batting an eyelid. Their mental strength index only experienced small fluctuations and remained between 80% to 120%. They seldom went beyond or below the safety zone. And when they did go past the safety zone, they used their breathing exercises and meditation to quickly regulate their state of mind. As expected of one of the 3 super high schools, all the students there are children blessed by God. Their families and the schools provide them with superbrains and virtual reality training systems. They have also been practicing mental strength techniques since young, so they can somewhat control the secretion of the superbrain endorphin. They've managed to train their minds until they're as hard as steel. No matter how terrifying or strange the situation they run into, they can handle it calmly and in a composed fashion. The teachers from the other schools might not like the arrogance of the teachers and students from Construction High, but they had to admit that no one could shake their position as the lords of Tiger Forest region. At that moment, one of the teachers who led Small River High School suddenly gasped. He cast a surprised look at Demon Yan. "Mr. Yan, Meng Zhao's figures are a little strange, don't you think?" The teachers from the other high schools were stunned for a moment. They tapped at the monitor to look at the numbers from 9th High School. Meng Zhao's figures had only experienced small fluctuations from 95% to 105%. There was even a long period of time where his mental index remained at 100%. It seemed to be fixed there. His figures surpassed most of those from the students of Construction High. His index was almost the same as that of the blessed children who were born in families filled with cultivators and had 7 powerful people in Heaven Realm. These figures. The chief invigilator thought about it before he put Meng Zhao's test footage on the screen. The sight on the monitor shocked all the teachers. "That's it?" Meng Zhao was a little dumbfounded when he saw the deformed monsters that popped up in the depths of the bloody fog in the virtual world. Didn't they say that the mental strength test is incredibly terrifying and a lot of disgusting monsters will appear? Isn't it supposed to scare examinees so much that they will pee their pants? These are all average looking. In fact, they're rather pleasant to the eye. Can these monsters really scare someone? Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment and realized that he was thinking differently from the others. During the later stage of the Monster War, the monsters evolved and mutated as if they had gone through the Big Bang. In just a few years, countless deformed, mutated monsters popped up. Among the memory fragments of his previous life, there were many monsters that were uglier. They were hideous and disgusting. When he activated his basic harvesting kill and basic gun technique, he killed and dissected countless such monsters. Fear came from the unknown. Since he had once put even more disgusting monsters on the dissection table and harvested them carefully, he knew the use of each of their organs as well as the reason behind their mutated appearance. Why should he be afraid of such monsters? Since I'm already here, I might as well practice. Meng Zhao scratched his head. While the mutated monsters glared at him, he searched through the area calmly. Soon, he found a saber and submachine gun. I knew it. This is just a small test, and it's the same as computer games. We're definitely able to find items around and use them. Come, no matter how hideous you look, you're just food on the chopping board. I discussed the saber technique with Demon Yan a few days ago, and I already figured out ways to change and improve some of the 100 saber technique's moves. I'll use you to practice my saber technique. Meng Zhao held the gun in his left hand and the saber in his right hand. He hummed, smiled, and pounced on the monsters. He killed them. Regardless if they were the large praying mantises, mutated toads, lizards and jackal amalgamations, or mutts mixed with spider and crocodiles, he killed them all. It didn't matter if they could spit acid or had exploding organs, they were all just moving luncheon meat. He shot one with his left hand, and with his right, he swung his saber. Due to his ingenious mastery of monster structures, all his moves struck fatal spots. Very soon, a pile of carcasses appeared, and he became the king on a carcass throne. The first wave of monsters was soon cleared out. The test had to be fair. The number of monsters each examinee faced was the same, and so was the time at which they respawned. Hence, while the other examinees were struggling while surrounded by monsters, Meng Zhao had nothing to do. How boring. I can't declare that I finished my test early either. What should I do now? He squatted down in the pile of monster carcasses and yawned. His gaze landed accidentally on the wounds on the monsters, they were left by his saber. He suddenly noticed that the monsters' muscles, blood vessels, shells, organs, and the other stuff were all very realistic. Ah, that's right, I heard that the Monster Research Center has already started scanning monsters layer by layer on a molecular level. They do hundreds of thousands of scans to gather the most detailed data. The mental strength test must have used the data from the Monster Research Center. The internal structure of these virtual monsters is the same as that of real monsters. After this realization, Meng Zhao's fingers grew hot. As he stared at the monster carcasses, his gaze turned incredibly profound. He searched through the ruins and found a few blades as well as a broken knife. He removed sharp bone spikes from monsters and attached shell fragments from others to create a set of simple harvesting tools. After that, he separated the monster carcasses and started cutting open their stomachs to practice his basic harvesting skill and the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse. Very soon, the war will grow in intensity. Humans will face even more unidentified monsters, which contain treasures that could allow humans to evolve limitlessly, Meng Zhao thought. Harvesting is definitely the golden support profession. I have to push my basic harvesting skill to perfect level before I get into university. As he thought about this, he became even more immersed in harvesting. His hands moved quickly, and he separated all the mutated monsters into materials. They were even organized neatly. Chapter 64, He really knew how to have fun. All the teachers leading the high school teams in the monitor room and the employees from the education department in the region shuddered. Many of the top students from the other key high schools had finished killing the monsters by then. This was especially the case for Construction High School. Many of them had finished killing the monsters faster than Meng Zhao. But after they did so, they sat down in their respective stances and entered a deep meditative state to stabilize their mental strength index. None of them were like Meng Zhao, who hummed with his eyes crinkled in happiness. He even swayed his head around while he cut the monster carcasses into pieces. As he took joy in his work, everyone finally understood why Ning Zueshi of Agricultural University's resource course would come to him. The arrogance on the teacher from Construction High's face faded away, but he could not hide the shock in his eyes. The teachers from the other high schools cast 9th High School's teachers' complicated gazes. Demon Yan still had a dark look on his face, because that might have been something he inherited from his ancestors. Even so, his eyelids twitched a little. That boy is constantly dishing out surprises. Once the first group of failed examinees were ejected from the virtual reality exam room, those who remained all had firm hearts. More monsters came in the second wave, and they were even fiercer and uglier. The outstanding students who had been gathering their strength opened their eyes and started engaging in an even fiercer fight. Meng Zhao also swung his saber and jumped to his feet. And then, he died. When he died a few times, one of the teachers made a comment. This Meng Zhao from 9th High School doesn't seem to be good at fighting. The mental strength test only tested the examinees on their mental strength index. It did not test the students on their fighting skills. Regardless of how many times they died, they could be reborn. That is, if they could endure the pain of it. Meng Zhao was reborn repeatedly and rushed forward without batting an eyelid. He swung his saber in a rather clumsy fashion and died repeatedly. His death count was among the highest among all the examinees. The teachers from the other schools sighed in slight relief. But that made sense. His mental strength was ridiculously good. If his fighting skills were also outstanding, there was just no way 9th High School could produce such a monster. But the more Demon Yan watched, the more shocked he became. His eyes gradually went wide. He noticed two things. First, regardless of how many times Meng Zhao died or what great pain he felt, his mental strength index only fluctuated minimally, at a range of 10%. Second, Meng Zhao was not clumsy when he used 100 saber techniques, he was extreme. The brat was using many of the moves they had discussed a few days ago. They were incredibly extreme and filled with uncertainties. They were all skills that had not been proven useful through experience. Since Meng Zhao was not used to them and his body could not bear the burden, looked clumsy when using them. Is he practicing a saber in such an important exam? Demon Yan was first flabbergasted. Then, he felt his skin crawl. Many of the best teachers from the key high schools watched Yan Qiu. After observing him for a long period of time, they started pondering what they saw, and their puzzlement changed to shock. The 100 saber techniques from 9th High School seem different from the ones we teach. It seems like it's pretty strong. I heard that 2nd High School gathered a few saber experts and promoted an upgraded version of 100 saber techniques in private. Did 9th High School come up with their own version as well? I know a bit about 2nd High School's version, but I think it's not as fierce as 9th High School's version. 9th High School has been rising in power over the past few years. Principal Sun might be dozing off, but he has been doing a lot of things in the dark, including hiring Yan Dongxing, a former subordinate of his from the military. He went to 9th High School to reform the education system there. Could it be that Yan Dongxing brought this 100 saber techniques from the military's secret forces? 100 saber techniques was one of the most important cold weapon techniques that was taught during the students' compulsory education. So the observant top-grade teachers were naturally able to tell just how extraordinary Meng Zhao was. The more they thought about it, the more interesting they found it. They were even able to gain epiphanies from his movements. Hence, while Meng Zhao was busy killing in the virtual reality battlefield, he saw a series of notifications pop up before his eyes. 100 Saber Techniques V7_3_5 is currently spreading among elite citizens. The Dragon City teachers and students in the future will be able to master even stronger saber techniques. The overall strength of Dragon City has been increased. Contribution points increased by 11, 13, 12. Meng Zhao could not help but whistle. He had made the right guess. There were quite a number of top-grade teachers at the same level as Demon Yan paying attention to him in the exam room. Not only were they elite citizens, they were also in charge of teaching people. If he could spread the future 100 saber techniques through them, they could spread this technique to others very quickly. He became even more excited as contribution points nourished his mind. He waved his arms and pounced on the monsters. And he died more than 100 times. Did it hurt? Of course it did. But the epiphanies he gained every time he died and the contribution points he acquired allowed him to gain a more thorough understanding of 100 saber techniques. His skillfulness with it jumped by leaps and bounds. When Meng Zhao thought about how the monster war was going to get more intense soon and how Dragon City was going to be at the brink of destruction at any moment, he could endure any bone-crushing pain that was thrown his way. He remembered what Demon Yan had said. The greatest humiliation to a soldier of the Red Dragon Army is to die in his sleep. Since a person is going to die either way, I hope that I can die in a monster's stomach, and before my consciousness fades away, I will use my very last bone to pierce the monster's heart. This was the best way to die for every dragon citizen and every earthling who fought hard in the other world. You want to eat my flesh? Then I'll take your life. Meng Zhao was torn to pieces by two monsters. Before his consciousness faded, he actually brandished the bone spike of his nearly severed limb and stabbed a monster's heart. He jabbed it viciously at the creature. Time passed bit by bit, and 2/3 of the examinees were eliminated. The remaining 1/3 passed. The mental strength test continued on, but its goal changed to just forcing the examinees to their limits. If they could not last, they could retreat at any moment and still be considered to have passed. The examinees from 9th High School woke up. The ones who managed to last until then had rather strong willpower. They just needed to rest for a while before they could recover from the shock. They eagerly looked at the list of students who had passed on the screen. Once they found their names, they swung their fists excitedly. The results of those from 9th High School were pretty good. Among the 150 examinees, more than 80 passed the second test, which meant that more than half of them had passed. It had to be known that only 40% of the examinees from 9th High School had passed the second test last year. We're really good this year. We almost surpassed the two key high schools in the city. Big Brother Xiang, your overall score is so high. You managed to get into the top 500 in the whole region. You're awesome. How did you train? The students cast Chu Feixiang curious and envious gazes. Chu Feixiang smiled boyishly. I didn't train much. Just now, when I saw all of those ugly monsters, I was terrified as well. But just when I was about to pee my pants, for some reason, I suddenly remembered the two seniors competing for Meng Zhao. I pasted Meng Zhao's face on the monsters' heads, and in an instant, I was overcome with fury. I was so angry that I immediately rushed forward and punched the monsters. All of you did the same as me and pretended that the monsters were Meng Zhao. That's why you were filled with fighting spirit, right? The students looked at each other at a loss. Someone then said in embarrassment, I wasn't as ruthless as you. I just became numb because of the shock I went through before I went into the virtual reality battlefield. Ace student Zhao dealt 10,000 cuts to my heart, so no matter how terrifying the monsters looked, they were just adding another cut to my heart, so there was no difference. Same here. The image of the two seniors fighting for Meng Zhao just now was branded deep into my heart. After seeing something so unbelievable, there was no monster that I couldn't face. That's right. With how much shock Ace student Zhao dealt us, my heart is now as calm as water. I won't be thinking about all those ridiculous things anymore. I just want to study properly and conquer the other world. As the students spoke, they noticed that Meng Zhao had indirectly increased their mental strength. They could not help but gasp in surprise. Wait, where's Ace student Zhao? The students suddenly noticed that their topic of discussion had not spoken up. They looked around and discovered to their shock that Meng Zhao was still surrounded by monsters. No way. Chu Feixiang sucked in a breath in amazement. When I got out, the number of monsters had already increased to the point that more than 200 of them spawned in each round. They could tear the examinees like me in a minute. My mental strength index plummeted because I couldn't stand the pain anymore. I didn't get out because I was afraid. And Meng Zhao can handle it? The ones remaining to the end of the mental strength test have always been the children of aristocratic families who have been practicing secret techniques since a young age. Meng Zhao is the same as them? Wait, look at Meng Zhao's expression carefully. Is he smiling? The super brain could only cover half of the examinee's face. Even though his classmates could not see his eyes, they still noticed that his lips had curled up a little. He did not seem to be in fear and despair at all. He looked like he was eager for a fight. For a period of time, the students felt a chill running down their spine. Just what did he see? The students' expressions were complicated. Could it be that we didn't actually enter the same virtual reality exam room? While our exam rooms were filled with monsters, ace student Zhao's exam room is filled with senior sisters, and it's actually testing him on the stability of his mind? They waited for around 8 minutes before Meng Zhao woke up leisurely. He was in high spirits, and he could even remove his super brain on his own. He did not look like the others when they got out of the virtual reality battlefield. He was not dazed, his muscles did not spasm, and he did not foam at the mouth. In short, he did not look pathetic. Chu Feixiang could not help but ask, Meng Zhao, you couldn't handle it too? Yup, I decided to stop playing. Meng Zhao's mental strength index had been stable throughout the test. If he wanted to continue playing, he could have. But the number of monsters just kept increasing, and the place was already so crowded that he felt like he was trying to fight his way into a subway at peak hours against hundreds of monsters. He did not have any space to practice his saber technique or harvesting skills. He might not fear death, but he was not a masochist. It was not fun to be brutally murdered by monsters. So he calculated his marks, and he decided that he would have definitely scored enough marks. Besides, he had already obtained so many contribution points that his contribution point wallet was full. So he got out on his own with his pockets full of rewards. Play? When the students heard the words he used, they could not help but be shocked. Play with monsters? This guy really knows how to have his fun, huh? Look at ace student Zhao's ranking. Suddenly, someone pointed at the monitor. The mental strength test for Tiger Forest region had already ended. The examination division of the education department of the region immediately projected the end results on the monitor. The first to have their names projected on it were the top 100 scorers for the two tests. 90 among them came from Construction High. The other 9 slots were the outstanding students from the key high schools. Only Meng Zhao alone was ranked among those from the key high schools that were not key high schools in the city. But this single person made his way beautifully to the top 30 with an unbelievably high score. He managed to leave behind many of the elites of Construction High. How is this possible? Many of the top 100 of those from Construction High have super brains and virtual reality training systems at home. Every night, before they go to sleep, they fight against monsters. Are you saying those monsters can't win against Meng Zhao? For a period of time, the students could not tell just who was the real monster, Meng Zhao or the elites of Construction High. Chapter 65, 3 days till the National College examination. At Construction High's exam area, Jin Zonping swung his fist. He felt incredibly gloomy. Naturally, he got through the mental strength test, but he did not manage to get into the top 100 in the region. He was ranked 255th. For others, this would be something worth celebrating, but to him, it was a miserable loss. Zonping, what happened to you today? This was something easy, so how in the world did you manage to fail so miserably? The aristocratic children ranked among the top 10 and who also happened to be from Construction High walked over. Jin Zonping had always been arrogant, but when he faced the elites among elites, he did not dare to show even the slightest bit of his resentment. There was always someone better. Even though his father was a sniping-type superhuman and his family had opened a gun club, the others' backgrounds were even more inscrutable than his. Their leader, Luo Hai, was the student council president of Construction High. His father was the 6-star superhuman soul-breaking saber Luo Wu. Jin Zonping could not afford to offend him. I had placed a lot of hopes on you, and I wanted you to be able to fight against the people from first high school and second high school during the practical test. I didn't expect that your mental strength would not be able to reach the standards. You really wasted all the resources I fought for you. Luo Hai rebuked him gently. It's all because of that guy. Jin Zonping's face turned red, and he did not dare go into detail. Luo Hai cast a glance at the ranking board. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What's with that kid? He's from 9th High School, and he managed to get into the top 30 in the region? He actually? Jin Zonpeng was shocked. Is that Meng Zhao born with a thick head? Or does he have his brain mutated? He might be missing his amygdala, you know, the place in the brain that controls fear. He can't sense fear, and it's no wonder why Big Brother Peng couldn't scare him just now. The students who had followed Jin Zonpeng for a show of force just now said, this sort of people are like those born with pain and sensitivity. They might look calm, but they're completely useless. They're the ones who are going to die at any moment in the battlefield. He's Meng Zhao? The one who defeated. What's his name? Luo Hai cast Jin Zonpeng a glance. Zuo Haoran, my disciple, Jin Zonpeng quickly said. Oh, I saw him in your club last time. He's the pretty boy whose gun technique is normal but whose flattery skills are really good? Zonpeng, I have to say, you're an elite from Construction High. Can't you raise your standards a little when it comes to taking in disciples? Luo Hai pursed his lips. That guy's born slow in the head? Hey, let's go and take a look. When the elites from Construction High walked over, the students from 9th High School were coincidentally walking out while surrounding Meng Zhao. Their presences clashed. 9th High School might be slightly weaker, but since their results this year were good, they managed to withstand the pressure. Meng Zhao immediately saw Jin Zonpeng, since he was nearly 2 meters tall. He thought that he was still feeling loathful, so he thought for a moment before he asked for his schoolmates to make way. He walked over. Mr. Jin, we might have some misunderstandings between us. He extended his hand on his own. We're all hot-blooded youngsters, it's normal that we have slight conflicts and are competitive with each other. But Dragon City is a lone army in the other world. Soon, we're going to face incredibly fierce and cruel monsters in the same battlefield. You saw just how difficult the mental strength test is this year. If it weren't because the war is about to become even more difficult, the education department wouldn't do something so insane in such a short notice. War is coming, it's pretty meaningless if we continue fighting against our own, where you threaten me and I humiliate you. What do you think? His words caused Jin Zonpeng to blush red. The students from Construction High and 9th High School put on contemplative expressions. The atmosphere gradually turned more amicable, and Meng Zhao felt happy that he managed to make a small contribution when it came to increasing the harmony between the high school students in Dragon City. Suddenly, Ning Zueshi and Yan Feiru came over together while they smiled beautifully. They said, Meng Zhao, congrats on scoring so well for the mental strength test. Let's go and eat. In an instant, the high school students' young, youthful, and terribly wounded hearts were dealt a heavy blow again. Jin Zonpeng's face was full of envy, jealousy, and hate. Brat, how dare you say that it's meaningless to humiliate me? If it's meaningless, why are you still humiliating me in different ways? Meng Zhao found himself feeling depressed. These two seniors were just too good at making people hate him. They were basically affecting the unity among the students. Luo Hai chuckled softly. He went up to shake Meng Zhao's outstretched hand. Construction High, Luo Hai. Meng Zhao blinked. 9th High School, Meng Zhao. He was originally thinking about only giving a cursory shake, but Luo Hai's grip was pretty strong. A wave of heat came from his palm, and he held Meng Zhao's hand seriously for 3 seconds. From today onwards, your name will be known in Tiger Forest region, Meng Zhao of 9th High School, Luo Hai said sincerely. I hope that you'll be able to get a good result during your national college examination. If that happens, we'll have a chance to meet again. Meng Zhao thought about it and nodded. Luo Hai, I hope that you'll succeed in the exam, same to you too, Jin Zonpeng, and everyone from Construction High. You don't know me yet, but once you get a deeper understanding of me, you'll find that I'm actually an easygoing person who likes to keep to a low profile. I don't really care for fame and personal interests, and I don't like putting up a show to humiliate others. I just like contributing to society. We'll definitely be able to become friends. Before his voice even faded away, Ning Zueshi and Yan Feiru came to his sides, and like female bodyguards, held his arms and dragged him away. Luo Hai wrapped his arms around his chest and watched as he left. He smiled faintly. Meng Zhao? He's pretty interesting. Big Brother Hai, that brat is too arrogant. Should we do something to him? Jin Zonpeng's face was gloomy as he asked this question softly. Luo Hai cast Jin Zonpeng a surprised look. Zonpeng, honestly speaking, there's something Meng Zhao said just now that is pretty logical. You'd best remember it. He frowned and said, we're competitors in school, because everyone has to fight for resources, and we can even fight until we draw blood from it. But once we step out of the gates of Construction High and are in the region, we're all comrades fighting in the same battlefield, and we can entrust each other with our backs. Similarly, in Tiger Forest region, we're competitors with 9th High School and the other key high schools in the city. We can use every method in our disposal to suppress them, but once we look beyond Tiger Forest region and look at the whole city, you'll find that we're brothers who can fight together to the death. We have to fight against famous schools like First High School and Second High School. If we look at an even larger scale, we'll still be applying the same logic. We might be mortal enemies with First High School and Second High School in all sorts of competitions and the battlefield that will be used for the National College Examination, but when it comes to the monster war in our journey to conquer the other world, we'll still turn into comrades who will live and die together. We have to fuse our blood together and fight until our blood runs dry. Dragon City martyrs came to realize a brutal truth over the past years, and that truth can be summarized into 2 words: competition and unity. You'd best think about it seriously and carefully. If you don't come to understand something from it, you won't be able to achieve great things in your life. Jin Zonping did not expect that Luo Hai would lecture him so mercilessly. He could not help but have his face turn red in embarrassment. "You refuse to accept what I said?" Luo Hai gave a ghost of a smile. "If you're not, go on and attack him on your own. I don't know how high Meng Zhao's maximum punching strength or his results in his 100-meter dash are, and I never learned what sort of force execution technique, meditation technique, stances, or strategies he practiced. These are just data on paper, and I don't care about it, but I can bet you $1 that if I throw you and him into the fog, even if you're covered head to toe in armor and he's barehanded, in the end, the one who will die is you." In the end, Meng Zhao did not go out to eat with the seniors. The main reason behind it was because everyone had to take the school bus back to 9th High School, and Demon Yan still had his expression looking as sour as ever. If he went out to eat with Ning Zueshi and Yan Feiru, he would not be adhering to the code of brotherhood at all. Besides, if he went back to school, hundreds of boys would be vying to beat him to a pulp. But he did look through the information pamphlets from the university the seniors brought him. Dragon City University was already famous while it was still on Earth, and Agricultural University was known as Monster University. Their overall strength was among the top 2 among all the universities in Dragon City. Meng Zhao's goal was to get into either of these 2 famous universities. He made multiple copies of this information and gave them to many students. He even shamelessly asked the 2 seniors to come to 9th High School to share their experiences on how they should fill in their aspiration forms. The 2 girls agreed to it happily. When he said this to Demon Yan, it traveled so fast that even Principal Sun heard about it. He used his connections and asked some of the top graduates of 9th High School who had gotten into famous universities to come over, causing a spectacle so great that it was much livelier than many of the key high schools in the city. Many of the students were inspired, and Meng Zhao happily obtained a lot of contribution points. These 2 things helped him repair his friendship with the boys. The sounds of laughter came from the dorms again, and Meng Zhao no longer had to live in fear when he went to sleep at night. But now, every time they trained, there were always a lot of boys who could cry out that they wanted to spar with him, and the one who led this whole entire thing was Chu Feishuang. He did not mind sparring. Right now, the school paid great attention to him, and they stuffed all sorts of cultivation resources down his throat. Every night, he would feel a terrifying amount of power burning in him, and he had no place to use it. There were basically billions of sparks in him that were waiting to be ignited right now. He had the help from future martial arts, and his pain senses were already refined by the memories from his previous life. Even the outstanding students from the rocket classes were not his opponent. Everyone said that their focus was no longer on winning against Meng Zhao. Instead, their focus was on Meng Zhao when he started fighting. When he did, he would instantly turn into someone else. His eyes shone fiercely, but there was cold sneer on his lips. All the moves he used were all moves that would cause him to end up dying together with his enemy. He looked as if he was about to dig out his intestines at any moment to choke his opponent to death. Meng Zhao was clearly not a high school student. It was obvious that he was a veteran who had been fighting for decades in an ocean of blood and piles of corpses. Many of the students' data on paper was about the same as Meng Zhao, but when they were enveloped by the fierce aura, they immediately had their hearts race, and their legs grew weak. How could they even fight against him? Besides, Meng Zhao looked as if he was not afraid of pain in the slightest. Even if the others punched him 10 times and covered his face in so many bruises that he looked like an alien, he would still go to the canteen as if nothing happened and eat half a demonic halberd pig. When he punched others 3 times, they would be hissing in pain for a long time, and they would even vomit their supper from last night. The disparity was so great. How could they possibly still continue to have fun together? Zhang Lei, whose data on paper made him rank at the top of the school, fought against Meng Zhao once, and after that, he had to continue increasing the number of people to fight with him against Meng Zhao. In the beginning, Zhang Lei and Chu Feixiang attacked him together, so it was a 2-against-1 fight. Slowly, it was upgraded to 3-against-1, then 4-against-1, and even 5-against-1. Honestly, if the place was big enough, Meng Zhao would not be afraid even if 100 people fought against him. No matter how many enemies he had, they needed to be able to land a punch on him for the fight to be effective, right? As long as they did not use guns and just used their fists and cold weapons, he could move around as much as he wanted in the whole training room and even the whole school. These inexperienced high school students could not even touch a single strand of his hair. Of course, this would just cause them to lose the meaning of training, and it would also demotivate the students in their learning. Hence, Meng Zhao would sometimes let himself be caught, and he would have to fight against 3 to 5 built boys. In any case, whenever his contribution points increased by a large portion, the minuscule wounds in his body would recover a little. If things were really bad, he could exchange his points for an initial stage healing skill. Hence, his ability to continue fighting non-stop was insanely good. When he fought against the students wildly, he could subtly influence their force execution methods. He could also master the 3 great force execution methods. His contribution points just kept increasing, so there was no reason for him to not do this. Just like that, 3 days before the National College examination, Chu Feixiang and the other students recalled their final push over the past half a month. Then, they discovered gloomily that they seemed to have been beaten up by Meng Zhao, even though their plan was to beat up Meng Zhao. Chapter 66, Sudden Fog. During the last 3 days, Meng Zhao only improved the skills he had by a small margin. He also traded himself an initial stage healing skill. After he finished healing all his hidden injuries, he did not activate any new skills. As of then, his contribution points were at 7,523 points. He had an unprecedented amount of money in his hands. He thought about it and decided that he should not use up all of his contribution points whenever he gained them. He also had real money, so he did not need to panic. On that day, fog descended on Dragon City again. It was the largest over the past decade, and it caught everyone off guard. Since the National College examination was just around the corner, all the examinees stayed in school. When it was midnight, Meng Zhao was startled awake for a reason unknown to him. He felt that the air was stiff, and he could also hear faint shrieks. It was as if something was churning beneath the surface. Then, a piercing alarm rang through the entire city, and the students got out of their beds. "What's going on? I didn't hear the weather forecast station saying that monsters would be attacking tonight. This is a special grade alarm. A lot of space-time rifts have been torn in the city. The worst situation has appeared. Didn't they say that the space and time torrent is gradually stabilizing, and when monsters attack our borders, they seldom use the space-time rifts to appear straight in the city? Who the heck knows what's going on?" Everyone got dressed in a flurry. While they were still adjusting their combat boots, Meng Zhao had already rushed out. He saw an incredibly shocking sight in the corridor. The night sky had been filled with stars, but at some point in time, massive vortices had appeared in it. Nearly 100 squirming limbs came out of the vortices. They looked sticky, and their color was bright, making it seem as if the night sky itself had been ripped apart, and now, there were bloody wounds on it. The stars could no longer be seen. As the black vortices pulsed, huge monsters that could not be described with words flew into the sky above the city. They swayed about while looking like demonic jellyfish that came from hell or huge, bloodshot eyeballs. They had veins that were as dense as a spider's net and strange pupils. The tissues around the eyeballs were bloody. They had everything that made them look disgusting and alive. The tentacles looked like nerve cords. They hung down as if fishing on the streets and alleys for human souls. The huge eyes released a strange light that scanned through the entire city like spotlights. When the blood-red light swept through 9th High School's dormitory building, the students in the corridor felt their hearts tremble violently, and their mental strength index plummeted. It's the demonic hair-ripping eye. That thing is skilled in mind attacks on multiple targets. Don't meet its gaze. Focus and calm your breathing. Enter a sitting stance and meditate. Make sure that you execute your breathing technique and meditation technique. Where's the army? Where are the superhumans? What should we do when there are so many super beasts around? It was the first time that many of the students had seen something so terrifying and they lost their composure. The booming sounds of propellers came from the sky. 8 armored airships and dozens of superhumans rushed over. They formed an aerial offense unit. Guns were fired along with heavy artillery. The superhumans rose into the air, and their sabers as well as broadswords were as magnificent as lightning. The demonic hair-ripping eyes were super beasts skilled in mind attacks but who had weak physical bodies. Once they collected multiple wounds, they were like popped balloons and lost control of themselves. They flew everywhere while shrieking. A heavily injured demonic hair-ripping eye coincidentally flew above an armored airship. It immediately started swinging its tentacles and wrapped its torn body around the armored airship. While it cackled and shrieked, it fell down with the armored airship. The sounds of explosions and the light from the fire shocked the students deeply. The youngsters had grown up in the glorious age where Dragon City was in its most prosperous. The armored airship is a mighty steel machine with power equal to that of a god, and no matter how strong a monster is, when it runs into an armored airship, it has to flee. This was common knowledge that supported their views of the world. And now, their steel god fell. The demonic hair-ripping eyes we learned about in the textbooks aren't this fast. Their tentacles aren't that strong either. They're not supposed to break bullets. What's going on? The faces of many students were stark white. Their eyes were dazed, and they could not control their muscles. They were all trembling. If anyone tested them on their mental strength index right now, they would find that it had dropped by the tens. They were about to break down. Fortunately, at that moment, a loud war song rose from the depths of the school. The familiar melody was like waves of lava that charged into them, flowing into their eardrums and traveling down their nerves, blood vessels, and brain cells. It gave them courage and helped them to calm down. Meng Zhao was the first among those in the corridor to respond to the melody. He threw his head back and started singing at the top of his voice. He was quite tone-deaf, and his singing could not be described as pleasant at all. But it was a song sung by the martyrs on earth, and now, it was also sung in the other world. Songs like that were not meant to be sung with skill nor enjoyed by the ear. They were to be sung with passionate blood and enjoyed by excited spirits. They were supposed to resonate with the people through their courage and beliefs. Chu Feixiang was the second to break free from his shock. He moved next to Meng Zhao and started belting out his notes toward the school field, the school, and the entire city. He let out furious shouts of a young earthling at the monsters that covered the sky of the city. His voice was even more out of tune than Meng Zhao's, but that was fine. When countless teenagers gathered their toneless voices together to form an earth-shattering roar, and when these sound waves pushed their spirits so high that they could turn into shocking waves that could sweep through the world, they became invincible. The students and teachers in the corridors, dormitory building, school building, and the whole school sang together. Their voices turned into an impenetrable defense net that shattered the mind attacks from the demonic hair-ripping eyes. The brainwaves from thousands of youths gathered together to form a sharp golden blade that seemed to have physical form. It launched a counterattack skyward, causing the demonic hair-ripping eyes to spasm violently, and they screeched. All of the monsters suffered a backlash from their mind attacks. It was not actually that difficult to block off mind attacks. Certain activities produced certain effects in warding off mind attacks. For example, passionate military songs that stirred up courage, relics from deceased family members that stirred up memories, pictures of children to light up hope, or even debased entertainment could all divert one's attention. The key was that when hundreds of people were gathered together, someone had to take the lead for these activities to take effect. If someone took the lead to stabilize their mental strength index and thought of ways to increase morality, they would release brainwaves non-stop to resonate with the brainwaves of the crowd. Then, this would turn into a good cycle where everyone would become colder, bolder, and fearless. Even if a coward was in the midst of people with high morale who were fighting fearlessly and passionately, they would march forward with indomitable spirit as well. But on the other hand, if someone crumbled instantly, the brainwaves channeling fear would turn into a virus that would affect everyone. When their mental strength index plummeted, the group would collapse, and the effect would be similar to that of countless fear bombs exploding fiercely. Even Meng Zhao could not guarantee that his mind would not be affected if he were caught in such a situation. Fortunately, they managed to stabilize their minds. Just like in 9th high school, the people in the other places gradually recovered with the loud war songs as well. The citizens managed to break free from their initial panic. They acted according to the emergency procedures and defended against the enemies on the spot while also launching counterattacks. Whoosh! 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 Countless searchlights illuminated the night sky so brightly that it looked like it was day. The anti-aircraft machine guns and anti-aircraft guns released thousands of bullets, leaving behind so many holes on the demonic air-ripping eyes that they looked like punctured balls. They started screeching. However, aside from the demonic air-ripping eyes, there were other monsters as well. They invaded the city through the normal means and engaged the humans in close-quarters combat. For a period of time, the sounds of guns, artillery, shouts for murder, and explosions filled the streets, alleys, and every corner of the city. A few buildings began burning around 9th High School. "Look!" Chu Feixiang pointed at a building not far away from the school. Its base had been set on fire, but the top of the building was bound by the tentacles of a demonic air-ripping eye. The residents of that building could neither go up nor down. Many people started crying for help from their balconies. Some of them panicked and jumped off because their mental strength index had fallen too low. "We have to hurry up and save them." Meng Zhao and Chu Feixiang led the group from the third year out of the dormitory building like the wind. At the school entrance, they ran into Principal Sun, Demon Yan, and a large group of teachers armed head to toe in armor and weapons. Demon Yan held a heavy machine gun that was usually fixed to armored trucks. On his back was a broadsword with ghost heads, and it looked even mightier than the heavy machine gun. He glared at them and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Principal Sun, Mr. Yan, you're going out to fight, right?" Chu Feixiang summoned his courage and shouted, "That's just perfect. Take us with you. Stop fooling around and go back. Before daylight, none of you are allowed to step out of the schoolyard." Demon Yan let out a huff and glared. "Why? Didn't the Survival Committee release a law saying that if we run into monsters, we're to help each other and fight with everything we have? The monsters are wreaking havoc around us. How can we just watch?" "A few days ago, I met even more hideous monsters during the mental strength test. I'm not afraid. I want to fight." After singing the war songs together, everyone had secretes too many superbrain endorphins. Their mental strength indices were all above 120% now, and the side effect was that they were not afraid even of Demon Yan. They started causing a ruckus like people who had received an extra dose of courage, which they had. "Students, I can understand your feelings, and I absolutely agree with your beliefs that you should fight." Principal Sun stepped forward from behind Demon Yan. The shriveled old man had switched to a loose camouflage uniform. He did not bring any weapons and appeared to be barehanded. He smiled gently. "But you're about to take your national college examinations. Many of you have a chance to get into universities and become superhumans. Even if you don't manage to get into universities, you will be able to achieve great things in many jobs after you go through specialization training. The society, the school, and your parents have invested a lot in all of you to cultivate you to this stage. Everyone is looking forward to you blossoming. How can we let you perish meaninglessly before you reach full bloom? Yes, we have to make sacrifices all the time to survive, but sacrifices must be meaningful too. We must be rewarded sufficiently for every drop of blood that we shed. Understood?" Chu Feixiang was someone easily excited. After his mental strength index went over the safety zone, he feared nothing. "Principal Sun, then why can you go out to fight?" Demon Yan glared at him, but Principal Sun stopped Demon Yan with a smile and said, "We're old now. We're injured and disabled. Every bit of our potential has been wrung out. Even if we die, it's fine. But you're young. You're the sun that shines at 8 o'clock in the morning. You're the future and hope of Dragon City. I'm fine with you rushing out to fight, but we should go by order, no? When all of the teachers and I have died, walk over our corpses, pick up our weapons, and kill as much as you want, all right?" Chapter 67, Right to be Sacrificed. Chu Feixiang still wanted to argue. Enough. Principal Sun suddenly shouted loudly, and his voice was even louder than Demon Yan's. His expression instantly turned darker as well. Now, he looked like a demon and not someone harmless. Flap. 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 A moment ago, his camouflage uniform had been loose, but in an instant, it became tight around his body. The cloth at his chest and armpits even tore to reveal a powerful body that shone with a metallic light. The old principal at his twilight years grew muscle mass so rapidly it was as if someone had inflated him with gas. His body became even bigger than that of Chu Feixiang, and he turned into the fearsome heavy cannon who once fought in the Red Dragon Army. Hiss. When everyone saw Principal Sun's fists, they found that they were like two hot cannonballs. Meng Zhao and the other students sucked in sharp breaths, and they understood why the heavy cannon did not need to bring any weapons with him. His fists were like morning stars packed full of gunpowder. Anyone by whom they brushed past would die. They would die if it just touched them. Dying is very easy, but if you march to your deaths without a plan and before you uncover your full potential, that isn't courage. It's just another form of cowardice. Principal Sun shouted angrily. Dragon City is a lone army in the otherworld. Everyone's lives don't belong to themselves, but to all the citizens and to the whole of Dragon City. It belongs to Earth's civilization. If you want to die, you need to be qualified to do so. I, Sun Daxing, joined the army when I was 17, and I've been a soldier for 40 years. I've killed nearly 1,000 zombies and more than 10,000 monsters. I have hundreds of scars left on my body, and there are fragments from the monster's fangs embedded in my spine. I've already given away everything that I can to Dragon City, so I have the right to walk generously to my death. Chu Feixiang, how many monsters have you killed? How many scars have you obtained? What have you done for the land that nurtured you? You haven't even grown all your hair down there, so what right do you have to die? His unfiltered words were finally able to intimidate Chu Feixiang and the students. The students at the entrance fell silent. They could only hear the roars of the monsters and humans outside. Chu Feixiang's face turned red. He lowered his head in embarrassment. Principal Sun, That's enough. Students, please stay here. Principal Sun's voice became gentle once more. Please be more confident in your teachers and those of your parents' generation. We'll protect this city and buy time for you. Your duty is to use the time, space, and resources we bought for you to train hard and surpass us. Then, you will earn the right to walk to your death with your head held high. The students fell into deep thought. Principal Sun waved his hand and led the school leaders as well as teachers out of the school entrance. Wait, Principal Sun. Meng Zhao suddenly jogged over. Meng Zhao? Principal Sun turned his head around in slight surprise. I was browsing through the Life Science Forum in the Deep Web a few days ago, and I saw someone boasting on the Monster Forum. He said that he discovered an evolved demonic hair-ripping eye. Their tentacles are very tenacious, bouncy, and possess great power. They can extend to 100 meters, which means that they can reach the ground if they're 100 meters in the air, and it allows them to wrap a person and bring him into the air, Meng Zhao said quickly. I don't know whether it's true or false, but it's better to believe it. When you fight, you must be careful of the attacks from above. Principal Sun stared at Meng Zhao for a long time before he nodded. I'll remember it. Thank you, Meng Zhao. Go back. Take care of your safety with the other students. Meng Zhao released a sigh of relief and watched as Principal Sun and the teachers vanished into the depths of the fog and flames. Suddenly, a notification popped up before his eyes. Heroic citizen Sun Daxing has listened to your suggestion. His chances of survival have increased. Increased contribution points by 199. Hero? Meng Zhao was stunned. He did not expect that Principal Sun was not an elite citizen, but a heroic citizen, someone who was of an even higher level. With just a small suggestion, he gave Meng Zhao 199 contribution points. Now, he had discovered 4 different citizen units. Normal, elite, special, and heroic. The others were easy to understand, but what sort of person was qualified to be declared as a hero? Meng Zhao returned to the students with a complicated expression. When he turned his head around, he did not know whether his mind was playing tricks on him, but he felt that the flames in the direction where Principal Sun and the others went burned hotter, and the sounds of explosions there were also louder. But no matter how noisy the explosions were, they could not hide the sounds of Principal Sun's fists ramming into monsters. They sounded like cannon fire. He watched in a daze for a long time before he suddenly gritted his teeth and walked forward. Meng Zhao, where are you going? Chu Feixiang called out to him. I'm not watching anymore. There's nothing worth watching anyway. Even if we watch until our eyes bleed, we still can't make the monsters die with our stares. We're not demonic hair-ripping eyes, after all. Meng Zhao did not turn his head around. Principal Sun is right. I'm going to the cultivation room. I'll fight for the right to die with no regrets. Chu Feixiang was stunned. He turned his head around and cast a glance at his hometown, which was being wrecked by monsters, and he stomped his feet. Wait for me. We'll go together. I'll fight you 300 times tonight. Whoever cries out in pain is a weakling. We're going to. On that night, all the third-year examinees of 9th High School descended into a frenzy in the cultivation rooms. They treated each other as monsters and beat each other up repeatedly. The world outside fought for an entire night, and they did the exact same thing. They fought each other until they were black and blue all over. Wounds covered their bodies, but no one cried out in pain. All of them just gritted their teeth and bore with it. They fought for an entire night, until the Earthlings won in the end. They protected their hometown once more. When Meng Jiao walked out of the cultivation room covered in wounds, he smelled the heavy smell of gunpowder in the air, the foul stench of monsters, and the smell of human blood. It was so thick in the air that it felt as if the air had become stiff. Even the war songs that had been playing for an entire night gained a grave tone. The aftermath of a war was always great. Since a large number of monsters invaded their land, it meant that they gained a large amount of fat and protein. It also meant that all sorts of rare materials and crystals appeared. Countless warriors had also gained experience with every drop of blood they shed in the midst of the flames. They grew by leaps and bounds. Many normal people brought out their full potential during the fierce fights and became superhumans. Many low-grade superhumans shattered the shackles of their genes during moments of life and death and reached new heights. Even so, Dragon City was filled with sorrow. It was the most devastating fight Dragon City had encountered over the past decade. Based on initial estimations, dozens of superhumans, hundreds of Red Dragon Army soldiers, and thousands of citizens were lost during the monster invasion yesterday. The monsters also destroyed nearly 100 buildings. We've suffered hundreds of millions in loss. The 7th Commando Squad of Soaring Tiger, the Red Dragon Army's air commandos, were the first to notice the intruders. To buy time, they gathered 3 armored airships and launched a charge at a dozen demonic air-ripping eyes. They fought until the last soldier perished. 4-star superhuman Eagle Saber Meng Jiao tried to protect the scattered crowd by himself and fought against a monster horde formed by hundreds of desert wolves. He killed more than 180 desert wolves, and he is heavily injured. His future in cultivation is bleak. The Survival Committee and Supernatural Tower have worked together to release an announcement. They will reward all the heroes who took part in the war this time. Aside from compensating the families of those who sacrificed their lives, they will also treat Eagle Saber Meng Jiao and the other heavily wounded superhumans without caring about the price. They will try to retain their possibility to continue cultivating. Communications were restored, and the broadcasts started sending out somber messages one after another. When the students heard them, they did not even have the appetite to eat. There were only millions of people in Dragon City, and they had lost thousands this time. The number of casualties was devastating. Meng Jiao was the only one who continued shoving food down his throat as he forced himself to replenish his energy. He knew that the ambush this time was just the prelude to the monster war becoming more dangerous in every aspect. The youths of his generation were familiar with the monster war where Earthlings trampled on tiny monsters. Soon, this familiarity would be shattered. And he had to do something before all of that happened. Meng Jiao got on a public bus that sent him back home. All sorts of monster carcasses were piled up into mountains around the city. They were rotting swiftly. If they were left alone, they could cause a pandemic. All schools, enterprises, and public institutions were issued a holiday for the day. Everyone fought hard to sweep through the battlefield to harvest resources so that their hometown would be as bright as the sun once more. The third-year examinees were worried about their families, and they stated that they wanted to go back to see them. Principal Sun came back after fighting for an entire night while covered in blood. He did not stop them. Monster carcasses were everywhere in the streets, along with the marks left behind as they had melted or clawed up everything in their paths. There were also bullet holes along with obstacles formed by the remains of shattered war trucks. The public bus had its bumper strengthened. Its tires were also changed to those full of spikes, so they looked like solid off-road tires used to travel on snow. They continuously went over the monster carcasses while letting out loud creaks. The youngsters in the bus were mostly quiet and in a daze. They stared at the skyscrapers outside. They were wrapped around by mutated vines of all sorts of colors, and it looked as if this human city had become one with the forest of the otherworld. They could not understand how their familiar hometown had become like this. The middle-aged people and the elderly were much calmer. The older they were, the calmer they acted. They had experienced Dragon City transmigrating to this place and an age of lacking resources, zombies running rampant among them, ruffians dominating their streets, fog descending on them, and monsters attacking their city. There was nothing that could intimidate the elderly people with their wrinkle-filled faces and heads full of white hair. Look, the children are so scared. You lot, you've been living too comfortably over the past 10 years. 20 to 30 years ago, this was nothing. That's right. When I was young, I had to work during the day, and when I got off work, I had to kill random monsters in passing. I even had to pick up my kid from kindergarten. Sometimes, as I held my kid, I had to swing my saber and kill a few more monsters. I also had to cut off their tongues and ears so that I could turn them into dishes for my husband. TSK, that's what I call a monster war. Come, sisters, shall we sing a song for the children of the current era? The elderly giggled and sang. They did not need to sing excited war songs to stir up their passion like the youngsters. They sang small tunes that were mild, and all of them praised the scenery of their hometown. Some of them were even pop songs they remembered from Earth. It was as if no matter how hideous the monsters were and how terrifying the other world was, it could not stop the elderly from admiring the beautiful scenery outside and search for a burning love. Before, the youngsters did not like the elderly flaunting their seniority. But on that day, the children listened seriously. Even Meng Zhao sang along with the elderly. When he got off the bus, he finally felt a little lighter at heart. The night before, Blessed Heavenly Garden was not the main battlefield. Even so, the number of monsters that came to them was still way higher than what they had faced during the invasion of the ghost-eyed golden-winged flame beetle. Fortunately, they were all normal monsters. Aside from shell-type monsters, there were also a lot of demonic halberd pigs and iron-armored rhinoceroses. It allowed the residents to earn a lot of money. When Meng Zhao walked into the region, he was just in time to see his father leading the residents to cut up the monsters. Chapter 68, Granny Wang. Dad? Meng Zhao saw that everyone's faces were solemn but not overly sorrowful, and he sighed in slight relief. He went up to ask about the situation. Meng Yishan told him that Blessed Heavenly Garden did not suffer a lot of casualties. They lost one resident, and 2 were heavily wounded. The good news was that they obtained a large amount of monster meat. Next year, they would definitely be able to be graded as a 5-star region, and their supply of ammunition would increase by 20%. They would also get a lot of extra cultivation resources, which would allow their descendants to become stronger. There was another piece of good news as well. Ma Jianjun, who lived in Block 22, Unit 4 and was a young factory worker in a machinery, had reached a breakthrough to save his partner from the clutches of monsters and became a superhuman. We have our own superhuman in our region now? Meng Zhao was surprised and delighted. There were usually 2 paths for a person to become a superhuman. The first was to build their foundation from their youth. They were to use stances, breathing techniques, and meditation techniques to repeatedly refine their bodies and get into university. Once they were sufficiently prepared, they could become superhumans and soar to the heavens. This was the golden path that was peaceful and neutral. The other path was this: since dragon citizens had been nourished by spirit energy for decades and had viruses, their potential was 10 times stronger than that of the Earthlings in the past. When they ran into life-threatening situations, there was a high possibility that their energy would burst out of them, and they would awaken to supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities gained during battle were usually paid for with a devastating price. They were usually limited to a single domain, and they had very limited room for expansion and improving. People who awakened them were known as pseudo-superhumans or broken star superhumans. Broken star superhumans were like premature babies. Before their brains, nerves, flesh, and blood had completely matured, they had to withstand a spirit energy impact that was way beyond what they could take. It was, thus, very difficult for them to cultivate in the future. Due to long-term considerations, cultivation aristocratic families did not let their children become superhumans too early. In fact, they even deliberately suppressed their realms at times. If anyone's child became a superhuman at the age of 14 or 15, no one would think that he had extraordinary talent. Instead, they would shake their heads and sigh, because the child was probably already crippled. But to the normal people in Blessed Heavenly Garden, even if someone became a broken star superhuman, they were still a superhuman. Our region is going to earn big this round. Meng Zhao smiled, but when he saw that his father's expression was a little off, his smile faded away. Dad, what's wrong? Did something happen at home? Could it be that something happened to my sister? Bai Zhaokao was his main worry. He feared that the powerful mental interference brought by the monster invasion might crush her mental strength index and once again push the possibility of her becoming corrupted to 100%. Something did happen. No, she wasn't injured. It's our neighbor, Granny Wang. Ah, just take a look at it on your own. Meng Yishan found himself not knowing what to say, even though the words were at the tip of his tongue. Meng Zhao felt his heart tense. He rushed home and found that his sister was curled up in a corner of the folding bed. It was hot, but she used 2 bed sheets and a blanket to wrap herself up. Young cow, "What's going on?" "I'm here, don't be scared." Meng Jiao was anxious. Muffled sobs came from under the blanket and bed sheets. Bai Suxin felt helpless nearby. Meng Jiao comforted the girl with gentle words. After being comforted for a long time, Bai Jiakao finally pushed the blanket and the bed sheets from her face. The girl wept horribly in the dark. "Big brother, I was too horrible. I saved Dad, I saved Mom, but I didn't manage to save Granny Wang. She's going to die. She's going to turn into a zombie." "What?" Meng Jiao turned around to cast a questioning look at his mother. Bai Suxin explained that there were many monsters yesterday, so all the residents moved to the underground shelter. While they were moving there, a drove of demonic halberd pigs crawled out of a space-time rift and separated the group. Everyone launched their counterattack where they were. Bai Jiakao was incredibly brave. No one saw what she did, but she used a small kopis and killed 2 demonic halberd pigs. However, no matter how bravely the future Dark Witch fought, right now, she was just a girl who had not awakened to her abilities. After killing 2 monsters, she used up all her strength, and even her kopis was stuck in the monster's bone. She could not bring it out. At that moment, the 3rd demonic halberd pig rushed at her. Their next-door neighbor, Granny Wang, had always fought together with their family. Without even thinking, she moved in front of Bai Jiakao as her shield, lifted her extra-large shotgun, and fired. Her accuracy was great. With just one shot, she blasted off the monster's eyeballs, but it drove the beast into anger. It bared its fangs and pierced the old lady's stomach. Then, it threw her more than 10 meters away. When Meng Yishan and Bai Suxin managed to save Granny Wang, the old lady was already a mangled mess. They used medicinal gel to stop her blood in time, but the bacteria on the demonic halberd pig's fangs stimulated the virus in Granny Wang's body. With the subsequent collapse of her immune system, the bacteria invaded her central nervous system and her brain tissues. She could not be saved. Granny Wang's going to turn into a zombie. Meng Jiao's heart sank. When Earthlings transmigrated to the other world, their first great enemy was not the horrible environment or the fights brought by the draining of resources. Instead, it was the mysterious virus and bacteria of the otherworld. The immune systems they brought with them from Earth had never seen such strange bacteria before. Many of the transmigrators were instantly crippled, or their immune systems went through such abrupt changes that they turned into all sorts of deformed monsters. Later on, with the nourishment of spirit energy, the activity of the cells in Earthlings increased by dozens of times. They unlocked the shackles of their genes and awakened to supernatural abilities, but it had side effects. For example, if a person's brain died but a large amount of their central nervous system remained highly active, the deceased would turn into a zombie who was filled with the instinct to kill and eat. They were like the zombies seen in horror movies and games on Earth. After adapting to the viruses in the other world and all the research conducted on them, the Dragon citizens now had all sorts of antibodies in them, which resulted in a brand new immune system. The Zombie Research Center developed all sorts of medications to fight the viruses and bacteria to ensure that in normal situations, the viruses and bacteria would not be activated. The medication could even make the viruses and bacteria stimulate human genes so that they could break through their limits. But in special situations, for example, when a person was severely injured, when their immune system was incredibly weak, or when a monster suddenly injected large amounts of viruses or bacteria into the person, that person would still face a certain chance of turning from a carrier to an infected. Granny Wang might have been hale and hearty, but she was still old. Her organs were also attacked by the demonic halberd pig's fangs, which was the worst possible situation. I did this to Granny Wang. I was too weak. When Bai Jiakao saw her older brother, she found a way to vent her emotions. Her eyes were glazed as she kept repeating, "I was too weak. I was too weak. I was too weak." "Young cow." Meng Jiao yanked the blanket away and grabbed her shoulders. He said loudly, "You didn't do this to Granny Wang. She sacrificed her life heroically to protect our hometown. If she was still conscious, she wouldn't want to see you like this." Bai Jiakao was still unable to get out of her emotions. She stared at her older brother in a daze before she suddenly smiled and mumbled, "I'm going to get stronger, much stronger, so that this tragedy won't happen again." Listen to me, only when your heart is strong will you truly be strong. With your current condition, no matter how physically strong you become, you'll be a slave to your strength. You won't be able to save anyone. You'll only bring about an even greater tragedy. When Meng Jiao saw that his sister was not listening to him, he sucked in a deep breath and asked his mother, "Where's Granny Wang?" "In her house." Bei Suxin hesitated for a moment. The army sent someone over. They're from the Eternal Journey. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. They're holding a joyful funeral for her? Bei Suxin nodded. Yes. All right, based on procedures, you need a witness for a joyful funeral. We're neighbors. We can bear witness. Young Cao, you're coming with me. Meng Zhao yanked his little sister to her feet. I don't want to go. I don't want to see how Granny Wang looks like right now. Bei Jiakao struggled with all her might, and her voice quivered. Didn't you say that you want to become really strong? Yet you don't even have the courage to look at Granny Wang? Meng Zhao asked. We've been neighbors for 20 years. We're going to send Granny Wang on her final journey. He dragged his sister to number 706. The door was opened, and the house was filled with the residents of the unit. Granny Wang's friends, who usually played mahjong with her, were among them as well. 3 military doctors in white coats were there. 2 of them held controllers that allowed electricity to charge through, and the other had a large pistol at his waist. Young Wan? Bei Jiakao did not dare to go in, but once pushed inside, she saw that Granny Wang's granddaughter had come back. She was schoolmates with Bei Jiakao while they were in elementary school, and they were best friends who grew up together. Bei Jiakao could only answer the soft call. Young Cao, come and keep me company. Wang Xiaowan bit her lip and extended a cold hand. Bei Jiakao braced herself and squeezed her way through. She shut her eyes, not daring to look. She could only hear Granny Wang as she let out rumbling sounds from her throat, along with the sounds of chains turning around. The girl felt her older brother hold her shoulders. Warmth came from his palm, and his voice spoke from above her. It's okay. I'm here. Bei Jiakao leaned against her older brother and finally found the courage to open her eyes. She saw that a metal frame had been placed on Granny Wang's wooden bed. The old lady was curled up on the frame, and her limbs were tied down by chains. Her waist was bound by bandages, and her stomach had become 1 size bigger than before. Even though they had spread a lot of medicinal gel on her wounds, blood still seeped out of them. The terrifying wounds had instantly taken the old lady's life, but the spirit energy, viruses, bacteria, and the incredibly active cells worked together to keep her miraculously alive. Number 90% of the old lady's brain was dying. Her consciousness was gradually fading away. But the remaining 10% in her body were living in another way. Since they had lost the limitations placed on them by human consciousness, they became more excited. And savage. Clang. Clang. Granny Wang suddenly started spasming violently, and the chains holding her down clanged violently. Thick blood vessels appeared on her wrinkled skin, and balls of blood began moving around in her blood vessels. They looked like rats. The brown age spots had turned green at some point, and dense, small red dots appeared on her livor mortis. Her limbs twitched madly, and the heaving of her chest grew weaker until it became still. She no longer needed to breathe. She had turned from a human to another unidentified creature. Bei Jiakao was shocked. She wanted to move back. Next to her, Granny Wang's granddaughter and her childhood friends started sobbing. Bei Jiakao could not hold back her fear and regret as she said stiffly, "It's fine, young Wan. Granny Wang has already passed away. She didn't feel any pain. 85% of the patient's brain tissues have died. The patient will lose 100% of her breathing functions in 3 minutes. The 3 viruses, D35, D44, and R39 have gone over the critical point in the patient's body. With Dragon City's current medical standards and the patient's age, wounds, and body functions, we have come to an overall conclusion that we cannot save the patient. Family members, do you acknowledge this fact?" Chapter 69, Small Stars. The military doctors operated the portable medicinal equipment tensely. Through various exploratory needles and patches, they obtained Granny Wang's physiological parameters. But they could do nothing to save her. They sighed and explained the parameters to the granddaughter. With teary eyes, Wang Xiaowan nodded and signed on the emergency rescue report. The patient has signed the corpse donation agreement while she was alive. The method of donation she chose is by volunteering to join the Red Dragon Army's Eternal Journey. Based on the procedures, we will need her direct relative and 5 neighbors to stand as witnesses to ensure that the entire process abides by the rules and laws, and is logical. The military doctor looked around him. Granny Wang's mahjong friends were willing to bear witness. Meng Zhao and Bei Jiakao stepped forward as well. "All right, witnesses, please sign here. Next, We will allow you to watch the video the donor has recorded beforehand to ensure that the next procedure is in accordance with the donor's will. The military doctor connected the video to Granny Wang's TV. The image jumped to several years ago when Granny Wang was still very energetic. She sat cross-legged on her bed with her extra-large shotgun placed horizontally over her lap. Her biochemical pet, sword-toothed hunting dog called Big Tooth, was right next to her. "Juaner, if you see this video, it means that I'm dead, and I even became a zombie." In the video, Granny Wang remained as boisterous and lively as ever. "Don't cry. Are you made of water or something, lass? You've liked crying since you were young. You're completely different from young Cow, the one living next door. Death is a natural process of life. Humans are just mortals. When we die, we have nothing. Rotting away slowly or turning into zombies is just fine. You don't have to be sad for me, really. Dragon City transmigrated more than 50 years ago, and how many people managed to live through these 50 years? We've experienced a lot of crazy stuff, and I was fortunate enough to live until my age. I've already earned big. Don't stop me. I'm not doing this on an impulse. I've thought about this for a long time. Before I transmigrated, I was the same as you. When I was still in my teens, I had already thought about offering up my body in the future. It's a long story. It started when I was still living in my old home on Earth. At that time, a pandemic happened in my hometown, and the entire city was affected by the virus. Many people collapsed out of the blue, and I was the same. But soon, doctors, nurses, and volunteers from all over the world came to help our city, and we received the best treatment and care. I'm old now, and I can't remember a lot of things, but I'll never forget a nurse with very pretty eyes. She took care of me meticulously, and when she had free time, which happened rarely, she came to tell me stories, sing to me, or dance for me. I will never forget how she was wrapped up in multiple layers of protective clothing at that time. Even so, she danced clumsily and looked like a fat swan. I also can't forget the deep, red marks left on her face by the mask. Yet she was constantly smiling. She was happy and beautiful. Under her attentive care, I became better. But she did not get to sleep for days and nights. She overworked herself and came into contact with many patients, which meant she caught the virus as well. After fighting it for some time, she did not manage to make it. On the last few days she was still alive, I accidentally heard the nurses talk, and it was only then that I learned that she had signed up the corpse donation agreement. She wanted to offer up her infected body to increase the speed of the research. I cried. I wanted to see her, but she was already sent into the ICU. Patients with light symptoms could not enter it. I was the first patient under her care who recovered. She had paid a lot of attention to me. During her last few days, she even asked the doctors to send me 1,000 paper cranes from the ICU. She had folded them herself and even disinfected them. I opened all 1,000 paper cranes. There were no words on them, just a girl who looked like me standing in a flower field while wearing a red dress. The sky had a smiling star with a smile, and it was very pretty. At that time, I was too young, and I couldn't understand a lot of things. For example, why the nurse had traveled such a long distance from her hometown to mine, why she fought the virus day and night for months before dying quietly, or why she was willing to donate her corpse for the researcher. But I kept those 1,000 paper cranes. Then, after I grew up and transmigrated to the other world, I often looked at that picture. I looked at the nurse, who continued smiling even after she turned into a star in the picture. As I looked at it, I thought about what she had told me. Every time I ran into hardships I couldn't get over, I thought about the nurse's smile, and I felt a power protecting me. That feeling was great. That's why I want to become a smiling star in the sky, just like her. I want to look over you, Juaner, young Cow from next door, all of blessed Heavenly Garden, and all of Dragon City. I want all of you young guns to be able to grow up safely and happily. Wang Xiaoan was weeping so terribly that she could not say anything. She leaned against Beijia Cow's shoulder. Granny. Beijia Cow's eyes stung, and all of her negative emotions turned into hot tears that flowed down her cheeks. Granny Wang. She called out softly. The old lady in the video seemed to have heard the girl calling out to her. She grinned and said, "By the way, Juaner, aside from you, we only have Big Tooth left in our family now. If I'm no longer around, you have to stay in school and study. Let's ask Uncle Meng and Young Cow to take care of Big Tooth, shall we?" Young Cow likes Big Tooth the most. Every day, after school, she could come to our house to play with Big Tooth. She won't bully Big Tooth, And Big Tooth won't bully her either. Wang Xiaowan stopped crying and bit her lip. All right. Bai Jiakao nodded seriously as well. Granny Wang, don't worry. I'll take good care of Big Tooth. The saw-toothed hunting dog in the video heard his master call his name and stood up on the bed. The saw-toothed hunting dog in reality, who was now a few years older, stood up as well. He shook his tail vigorously. Even though his master had gained a very frightening appearance and his instincts told him not to get close, he still had an urge he could not understand. He wanted to save her from the torment afflicting her. Bai Jiakao picked up the saw-toothed hunting dog with slight difficulty and hugged him tightly. Big Tooth struggled a little before he stopped resisting. He let out tiny whines before he buried his head in the girl's shoulder. The video was about to end. Granny Wang yawned and looked around, then revealed a mischievous smile. Ha, when my husband was alive, he always said that he's been in the Red Dragon Army his entire life, and even after he dies, he will definitely join the eternal journey. He even started sprouting poetry at me and said something like, now, I shall go to hell and gather all my fallen subordinates. Together, we shall head to kill the king of hell. He really knew how to boast. He was just a foot soldier, so where exactly was he going to find subordinates? More like, he was going to become someone else's subordinate. I didn't expect that the old man's luck would be so bad that he'd be torn to pieces by a monster. Instead, I'm the one who has the chance to join the eternal journey. When I see the old man again, I'd like to see how he can still toot his horn. Ah. It hasn't ended yet? You recorded this part as well? Oh well, since you recorded it, let it be. Don't delete it. Why should I be worried about the old coot hearing it? Even if he hears it, he can't do anything about it. Granny Wang grinned and turned off the recording. Family of the donor, was the video clear and complete? Do you have any objections? The military doctor asked. It's clear and complete. I have no objections, Wang Xiaowan said with red-rimmed eyes. Witnesses, do you have any objections? The military doctor asked. Meng Zhao, Bai Jiakao and all three of Granny Wang's mahjong friends shook their heads. None. All right, since the family member and the witnesses have no objections, the donor's corpse has now officially become a volunteer for the eternal journey. The conversion ceremony will begin now. First, everyone, please bow 3 times to the volunteer's corpse to show your utmost respect. The military doctor's expression was stern. He led everyone to take a step back and bowed methodically. Granny Wang was gradually turning into a zombie on the metal frame before them. Her pupils were dilated and she could no longer react to the strong light in the outer world. No spark that suggested a shred of humanity remained in her eyes. Her shrieks became sharper, and it did not sound like anything that came from a human or a living creature. It sounded like the viruses and bacteria in her were propagating at large quantities and were putting pressure on her organs, deforming them, and mutating them. The shrieks were made by the air flowing in her. Her bone cells were stimulated, which resulted in her canines protruding from her mouth. Her lips and gums continued withering as well, which made her look incredibly terrifying. The chains made of alloy made creaking sounds because of how much she yanked at them. They were drawn into a taut, straight line, as if they were about to snap at any moment. But Meng Zhao and the neighbors were not afraid. They slowly and solemnly completed the ceremony to pay respect to Granny Wang. Next, we will inject the virus suppression serum. The military doctor stepped forward and used a large needle to inject a tube full of faint green medicinal liquid into Granny Wang's body. They could clearly see it flowing through Granny Wang's entire body due to her protruded veins. The old lady's violently twitching body calmed down a little. But her murky eyes still shone with a hungry light. For the third step, we will implant her memories. We will implant the volunteer's mutating cerebral cortex with the automatically generated video she made when she signed the agreement. 2 military doctors went forward cautiously and placed a superbrain on Granny Wang's head. Granny Wang's fierce eyes were covered by the helmet. As the superbrain started whirring into action, she gradually calmed down, as if she was hypnotized. Wang Xiaowan asked timidly, "Military doctor, sir, I'd like to ask, what sort of video did my grandma generate? Is it about me?" "No." The military doctor shook his head. "It's the video your grandpa recorded when your father was born." The group understood what had happened. The consciousness of the old lady on the bed had disappeared. Her brain had started rotting away, and the terrifying virus was flowing through her veins and nerves of her broken body, reducing her from a noble human to a deformed monster. But in the deepest parts of her dark mind was a small fire that continued burning. In that fire was the first sigh she emitted when she had just become a mother. That sigh was filled with wonder and joy as she looked at the small, weak, and soft baby in her arms. If there was a strength that could allow her to win against the rampaging zombie virus, it was memories like these, which were etched deep in a human soul. Chapter 70, Eternal Life in Flames. 3 minutes later, Granny Wang's skin was covered in horrifying spots. Her teeth and nails grew sharper as well. But she no longer twitched nor let out terrifying screeches. The two military doctors looked at each other and removed the helmet. Granny Wang's face was as ferocious as ever. Her eyes were still murky, but they no longer let out the fierce light that belonged to wild beasts. There was only a calm look in them. Next, we will conduct the final test. Witnesses, please go out. Family member, please go out as well, the military doctor said. No, I want to stay here. I want to stay with my grandma, Wang Xiaoan said firmly. When Meng Zhao dragged Bai Jiakao out the door, he noticed that her hands were no longer shaking as badly as before. The military doctor did not close the door. He only drew his pistol and blocked the entrance. The siblings stood on their tiptoes and looked inside. They saw one of the other two military doctors protect Wang Xiaoan while the last one quickly removed Granny Wang's chains. The zombified Granny Wang jumped up. She was now controlled by great hunger and an instinct to kill. With her teeth bared, she pounced at the crowd. The muscles of the military doctor who protected Wang Xiaoan bulged out. Even his white coat let out ripping sounds. The military doctor who blocked the entrance quickly lifted the pistol and aimed at the center of Granny Wang's forehead. Wang Xiaoan cried at the top of her lungs. "Grandma!" It looked like the zombified Granny Wang's soul was struck by lightning. She froze on the spot. "Citizen Wang Shufan, do you remember your oath when you joined the Eternal Journey? We are noble humans. Our willpower will allow us to win against all physical and invisible enemies. Even if we die, we will not let ourselves be manipulated by viruses and bacteria," a military doctor shouted. "Standing before you is your beloved granddaughter. Are you really going to tear her apart and eat her?" Meng Zhao noticed that the military doctor's eyes were shining brightly, and the veins at his temples pulsated rapidly. By the looks of it, he was a superhuman who was skilled in mind techniques. He was using his brain waves to stimulate the part of Granny Wang's cerebral cortex which had yet to completely rot away. It would help him prevent the virus from wreaking havoc on what remained of Granny Wang's brain cells. A conflicted expression appeared on the zombified Granny Wang's face. The glory of humanity and the instincts of a beast raged wildly in her. "Grandma, do your best. You can definitely win against this demon. Grandpa, Dad, and Mom are all watching you in heaven," Wang Xiaoan shouted out in a quivering voice. Her words struck Granny Wang's rapidly mutating central nervous system. Her murky eyeballs trembled violently, and a crystalline liquid that resembled tears flowed out of her eyes. She extended her sharp claws at her granddaughter. The three military doctors were nervous. But Wang Xiaoan went to her grandmother without regard for her safety. When the sharp claws were about to touch her face, Granny Wang retreated. She forcibly controlled herself and retracted her fangs and claws before standing in an orderly fashion. She just allowed the cold, crystalline tears to intersect as they slid down her rotting face. The mutation of her brain cells has been controlled. The central nervous system was protected perfectly. It wasn't further invaded by the virus. Reaction to sound is normal. Reaction to light is normal. Reaction to fresh blood is normal. The volunteer might have died, but the memory fragments remaining in the depths of her brain cells have turned into instincts that allowed her to control herself. As of now, she is no longer a zombie with no humanity left. Instead, she is an eternal being who will fight to the death for her hometown and her family. Some people remain living, but they have already died a long time ago. But some people, in their deaths, will burn with eternal life in flames. Salute the eternal being. The three military doctors gave the zombified Granny Wang the standard military salute. Then, one military doctor opened the brain cell controller on the spinal nerve control ring and looped them around the zombified Granny Wang's forehead and neck. Then, with a few circuits, he connected both of them together. During the entire process, the zombified Granny Wang's eyeballs kept shuddering. Her sharp claws extended and retracted. She stared at the military doctor's neck, which was right next to her. Her eyes were fixed on the slightly protruding vessels on his neck. She was even salivating a little. But under her granddaughter's encouraging gaze, the zombified Granny Wang managed to hold herself under control. When the control system was fully connected, the old lady became completely quiet. The ruthless expression on her face disappeared, and only calmness remained in her murky eyes. The military doctor used a controller that was similar to those used for unmanned aerial vehicles to guide Granny Wang out of the house she had stayed in for the past few decades. The corridor was stuffed full of people. Everyone heard that Granny Wang had completed the eternal ceremony, and they came to send her off. "It's a joyful funeral. A joyful funeral," someone sighed. "Some people remain living, but they have already died a long time ago. But some people, in their deaths, will burn with eternal life in flames." Another person shouted the oath of the eternal journey. But the majority of the people remained somber and stern as they watched Granny Wang partake in her final journey. When they arrived at the entrance of the unit, Granny Wang followed the 3 military doctors into the airtight armored truck, and Wang Xiaojun called out to her grandma for the final time while Bai Jiakao supported her. "Grandma." Granny Wang actually turned around to look at her, and her mostly rotten lips curled up a little. While the old lady was alive, she caused a lot of fuss. Her voice was shrill and high. When they ran into something, she liked to butt in by telling people what they should do, so quite a lot of people in the area did not quite like her. But she was dead now, and a lot of people wept for her. Citizen Wang Shifeng joined the Red Dragon Army's eternal journey. Based on the rules to give out rewards to the martyrs in the army, the direct relatives of eternal beings who have yet to come of age will have 10 marks added to their test when they go through their national high school examination, and they will be rewarded with an extra 5 marks during their national college examination. Go back and study well. Don't let your grandmother down. The 3 military doctors saluted Wang Xiaoan and left with Granny Wang. "Young Wan, don't be too sad. Your grandma is a hero. Perhaps we'll be able to see her showing off her skills during the next monster invasion." When Meng Zhao saw that his neighbor was deep in the throes of despair, he could not help but comfort her. He was not lying. While zombie cells might be highly active, most the zombies' organs and limbs had rotted away, so the zombies were not actually very strong. During the first 10 years Dragon City transmigrated, normal people could use chainsaws or lawnmowers to deal with zombies. As long as they overcame their fear and avoided being injured or bitten, they could fight against a few zombies on their own. The military, however, had spent a lot of effort in creating Eternal Journey, so it was impossible for them to send zombies to the front lines just to be food for the monsters. When the eternal beings entered the military camp, they needed to go through more than 10 modifications. All sorts of powerful armor, crystal engines, and lighter heavy weaponry were fixed to their bodies until they became war fortresses that could be controlled by human brain cells and spinal nerves. With the continuous development of runic symbols, spirit energy, and crystal technology, the ability to strengthen bones and improve the fighting capabilities of a lone soldier became better. Thus, all sorts of battle armor became popular. But the human body was a weak sack of flesh. The stronger the battle armor was, the more damage the people wearing it would sustain, because it meant that they would have to endure greater noise, higher temperature, and greater impacts. With just a thin layer of armor, they had to shift from supersonic speed to absolute stillness. Then, from stillness, they needed to instantly reach Mach 3 or Mach 5. And while doing that, they had to maneuver their bodies and withstand high-speed impacts from monsters. Even if the armor itself could withstand such torture, a normal person's muscles, bones, brain, and organs were not capable of that. Only the superhuman martial artists who specialized in refining their bodies could withstand such a thing. But all of them focused on walking down the path of using spirit energy and meditation to create and refine their energy armor. Since there was no need for them to use physical armor and there were too few people who could use them, there were just not enough people who could fight the rampaging monster horde. There were simply too few people in Dragon City. So, for the sake of survival, even the dead had to fight heroically. Since they were already dead, their reflex system was just impulses granted to them by bioelectricity. Hence, they did not need to care about damaging their own bodies. The weapon designers could pile up their most insane ideas on the eternal beings. For example, they could install the eternal beings' remaining brain cells and spinal nerves on super war trucks that were tens of meters tall, had dozens of crawlers, and dozens of huge cannons. Because of it, the Eternal Journey became one of the most powerful forces in the Red Dragon Army. They were a frenzied suicide squad. No. It would not be too accurate to use the word frenzy to describe them. When the eternal beings drove the super machines over the monsters, their spirits in heaven should be feeling peace. They should be happy. The Eternal Journey armor truck had 2 red crosses painted on the sides. They were surrounded by flames. Once the truck was driven out, Bajia Cow mentioned her worries once again. Young Wan, I was the one who did this to your granny. If I weren't so useless, Granny Wang might not have died. Why would you say that? Wang Xiaoan looked at Bajia Cow with slight surprise. When I came back, Grandma still had some semblance of consciousness left. She told me that it's all thanks to you rushing to the forefront without a care for your own safety and using a small coppice to kill 2 demonic halberd pigs that she managed to lift her shotgun and fight to her heart's content. If it weren't for you, many of the neighbors and she herself would have been separated by the demonic halberd pigs. A lot more people would have died because of it. Bajia Cow was stunned. Really? Of course. Grandma said that you're the bravest girl she has ever seen, and she told me that I was to learn from you. Wang Xiaowan squatted down and touched the sword-toothed hunting dog's head. She whispered, Young Cow, I have to stay in school. I'll have to impose on you and ask you to take care of Big Tooth. Is that okay? Don't worry. I'll take good care of Big Tooth. Bajia Cow's eyes sparkled once more. I almost forgot. Wang Xiaoan removed Big Tooth's collar and took out a large, heart-shaped pendant. She pushed down on it gently. The pendant had space inside it, and photos fell out. One of them was Granny Wang's wedding photo. The people in it were a young man and woman. They were both heroic-looking and appeared to be in high spirits. There were also a few colored baby photos. The child was smiling, and he looked really similar to Granny Wang when she was young. A lot of numbers were written behind each photo. Granny said that she's old, and her memory isn't that good. She always lost things, so she decided to write all the passwords in the house on the pictures and hid them in Big Tooth's collar. This way, if something happened, I would be able to find them. Wang Xiaoan put the pictures into her pocket. At that moment, a small and very old paper crane fell out of the deepest part of the pendant. Chapter 71, Birth of a Hero. Wang Xiaoan and Bajia Cow exchanged a glance, and the girl carefully opened the paper crane. It had been folded decades ago. The paper was very brittle, and the picture had faded away. Even so, they could still vaguely see a small, smiling star. It hung high in the darkness and protected the carefree girl under it. Ah, this is the paper crane the nurse gave to your grandmother when she was young. Bajia Cow exclaimed. Young Wan, you have to keep it. Wang Xiaoan thought about it and folded the paper crane carefully before she stuffed it back into the pendant. She tied it around Big Tooth's neck once more. I think it's better if I keep it here. This is a fragile thing, and I don't have anywhere to put it in school. Young Cow, can you keep it for me? She asked with a smile. Bajia Cow panicked a little. She waved her hand and said, It's too precious. Can I? If someone like you can, what is a crybaby like me supposed to do? Wang Xiaoan looked downcast. Young Cow, my parents are gone, and my grandparents have passed away too. If you don't help me, I won't know what to do. Bajia Cow thought about it for a long time. Then, she sucked in a deep breath and nodded somberly. All right, young Wan, I promise you, we'll guard Granny's star together. Wang Xiaoan finally smiled, as if she had found her pillar of support. She promised to go to the Meng family for dinner at night, but first, she had to go back to pack up the thing left by her grandmother. Bajia Cow sat by the parterre and stared at the horribly damaged region. Suddenly, she spoke to Meng Zhao, who had been standing beside her. Big brother, I don't want to stay in Dragon City No. 1 anymore. Meng Zhao was taken aback. What? I said that I don't want to stay in that stupid Dragon City No. 1 anymore. Even if the houses there are big, the environment is good, the facilities are complete, and the spirit energy there smells good, I don't want to stay there anymore. I just want to stay here. Bajia Cow hugged Big Tooth and said seriously, Blessed Heavenly Garden is my home. I won't move from this place. Meng Zhao fell silent. He saw a notification pop up in front of his eyes. Special Citizen Bajia Cow, Dark Witch's possibility of being corrupted has been reduced by another 5%. The future of Dragon City has become more stable. Increased contribution points by 1,112. He was bemused. What's going on? I didn't do anything. So why did my sister's corruption rate fall by such a large degree? The reduction rate is higher than from the 2 critical points which would have changed her life. His thoughts raced, and the memory fragments of his previous life connected together. In his previous life, Granny Wang did not die in the monster invasion. Instead, she died in the invasion of the ghost-eyed golden-winged flame beetle. The old lady was burned to a crisp by the flames the super beast spat out along with her sword-toothed hunting dog, so she did not have the chance to join the eternal journey. Everything in the pet's collar also turned into dust that returned to the pages of history. No one could see the small star the nurse from Earth drew before her death a long time ago. Bajayakao's heart was entangled by all sorts of negative emotions, and she sank deep into the dark abyss. In time, she even stepped onto the evil path. But in this life, many things had changed. Blessed Heavenly Garden might have been invaded twice in succession, but the residents launched their fierce counterattacks. They obtained a large amount of war resources and fighting experience. They had their very own broken star superhuman, and the entire region had become stronger. Granny Wang might have ended up dying, but her corpse remained mostly whole. She then successfully completed the transformation ceremony and turned into an honorable eternal being, which meant she would continue fighting to protect her hometown and her beloved granddaughter. Bajayakao was entrusted by Granny Wang with her dying will, and she found a whole new fighting spirit. Granny Wang's spirit in heaven shone on her, so she should be able to walk down a bright path. Meng Zhao smiled from the depths of his heart. It was not just because he obtained more than 1,000 contribution points. It was because he finally saw the crystalline butterfly flap its wings to stir up an insignificant breeze. Then, under the amazing effects of chain reactions, that breeze turned into a storm that was about to race through the land. But before the storm arrived, darkness would descend upon them. Yet no matter how long the darkness lasted, it would shatter in the end, and they would welcome the brightest dawn. Big brother, I don't want to learn singing and dancing. I want to train. I want to become stronger. Trust me, I know what I'm fighting for now. I can control the strongest power. Bajayakao stroked Big Tooth's head with a face full of determination. Meng Zhao looked at his little sister for a long time before he suddenly reached out and ruffled her hair. All right, he said gently. You'll start by practicing your stances for an extra 2 hours every night. I'll help you become stronger. Stances again? Somebody help me. Bajayakao exclaimed. For the final 2 days before the National College examination, Meng Zhao shut himself in his house to study. It was almost meaningless to do last-minute preparations. Right now, what he needed the most was to relax his mind and focus so that he could go through his National College examination in his best condition. The night before the National College examination, another piece of good news brought him great delight. Your first healing-type quest has been completed. Elite citizen Ning Shou's hands have recovered by 93%. He has recovered the high-grade basic functions of his hands. Quest reward, increased contribution points by 453. Increased skillfulness with basic harvesting skill by 50%. You have now moved from specialist level to master level. A numb feeling surged through his entire body. It felt as if electricity coursed through his veins. It went from his central nervous system to the nerve endings. His nerve ganglia and sensory cells continuously split up and propagated. They were like the growing roots of a tree, but they grew at a pace that was 1,000 times faster. His fingertips became so sensitive that it was insane. Even if he just casually rubbed them against a table, he was able to detect a few fine holes. When he harvested monsters next time, his movements would be even more meticulous and accurate. But what caused him the greatest joy was that not only had Ning Shou recovered, he had also won against his junior brother, Poisonous Hands Liao Santong, in the battle. He saw this news on the largest monster forum in Dragon City. Ghostly Hands and Poisonous Hands were both very famous people in the harvesting circle. Since they were competing in public, their competition naturally gained the attention of the public. Some people even used unmanned aerial vehicles and their handphones to film the entire process. Harvesters did not compete using their fists. Instead, they competed with the number of resources they managed to harvest and how the resources looked. Coincidentally, this time, a pair of dual-star crocodiles had appeared in the fog. These super beasts were always twins and always moved together. Their size, weight, distribution of organs, and body structure were the same as well. Even their cranial capacity was about the same. That was why they were able to share their consciousness and senses when they fought. They had a thick shell and layers of bone lamayi overlapping with each other and intersecting in them. Even anti-tank missiles could not pierce them, so the difficulty of dissecting them was very high. Hence, Ghostly Hands and Poisonous Hands could have a crocodile each. They competed fairly and squarely to see who harvested faster, gathered more resources, and whose rare materials had a better appearance. Even though these super beasts weighed several thousands of kilograms and looked like mini tanks, the two masters did not spend a lot of time on them. Their competition ended in a flash. Meng Zhao watched as they swung multifunction mechanical arms and used all sorts of huge saws, chisels, adzes, and axes so quickly that they turned into a terrifying gray blur. The two men seemed to be swinging their tools wildly in a disorganized fashion, but they were so accurate that they should have been wielding surgery knives. They dismembered the super beasts like a butcher would an ox and opened up the deformed bone lamella before removing it. As Meng Jiao watched them, he knew that he still had a long way ahead of him. Ning Shouo won. His harvesting time was faster than his junior brother's by 17 seconds. The weight of the resources he harvested was higher by 3.5 kilograms, and he also managed to perfectly extract the remote sensory crystal, which was the most important component in the dual star crocodile's brain. It was used to share their consciousness and senses, and it was connected with more than 100 nerves that were as fine as hair. Poisonous Hands Liao Santong might have also managed to remove the remote sensory crystal in the other dual star crocodile, but he broke 3 nerves, and its quality became inferior to that of Ghostly Hand's remote sensory crystal. He had to admit his defeat with a sour face. Ghostly Hands won against Poisonous Hands. Didn't they say that Elder Ning is poison and could not be cured even after he sought out all sorts of famous doctors? I thought they said that he could only retire in silence. Why is he still so powerful? Which medical team treated him? He managed to recover so well. The monster lovers on the forum cried out in surprise. What shocked them the most was not Ning Shenhuo's recovery or victory. Instead, it was his actions after he obtained complete victory. In front of hundreds of his harvesting friends and onlookers, Ning Shouo announced that he would donate half of his money to form Fire Relayer Foundation. It would specialize in helping children who came from poor families but had extraordinary talent in harvesting. Also, he would set up an online lecture series to teach all that he had learned in his life for free. He would provide guidance to whoever wanted to learn, and he would even share the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse, which was the most advanced skill in the harvesting field. After he said those words, the people burst into a ruckus. The foundation was actually not that amazing. Due to the unique taxation system, many of the powerful and rich people in Dragon City set up all sorts of foundations to help those in the middle and lower classes. This was a legal way to avoid paying taxes. But what about the second thing he said? He wanted to teach everything that he had learned? What did Ning Shouo want to do? Even his junior brother, Poisonous Hands Liao Santong, stared at him in dumbfounded shock. Junior brother Liao, we've been competing against each other for decades. I know exactly what you're thinking about. Ning Shouo placed his hands behind his back and said with a smile, in truth, in the past, I did enjoy competing against you, both in public and in the shadows. As we competed against each other, we managed to gain ourselves the titles of Ghostly Hands and Poisonous Hands. I even felt smug about it for a time. But now that I think about it, we're Earthlings in the other world. We're surrounded by monsters, so it's meaningless for us to fight among ourselves. I might seem to be suffering a loss by offering all that I've learned to the public, but if more people can learn my harvesting skills and gather more resources for Dragon City, the fighting strength of Dragon City will grow. Our descendants will then be able to live a safer life. Their futures will also be brighter. As he spoke, Ning Shouo patted the dumbfounded Liao Santong's shoulder 3 times. Junior brother, I know that you have been bothered for decades by how our master taught me the Jade assessment skill. I was petty and afraid that you'd surpass me, so I wasn't willing to tell you about it over the past few decades. Fortunately, I was severely wounded some time ago, and it made me think about many things. I also obtained a mysterious senior's guidance and was enlightened. I was reborn, and I woke up. Later, let's go aside, and I'll tell you all the critical points of Jade assessment skill. What? Liao Santong took 2 steps back. His beard quivered. He could not quite believe what he heard. The monster forum descended into a complete madness. A mysterious senior enlightened Elder Ning and helped him be reborn? Just what sort of legendary person are they? Kindling shone in front of Meng Jiao's eyes. Ning Shouo's awareness has increased after he was provided guidance by the Fire Relayer. He has now turned from an elite citizen to a pseudo-heroic citizen. The efficiency of Dragon City's resource recovery rate will increase as he and more people change. Increased contribution points by 999. Meng Jiao's heart surged, and he could not calm down even after a long time. Suddenly, slight shame rose in him. He had only begun to make contributions with so much gusto because he was bound to Kindling and could get contribution points. But Principal Sun, Granny Wang, and Elder Ning were not bound to any system. If they made contributions, they were not able to get any benefits. In truth, they actually had to pay a hefty price for it. Even so, they did it willingly, and they faced death with a smile. Compared to them, he was nothing. What right did he have to provide guidance to others so they would be enlightened and reborn? I should say that Principal Sun, Granny Wang, and Elder Ning have provided guidance to me, Meng Zhao mumbled. So, the citizens' units are not fixed. Heroes are not born. All normal citizens can turn into elites, and elite citizens can turn into heroes. Then, what sort of citizen am I? Am I a normal citizen, elite citizen, special citizen, or? Chapter 72, Day of the National College Examination. Meng Zhao exited the website and sat down with his legs crossed in the treasure tower stance. He imagined himself as a towering tower on a lone island standing in the midst of raging waves. His chaotic thoughts were like raging waves, but his heart gradually calmed down despite them. His eyes started shining like a light at the top of a tall tower. Golden light shone from them and cut through the waves. The seniors are shining brilliantly, but the future has to be built by us, the younger generation. Meng Zhao opened his eyes. They shone brilliantly. Before, he did not intend to activate any skills. But the quest to heal Ning Shouo had helped him gather more than 2,000 contribution points. Besides, he had been practicing Thunder Rapier for a long time now, so the price to awaken this basic skill had become much lower. Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment before he chose to activate it. Then, he pushed it to specialist level in one go. Because of it, he now had 3 great force execution techniques, 2 great fighting skills, 9 great stances, and also Dragon Hibernation stance. There were also the relative breathing techniques and meditation methods, along with his perfect level basic gun technique. He had already perfectly mastered all the skills that he could learn in high school. His skillfulness with them was almost maxed out. However, he could still awaken some advanced skills. He could push one of his existing skills from specialist level to master level or even perfect level with the remaining 5,000 contribution points. But he did not need to do that for the time being. After all, he should only use his best materials at crucial moments. Meng Zhao's gaze focused, and he stood up. He hooked up a saber with a thick back, making it shine, and brought out a draft paper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The saber released raging silver slashes in the chaotic small room. In an instant, Meng Zhao delivered dozens of slashes, but he did not touch the table, the chair, the bed, or any of the things on the shelf. Even the thin draft paper dancing at the tip of the saber was not torn. Meng Zhao's precise control over the 100 saber techniques had already reached a level where even the teachers from first high school, second high school, and construction high would clap their hands and praise him if they saw it. But this was not enough. He bent his knees a little, and his muscles contracted. Thud, thud, thud. He jumped on the wall and started moving about the room in 360 degrees. It was an unbelievable sight. He had already practiced his stances to the point that he had mastered them. With the help from Ripple Force, he felt as if there was a strange suction force coming out of his legs that helped him stick to the walls or even the ceiling. His slashes changed from fierce to somber. They started to sound like thunderclaps. With a heavy saber, he managed to bring out the essence of Thunder Rapier. In a flash, it was as if thunder had started roaring in the room. A storm began brewing. Phew! The bed, table, and chairs started creaking, as if they could not withstand the airflow. Meng Zhao then stopped brandishing the saber. He exhaled, releasing a white puff of air. It accurately struck the draft paper dancing in the air. Multiple tears had been left behind on the draft paper by the slashes just now. When he blew on it, it fell apart and turned into a pentadecagon. Meng Zhao smiled. With such a saber technique, sword technique, and my perfect level basic gun technique, I'll definitely be able to succeed in my national college examination tomorrow. A fiery red dawn welcomed the final day of the national college examination. Meng Zhao leapt out of bed feeling refreshed. Every cell in his body was eager and restless. Baisuksen knocked on his door and gave him a pair of red underwear and red socks so that he would have good luck and get good results. Meng Zhao wanted to laugh, but he did not want to deny his mother's goodwill, so he took them obediently. But when his father brought over red pants and a red belt, he rejected the offer sternly. The dining table was covered with various breakfast dishes. His parents had practically bought all of the available breakfast food from all the stalls in the area. Bei Jiankao woke up because of the fragrance. She extended her grubby hands sleepily, only to have her hand slapped away by her mother. The parents were more nervous than anyone else in the house, but they pretended to be nonchalant while they comforted Meng Zhao. "It'll be fine. You just have to relax and take the test. As long as you show all you can do, it's fine no matter how many marks you get." Even if you can't get into the universities, getting into post-secondary specialized colleges is good too. When you enter society, you can continue learning. You might have a chance to become a superhuman yet. Bah, don't curse our son. If you don't know how to speak, shut up. With our son's current strength, he's even stronger than the kids in the key high schools. I'm just trying to get him to relax. Don't be so nervous. If you're nervous, you're going to make him nervous too. When Meng Zhao saw that his parents were about to start arguing, he quickly grabbed a fried bread bannock and a steamed bun so that he could leave. Dad, Mom, I'm leaving. Don't worry, it's just the National College exam. It'll be like a game. His footsteps were firm as he walked out of Blessed Heavenly Garden. Usually, there were not many cars on the streets, but it was exceptionally empty on that day. Only the public buses specifically assigned to carry the examinees moved in between the residential areas and the exam area. But there were a large number of armored airships and superhumans in the air. They were all ready to fight. The anti-aircraft guns and guided missile launchers on the skyscrapers also showed their ferocious faces. The Red Dragon Army and armored machines were stationed on the important roads and strategic high grounds. Dragon City was ready to fight and was filled with a murderous aura. Since it was the day of National College examination, it was the day that the youths decided their fate. The city could not allow the monsters to invade their territory. A long time ago, the intelligent super beasts had understood one truth: during the cycle of the 4 seasons, there were 2 days on which they were absolutely not to invade Dragon City. One of them was New Year's Eve. The other was the day of the National College exam. Once, 20 years ago, when Dragon City had just restored the National College examination system from the chaos, an apocalyptic beast led a large group of super beasts and high-grade monsters into Dragon City in an aggressive wave. Super beasts were divided into 9 ranks. Those at the bottom 3 ranks were known as nightmarish beasts, while those in the 3 ranks in the middle were known as hell beasts, and the most brutal, most cruel, and most destructive were ranked among the first 3 ranks. They were apocalyptic beasts. The crystalline 9-headed dragon was an incredibly difficult and ruthless creature among the apocalyptic beasts. It possessed 9 heads with extremely good self-healing properties. Even if 3 or 5 of its heads were cut off, they could regenerate. The creature's scales also had the properties of crystals. Not only were they incredibly tough, they could control light at will so they could hide their bodies or release lasers. The crystalline 9-headed dragon possessed offense and defense, and it was an incredibly aggressive creature. The monster horde it led also contained a large number of nightmarish beasts and hell beasts. This terrifying army had reigned supreme in Monster Mountain Range for a long time. But because they invaded Dragon City on the day of the National College examination, they stirred up the full-fledged fury of the dragon citizens. All Earthlings, from the foot soldiers of the Red Dragon Army to 6-star superhumans and those ranked above who had reached deity realm and possessed great abilities, fell into a frenzy. They swiftly made it call a retreat from its conceited attack. But that was not the end. Those who trample on our National College examination must be eliminated, no matter how far away they are. The Survival Committee, the Supernatural Tower, and the officers of the Red Dragon Army worked together to release the greatest declaration from Earthlings. 10 deity realm superhumans led the elites of Dragon City outside. They launched the fiercest offense Dragon City had ever seen since they transmigrated. Their weapons reached the depths of the fog, straight into the nest of the crystalline 9-headed dragon. It has to be known that superhumans are also divided into 9-star ranks. Those with 1 to 3 stars are at Earth Realm, those with 4 to 6 stars are at Heaven Realm, and those with 7 to 9 stars are at Deity Realm. Those at the peak of Heaven Realm are 6-star superhumans. They have already broken a wall that everyone acknowledges is incredibly difficult to break, and it is the goal that many powerful people dream of achieving in their lives. It is the peak that they can reach step by step after Dragon City managed to compose a scientific cultivation method. That was because if they wanted to break through Heaven Realm to Deity Realm, they could not just rely on science. They also needed unique epiphanies, a bit of luck, and some help from mysticism. Each Deity Realm elite was like a strategic weapon at the level of an atomic bomb. They usually did not carry out tasks that required them to target specific targets. They were supposed to explore the foremost areas of life sciences, excavate the ancient ruins buried under the Supernatural Tower, plan the direction of Dragon City's strategic development, refine martial arts, figure out the essence of technology, and develop more superhumans in Earth Realm and Heaven Realm. But at that time, due to the crystalline 9-headed dragon attacking on day of the National College examination, 10 Deity Realm elites and the Red Dragon Army worked together to execute the law. They went into the depths of the fog and chased the creature for more than 3 months while using everything at their disposal. In the end, they stormed the enemy's nest and killed the crystalline 9-headed dragon. Dragon City paid a devastating price for it. 2 of its deity realm elites were injured badly, and 1 prompt strike force from the Red Dragon army was completely destroyed. But everyone thought that the sacrifice was worth it. Ruin my national college examination, and I'll destroy your home. This was the message humans sent to the monsters. When super beasts reached the level of hell beasts or apocalyptic beasts, most of them obtained intelligence equal to that of humans and understood the threat they posed. From then on, they no longer dared to cause trouble on the day of the national college examination. Meng Zhao smoothly arrived at the exam area. It was located at a high school in Ninsand region. The examinees were randomly allocated to different exam areas, and Meng Zhao found a few of his schoolmates among the examinees, such as Class 6's Fatty Jr., Wang Tao. It was not the time for them to enter the exam area yet, so the students from 9th High School gathered together under the shade of a purple tree and chatted with each other. One person said that he did not manage to sleep well last night and had a stomach bug in the morning. He vomited whatever he ate. Another person mentioned that he was worried that he would have a stomachache, and whatever should he do if he had to go to the toilet later? A third person decided to do last-minute preparations with a pale face. He started mumbling under his breath and begging all the gods on earth to protect him while he flipped through his biology textbook to memorize a few more monsters' organs. When Meng Zhao came over, everyone shut up in tacit agreement and turned their heads around. Meng Zhao was stunned. Am I that unpopular? Ace student Zhao, could you not come over to deal a blow to us? Wang Tao said with a gloomy face. We know your tricks by now. If we pay any attention to you and ask you how much you've prepared, you'll definitely humbly say that your preparations were so-so and that you're not in a good condition. You'll even say that you don't know the answer to a lot of questions. Then, when the results come out, you'll easily reach the admission score for Dragon City University, and you'll keep a low profile by saying, I haven't reached the standards for Dragon City University's martial arts course. I knew it, I flunked. We know your style, so there's no need for us to make us feel gloomy. Am I that sort of person in your eyes? Meng Zhao asked. Fatty Jr. nodded. Be more confident. Turn that question into a statement. You're that sort of person. All right, since you said that, then there's no need for me to be humble. Meng Zhao thought about it and said faintly, honestly, I've made ample preparations, and I shouldn't have a problem getting into Dragon City University's martial arts course. The students looked at each other before they covered their ears. I'm not listening. Nope. Go away, you stupid ace student. Move away from us bad students. Ring. It was time to enter the exam area. Chapter 73, Performance of an Ace Student. The poor performing students had expressions that said regardless of whether I crane my neck or hunch my shoulders, I'll end up beheaded. They looked death in the eyes with firm gazes and went to their execution grounds. No, they went to the exam area. Meng Zhao remembered that he had the same expression in his previous life, and he could not help but smile. The written test lasted for a total of 5 hours, but they were only tested on one subject. It was a comprehensive test that combined biology, physics, chemistry, maths, strategic analysis, and other subjects. It was incredibly hard. Besides, the test did not provide any chairs. The exam table had a computer on it, and based on the examinee's height, it was adjusted to an awkward height where they could not stand nor squat comfortably. Only when the examinee's stances had reached a certain standard were they able to somewhat position themselves into a comfortable stance and focus on completing the test. They were allowed to go out to take toilet breaks, but the toilet was located on the other end of the exam hall, and if they went to and fro, they had to waste a lot of time. This was a test on the youngsters' control over their organs. In the past, there were many examinees who did not have smooth blood flow after they stayed in a position where they half stood and half squatted. Their legs became numb, and they fainted. Even if they gritted their teeth to persevere, they could not concentrate, and they did not manage to get good results. When the examinees walked into the exam area, they immediately let out loud wails. The difficulty of the exam had increased to the least year. The exam area was not flat. Instead, the left side of the hall was elevated, creating a 20-degree slope while the exam desks and computers were screwed in place by screws. The examinees had to stand in their stances on a 20-degree slope. They could ignore it for some time, but it was way too much to focus on a comprehensive test for 5 whole hours in that position. Meng Zhao could not help but snicker. He remembered it now. In his previous life, He was one of the whalers. He really did not know which immoral invigilator had thought of such an exam area. Naturally, his current self was not afraid of this small difficulty. Based on his student number, he walked to his seat as if he was walking on flat ground and scanned his fingerprint and iris. 2 screens rose slowly by his side to envelope him in an isolated space. He could only see the heads above the shields, but not other screens, keyboards, or movements. "Please put on your earphones." A notification popped up on the screen. Meng Zhao put on the earphones and heard rustling sounds. Soon, loud howls echoed by his ears. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. He also heard the sounds of fierce beasts crunching on meat and bones. It was a listening test. It was not as insane as the mental strength test, but it lasted for a long time. With all sorts of monsters harassing the students, it became difficult to concentrate for 5 hours. Of course, the students could adjust the volume. In fact, they could even turn the sounds off. But they would be marked based on the volume. If they muted the sounds, their score for the listening test would be 0, and they would be assessed as not having firm willpower and could not register for any professions that required a steady mind. Meng Zhao casually moved the volume to the max. As the creatures screeched in his ears, he swayed his head and even whistled. Thud, thud, thud. Someone knocked on his screen. When he looked up, he saw an invigilator, who was staring at him in disbelief. Meng Zhao removed his earphones in puzzlement. Deafening roars from monsters could still be heard from his earphones. The invigilator heard them, and his gaze turned even stranger. He whispered, "Don't make any noise. You'll affect the other examinees." "Oh, sorry." So Meng Zhao shut up and re-entered the zone. He saw a timer on the monitor. Half a minute later, the first question popped up on the screen. It was a picture of an iron-armored rhinoceros. The examinees needed to draw the main organs of the iron-armored rhinoceros and point out its weaknesses. This was not a problem for Meng Zhao. He immediately started moving his pen over the drawing tablet. The second question was about the 5 great types of crystal engines. He was to draw their basic structure and fill in the spirit energy conversion formula. The third question required him to list out the key characteristics of the 9 great stances as well as the 18 breathing techniques and meditation techniques. The 16th question was a comprehensive application question. If there is a demonic halberd pig king weighing 9,989 kilograms rushing at you at the speed of 180 kilometers per hour and you're a normal soldier who is 1.75 meters tall, weighs 82 kilograms, has an even distribution of muscle mass, and who has activated the heavy defense mode in a strengthened Type 2 sword shield exoskeleton, how far will you be knocked away by the demonic halberd pig king? Will the strengthened exoskeleton be damaged? Will you be injured? If the strengthened exoskeleton is damaged, it might need to be repaired. How might you repair it? If you're injured, what sort of treatment will you need to go through? This sort of comprehensive question gave the students a lot of room to answer. As long as their answer was logical, it was fine. Meng Zhao moved his hands in a flurry. Tapping sounds rose continuously from his keyboard. He never stopped typing. The examinees in the cubicles nearby could no longer withstand the monster roars in their earphones, and they shut down the listening test. But the sound of the ace student hitting the keys like a raging storm was even more of a shock to these poor-performing students who could not think of a single word to write even if they scratched their heads bloody. They thought about it and decided to put on their earphones again. They would rather be tormented by the monsters instead of the ace student. Meng Zhao tackled the question smoothly. He used a little more than 2 hours to arrive at the last essay question. Describe the development process and style of firearms after Dragon City transmigrated. This was a major question. Meng Zhao thought about it for a while before he started typing his answer. Half a century ago, when our ancestors transmigrated to the other world, they were flabbergasted by the various unbelievable physics and chemistry phenomena. Metals that were originally as hard as steel lost their toughness and ductility after being outside for a night. The alloys that were supposed to be stainless started rusting. Lead and bronze were supposed to only have one characteristic. They were stored inside, but they turned into new materials with all sorts of strange characteristics that were never seen before on Earth. Even though most of the materials went through slight changes, it did not cause a lot of trouble to our ancestors' daily lives. Even if the failure rate of public-issued computers and complicated machinery increased by leaps and bounds, it was not as if they were completely unusable. But the firearms industry required great meticulousness, and they paid great attention to the stability of materials. If their key materials shrank by even a hair's breadth, or their toughness or ductility changed by 1%, it would have disastrous effects. If one component of a supersonic fighting jet's jet engine changed, it could cause the fighting jet to explode in the air. If a component in the gyroscopes of a surface-to-air missile swelled or shrank by 0.01 mm, we would lose the missile. In fact, it would even change its target. Our war fortresses were welded together using unique solders, and they looked as if they were impenetrable, but if the characteristics of the solders changed, our war fortresses might collapse at any point, and all our soldiers would be buried in them. In the beginning, our scientists could not understand this phenomenon. They said that it was a demonic art or witchcraft. They suspected that we had transmigrated to the legendary magic world or cultivation world. But even magic and divine arts could not stop Earthlings from searching for the truth. Soon, we discovered the super energy source, spirit energy. Spirit energy is a very active energy. It can invade the molecular level of any material and interfere with the atomic nucleus. The newest scientific research stated that the protons and neutrons in the atomic nucleus form a sphere-shaped vibrational energy level from the two balancing forces inside and outside the atomic nucleus. On Earth, no radiation could interfere with the vibrations of the energy level in the atomic nucleus. Hence, protons were believed to be unable to break down. When countless protons were stacked together, they could form a skyscraper, and it was impenetrable. At most, we could only perform changes at the neutron level. But in the other world, spirit energy crashed against the atomic nucleus, and it became very easy to change the proton or neutron sphere-shaped vibrational energy level. An elemental change thus occurred on a proton level. We came to a general understanding of the reason behind the change in our materials, but it was useless in solving the crisis. The scientists then used the crystal materials unique to the other world. They took the crystals, crystal cores, crystal essence, or crystal liquid to create a relatively stable top-grade material. It also helped to develop our biochemical technology. We learned to use monsters to fight monsters. In fact, we even changed our civilization into a biochemical civilization, which is completely different from Earth's civilization. As we continue to explore spirit energy technology, one day, we will use it to attack the atomic nucleus and master the technology to change protons and neutrons. At that time, we will be like the legendary wizards or cultivators. We will master the ability to turn stone into gold, and turn grain into soldiers. But this is what will happen in the future. We need a lot of precious resources and the even more valuable time to do so. For now, our understanding toward spirit energy is not great. Crystallized materials are also very rare and expensive. They are not suited to be refined into consumable ammunitions. As we face the aggressive monster horde, aside from using reusable cold weapons made from crystallized materials and letting martial artists shine with their past glory, we also needed firearms that could be created at a low cost in large quantities, easily used, and which were minimally affected by spirit energy. Hence, a genius idea was born. If we couldn't create extremely stable, accurate, and expensive high-precision weapons for the time being in the treacherous environment in the other world, could we do the opposite? Could we increase the weapon's fault tolerance rate and pressure-resistant capability and create large amounts of clumsy weapons? Since we could not prevent the minor changes in the core structure of firearms, which also happens to be their most sophisticated component, their volume, density, hardness, and ductility, we have to simplify the core structure and create weapons that would not affect our ability to fight even when 1% changes happen to the critical components. Even if we fire artillery and components keep falling off, it would not affect us from firing the second shot or even the 100th shot. Was there a way for us to create such weapons? Reality showed that not only did the possibility exist, our ancestors were very skilled in this style of fighting. 200 years ago, our ancestors and our ancestors' teachers on Earth employed the thought of creating clumsy, durable, and cheap weapons to arm their armies. At that time, they could change a random tractor factory to a tank factory, and these factories had to withstand the enemy firing shots at them day and night. In fact, they could even engage in a fierce war at the entrance of the factory itself. The production factory workers were all newbies who had just been trained for a few weeks. Even so, this did not stop them from creating clunky-looking tanks. They were driven down the production line with loud rumbling sounds and charged straight to the front lines. Then, they reduced the enemy's exquisite equipment into scrap metal. The environment in the other world is terrible. It is even worse than the all-out wars that Earth went through. Hence, the scientists temporarily set aside the research for high-precision weaponry and brought down the skill level until it was at the level of weapon productions 200 years ago. They used multi-turreted cannons to increase their firepower and dense rivets to prevent the solders from changing. They continuously increased the thickness of axles and their rigid suspension. This was to prevent the failure rate from all sorts of complicated suspension structures. Even though their weight definitely surpassed similar weapons on Earth, the great output from the crystal engines made it possible for these steel monsters to run rampant on the battlefield. As technology continued to develop, all sorts of biochemical brains and superbrains were produced. We also copied the brainwaves of heroic spirits and created AIs with high degrees of freedom. We could also carve runic symbols and created new armor that could absorb spirit energy to form spirit energy magnetic fields. With this equipment, the steel monsters might appear to be old, crude, and clumsy, but in truth, they are war trucks and armored airships that can think on their own. Their fighting efficiency is far greater than that of similar weapons on Earth, and they became Earthlings' mightiest weapons in our development in the Otherworld. Chapter 74, Red Dragon River, Jiangnan Region. When Meng Zhao finished answering the question, he gasped a little. He checked from the top to bottom 3 times before he chose to hand over his test paper. At that moment, there was only 1 hour left for the written test. The poor-performing students were still typing away with frowns on their faces when they heard screens sliding down ahead of them and someone walking out. They could only comfort themselves. He must be someone who's even worse than me in the tests. He must be in complete despair and have given up completely, otherwise, how could someone actually hand in the test an hour ahead of time when the national college examination is so hard this year? Meng Zhao walked out of the exam hall and smelled the fragrance from the canteen. Temporary tents were set up in the field outside. Medical cabins were stuffed full inside them. The written test, which lasted for 5 hours, was incredibly hard. Many of the examinees would grit their teeth to persevere, and when they walked out of the exam area, they would faint. Hence, the education department prepared a lot of food and a large number of doctors to be on standby. In the mobile medical cabins, the students would be treated with high-energy nutritional fluid and massaged by bioelectricity so that they could recover. Meng Zhao was the first examinee to hand in his test paper, and he gained the privilege of having dozens of masseurs and doctors treating him. This was part of the reason why he handed in his test paper ahead of time. He did not do it to pretend to be cool. Instead, he wanted to get this treatment, because the practical test was the crucial test. He slept for a while in the medical cabin before he heard noise around him. The examinees had rushed over with a lot of noise, instantly turning the temporary tents into a market. Many people plunged headfirst into the medical cabins, while others could not even last until they made it into them. They just fell limply on the floor. Some people failed the tests and lost control over their emotions. They crouched down and started crying. Ace student Zhao, did you hear? There's an ace student in our exam area who is especially good. He handed his test paper an hour ahead of time. Isn't that a little too insane? Fatty Jr. brought a group of 9th high school students over to Meng Zhao and spoke in a manner which revealed just how worked up he was about it. Meng Zhao found himself not knowing what to say. Wang Tao was stunned for a moment before he screeched. Hey, ace student Zhao, are you the crazy ace student who handed in his test paper an hour ahead of time? Once he said those words, hundreds of gazes shifted to Meng Zhao. Some examinees were dressed in Construction High's uniform, and they had seen how strong Meng Zhao was during the mental strength test. They lowered their heads and discussed things among themselves. Other examinees were dressed in Dragon City Great High School or Dragon City Second Great High School's uniforms. When they saw that Meng Zhao was only dressed in 9th High School's uniform, they could not help but scoff. How could an ace student come out of 9th High School? He had to be a poor-performing student who gave up ahead of time. Wang Tao, could you be a little quieter? Don't form the same habit as Fei Shuang. Meng Zhao felt gloomy. I was too excited, and I revealed your true abilities. I became a stumbling block in your path to pretend to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm truly sorry. Wang Tao apologized seriously, then paused before he said, Ace student Zhao, since you handed in your test paper so early, you must be confident. Come, let's compare answers. We've already completed our tests. Is there a need to do that? The results will come out soon. The national college exams required the students to answer through computers, and the superbrains marked the answers. They used big data to perform analysis and AI to mark the tests. In at most an hour, the results would come out. Oh, come on, let's just compare answers. Even if it's just an hour, it's still torture, you know? That's how examinees were. They wanted to know their test results right away. Meng Zhao could not win against them, so he could only search his brain for a few of the harder questions and set his answers. Those questions were comprehensive questions that combined maths, physics, chemistry, and biology. Without rich experience in fights, it would be very difficult to answer them from all aspects. Some people did not manage to answer them at all, and they were fine with it. Others had written a whole lot and thought that they managed to get every single point, but when they heard Meng Zhao's analysis, they realized that their answers were filled with a lot of mistakes. In fact, their answers were completely different from what the person who set the question had in mind. They could not help but pound at their chests in grief. "Ace student Zhao, you just dealt 10,000 damage to our weak spirits once more. I hate you." Wang Tao wanted to cry, but found no tears coming out from his eyes. Meng Zhao did not know whether he should laugh or cry. "You're the ones who wanted the answers. Weren't you just asking for it?" "That's right, we're just asking for it if we asked for answers from you. Come, next question." Everyone wailed, but they continued comparing answers. They simply could not stop. Some time later, a teacher came out to notify them that the results were out, and they could go to the data terminals on the sides of the tent to check their results. "I got 756 marks. Awesome." The speaker was so happy that he jumped 3 feet into the air. "I scored 499 marks. For the time being, I'm ranked at the 18,000th place in the city. I wonder if I'll be able to get into a higher vocational college. I'll have to work hard during the practical test later," another person said with worry in his voice. "I'm currently ranked in the 63,000s. Based on the recruiting standards of the universities last year, I still have hope. Everything will depend on my practical test now." Wang Tao swung his fists fiercely. Joy was evident on his face. The examinees from the other schools were the same. Some of them were happy, and some worried. Some were high in spirits, while some sighed. They formed the complicated melody of those taking the national college examination. "Ace student Zhao, you." The students saw Meng Zhao checking the data terminal, but his face showed no expression, and they could not help but be stunned. Could it be that ace student Zhao didn't manage to score well? They looked at each other at a loss. "Wait. I know. Ace student Zhao is pretending to suck again." Wang Tao was the first to react. "He's pretending to be expressionless because he's waiting for us to ask him. Then, he's going to sigh softly and say, 'Ah, I didn't score well. I only managed to rank between the top 10,000. That's definitely the case. Ace student Zhao, I've already seen through you. Everyone, don't be fooled. He wants us to ask him, but we should not. We'll make him suffer by keeping it in." Meng Zhao was speechless once more. He shut his mouth tight and engaged in a staring contest with Wang Tao. They stared at each other for half a minute before Fatty Jr. surrendered. "I lost. This stupid curiosity. Come on, ace student Zhao, tell us your score and rank, and trample on us as you please." "I did pretty good." Meng Zhao smiled. 939 marks. I'm currently ranked at the 1084th place in the city." Silence. Then, the volcano erupted in the silence. The students dragged Wang Tao away to beat him up. "You said that you wouldn't ask, but you just had to. Now, everyone just suffered 100,000 damage to their spirits. How are we going to go through our practical test later?" "I'm sorry." Fatty Jr. wept tears of regret. "I really shouldn't have gone to ask ace student Zhao. I let all of you down, everyone." The students might have caused a ruckus, but they knew that after the results of their written tests were out, they needed to use every second they had to replenish their energy so that they could recover from their fatigue. When another hour passed, a bell rang, asking them to gather up. Dozens of school buses picked them up to head to the practical test area. "Ace student Zhao, thank you." The practical test areas for universities and higher vocational colleges were different. Many students parted ways there. One person went up to Meng Zhao before entered a bus and said sincerely, "If Chu Feixiang and you hadn't formed a study group and taught us so many new force execution methods or talked about monster structures to increase our knowledge, my written test results would have increased by 30 marks compared to my mock test. My parents have always wanted me to get into the Spirit Electricity Engineering School. The minimum passing score for it is very high. I originally didn't have high hopes for it, but now, I'm filled with confidence. It's all thanks to your help." "Me too. Ace student Zhao, once the national college examination is over, we'll treat you to a meal. From now on, we'll treat you for all your milk tea and supper. By the way, you're definitely someone who'll get into university and become a superhuman, but even if you soar through the skies, we're still friends. If you need any help, we'll definitely help you." As Meng Zhao looked at his schoolmates' enthusiasm, he felt a wave of warmth in his heart. "Don't worry, regardless of whether we get into university or higher vocational college, we'll all be fighting for Dragon City. We'll be comrades for life. There'll be plenty of areas where we will need each other's help in the future, so now let's work hard together and fight for our dreams." Meng Zhao smiled brilliantly and swung his fist under the sunlight. The school bus raced south. It drove down a path with red flags and all sorts of banners wishing the students victory. The school bus carried Type 1 examinees who were going to take the test for university. The students from First High School, Second High School, and Construction High School occupied half of the bus. The students from the three famous schools competed against each other with their gazes and presences, and innocent bystanders would be easily injured because of it. "We're going to be going through the practical test later with these monsters. What a pain." Wang Tao had a frown on his face. He cast a glance at Meng Zhao, who sat beside him. Then, he said gloomily, "Ah, whatever, I shouldn't be saying this to you. You're even more of a monster than they are." Meng Zhao smiled faintly and closed his eyes to rest. Soon, the school bus trembled. It slowed down, and the sounds of raging current could be heard from outside the window. They arrived at the Red Dragon River. If they looked into the distance, they could see fog and rain hanging before a mountain range. There was a winding river with a raging current right before them. It divided Dragon City into the south and north. On the other side of the river were countless factories and army camps. More than 1,000 armored airships moved about the rainbow-colored clouds and fog. They were prepared for war and gave off a murderous aura. It was the legendary Jiangnan region. On Earth, the Red Dragon River was one of the longest rivers and had one of the highest amounts of water flowing through it. The Red Dragon River was one of the oldest origins of civilization in the country from which Dragon City came. With the rich gifts from nature, two huge cities with a dense population and flourishing industries had been built on the banks of the Red Dragon River. There was one city on each side of the banks. The two cities went through several generations of competitions and turned into important military and industrial bases. As generations passed and the people made developments, the scale of the cities continued expanding. More people were connected by the natural moat, and more bridges and underground tunnels appeared. The two cities merged into one, which created a large metropolis that housed millions of people. When Dragon City transmigrated from Earth, they were in an age of reformation that spread like a storm. The lords of the old gradually turned weaker and fell into decline. New powers rose to prominence, and the orders of the new and old fought against each other. There was a high possibility that war would erupt, and all sorts of sudden dangers popped up which intensified the conflicts. To handle the wars, the country where Dragon City was situated went through a large-scale mobilization and performed a lot of constructions inland. Multiple light and heavy industrial cities as well as high-technology production centers located at the coast faced the threat of being attacked by enemies and were all moved inland. Dragon City was positioned at the center of the country, so transportation within it was very easy. Besides, the population was dense, and food was plentiful. The foundations of their light and heavy industries were pretty good too. So it was only par for the course that they turned into the main city that welcomed the migration of the industrial factories and technology production factories. Chapter 75, Four Great Fighting Occupations. After 10 years of moving and construction, Dragon City reached the peak of its glory while it was on Earth. It had a population of tens of millions. Millions of them were specialists and high-quality workers who moved over from the coastal cities. There were also more than 100 full-time universities, hundreds of research centers and industrial parks, and 2 steel organizations. The researchers and production workers numbered 2 millions. To deal with the cruel competition, Dragon City categorized its industry. They had upstream and downstream industry chains, and a large number of military industries as well as military bases hidden underground, where they would be able to withstand the impact of nuclear weapons. There were also industry-innovated towns and technology-innovated towns around Dragon City. All of them were coastal towns that moved inland and formed more than 10 satellite cities. Together with Dragon City's main city area, they formed a super-metropolitan area that was rarely seen on Earth. All this transmigrated to the other world in just one night. Due to the overlapping spaces and pressure from both sides, the space in the area around Dragon City's metropolitan area started showing very strange signs of folding and elongating spaces. For example, there was originally a small industrial town with a population of 200,000 people around 50 kilometers in the north of the main city area. After they transmigrated, a mountain range from the other world was positioned between the town and the main city area, and now, the distance between the town and the main city area was extended by 100 kilometers. Since the distance between them was far and there was fog around, the people from the main city area only discovered the town 20 years later. At that time, the industry town's population had shrunk from 200,000 to 30,000. They lacked resources, their technology regressed, and order collapsed. Since they only had 200,000 people and their production system was incomplete, it was not enough for the town to maintain its civilization in the other world. Many of the citizens who were rescued were already at their last breath from all the torture they went through. In fact, to survive, their organs, limbs, eating habits, and moral values had all changed drastically. Jiangnan region went through the same. They struggled for more than a decade in the fog before they were discovered by the main city area. Fortunately, the region was not a small, normal town. Jiangnan region's population was large enough to ensure the flames of civilization burning even when the creatures from the other world invaded them. But the monster invasions became more serious, and their fog was even denser than in Jiangbei. Space-time rifts were much more common there, and they also had more monsters appearing among them. Those monsters happened to be more brutal as well. Hence, the customs in Jiangnan region became even more boorish than Jiangbei, or rather, not many normal citizens remained to live there. Instead, it became a playground for the Red Dragon Army and the superhumans. If someone was not skilled, they would never dare to set up their homes in Jiangnan. Of course, this area was still somewhat lucky, since they were discovered by the main city. Many of the industrial parks and industrial towns were still lost in the depths of the fog. The authorities had once sent a large group of expeditionary forces to search for them, but since the space folds had caused a large change in the terrain, many of the small towns and satellite cities were not in their original positions. Besides, the interference from the fog was very great. Visibility was low, and the explorers were also attacked by monsters. Their progress was very slow. Even so, fortifying the Jiangnan region, connecting the satellite cities, and searching for the lost towns was still the strategy Dragon City carried out for decades. They never changed it. Regardless of whether it was their moral principles or because they wanted to get more people and increase production capability, the Survival Committee did not give up on the satellite cities and the industrial towns which might be tormented by the monsters in the fog. Hence, every year, the examinees took their practical test at the front lines of Jiangnan region. The Survival Committee used this method to tell the examinees just where the humans' weapons and willpower were supposed to be directed. It's time to get out of the bus. If we want to cross the river, we have to switch to an armored train. The Red Dragon River is so magnificent. Look! There's monsters in the river. The examinees got off the bus to exercise their limbs. When the wind from the river and mist blew against them, they cried out in surprise. After they transmigrated, the terrain on Earth and the terrain in the other world had melded together in all sorts of strange ways. Through an unknown method, the Red Dragon River managed to be connected to a river in the other world, and it was a river with a high volume of water. Since the volume had suddenly changed and there was a lot of mud and sand gathered at the bottom of the river, there were a few times when the Red Dragon River had spilled out. After Dragon City transmigrated, the first disaster they faced was the Red Dragon River overflowing. Its surface area became a few kilometers wider than before, and the river water surged, drowning many citizens. After the flood, a pandemic raged among the people, and it led to the appearance of a zombie horde. After decades of management and the stabilization of space, humans managed to conquer the Red Dragon River once more. Even so, the military was still in control of several miles of the bank, and normal citizens were not allowed to readily approach it. It was no wonder then why the examinees gasped in surprise when they saw the surging water and the waves. The sand and minerals from the other world flowed down, which made the river water turn slightly red, and the river lived up to its name of the Red Dragon. While the waves surged, quite a number of aquatic monsters bared their teeth and claws. Most of these monsters were rather weak and could not fight on land. They were usually killed by humans and turned into important sources of good protein. Boom! 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 Dozens of armored airships lowered themselves and threw stun grenades that were like deep-water bombs into the river, blasting up water pillars that reached hundreds of meters tall. Countless aquatic monsters were knocked unconscious. They floated to the surface of the river and were caught in a high-durability fishing net with hooks in it. All of them were caught. But some of the aquatic monsters were not willing to be caught so easily. They jumped out of the river and tried to attack the armored airships. But there were dozens of meters between them. Even if they managed to jump into the air, they were already at the last of their strength. They were instantly shot full of holes. There were also superhumans who were holding the fort in the air. If some rare aquatic monsters showed up, the superhumans and the armored airships would surge forward to suppress them. Soon, the savage and hideous aquatic monsters were dragged to the shore. They were harvesters already waiting there. After they did some simple processing, they used mechanical hands to send them to fish processing factories. After going through the magnificent processes in the production line, the aggressive monsters would end up as meat stuffed in cans. The luncheon meat cans were made from leftovers of aquatic monsters along with the meat of gigantified earthworms and various food additives. The blood of the examinees began to burn with fervor. Earthlings are indeed the most fearsome creatures in the entire galaxy. Wherever we go, we will eat everything in our wake. Monsters? To these poor creatures, we might be the ones who are monsters. We will definitely obtain the final victory in this war of survival. Dozens of school buses were parked at one of the military bases at Jiangnan. The soldiers sized up the examinees who got out of the bus with curious and envious gazes. Some of the old soldiers who looked as if they had just returned from the front lines based on their scruffy beards and tattered clothes grinned and greeted the children. They reminded them to bring a few more diapers when they went through their practical test later so that they did not end up peeing their pants. Were? The armored train had a crystal engine installed in it, which let out a shriek. Gas surged into the air. Smoke surrounded the area, and the black cannons in the carriages looked incredibly mighty. Thousands of examinees got into the armored train and headed to the main Jiangnan area through the Iron Bridge. As of then, the surface area of the Red Dragon River was twice as wide as when it was on Earth. Every day, the currents flowered fiercely and waves crashed at the banks, sending stones into the sand. It looked incredibly magnificent. However, no matter how fierce the river was, it was conquered by humans. After decades of construction, 12 Dragon River bridges were built on the river, which was so wide that the other side could not be seen. 5 more were being built at the moment, and they looked like swords that could pierce a city. They were symbols of Earthlings conquering the other world. It was the first time many examinees rode on the armored train to cross the Red Dragon River. When they saw the raging waves and the fierce monsters being trampled under their feet, they could not help but cheer. Among them, Chu Feixiang cheered the loudest. The examinees taking part in the practical test for universities were distributed among dozens of different exam areas. The 2 best friends were pretty lucky and were put in the same area. They ran into each other coincidentally in the armored train and were ecstatic. Chu Feixiang's results in the written test were pretty decent. He scored 812 marks, and he was ranked among the 10,000s in the city. To quote him, "I have always been average when it comes to written work, but even so, I managed to rank among the 10,000s. As long as I can bring out the shocking super reckless bull force during the practical test and my overall score reaches the top 5,000, I'll have hope to get into military school and even the heroic spirit course." He was not lying. Over the last month, Meng Zhao had provided guidance to a lot of citizens, but he naturally paid the most attention to his best friend. But the guy was a little bullheaded. He just practiced reckless bull technique all the time, and the more he practiced, the more high-spirited he became. It was not some unfathomable ultimate divine art, so after practicing it for around a month, and since he was born with monstrous strength, he might actually truly be able to create a miracle. At that moment, the screen at the top of each carriage lit up. The noisy carriages immediately fell silent. Meng Zhao and Chu Feixiang stood on their tiptoes to look. The screen showed the introduction to the 4 great fighting occupations. Each of them represented the ace courses of the famous universities with the highest minimum passing scores. The first to appear was a young military officer in a camouflage uniform. He appeared to be in his 20s. He stood as straight as a javelin, and he stood in front of a collapsed fortress. The other world is a place where the mind's interference on matter is far greater than it was on Earth. Here, our spirits and will are no longer illusions. There's a possibility to make them existences that can be seen with the naked eye, said the heroic military officer. The human brain is constantly sending signals to the outside world through brain waves. After receiving great stimulation and having made a decision to refine your will until it is as strong as steel, you will release a large amount of highly concentrated brain waves. On Earth, these brain waves would soon disappear. They would be torn apart by Earth's magnetic field and the sun. But in the other world, the radiation from stars and the magnetic fields of the planets are slightly different. With the nourishment and protection from the super energy, spirit energy, the human's brain waves can last for a long time in the air. Even if our bodies die, our beliefs, will, and mind can turn into determination and continue existing. This determination is not your soul. It's not what we claim to be ghosts or spirits either. They don't have personalities, thoughts, or feelings. They're just like pictures and videos, and they have loyally recorded their master's most brilliant thoughts and their greatest wishes before their deaths. If their minds shine brightly enough and their wishes are strong enough, their determination will not fade away even after a long time has passed. In fact, they can absorb spirit energy and continue growing. They can also attract others with similar determination and gather together to turn into heroic spirits. Chapter 76, The Grandeur of Powerful Occupations. Before his voice faded away, the young military officer's eyes suddenly shone as brilliantly as new stars. His military uniform swelled up, and he released waves of black flames that shone with a golden light. Almost 1,000 black flames gathered behind him. Gradually, they turned into a black war fortress. Then, they grew limbs and turned into a black steel giant. 20 years ago, a small tactics unit of the Red Dragon City once defended a war fortress to their very last man. Unfortunately for them, the fog cut off their escape route. They were surrounded by monsters and found themselves in a hopeless situation where they were alone with no backup, the young military officer said. But even when dealing with a horde of monsters, the resolve of the commander and his 9 combatants did not shake. They faced death with a smile and defeated waves upon waves of monsters. They lasted 3 days and 3 nights. When there was only one soldier left, he grabbed a bunch of grenades to die together with the monsters. Their bodies might have perished, but their wills remained forever in the realm of the living. Their determination to defend the war fortress to the death has also been deeply embedded in the land where their blood was spilled. After more than a decade's worth of refinement, the 10 soldiers' final determination was gathered together, and they turned into this heroic spirit known as Black Steel Guardian. I am Chen Tai, captain of the Red Dragon Army. I have been fortunate enough to be acknowledged by this heroic spirit, and I have resonated with the determination and wills of the martyrs. I became the heroic spirit user of Black Steel Guardian. Here, I swear that I will continue to carry out the martyr's dying wish. With my flesh and blood, I will turn the martyr's determination into the sharpest blade and walk down the path of the martyrs to continue protecting our hometown for eternity. The martyrs were able to protect the fortress for 3 days and nights while encircled by monsters. Hence, Black Steel Guardian's ability is impenetrability. The young military officer shouted, and the heroic spirit turned into black fog to envelope him. Bang, 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 bang. Someone fired a gun at him, but the dense shower of bullets was blocked by the heroic spirit. Another person then picked a rocket launcher to fire a shot at him. But to the examinee's shock, the rocket was also blocked by the heroic spirit. The projectile froze in the air in a bizarre fashion. Heroic spirit, enter my body. The young military officer growled, and the black fog entered his body. It bulged up, and his skin instantly turned a shiny sheen of black, which gave off a metallic feeling. He looked like a mighty, black metal tower. He stepped forward and threw a punch at the rocket that was frozen in the air. Boom! The rocket exploded, but he was completely unharmed. Spirit weapon, become one with me. The young man shouted again and lifted a warhammer that was made with nanometal, liquid alloy, monster materials, and the crystals of the otherworld. Golden runes and black flames seeped out of his body to crawl into the warhammer through his arm. The warhammer then changed shape. The students could not believe their eyes when they saw that it became larger and grew all sorts of skewers and spikes that created a bumpy surface. Such a gigantic thing that should weigh several tons was not something humans could swing. But the heroic spirit appeared behind the young military officer again. With the power given to him by Black Steel Guardian, he swung the warhammer and created a tornado. He delivered a full-powered strike, and the remains of a discarded war truck were lifted and thrown more than 100 meters into the air. The examinees felt their hearts surge when they saw this. This is a heroic spirit user, one of the 4 great fighting occupations in Dragon City. He's so fierce and strong. The ones who resonated with the captain are just the heroic spirits of a small tactics unit. Even so, they're already so terrifying. There are plenty of peerless fighters who left behind their wills and determinations after they died. The stronger their spirits are, the more likely they are to turn into powerful heroic spirits. Won't those who can resonate with such heroic spirits be invincible? It's no wonder why the minimum passing score for the heroic spirit course in the military school is so high. I'm going to give it my all. I have to get into the heroic spirit course. Chu Feixiang was so excited that he hooked his arm around Meng Zhao's neck. That's the one. Becoming a heroic spirit user is my dream. Meng Zhao spent a lot of effort to slap Feixiang's arm away. He rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you going to become a general? Why have you changed your decision to become a heroic spirit user?" "Rubbish. You know where I stand in terms of intelligence. When I see those numbers and strategy analyses, I feel a headache right away. Yet you want me to go into the commanding course and slowly make my way from the bottom of the military ranks to the rank of general? That'll take too long." Chu Feixiang slammed his fist against his palm. "But the heroic spirit course is different. If I can resonate with the old generals who died and become their heroic spirit user, won't I instantly gain their abilities and become an awesome general?" When Meng Zhao saw how his best friend was letting his imagination run completely wild, he could not hold back from dashing his hopes a bit. "But I heard that it's very difficult to become a heroic spirit user. You need intelligence, strength, a good personality, and good moral values. You need to qualify in all these aspects before you can have the chance to resonate with a heroic spirit. Are you sure that generals who sacrifice their lives will resonate with you? You need dreams, no matter what." Chu Feixiang was full of confidence. "My intelligence might be somewhat lacking, but I have good moral values." Meng Zhao didn't know what to say about that, so he just continued watching the screen. At that moment, the video had already cut to a new scene. Standing among the tall mountains was a large machine. At first glance, it looked like the amalgamation of the largest truck and a mining truck that could be seen on Earth's mines. But in front of it was a large scraper. Around it were dozens of cannons, and the carriage behind it was entirely sealed. It had 4 large mechanical arms. One of them had an impact hammer, another one had a drill, the third had a steel hammer, and the last a quick-drying cement nozzle. It looked like a mighty steel demon. A calm, mechanical voice came from the driver's cabin, which was protected by layers of armor. Many people's knowledge of machine masters is limited to people wearing all sorts of strange-looking, strengthened exoskeletons or driving all sorts of magnificent but impractical mecha to fight against monsters. But strengthened exoskeletons are just a single soldier's equipment. Its efficiency in killing multiple monsters in a go isn't too high. Humanoid mecha that are more than 5 meters tall are also products born from a fantasy, they only waste resources. There are a lot of obstacles when it comes to using them, and they don't have a lot of value in practical fights. These two cannot bring out the true strength of a machine master. A real machine master should control large, multifunction buildings or war bases to repair bridges and roads as well as connect natural moats. And while they complete the preparation work for construction, they can also build a large number of war fortresses. On the other side, in our cabin, we have a macromolecule polymer printing system and automatic repair system. We also have a large number of armored unmanned aerial vehicles and self-thinking war trucks. If we run into an enemy, one machine master will be equivalent to an army. As the man spoke, the cabin of the large machine in the video suddenly opened. Boosts! Hundreds of unmanned aerial vehicles flew out from within. They gathered together in the air before scattering like a swarm of bees. Shick, 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 shick. Hundreds of 6-legged machines that resembled metal spiders crawled out. They surrounded the war machine to form a tight defense circle. With the dual protection from the sky and ground, the machine master could stay inside to calmly fix the war fortress. Once the war fortress took shape, the soldiers at the back could be stationed inside and fortify the place. Even if monsters that numbered to more than 100 times the number of soldiers in the fortress came to attack, it would still be very difficult for them to conquer this station. When the stations were connected, defense towers and signal towers could be built, and humans were able to expand their living space with great determination, albeit the method was a bit crude. Hence, machine masters were able to occupy one of the spots among the 4 great fighting occupations. Meng Zhao watched carefully. He knew that in the past, due to the fog and the powerful interference from the spirit energy magnetic field, the internet signal around Dragon City was not good. Hence, it became incredibly difficult to make the idea of armored unmanned aerial vehicles to launch a massive attack come to life, because they heavily relied on signals to give them commands. Without armored unmanned aerial vehicles, the fighting power of the machine masters was mostly taken away from them. When they worked outside, they had to depend on other fighting-oriented occupations. But as the fog scattered away and Earthlings discovered all sorts of information-transferring technology that could fight the interference, the machine armor style, which was a fighting style that used armored unmanned vehicles, self-thinking war trucks, and strengthened exoskeletons, continued to increase the status of machine masters. If they had sufficient resources and stable signals, a well-trained machine master could control more than 1,000 unmanned armored vehicles and self-thinking war trucks, which made them practically invincible. Quite a number of examinees in the carriage who were interested in machines shouted in glee. Their faces were bright with excitement. It looked as if they had already managed to get into the University of Technology's machine course and become an honorable machine master. Then, the video changed again. It still showed the planes, but this time, they were covered in bugs. All sorts of deformed and mutated insects squirmed in the area. There was only one empty spot at the depths of the insect swarm, and it had the diameter of around 3 to 5 meters. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the empty spot was a girl with an indifferent face. The savage and ugly insects were a stark contrast to the girl's fair skin. The examinees' hearts pounded when they saw her. They were worried that she would be torn to shreds by the insect swarm the next second. However, the insects looked as if they had been bewitched. They were rooted to their spots and even trembled a little. They appeared to be kowtowing to the girl. The girl suddenly opened her eyes. Purple light shone within them. Spirit marks moved from the corners of her eyes to her temples. Then, they shot out to turn into tens of thousands of thin electrical arcs that shot toward the insect swarm. The girl stood up and started walking forward elegantly. The insect swarm immediately split up and opened a path for her before gathering up behind her. They went into all sorts of formations according to the girl's will, as if they were her most loyal army. The girl with the purple light shining in her eyes faced the camera and said coolly, "I am the insect horde." How cool! Scenes that will only appear in the ancient games on Earth turned into reality over here. Silence filled the carriage for a while before the examinees gasped in surprise. "This is the monster controlling course from Agricultural University, right? The monster controllers are very powerful. They can use all the monsters in the world, and they have more room for freedom compared to the Steel Army formed by the Machine Masters. Their requirements for resources are also very low. They're most suited to fighting in the depths of the fog, since it's filled with dangers everywhere." Meng Zhao felt tempted. Agricultural University was known as Monster University, and it was one of his goals. Agricultural University had two ACE courses. One of them was the Resource course, and the other was the Monster Controlling course. The Resource course was a support course, while the Monster Controlling course was a fighting course. Fighting courses were more popular, which was why the minimum passing score for the Monster Controlling course was usually higher. Should I use my in-depth knowledge about monster structures and become a monster controller? He thought about it carefully, but decided not to. Monster controllers had to use their minds to invade monster brains. But mind connections were two-way paths. When the monster controller controlled monsters, some part of their brain's nerve ganglion was open for invasion, and it was very easy for enemies to take over their minds. Meng Zhao could not say anything about others' minds being invaded, but he had a lot of secrets in his head, so it would be better if he were a little more careful. The introductions for the heroic spirit users, machine masters, and monster controllers were complete. Now, the three great fighting occupations in the supernatural category were made known to the examinees. The last was the main attraction, and it was naturally the introduction of the martial artist. It would be introduced by Dragon City University's martial arts course. But not much needed to be said about it, because the examinees were far too familiar with it. First, their bodies and mental strength index had to be refined to the point that they were as strong as steel. Then, the spirit energy would be let into their bodies so that they could activate all 108 main spirit meridian systems. The spirit energy would circulate through them and the spirit acupoints that intersected with the main spirit meridians, which made it look like an electric circuit board. They would then form a complicated spirit picture in the body. Each spirit picture could activate different spirit magnetic field rotation energies, which unleash the potential in a person's genes. It could also guide the spirit energy in the world so that the user could release mighty attacks. People who could do that were known as martial artists. Chapter 77, Large Dragon's Might Cannon. The will of the heroic spirit users was strong, the steel army of the machine masters was mighty, and the monster controllers' biochemical beasts and insect swarms that filled the world were awesome and terrifying. But when a martial artist researched the secrets of spirit energy and genes to the limit, they could deliver ultimate moves that could destroy the world. They could easily kill the heroic spirit users, machine masters, and monster controllers. If the people themselves were killed, the heroic spirits, steel army, and insect swarms as well as huge beasts became useless. Hence, martial artists were ranked at the top of the 4 great fighting occupations. At the very least, it was currently ranked at the top. Martial artists, huh? Even Meng Jiao could not stop the light that lit up in his eyes. The feeling of landing solid punches and using one's own bodies to open the path was something all hot-blooded teenagers could not ignore. As Meng Jiao thought about it, the rumbling sounds from the tires suddenly changed. They had passed the metal bridge and arrived at Jiangnan region's main area. The air here was even stiffer than in Xiangbei. It was as if the smell of blood, steel, and smoke had gathered together into 2 drills that forced their way through their nostrils. Many examinees could not stop themselves from sneezing. Then, they looked outside with dumbfounded expressions. They even forgot to exclaim in surprise. Thousands of armored airships floated in the air while thousands of newest model tanks stood on the ground. They were a steel army in its truest sense. Personally witnessing such a mighty army and seeing it through a television broadcast was completely different. That's huge Dragon Might's cannon, right? It's so fucking awesome. One examinee could not help but swear under his breath. Everyone rushed to his side of the carriage with a whoosh. They stuck their bodies out of the carriage window to look. The light from the setting sun shone on an extremely large and mighty cannon that looked like a mountain. It resembled a steel beast crouching on the wide iron tracks. Huge Dragon Might's cannon was Dragon City's ultimate weapon. The cannon barrel was 88 meters long, while the whole thing was 211 meters long, 25 meters tall, and weighed 7,500 tons. Each armor-piercing shell weighed 20 tons, and their high-explosive bomb was 10 tons. The fuel required to push a cannonball forward weighed from 2 to 5 tons as well. After Dragon City transmigrated, due to the change in materials and the interference from the Spirit magnetic field, practically all cruise missiles could not be used, and the accuracy of tactical missiles was also greatly affected. They needed to be guided by satellites, and the satellites had to be in synchronous orbit. Only then were they able to bring out their full power. Now, Dragon City did not have satellites, so how could they possibly use missiles? Without trump cards like the cruise missile, it was very difficult for them to fight against the kings of monsters. While they could suppress normal monsters with a steel army, the super beasts were faster, had high defense, and a certain amount of intelligence, which was why they deployed the hit-and-run strategy. They snuck into Dragon City and caused great damage. Then, before the Red Dragon Army or the superhumans could surround them, they would flee. Yet the angered Earthlings could only stomp their feet, because they could do nothing about these superbeasts. That's why they did not stint on the costs and sent out a large number of expeditionary teams to explore the areas with the richest amount of spirit energy and Monster Mountain range until they found the nests of these kings of monsters. It has to be known that not all places can turn into the nests of high-grade superbeasts. Superbeasts were the same as humans. They liked places fit for immortals to live, which meant clean air, clean water, and an abundance of resources. A good nest was the foundation for a race to propagate, and monsters fought to the death for good nests. The best ones were located in the depths of the fog, so it was impossible for humans to send an army to clear them. And since cruise missiles had lost their function, they could not accurately attack spots that were located so far away. Then, the ancient railway gun was enhanced in a frenzy by the metals in the other world and spirit energy technology, which increased its shooting range to over 200 kilometers. That was how the huge Dragon's Might cannon was born. Even if the monsters fled, they could not bring their nests with them. When an apocalyptic beast dared to invade Dragon City, while the Earthlings could not catch it, they set up their huge Dragon Might's cannon and raised its nest. Of course, the creation and maintenance of the huge Dragon's Might cannon used up countless resources. The costs for firing a single shot were also insanely high. Before all the nests of the apocalyptic beasts were destroyed, there was a high possibility that the bosses of the survival committee would die of heart attacks first. Besides, the apocalyptic beasts whose nests were destroyed might instantly go berserk, and they would rush into Dragon City to drag them to hell with it. Hence, the huge Dragon's Might cannon was an intimidation weapon, just like nuclear weapons. Aside from being fired a few times after its creation to intimidate the high-grade superbeasts, it was never used. But this did not stop it from turning into the guardian of all dragon citizens. It was the most brutal symbol of the human race's heavy industry. Did you hear? The engineers are currently modifying the huge Dragon's Might cannon. Now it can even fire nuclear cannonballs. Someone said with a wild look in his eyes. It instantly stirred up a wave of discussions. Whether Dragon City had nuclear weapons had always been a hot topic among the youngsters. Even though the Survival Committee, Supernatural Tower, and the Red Dragon army did not breathe a word about it. The citizens believed that they had nuclear weapons. The thought of a huge railway gun firing nuclear cannonballs was exciting. "I really want to see the huge dragon's might cannon display its full might," someone said eagerly. And the other examinees immediately agreed with his words. "Let's not," a girl said. "Once the huge dragon's might cannon is fired normally or even while loaded with a nuclear cannonball, it would mean that Dragon City is facing its greatest danger to date." Her words made the examinees suck in sharp breaths. They thought about it and quickly agreed with her. Just how terrifying of an enemy would they have to face for the huge dragon's might cannon to unleash its roar? They hoped that they would not have to see it. A thought flashed in Meng Zhao's mind. Pain throbbed at his temples, and before his eyes, he saw the huge dragon's might cannon howling. His pupils shrank swiftly. Then, they returned to normal. They moved past the huge dragon's might cannon and drew closer to the wall formed by the fog. It was like a solid wave that surged toward the clouds. No. It should not be described as a solid. The fog squirmed about slowly, like a huge gaseous object. It looked like it would swallow the city whole at any moment. The closer the students got to the borders of the city, the more severe the phenomenon of the overlapping spaces became. The terrain that belonged to Earth intersected with the terrain of the other world like saw teeth. Just behind them were rows of skyscrapers, but soon, lush, primitive forests appeared. They were on a side with neat rows of factories and streets, but soon, they saw a crack whose bottom could not be seen. Growing in it were all sorts of strange-shaped plants from the other world. Sometimes, some nimble creatures crawled out of the depths of the crack. They appeared briefly in front of the Earthlings before they crept back into the deep crack. The sounds of artillery shots could be heard in the fog. The endless fights continued. When the examinees got close to the front lines of the fight between the humans and monsters fighting for living space, all of them felt their blood surge. "We're at the exam area. Get out. Hurry up and get out." From the moment they entered the armored train, the students fell under military management. Hence, when a military officer shouted at them, they quickly left the train. They were then transported by crawler military trucks to the entrance of a broken-down factory that was bound by vines, since it had been abandoned for a long time. There were military tents set up around it. Well-trained soldiers surrounded the factory with their weapons ready to fire. Under the orders of a military officer, the examinees were split into male and female groups and were sent to bathe and change. This was to check whether they had any severe injuries and prevent them from bringing anything that would allow them to cheat. They changed into camouflage uniforms made of biochemical materials which were as thin as a cicada's wings. They had fine patterns and all sorts of ports. Just when the examinees wondered how such a thin fighting suit would be able to help them fend against monster attacks, a group of soldiers with huge spray cans on their backs came forward. They lifted the tubes and connected the nozzle at the chests of the examinees' camouflage uniforms. Shick. The protective gel in the spray can was like pudding. When it filled up the inner layer of the camouflage uniform, it swelled up like an inflatable life jacket, but it did not look clumsy. It was designed in accordance with human muscle structure, so each examinee looked strong and mighty. The gel was made of non-Newtonian fluid and would not affect the examinees' usual movements. But if they ran into high-speed attacks, such as a bullet shower or a monster's claws, it would instantly become as firm as steel. Its defense was much higher than that of a normal bulletproof vest. The soldiers put all sorts of monitoring equipment, communications equipment, and cameras on the ports so that they could ensure communications with the examinees and ensure their safety. All examinees received a small military-grade communicator on their wrists. It would notify them of all information regarding the test. They also got a multifunctional helmet made of super light alloy. The examinees now had a brand new look. They looked at each other and started howling in excitement. Beep, beep. Soon, the screens on the communicators on their wrists lit up. This was to test whether the system was functioning well and whether everything was connected properly. It was also to check whether the examinees' physiological parameters were connected to the main computer. Then, the contents of the practical test for the National College exam popped up. The practical tests every year were set with the requirement that the examinees went through complete simulations of real fights. This was especially the case this year. The title notification was not National College exam contents but mission. The fog to the south of Red Dragon River has retreated by 10 kilometers over the past half a year. Our army has discovered quite a lot of buildings from Earth that were originally hidden in the fog. Among them are numerous factories. They might have important facilities and strategic resources. The mission for Squad 5523 is to clear Dawn Machine Factory and eliminate all monsters staying inside so that this factory would return to human civilization. 5523 was the code for the exam area, but on the mission notification, it turned into their squad number. Mission area, the area within the walls of the former Dawn Machine Factory. Possible monsters. Rapid biting rat. Number, unknown, but possibly a lot. Illusion cat. Number, unknown. Possible existence of other high-grade monsters. Mission time, 0 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Total time, 6 hours. Chapter 78, A Different Choice. The rapid-biting rats were low-grade monsters who lived underground, had strong reproductive abilities, and were very nimble. When they were forced into a corner, they could also be rather aggressive. Based on what happened in the past exams, the Education Department chose dozens of test areas at the edge of the fog and set up bait underground to attract rapid-biting rats and other creatures similar to them. Their numbers would be high, but they would all be low-grade monsters which were small and nimble. When the test started, the Education Department would release all sorts of stimulation chemicals, infrasounds, and ultrasounds to lure out these monsters from the underground. They would run up to the test area, where the examinees could hunt them down. The rapid-biting rats were fast, nimble, and as slippery as loaches. With the standards of high school students, it would be very difficult for them to kill these things, but since their attack power was low, even if dozens of them surged over, they would at most just cover the examinees in bite wounds. The examinees wore gel protective suits. Their physiological parameters were monitored and invigilators watched them from nearby as well. Usually, no lives were endangered in the test. At most, some examinees had to suffer a little. Illusion Cat was a middle-sized feline-type monster with sharp claws and swift movements. It had quite a lot of attack power, but to pseudo-undergraduates, they were still not so powerful that they could not be overcome. What the examinees needed to pay attention to was high-grade monsters. Based on the past tests, during the second half of the practical test, the main invigilator always released some rather fierce and large creatures so that the outstanding examinees could fight them. If the examinees wanted to get into the famous universities, they could not miss out on killing these bosses, because they were worth a lot of points. Meng Zhao thought about it and joined a row with Chu Feishuang. They entered a huge military-grade tent to get their exam equipment. The currency they used in exchange for the equipment was the marks they obtained during the written test. This was a special rule Dragon City's Education Department had thought of to encourage the students to excel in both academics and martial arts. The results of the written test were not included in the final ranking. If the students wanted to get into university, they had to rely on their practicals. But aside from the gel fighting suit, the equipment used during the practical test had to be exchanged for using marks from the written exam. They had to buy everything, including knives and bullets. The better their written test results were, the more guns and ammunition they could get, and they could also get higher quality cold weapons. The total points one could get was 1,200 points, and the outstanding students from the three famous schools usually scored more than 900 points. They then used them to exchange for up to 20 cartridges, a semi-automatic rifle with an infrared scope, and a super alloy saber that could even cut hair. 1. This made their efficiency when hunting down monsters to increase by leaps and bounds. Normal examinees usually scored from 600 to 700 points and needed to carefully consider between buying the super alloy saber or the guns and ammunition. If they wanted to kill rapid-biting rats, they could only get a low-grade saber made from normal materials, which meant that the blade would bend before they could kill a lot of monsters. As for those who were all bronze and no brains and only managed to get between 300 and 500 points, they were basically eliminated from the competition of getting into the famous universities. Even if they managed to train their three basic force execution methods really well, they could not just rely on their bare fists to kill hundreds of rapid-biting rats, right? Of course, there were some rather unique examinees. They had weak abilities but all sorts of strange talents, such as the ability to work machines, create medicine, or control minds. They had to enter various specialization competitions during high school to get a lot of points. This allowed them to get all sorts of grand equipment, such as strengthened exoskeletons with great firepower, which could make up for their lack of fighting strength, during the practical test. However, if they enjoyed the bonus points from the competitions, they could only join certain specializations. For example, if they gained bonus points from high school machinery competitions, they could only get into the machine course. They were not allowed to get into the martial arts course, heroic spirit course, or monster controller system. But that was fair. When Meng Zhao and Xu Feixiang walked into the equipment room, they saw one of the special students. His skin was pale, his eyes were swollen, and his lower body was weak, but his upper body was strong. One glance was enough to know that he was a shut-in. He wore a strengthened exoskeleton with powerful firepower and looked like a machine monster. He was clearly a machine genius. There was no need for them to be jealous of this boy, so they only looked at each other, smiled, and went in to choose their equipment. Meng Zhao? There were already quite a number of youngsters with outstanding presences in the equipment room. When they saw Meng Zhao, the eyes of one of them lit up, and he called out to him in a friendly manner. Meng Zhao managed to recognize him as the student council president of Construction High. He was Luo Hai, the person who held his hand during the mental strength test. Oh, his dad seemed to be a 6-star superhuman living in Dragon City No. 1, soul-breaking saber master Luo Hai. Come, let me make introductions. Luo Hai beckoned him over with a smile, as if they were both really familiar with each other. This is Fang De from First High School, and this is Xie Feng from Second High School. They are all outstanding people from their schools. Today, they're the strongest in Test Area 5523. Later, if you run into them hunting in an area, move away from them, because they'll end up killing all the rapid-biting rats. This is Fang De and Xie Feng's fathers were all Heaven Realm elites who were at the same level as soul-breaking saber Luo Wu. They belonged in the same circle, so it was only natural that they were familiar with Luo Hai. But they had never met Meng Zhao. When they saw that he was nothing special to look at, they could not help but be puzzled. This is Meng Zhao, and he's someone extraordinary from 9th High School. He's very famous in Tiger Forest region, Luo Hai said with a smile. 9th High School? The two elites from First High School and Second High School looked at each other and could not help but snicker. Meng Zhao swept a glance over the group and got an accurate grasp of the three people's mindsets. Luo Hai might seem to be very friendly, but he had his own thoughts in his head. He had to be thinking about using Meng Zhao to attract the attention of the two elites so that he could avoid getting entangled with them during the practical test. Then, he could quickly kill all the monsters and get points without any distractions. First High School's Fang De was a plump boy with a round face. He might have seemed harmless, but his eyes shone with a cunning light. He had to be someone not easy to deal with. Second High School's Xie Feng appeared to be rather prideful, but he definitely had the ability to back it up. Even though they had their own plans, they were still children, even if from aristocratic families, who had yet to graduate from high school. They wanted to become stronger and were full of life as well as vigor. So, Meng Zhao did not find himself disliking them too much. He nodded and greeted Luo Hai before he went off to choose his equipment. Since they were going to deal with rapid-biting rats, which were small, nimble creatures, guns were naturally the best choice. Luo Hai and the other two bought more than one gun and a large number of bullets. Of course, they also bought cold weapons. Otherwise, when they finished using their bullets, they would have to catch rats with their bare hands, and it would be rather embarrassing. The main targets of the practical test the year before were the golden claw spiders. Thunder Rapier was a suitable skill for the examinees to use to kill these things. This year, their main targets were the rapid-biting rats, so they needed downward slashes as well as rolling slashes to fight against them. Practically everyone bought sabers. The bones of the rapid-biting rats were especially tough. Besides, when they used downward slashes and rolling slashes, the damage to the blade was very high. Hence, everyone bought super alloy sabers, which were of very high quality. The elites from the famous schools who obtained high marks in the written test even bought more than one saber. When it was Meng Zhao's turn, he fell into deep thought. My results might be pretty good, but the outstanding students from the three famous schools aren't there for show. They're all aristocratic children, and they have a lot of resources supporting them. They might have already gone through countless simulations that are similar to this practical test in their homes. If I fight against them head-on, I'll have no problem in getting into Dragon City University or Agricultural University, but if I want to make sure that I can get into the specialization I want, I need to think carefully about this. How should I use the monster knowledge I currently have and get as many points as I can? Meng Zhao shut his eyes and thought of the structure of the rapid-biting rats. He also considered the uses of the materials in their bodies. After a moment, he came up with a plan. He chose to buy 10 Type 35 light hand grenades. Beep, beep. Each hand grenade was worth 20 marks, so 200 points deducted from his written test. The 10 hand grenades and a tactical hand grenade was sent into his hands. He could easily hang them on the ports of his gel fighting suit. Chu Feixiang chose a light machine gun with great firepower. He then wrapped 2 crisscrossing ammunition belts over his chest. With his bulky body that weighed more than 100 kilograms, he looked like a war maniac. When he saw Meng Zhao's choice, he could not help but gasp. "Meng Zhao, are you thinking about using anti-small monster hand grenades to hit the rapid-biting rats? That'll be such a waste." Anti-small monster hand grenades had always been used to kill small monsters like snakes, insects, rats, and ants. It was the most convenient firearm to be used in such situations. But there was a prerequisite for it. The small monsters had to gather together and form a dense insect swarm or rat horde. When a hand grenade was thrown over there, the whole group would die, and the sight would be just amazing. But during the practical test, the number of rapid-biting rats would definitely not reach the amount required to form a rat horde. Besides, there were more than 1,000 murderous examinees who would go after them, so the monsters would definitely scatter and flee. The rats were fast and nimble, and their fur was as tough as steel needles, so they held a certain degree of destructive abilities. If someone threw a hand grenade, they would at most be able to kill 1 or 2 of them. The rest of the explosive damage would be wasted, so it was better to use bullets. At the very least, bullets were cheap. Even if they had to use 3 or 5 to kill a rapid-biting rat, it was still better than wasting a hand grenade. Meng Zhao smiled and sized up the weight of the 10 hand grenades in his hands. He felt that he could bear it. So, he bought another 10 light hand grenades and 5 napalm bombs, which were even more expensive. When he hung these things off his body, Chu Feixiang was not the only one shocked. Even Luo Hai, Fang De, Xie Feng, and the other examinees who were choosing their equipment were shocked. What's this guy doing? Is he thinking that he got too many points in his written test and wants to enjoy the feeling of spending lavishly? They fixed their eyes on Meng Zhao and watched how he would spend his remaining 300 points. Meng Zhao chose a lightning saber. The Type 10 lightning saber was a super saber made of alloy 10 years after Dragon City transmigrated. It was modeled after more than 100 ancient sabers on Earth and the essence of dozens of modern military sabers. Its full length was 0.9 meters, and it weighed 4.5 kilograms. Its center of gravity was balanced, and there was a lightning pattern on both sides of the blade, which increased its toughness and speed. If an elite brandished it at full speed, they could even break the speed of sound. If it were regarded with Earth standards, it would be a perfect saber. Chapter 79, The Practical Test starts. However, lightning saber was made of normal metal. As progress was made and time went by, it gradually fell behind other weapons. When it was used to hit the shells and bones of monsters, the blade bent easily and even cracked. During the year 55 of the new era, the most advanced cold weapons were fused with monsters' bone powder and metals from the other world during their creation. Some even had crystals added into them. With nanotech and memory metal folding technique, they were able to break the limits of cold weapons and firearms. In the hands of superhumans with great spirit energy, super sabers were not just able to release sword glares and saber flames that would reach dozens of meters, but could meld into different shapes and release different attacks. They were also stupidly expensive. The skill required to use lightning saber was not high, but it was of excellent quality and very cheap. It was, thus, often used by the Red Dragon Army and normal citizens. During the practical test, its price was the lowest as well. The students could get one with just 60 points. Meng Zhao, you were very generous when using your points to buy those hand grenades. You spent 500 points on them without even blinking. But when it comes to cold weapons, you're being so stingy. You know they're the most important weapons of all, don't you? Chu Feixiang chose a large-toothed shark saber, which was created during the year 45 of the new era. He stared at the coldly glinting saw-toothed blade in satisfaction and did not agree with his best friend's choice. The rapid-biting rats might be small, but their spines are really tough. If you use such a cheap saber, its blade will bend after just a few hits. If you can't kill them with one strike, it won't be counted into your points as well. They only had a limited number of bullets. Even if they exchanged all their points for bullets, it was impossible for them to get high marks through shooting. They needed to rely on cold weapons to kill during the second half of the test. Everyone paid a lot of attention to the cold weapons. The large-toothed shark saber was the lowest quality saber that they could accept. No one was like Meng Zhao and chose lightning saber, which was really cheap. Meng Zhao thought about his answer. As long as I'm careful and cut them through the gap in their spines and not touch their tough bones, I will be able to cut their central nervous system right away. I won't have to worry about a bent blade. I just let down my guard for a moment, and you seized the opportunity to act cool again. Look at you, acting all smug. Chu Feixiong said. Examinees, please choose your weapons on your own. Don't talk to each other, said the invigilator who stood in the corner. He had a very stern tone, but his eyes were full of curiosity. He did not understand why this examinee, who had managed to score so high, would make such ridiculous decisions. Once he bought the hand grenades and the saber, he had around 200 points left. Everyone thought that Meng Zhao would definitely choose a gun this time. Even if he could no longer buy a semi-automatic rifle, he could still buy a small pistol to protect himself. To their surprise, however, Meng Zhao swiped and tapped until he reached the supplementary items. He chose the highest grade tactical emergency health kit, which was only used by medical soldiers. What's that for? The examinees were confused. Is he afraid of being injured by the rapid-biting rats? The more Meng Zhao bought, the more enthusiastic he became. After he examined a few outdoor MRE, he chose 4 bags of the highest grade MRE. Most of the onlookers were stunned. They could understand that Meng Zhao was being careful when he bought the emergency health kit, but why did he buy the MRE? They would be inside just for 6 hours, and they were going to kill rapid-biting rats, which were small monsters that were not very threatening. Just how bad was this guy's stamina that he could not even last for a quarter of a day? But if he really could not last, he could get a few energy gels, chocolate bars, or high-grade nutritional fluid. That was the normal choice. No one would act like him and buy MRE as if he was going on a feast during the test. Meng Zhao ignored everyone's shocked gazes. He used his final points to buy a multi-purpose military shovel. Then, he stuffed all his things into his backpack. I'm done. Let's go. Are you really not going to get any bullets? You still have time to change your decision. Chu Feixiong stared at him in shock. There are various ways to solve problems. Meng Zhao smiled. The examinees were geared up to their teeth. Aside from the youthful look that had yet to fade from their faces, they actually looked like hardened soldiers. They walked out of the equipment room valiantly and in high spirits to enter the final waiting room. To his slight surprise, Meng Zhao saw the old principal from 9th High School here. Principal Sun, who usually looked bleary-eyed and clumsy, was dressed in a murderous-looking camouflage uniform. He also had guns and weapons on his back, which was something rare for him. He looked even cooler than when the fog descended on them a few days ago. Hello, Principal Sun. Meng Zhao and Chu Feixiong were both very surprised. It was only after they asked that they learned that Principal Sun was also an invigilator and patroller. He was in charge of protecting the examinees' safety. You have to personally patrol the area even when you're at this age and have such a high status? Meng Zhao was amazed. The practical tests for university entry are militarized. In school, I am a principal and you are my students. But when it comes to the National College examination, I am a military officer and you are my soldiers. It doesn't make sense for the soldiers under me to rush into the fray while I stay at home with no soldier to command, right? Principal Sun smiled. This has always been the custom of Dragon City's National College examination. Every year, during the practical test, the school leaders personally come to the front lines and fight with the children. Otherwise, your parents would be worried. Then, please don't push yourself. You were injured pretty badly during the monster ambush 3 days ago, right? Meng Zhao whispered. On the night the fog descended, Principal Sun's heavy cannons released loud bangs the entire night. When he came back, he was sent straight to the hospital. It seemed like his organs were all damaged. Meng Zhao had been thinking about visiting Principal Sun in the hospital after the National College examination, so he did not expect that Principal Sun would stand here as if nothing had happened to him. It's thanks to your reminder that day. Those evolved demonic air-ripping eyes were really damn crafty. Luckily, I was only injured lightly and have fully recovered now. Principal Sun slapped Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao really wanted to get closer to heroic citizens so that he could get affected by their heroic spirits or something. However, the invigilators and examinees could not have too much contact with each other, and Principal Sun had a great sense of propriety. After giving a few words of encouragement to the 9th High School students, he moved to the side and refused to say anything else. Under the guidance of the chief invigilator, all the geared-up examinees sat down in meditative positions and used dark tortoise stance to regulate their breathing. Their breathing was elongated, and gradually, they imagined themselves as old tortoises who had entered hibernation. They focused their minds and calmed their breathing to nurse their bodies while they waited for the final battle. Time passed. The clock turned 23:55. The military had already surrounded the dozens of examination areas at the edge of the border. Through the special equipment they buried underground, they released chemicals and infrasounds to the depths of the examination areas. The combination of chemicals and infrasounds brought chaos to the rapid-biting rat's central nervous system, so they thought that an earthquake was about to happen and ran to the surface. The military also dumped a large amount of sticky liquid with stimulative scents around the examination areas. The sticky liquid was extracted from the insides of the rapid-biting rat's mortal enemies, snake-type monsters. It made the rapid-biting rats think that there were snakes with their mouths wide open waiting for them outside. Hence, the large number of rapid-biting rats would only run around the examination area, but would not dare to step out of it, which made them perfect targets for the examinees. 2357. The invigilators and patrollers entered the exam area to ensure the examinees' safety. 1159. The internet was connected. Big data started pouring in, and all the examinees' physiological parameters and the images their cameras caught were instantly transferred to the superbrains. Through infrared rays and image analysis, they could calculate just how many monsters they killed and how many points they could get from it. Then, it was reflected on their communicators. Each examinee could check their points and ranking live and predict whether they could get into the university of their choice. Then, they could choose whether they wanted to fight defensively or aggressively during their subsequent hunts. Meanwhile, in the monitoring center at the back, aside from the recruiters from the universities, many of the powerful people from the Red Dragon Army, Supernatural Tower, and other major industries paid attention to the practical tests so that they could choose the talents that caught their eye. Strength, speed, spirit energy, and beautiful killing techniques were all things that could be cultivated or even forcibly taught to a person. But the wisdom and courage people displayed with normal bodies was the base for people to become powerful. Midnight arrived. It was a brand new day, and the practical test began. A loud signal flare flew into the clouds from the military commander's vehicle. The countless eager examinees in the dozens of examination areas rushed into the most important battleground of their lives. After dozens of years of being a part of the otherworld, the former Dawn Machine Factory had already been trampled so badly by the creatures of the otherworld that it was unrecognizable. Thick vines had pushed through the cracks on the ground and wrapped themselves around the building and broke cement. They even split the pillars made of reinforced concrete, which resulted in most of the building collapsing. The walls were originally smooth and flat, but they had crumbled to reveal a dark hole. There were also cracks that intersected with each other like spiders' web led to who knew where. There were more than 100 stone pillars, but the world around them had corroded them until they looked like fangs. They stood tall in the depths of the machine factory like a stone forest that reminded people of a maze. Screech. Countless rapid-biting rats the size of cats moved about in a frenzy in the ugly space. Kill them. Many of the examinees started firing their guns the moment they jumped on the walls of the machine factory. The dense firepower shot a lot of the rapid-biting rats full of holes, but the examinees also lost a lot of bullets. The examinees who came from key high schools ignored the rapid-biting rats scurrying about their feet. They focused on heading into the depths of the factory. Since the military had placed the stimulative scent of the rats' mortal enemies outside the exam area, it was only natural that there were only a few rapid-biting rats by the edges of the perimeter. It was a dumb choice to stay on the outskirts to kill the rats. They should head to the center of the machine factory and search for the place where the rapid-biting rats gathered. It was the best way to maximize the efficiency of their hunt. Dawn Machine Factory was huge. It had more than 10 departments and all sorts of affiliated facilities. Even if there were more than 1,000 examinees wandering about inside, it was not very cramped. But the map the military provided was the version of the factory before the transmigration. After the changes the area had gone through in 50 years, it had long since become unrecognizable. The paths and stairs that originally existed were no longer around. Besides, it was dark. The visibility was incredibly low, and the place looked like a shattered maze. Only a few examinees were able to analyze the situation in detail and instantly locate the path heading to the core through the destroyed space. Whoosh! 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 While most of the examinees were fumbling about outside and quite a few people fell into the depths because they slipped, which caused them to sprain their ankles or wrists, 3 figures jumped about lightly on the strange stones that looked like intersecting canine fangs or broken pillars. Their movements were so light that they looked like smoke that had no weight. Very quickly, they covered dozens of meters and landed at the center of the factory. They were First High School's Fengda, Second High School's Xiefeng, and Construction High's Luo Hai. The 3 elites looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 80, luring the rats out of their holes. "Looks like we're the only ones in this exam area who can put up something of a fight against each other," Fang Da said lackadaisically. "That's right. I really can't muster any interest to fight when I have to face you two and the rapid-biting rats." Xie Feng pursed his lips. Luo Hai looked away and cast a glance at the darkness in the distance. He quirked his eyebrows. "Strange? Meng Zhao did not get in. Did I make a misjudgment and he's really just someone slow?" Luo Hai did not say anything more and charged in with his two competitors. They were in the largest department of Dawn Machine Factory. Now, it was the home of tens of thousands of rapid-biting rats. Screech. When there was a sufficient number of them, the rapid-biting rats unleashed a terrifying ferocity. They bared their teeth and pounced at the trio. Bang, bang, bang. The trio fired calmly using burst mode. Practically every bullet they fired delivered a headshot to a rapid-biting rat. The cameras and the infrared scanners immediately captured the images of their kills and completed the calculations once they were uploaded to the tactical data link. 20 points, 30 points, 50 points, 100 points. The trio's points shot up by leaps and bounds. The numbers representing their ranking in the city became smaller, and they drew closer to the top. There was a rule set during the practical test: students were not allowed to snatch each other's prey and to have any internal conflicts, otherwise, they would be chased out of the exam area. Besides, there were a lot of rapid-biting rats. With the ammunition they brought in, they would not be able to kill them all. Hence, the atmosphere between the three elites was rather harmonious. They killed the rats in a relaxed manner and were even in a mood to joke with each other. "Hey, Luo Hai, let's talk about that idiot from Tiger Forest region. Why did he choose 10 expensive grenades, flame bombs, and the cheapest saber, but didn't get a single pistol or bullet? Does he really lack confidence in his shooting skills?" Fang Da asked with a smile. "His shooting skills aren't good? At least he knows his limits by choosing so many hand grenades. But he still wasted a lot of points. Why did he buy an emergency health kit and MREs? Hey, he's pretty interesting. Is he afraid of hunger or death? Seriously, all sorts of talents come out of Tiger Forest region." Xie Feng was smiling as well. Luo Hai gritted his teeth and said nothing. He just continued shooting. The three elite examinees' performances were seen by the high school teachers, university recruiters, powerful fighters in the military, and the bosses in the business industry through the monitor in the monitoring center. "Fang Da's gun technique is pretty good. As expected of Eagle Eye Fang Rui's son," said a military officer in the uniform of a colonel. "Every bullet goes through a rapid-biting rat's eyeball. He fired a total of 327 shots, but missed none. He's a talented young'un and we'll be taking him. Old Sing, no one is going to snatch him from you. You don't have to look as if you're about to stake your life to fight for him." A university lecturer who looked very elegant smiled. "Dragon City University has more of a fancy for Xie Feng. I heard that he completed the training with Raging Wave stance when he was just 13. During his 3 years of high school, he continuously ranked at the top of stance competitions in the city. Regardless of which university he goes to, he will become a powerful martial artist, but if he wants to enter Deity Realm, he has to enter Dragon City University's martial arts course and learn the overkill style." "Wait, why are you being so impatient?" A superhuman with a gaze as sharp as blades smiled. "Soul-breaking saber Luo Wu is a master of sabers. Even so, his son didn't fall too far behind in points compared to Fang Da and Xie Feng when it comes to shooting technique. Later on, when they finish using their bullets, they will need to start killing with cold weapons. We'll see just who will be the king of the exam at that time." The powerful fighters looked with admiring gazes at the youthful but fierce children in the test area. However, as they listened to the three children bicker, they could not help but be curious. Who is this Meng Zhao they speak of? He had attracted quite a lot of attention during the mental strength test in Tiger Forest region, and now he also brought eyes to himself when he decided to take another path and choose a large amount of hand grenades, flame bombs, emergency health kits, and MREs. A powerful fighter brought up Meng Zhao's test footage and data, then put it on the screen. The invigilators and powerful fighters noticed that he had not managed to get even a single mark even though the test had begun 5 minutes ago. "Is this student taking a stroll in the exam area?" one of the people could not help but ask. If Meng Zhao could get into the practical test for university entrances, it meant that his speed, strength, and shooting technique had already reached the standard of best humans on Earth. At that moment, aside from him, even the weakest examinees had already killed more than 10 rapid-biting rats. but he had his hands placed behind his back while he took a stroll around the factory. Sometimes, he even crouched down to grab a handful of dirt or vines and sniff them. He did a lot of strange things, but never fought. While the Invigilators and the powerful fighters were puzzled by his actions, he started working calmly. After going through handfuls of dirt, he finally found a place that satisfied him. He brought out his military shovel and started digging. Soon, a huge pit was before him. He tore open an MRE meant for a single soldier and mixed the refined sugar as well as chocolate with some of the high-calorie nutritional fluid in the emergency health kit. He then rolled them into a few small balls and threw them into the pit. Soon, a large number of mutated earthworms, millipedes, and all sorts of creepy crawlers of strange shapes crawled out of the cracks in the earth and the broken walls. They were all attracted by the sweet scent. Meng Zhao used the military shovel and dug out all these otherworld crawlers. They came in all sorts of colors, had faint acidic properties, and weak poison. He tossed them on the ground and started identifying them carefully. What is he doing? The Invigilators and the powerful fighters looked at each other, but they could not understand what he was trying to do. The otherworld crawlers could be considered as monsters as well, but only somewhat. If Meng Zhao killed them, he would not get any points. Meng Zhao did not know that he had become the center of attention. But even if he would have known, he would not have cared. He chose the otherworld crawlers he needed and brought out the lancet knife and suturing needle from the emergency health kit. He cut the dozens of otherworld crawlers up and dissected them to get some materials. Then, he used the heater from the self-heating MRE and the items in the emergency health kit to make a simple extraction device. He carefully crushed the materials from the otherworld crawlers and tossed them in. Then, he added fructose water, heated it, stirred it, and extracted it. Half a minute later, the originally murky crawler liquid released a crystalline blue shine. Meng Zhao straightened his arms in front of him so that the crawler liquid would be as far away from his body as possible. Then, he used his palm to gently fan the mouth of the extraction device. A slightly stimulative and gamey smell wafted into his nostrils. He nodded. That's the scent, all right. Meng Zhao sealed up the test tube and calmly started hunting. At that moment, most of the students had already killed dozens of rapid-biting rats. Most of the elites from the 3 famous schools had taken down close to 200 rats. Some even managed to kill more than that. Meng Zhao did not bring any guns with him, and his effectiveness was not high. Besides, he seemed to have some sort of preference when it came to hunting the rapid-biting rats. There were a few times when he just ignored the large rapid-biting rats strutting by his feet. He could not be bothered to use any of his strength. When another 10 minutes passed, he only had 5 rapid-biting rats under his name. Is that student killing just female rats? An invigilator voiced his puzzlement in the monitor center. Male rats were slightly larger. Their fur was shinier, and their fangs were also slightly sharper. But when they were converted to points, both male rats and female rats were worth the same amount of points. The female rats were small, so it was harder to hit their vitals, making it harder to kill them. Did this student have a grudge against female rats? Look, he sat down again. On the screen, Meng Zhao lifted the 5 female rats by their tails and searched for a dry spot to sit down comfortably. Then, he continued with his harvesting job. His lancet knife danced about like a silver butterfly, and the suturing needle moved as if it had some form of strange magnetic force. It always managed to bring out incredibly fine and fragile materials from the depths of the female rats' stomachs. Meng Zhao tossed the slightly red materials into the crawler liquid and added acetaminophen and cardiotonic drugs. 1. They were both commonly seen medicine in emergency health kits. The former could be used to increase blood pressure, and the latter could stimulate the heart. This time, he only heated the liquid until it was around 60 degrees before he moved the heater away. Then, he squeezed out all of the meat stock fried rice from the single-serving MREs. It was fragrant and greasy, and he rolled it into 10 huge rice balls. Next, he divided the semi-translucent liquid that was mixed with monster materials and crawler liquid into even portions which he injected into the rice balls. Soon, the rice balls that had crawler liquid released a strange, bluish light. He seems to have extracted the female rat's reproductive glands, and the crawler liquid can stimulate the nervous system. At that moment, a few university recruiters were finally able to decipher what he was doing. He added acetaminophen and cardiotonic drugs in them to turn them into some sort of dope? And it's not for humans. Meng Zhao brought the 10 rice balls which had additives in them to a pipe full of murky water in a corner of the machine factory. Decades of dirty water and mud had accumulated there, which made the place stink so much that he wanted to puke. The place was also covered in traps. The ground might have seemed to be black at first glance, but if he stepped on it, he might actually die. The normal examinees and the elites from the 3 famous schools were not willing to come here to hunt. Besides, there weren't many rapid-biting rats here anyway. A few could be seen here and there, but before anyone could aim at them, those rats would run into the drainage pipe at lightning speed. The bullets were not able to catch up to them. Meng Jiao grinned. He tossed the 10 rice balls around the drainage pipe. His movements were very skilled. He made sure that there was a distance of several meters between each rice ball. Once he was done, he took 2 steps back and crouched down. Then, he removed all the hand grenades and flame bombs from his body to line them up in front of him. Since he was far away, the other examinees could not see that he had thrown the rice balls out. They only saw him cradling his face and squatting in front of the drainage pipes. They could not help but laugh after seeing that. What exactly is that guy doing? Everyone knows that the rapid-biting rats are very wary creatures. If you squat there, even if they can't see you, they'll still be able to smell you. You can wait for the rats to come to you, but it won't work. Even if you squat there until it becomes bright outside, you won't see a rapid-biting rat crawling out. The examinees shook their heads and looked at the empty cartridges in their hands. They tossed the guns in their hands to the side and drew their cold weapons to begin their second stage of hunting. Meanwhile, the recruiters, powerhouses in the military, and the bosses of the business industry had completely different expressions. Through the infrared scanners they had installed inside and outside the drainage pipes, they saw that a large group of rapid-biting rats had started charging madly at the mouth of the drainage pipe. It was as if Meng Jiao was blowing a clarinet that they could not see and controlling the minds of the rapid-biting rats with a mysterious piece. Chapter 81, Instant Kill Record. Whoosh. 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 Hundreds of rapid-biting rats crawled out of the drainage pipe. They blocked each other's paths and shoved one another while squirming forward with all their strength. The rapid-biting rats who rushed out had bloodshot eyes, and their breathing was labored as they pounced on the rice balls in a frenzy. Meng Jiao did not exist in their eyes. Dozens of rapid-biting rats surrounded the rice balls, yet more and more kept coming out. They stepped on the others' spines to crawl over them toward the rice balls. In an instant, they formed 10 rat hills that caused everyone to shudder in fear. How did he do it? The invigilators were flabbergasted. Why aren't the rapid-biting rats afraid of him? They're even so tightly packed together. They're basically handing their lives to him on a silver platter. Did you notice that all of them are male rats? A military officer with a scruffy beard and face marred with the claw marks of monsters narrowed his eyes. If my guess is correct, Meng Jiao harvested 5 reproductive glands from the female rats just now, then used the dope he created from crawler liquid and the medicine he got from the emergency health kit to stimulate the hormones in the reproductive glands. Then, he sent the scents into the depths of the drainage pipe, so the rapid-biting rats inside thought that it's mating season. Controlled by their instincts to reproduce, those rapid-biting rats ran out in a frenzy. They're not even able to think about preserving their lives anymore. The invigilators and powerful fighters fell silent. To many creatures, reproducing was much more important than surviving. The rapid-biting rats were monsters with astonishing reproductive abilities. The female rats became mature in just a few months, and in a year, they could give birth to hundreds of offspring. Because of such large numbers, they had even once posed a huge problem for humans. Now, humans could use chemicals and infrasounds to stimulate the rapid-biting rats until their minds went into a disarray. And since such a method existed, it naturally meant that it was very easy to control the rats in other ways as well. The number of rats near the mouth of the drainage pipe reached thousands. While the male rats were twitching with all their strength, Meng Jiao quickly tugged off the firing pins of all his hand grenades and flame bombs. Then, he tossed them all out. After doing so, he quickly retreated and hid in a drain. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of hand grenades and flame bombs exploded. While it did not cause the world to shake, they still created a deafening sound. The light from the flames rose up, shocking countless examinees. It's the sound of hand grenades. Who brought so many hand grenades? Forget about him bringing so many hand grenades over. He just tossed all of them out. Does that idiot want to kill a single rapid-biting rat 100 times? I saw him just now. I think it's that idiot from 9th High School. The balls of flames overlapping with each other also caused a wave of shock in the monitor center. How many rapid-biting rats did Meng Jiao manage to kill? He must have created a new record for instant kills in the history of practical tests, right? In just a second, he killed more rats than many of the elites from the 3 famous schools in half an hour. The hand grenades had exploded near the heads of the rapid-biting rats. Their explosive might rained down on them like scorching steel, and hundreds of rapid-biting rats died on the spot. Even if wariness won over their instincts within some of them, their comrades kept jostling them about to the point that they could not move. The mud beneath their feet was rather sticky as well. The explosion had also happened half a second after their wariness won over, which meant that there was not enough time for them to crawl out. They could only be burnt to a crisp. Hence, it ended with Meng Zhao killing numerous rapid-biting rats in an instant. The system had to work over its limit, and even the superbrain experienced a delay in its calculations. A total of 10 seconds later, a red figure finally appeared on the screen. Meng Zhao's current score, 672. One rapid-biting rat was worth 1 point. Before the explosion, Meng Zhao had only gotten 5 points from the 5 rapid-biting rats he killed. This meant that with a wave of hand grenades, he managed to kill nearly 700 rapid-biting rats through explosions and fire. It has to be known that even the best 3 elites in the exam area had only managed to score around 700 points by then. This did not mean that Luo Hai and the other two's accuracy was not good. They just had a limited number of bullets. On Earth, the standard allowance of ammunition in the arm was around 300 bullets. But after they came to the other world, the physical strength of the soldiers increased by leaps and bounds. Their allowance of ammunition then increased as well. The elites could bring with them 700 bullets. Even if they could kill with each shot without missing once, they could only get 700 points. But they would have to use up a lot of their stamina and focus and strain their eyes. It has to be known that delivering accurate shots was not as simple as standing and pressing the trigger. And it was especially so when killing small, fast, and nimble targets like the rapid-biting rats. Every time the examinees held their breaths, aimed, and fired, they had to activate around 10,000 muscle fibers and nerve bundles. This was more tiring than swinging a saber 10 times with all their strength. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng worked hard to the point that their eyes were bloodshot to get this score, while Meng Zhao easily caught up to them without requiring even the slightest bit of strength. He even did it while humming and ate chocolates. This is seriously. The powerful fighters who saw this felt really complicated emotions in their hearts, but the examinees in the exam area were naturally even more shocked than they were. Since everything in the exam area emulated a real fight, everyone was comrades. Their scores were available to everyone in the area, and they knew each other's points. This caused the examinees who had fallen behind to be able to modify their strategies in time to catch up. Meng Zhao had been stuck at the bottom, but he instantly reached the top of the ranks. It was impossible for the examinees who had been fighting with everything they had to not be stunned for a long time, even if they were in the National College examination where every second counted. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng also stopped killing at the same time in the first department, which was located in the depths of the exam area and had the densest population of rapid-biting rats. They swiped at their blood and grime-covered faces as they stared at the blinking screens on their wrists. They could not believe their eyes. He instantly killed around 700 rapid-biting rats? How did he do it? He didn't even get a single bullet. How could he kill so many with just hand grenades? The population of rapid-biting rats is the densest in this part of the machine factory, and the explosions clearly came from outside. How did he manage to find so many rapid-biting rats in that place? For a period of time, Fang De and Xie Feng stared at Luo Hai in surprise. They looked as if they were asking him just what sort of monster his Tiger Forest region produced. Luo Hai was stunned for a long time, just like time, and could not understand it either. He could only smile. Why are you daydreaming? He just killed a few rats. Next is the main event. Whoosh! With a flash of his sword, 3 rapid-biting rats were sent flying. All their throats were slit. The slash only took 0.1 seconds, and all Luo Hai did was a single attack. That's right. The rapid-biting rats are just the appetizers. In the second half of the night, the education department will release fiercer monsters. Their points will be 10 times or even dozens of times higher than those given for the rapid-biting rats. I remember that Meng Zhao only got himself the cheapest lightning saber. He probably mastered some kind of deviant skill, which is why he wanted to get as many marks as possible from the rapid-biting rats. I reckon he won't be joining the next stage of the test. Fang De and Xie Feng looked at each other before they cast aside their emptied cartridges. They drew their super alloy sabers and started killing swiftly. After Meng Zhao caused such a major ruckus at the perimeter of the exam area, he looked at the marks and rank on the screen. He also took a look at the notification that popped up at the corner of his eyes. It told him that he had gained nearly 100 contribution points for killing rapid-biting rats. Meng Zhao whistled. Up till now, his rewards were pretty good. But if he wanted to get into the best course, he could not let his guard down. He had to fight with everything he had. Meng Zhao's gaze was intense as he scanned the perimeter of the exploded area. The rapid-biting rats were not the only ones harmed by the explosion. A large number of other world insects had also crawled out of the underground. Meng Zhao used the military shovel to kill them and scooped up numerous carcasses. Among them was a black-tailed bullet scorpion, which was a small spider-shaped monster. It was no more than 10 centimeters long, but it had venom, which was the most dangerous part about scorpion-type monsters. They could attack the central nervous system directly. It might not be fatal, but the victim's wounds would burn as if they had been shot by a bullet. That was how the creature got its name. Another one of the insects was the red gigantic centipede. It was a vicious creature with strong venom. Its victims would suffer from muscle spasms, hallucinate, and even get cramps so bad that they would faint. Meng Zhao harvested the venomous glands and sacs from around 8 types of other world insects. He mixed them together with the stimulants in the emergency health kit. Then, he added the sugar and gels from the MREs to make a sticky liquid. Next, he used the clamping jaws of the multi-purpose military shovel to make dozens of small chips on both sides of the lightning saber. After that, he dipped a small brush in poison liquid and swiped it lightly over the blade. He's making poison. He actually made natural poison that can attack the nerves and muscles and put it on the saber. Meng Zhao's rather strange actions, of course, caused a wave of surprise in the monitor center. Quite a number of military officers gasped in amazement. The boy looked as if he was not even out of his diapers yet, so why were his movements so skillful and why did he look so calm? One would think he was a veteran who had been fighting for decades in the depths of the fog from his actions. Meng Zhao carefully coated the saber in venom before he brandished it to be certain that it would not be flung off. Then, he moved forward swiftly and did a roundhouse kick to sweep 2 rapid-biting rats who did not manage to hide in time into the air. Whoosh! He executed the 100 saber techniques at lightning speed. He intentionally made sure that he did not aim at the rapid-biting rat's throat. He only aimed at their back ends, because there was thick skin there and he wanted to test the effects of his concoction. Screech! The rapid-biting rats that he struck did not seem to have been injured badly, their wounds were not fatal. But they released piercing screeches and twitched violently in pain. When they fled, they did so while staggering left and right. Meng Zhao observed them carefully while seated on the ground. He calculated the time it took for the venom to take effect. He used the answer he obtained to deduce what sort of strategy he should choose when he ran into larger monsters, such as the illusion cat. Without anyone's knowledge, 2 hours of the practical test had already passed. The examinees gradually managed to differentiate who was strong and who was weak, and all of them were tired. A relaxed voice sounded a warning in the exam area. Releasing the second wave of monsters. Buried deep within Dawn Machine Factory was a pipe that was now slowly opened, and a large group of monsters who had been trapped for a few days and were now ravenous charged out. They were lean and shaped like small jaguars. Their eyes were jade green, and their vertical pupils resembled those of venomous snakes. They shone with an eerie light in the dark. Their entire bodies were black, and they walked without a sound. They were like drifting souls, but their sharp fangs and claws revealed just how dangerous they were. They were illusion cats. Among small feline-type monsters, they were the kings in terms of speed and ability to hide. Illusion cats were the mortal enemies of rapid-biting rats. When their scent spread out, the rapid-biting rats who had been restless and uneasy shuddered. Some of them were even so terrified that they peed. Since the illusion cats had a lot of food around, they did not take the initiative to bother the fully equipped humans. Of course, if the humans provoked them, they would show no mercy. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Soon, some examinees noticed the tracks of the illusion cats. Their weapons clashed with their claws and they engaged in an intense bloody fight. The offense of the illusion cats was much higher than that of the rapid-biting rats, and some people were immediately injured. Most of the examinees grit their teeth to endure it, but some lost too much blood, and their physiological parameters slid down on the monitors. They were immediately located by the invigilators and brought out of the exam area, which meant that their practical test ended. Meng Zhao opened his eyes in the darkness. Perfect timing. He covered himself in rapid-biting rat's blood so that he released a pungent smell that attracted the illusion cats. 3 illusion cats jumped at him simultaneously from the back and front. They were like ghosts without weight. Meng Zhao hunched himself and stuck close to the ground. His muscles trembled, and like an invisible wave, he moved close to 5 meters forward. With a casual swing of his arm, he struck an illusion cat. Chapter 82, Everything is a Weapon. Even though they had a pair of green eyes, illusion cats were famous for their hearing. They were great at listening. Meng Zhao's slash arrived at the spot on the back of an illusion cat, which was where their hearing nerves were gathered. Even though the tip of the saber only cut off a thin layer of skin, the poison quickly seeped in. Pain flared up, and at the same time, the illusion cat lost its hearing and balance. Its limbs twitched, and it staggered back. Meng Zhao seized the chance and dealt another slash at its soft throat. He accurately cut its windpipe and jugular vein, but he did not touch a single bone. Even so, he managed to take the creature's life. At that moment, the 2 other illusion cats had already arrived behind him. Meng Zhao did not even look at them. He kicked behind him with one leg and then another and sent the 2 illusion cats flying. He executed the Future 100 saber techniques and brought out its full power at the 2 creatures' stomachs. They were cut open in a flash. The 2 illusion cats did not even have time to scream in pain. They lost their lives while in mid-air. Meng Zhao's saber continued shining as brightly as before. Not a single scratch was left on it. Only a crystalline drop of green cat blood slowly slid down it. Those are some good saber skills. Many teachers and recruiters gasped in surprise in the monitor center. This examinee from 9th High School had brought them a lot of shock. For a period of time, they could not quite tell whose saber technique was better, Meng Zhao's or Luo Hai's. This feels great. A thick, bloody scent wafted into his nose, and Meng Zhao sneezed twice. He felt like a fish in water, and his fighting spirit lit up. There are too few illusion cats here. Should I go in further? He took a stroll among the broken walls. Quite a number of illusion cats had already smelled him, and they kept on crawling out of the darkness to attack him, but he dealt with all of them in a few casual flicks of his saber. When he appeared at the entrance of the first department, his camouflage uniform was drenched in cat blood, but it evaporated because of the heat on it and turned into wisps of bloody fog. His saber was still as sharp as a needle. Not a single tough monster bone had cracked it. Meng Zhao was now in the designated hunting ground of Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng. It was their ground not because they acted like tyrants and refused to let the others come in, though. It was because they had gathered more than 1,000 rapid-biting rat carcasses, and it attracted a lot of illusion cats to feast. The examinees who were weak would just be asking for death if they entered the first department. In just a few minutes, they would be covered in wounds and brought out of the test area because they had lost too much blood. When Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng saw Meng Zhao stroll in with a saber on his shoulder, their pupils shrank. They no longer dared to look down on this peer of theirs who came from a key high school in the region and had been a nobody in the past. At that moment, their points were about the same with each other. Even though they won over Meng Zhao because their cold weapons were sharper, they had used up a lot of their strength because of the non-stop shooting and killing. Their eyes were red, their muscles twitched, and they felt as if their lungs were stuffed with gunpowder. Every breath they took caused them great pain. This was a sign that they had overworked themselves and should sit down in their stances to regulate their breathing. They needed to remain like that for around 20 minutes before to recover around 80% of their strength. But Meng Zhao was relaxed, and his eyes burned brightly with energy. Just how did he manage to get nearly 1,000 points? Isn't he tired at all? Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng exchanged glances with each other. They just could not understand it. Meng Zhao's body was covered in the pungent scent of the rapid-biting rats, and he attracted the attention of all the illusion cats. The small feline-type monster's bloodlust was stirred up. They arched their backs and polished their claws while releasing brutal hisses. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng had wanted to rest a long time ago, but they were held back by the illusion cats and could not find a chance to do so. When they saw that all the firepower had been attracted by Meng Zhao, they finally released a sigh of relief and took a few steps back to sit down on the ground. They felt that their limbs were numb, and they could not raise them even if they wanted to. Let's see just what skills this guy has. The 3 boys sat down to regulate their breathing, but their eyes were wide open as they watched Meng Zhao with great loathing. Meng Zhao did not hold back and strode into the center of the department. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of illusion cats showed their forms in the air, and like black blades, they pounced on his vitals. Meng Zhao instantly took note of the angle of their jumps, their speed, and their arcs, and all sorts of figures and formulae raced through his mind like a waterfall cascading down a cliff. He executed the future version of the 100 saber technique until it was only a silver blur, which covered a circular area of 3 meters around him. The attacks were so tightly linked that not a single drop of water would have been able to escape. All the illusion cats that invaded the area instantly released pained cries. Since the slashes were densely packed together, it was only natural that not all cuts were fatal. But against the 3 elites' expectations, the injured illusion cats staggered back as if they were drunk. Their muscles twitched, and they even foamed at the mouth. In less than half a minute, they lost their ability to fight, and Meng Zhao easily took their lives. Were they poisoned? The 3 young men gaped at the sight. They had just witnessed Meng Zhao using a lightning saber, which they knew was the most common saber in the city. It was not a sharp weapon with a poisonous property. Besides, it was not as if they could buy a poisonous and domineering cold weapon during the practical test for university entrances. So, did he spread poison on his own blade? But where did the poison come from? The more the trio thought about it, the more confused they became, and they really wanted to shout, "Sirs, he's hacking, no, I mean, he's cheating." Of course, it was impossible for him to cheat, because there were more than 10 unmanned aerial vehicles that flew in through the window to monitor his kills from various angles. This meant that Meng Zhao had already stirred great interest in the chief invigilator, and the attention he received was higher than the attention received by the trio. When they thought of this, the trio felt upset. He's just using a saber with powerful poisonous properties. When he uses up all his poison, we'll have recovered our strength. He won't have any other tricks up his sleeves by then. Second High School's Xie Feng said with gritted teeth. But Luo Hai retained his solemn expression. His father was a saber master, and hence, Luo Hai had extraordinary judgment when it came to saber techniques. He could tell that even though Meng Zhao seemed relaxed and did not seem to be attacking the vital spots, he was actually using the fighting style that would preserve the most strength. If he could use only 30% of his strength to kill an illusion cat, he would definitely not use 40% to do it. Such restraint was much more rarely seen compared to cutting a cat in half. When he finishes using his poison, will he have other cards up his sleeve? This question rose in Luo Hai's heart. Reality showed that he did. Once Meng Zhao killed dozens of illusion cats, he gradually finished up his poison. He then immediately changed his fighting style. He intentionally exposed his vitals and let the illusion cat steer into him. Rip. An illusion cat bit down into his outstretched arm. A huge tear was left behind on the gel fighting suit, and a large amount of gel oozed out. Thud. Meng Zhao seized the opportunity to cut into the cat's chest, and with a twist, its heart was crushed. Another illusion cat bit into his shoulder, and its fangs practically pierced through his gel fighting suit. It resulted in great pain and pressure on his collarbone. But he did not even frown. He reached out and grabbed the illusion cat's neck. He executed reckless bull force and rammed the cat against the ground. Then, he found the most precise angle and crushed its spine with a stomp. He traded their lives for a few injuries. His peerlessly brutal fighting style caused his hunting efficiency to be higher than that of the 3 elites, and his points as well as his rank kept shooting up. Luo Hai, this guy's saber technique doesn't seem to be that much more outstanding than ours, so why is his killing efficiency so high? First High School's Fangda gasped in amazement. He's draining away the defense of his gel fighting suit. His fighting suit is already done for. Second High School's Xie Feng scowled. Luo Hai wanted to say something, but did not. Instead, he thought, this guy's saber technique isn't at the point where it doesn't seem to be that much more outstanding than ours. At the very least, it's much more outstanding compared to both of yours. Luo Hai was filled with curiosity toward Meng Zhao's strategy. In just a few minutes, his fighting suit was rendered useless, so how was he going to fight next? When Meng Zhao harvested dozens of illusion cats' lives in one go, he stopped to catch his breath. Upon seeing the elites watching him from the corner curiously, a thought appeared in his heart. If the 3 boys were in this test area, it meant that they had a bit of potential. Since he was free anyway, he might as well provide them with some guidance. Even if he could not get a lot of contribution points from it, he would still be considered to have contributed to Dragon City. Bullets and cold weapons aren't the only things that can be considered as weapons, he said faintly. What? The trio was stunned. Is he talking to us? During a real fight, aside from guns, bullets, fists, and cold weapons, every part of our bodies, a branch, a can opener, And even a pair of chopsticks can be weapons. Meng Zhao swung his saber and accurately stabbed the blade into the gap between the third and fourth vertebrae of an illusion cat. He then continued his explanation without even turning his head around. I can see that you have already finished up your cartridges. I don't think that there's an idiot around who would leave behind a bullet and not use it so that they can return it to the education department after the test ends, right? The trio looked at each other at a loss. What's he doing? Is he giving us guidance while taking the test? Even though everything in the practical test for university entrance simulated a real fight and it was not cheating for comrades to talk to each other, wasn't he acting with a little too much conceit? But why are you treating only your guns and bullets as weapons? Why didn't you think that your gel fighting suit is also a very precious weapon? When the test ends, there's no difference between handing in a brand new gel fighting suit that is not the slightest bit torn and handing in a cartridge that is full of bullets. Meng Zhao ignored their gazes and continued without holding back. Illusion cats are characterized by their speed and ability to hide themselves. In complete darkness, it's impossible to catch them, and they become just like real illusions. I'm sure that you wasted a lot of strength to track down these illusion cats, which is why you ended up having to catch your breath after killing them. Because of that, you now have to sit down in a stance to regulate your breathing. But I'm using my gel camouflage uniform as bait and intentionally letting the illusion cats bite me. This allows me to get rid of their greatest advantage, so it's only natural that my killing efficiency is much higher than yours. As for the damage to the gel camouflage fighting suit, it doesn't matter. It's not as if I'm going to get any points deducted for it. The trio gaped at him. He's seriously giving us guidance. He's just someone from a key high school in one of the regions, but he's providing guidance to 3 elites from key high schools from the main district during the practical test for university entrances. The situation was too strange, and for a period of time, the trio did not know how they should react. When they finally wrapped their heads around it, they flew into a rage and wanted to shout, "You don't have a poison blade anymore, and you don't have a gel fighting suit either. How are you going to fight next?" Before they could ask the question, Meng Zhao showed them the answer. RIP. He thought that the gel fighting suit that was already torn to shreds and completely ruined was a bother, so he just got rid of it. It revealed his sturdy body. The lines of his muscles were clear, and they rose and fell like waves. Coupled with his slightly protruding spine, he seemed to have explosive strength contained in his body. When another illusion cat pounced on him, Meng Zhao used his arm to block it once more. A few deep gashes were immediately left behind on his arm. As for the illusion cat, it got clamped down by the arm, and Meng Zhao slit its throat. He used the same strategy with the next few illusion cats. He used his body as bait and lured the monsters into biting. Then, with an explosive wave of power, he killed each and every one of them. Whenever another wound was added to Meng Zhao's body, another monster died. He fought brutally like a lunatic. The 3 elite teenagers who came from aristocratic families found themselves unable to say anything, because they felt chills crawling down their spines as they watched. I told you, everything is a weapon on a real battlefield, including our bodies. It's worth it to get injured if you can kill another monster for it, Meng Zhao said in a voice as calm as a cold saber. He then narrowed his eyes, from which killing intent spilled out. Chapter 83, Blade-Shattering Python. The remaining illusion cats were intimidated by him. When they saw the torn limbs of their comrades, they became afraid and did not dare to move forward. Meng Zhao took that opportunity to retreat and bring out the emergency health kit to treat his wounds. He first used the medical hemostatic gel, then applied an anesthetic and cold spray to curb the pain. While his wounds were numb, he used an emergency suturing tool shaped like a stapler to calmly press down on his wounds. Thud, thud. With 2 thuds, his wound was sutured in a simple fashion. He then ate 2 high-calorie nutritional fluids and 1 strong painkiller, and some color returned to his face. His expression remained as calm as ever, as if what he just sutured was not his own limb. The 3 top students of the key high schools in the district might have seen many things and had fought in life-and-death situations in virtual battlefields, but they had never met someone so ruthless. They could not help but gasp in surprise. This guy did not get the highest grade emergency health kit because he was afraid of death. It was because he planned to use his body as bait and increase his killing efficiency to the max by trading off injuries for kills. This is seriously. Their expressions were complicated, and they had nothing to say about it. When it came to martial arts and shooting skills, they were confident that they were above Meng Zhao. But when it came to ruthlessness, they just could not catch up to him. Meng Zhao did not care about the feelings of the protected babies. He rested for a while, and when he saw the illusion cats surrounding them again, he grinned and went forward with a swing of his saber. You still want to fight?" The three elites felt their hearts tremble in fear. "My stamina isn't completely drained yet, and the blood I lost hasn't reached the point where I'll lose my mobility, so why shouldn't I continue killing?" While Meng Zhao swung his saber, he said, "With the current medical technology, even if your flesh or tendons are torn or your bones are broken, as long as your nerves, lungs, and brain are fine, you can be healed. Since that's the case, in a mission where our goal is to kill a large number of monsters, it'd be a waste not to squeeze out every bit of energy from our bodies." As he spoke, the wound he had just stapled on his arm was torn again because of how vigorously he was swinging his saber. Meng Zhao did not even bat an eyelid at it. He turned around and made a beautiful arc as he swung his saber down. Thud. An illusion cat's stomach was torn open. Hot monster blood sprayed over Meng Zhao's body. It turned into balls of red fog that surrounded him until he looked like a demonic killing machine. The three elites were terrified when they saw him. "Aren't you afraid of death?" First High School's Fang De could not help but ask. "Of course I am. It's precisely because I'm scared that I'm doing this," Meng Zhao said. "Do you think that your body is the most important thing when you're on the battlefield in the depths of the fog? No. I'm telling you, there's something else that's even important: time. There are dangers lurking everywhere in the fog. You'll be plagued by uneasiness even when you sleep, and anything can happen. That's why, no matter what sort of mission you carry out, it's best to finish it in the shortest amount of time, even if you have to pay a huge price for it. For example, if our mission today was to hunt down 100 monsters in the depths of the fog, I would fight until I finish all of my bullets and food, am covered in wounds, and have almost every drop of my blood drained from me, since if I manage to finish my mission perfectly and return to the base on the day itself, I will enjoy the best treatment and can sleep at ease that night. A few days later, I will be jumping around energetically, and there will be nothing wrong with me. You treasure your equipment and bodies, so you're careful when you hunt. You're not willing to have even a single wound, so you drag out the fights to 2 or even 3 days, even when it's a mission that you can complete in 1 day. Let me ask you, because of those 2 extra days, won't it be necessary for you to bring extra food and ammunition with you? You'll be taking up valuable transportation capacity, and you'll also be wasting your stamina. In that time, won't it be possible for new and stronger monsters to show up to attack you? Won't it be possible that something will change in the environment in the depths of the fog? What if a space-time torrent appears and transports you to a place further away from Dragon City? The more you fear death, the more likely you will be to die. The more desperately you fight, the more likely you'll be able to find life in the midst of death. This is the absolute truth on Earth and the battlefields in the other world." While speaking, Meng Zhao didn't dodge in the slightest, and an illusion cat clawed at his chest. He drove his lightning saber into the illusion cat's mouth and pierced its neck and lungs. The bloody saber tip came out of its butt. This brutal scene left behind an unforgettable mark in the three elites' brains. It also turned into various streams of data when the dozens of unmanned aerial vehicles videotaped it. There was a long silence in the monitor center. "Check the boy's family. Does he have an elite from the military in his family?" a colonel with a celestial dragon insignia on his shoulder asked. His father was once an ace sniper in the military. The information was immediately sent to them. "Just an ace sniper?" The colonel thought about it. "Bah, whatever. The military school is definitely taking this talent with us." "Colonel Siang, aren't you being too eager? You're grabbing all the good talents to the military school when you see them. You're not even asking whether they're willing to come with you," another slightly plump high school teacher said. "I think that with Meng Zhao's temperament, he's very suited for Dragon City University's martial arts course. His fighting skills can be slowly trained, but temperament is something you're born with. He's a good piece of jade. It'll be a waste if he plays around with guns and cannons instead of practicing martial arts." "You," Colonel Siang glared at him. "Both of you, calm down. Don't fight over him anymore," a female teacher with snake earrings on her ears said with a smile. "Meng Zhao is very familiar with the structure of monsters. I've looked at his information and found that his father is a harvester as well. He's definitely someone suited for Monster University. Why are you trying to snatch him from us?" At that moment, a few recruiters and powerful fighters in the military stood up. The atmosphere was even more aggressive compared to when they fought for Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng. As they spoke, Meng Zhao killed more than 100 illusion cats as if he was cutting vegetables. This result was enough for him to get into the top 300 in the city. Once Luo Hai, Fangda, and Xie Feng recovered their strength, they began killing as well. But the illusion cats were terrified by Meng Zhao's demonic strategy and became unwilling to fight against humans. Instead, they started running around like the rapid-biting rats. The trio grumbled. Just our luck to stand together with a monster like Meng Zhao. They had forgotten that just 2 hours ago, they were also monsters to quite a number of examinees, so no one was willing to be together with them. However, the trio did not completely give up on hope. Based on the tests in the past, the practical tests always released 3 waves of monsters. The first wave consisted of rapid-biting rats. They were tiny monsters that came in large droves but did not have a lot of offensive power. The second wave had illusion cats, which were elite monsters. They were incredibly fast and had a certain degree of fighting power. The third wave had the true boss. The points it gave were the highest, but it was also the most dangerous. There were still 2 hours before the practical test ended. Judging by the time, they were about to release the boss soon. Just as they expected, beeping sounds rose, and their communicators trembled at the same time. They raised their wrists to look, and the expressions of the 3 elites changed. Blade-shattering python? Why is the National College examination this year so insane? Meng Zhao whistled. Blade-shattering pythons were right below super beasts and were the kings of snake-type monsters. They were more than 10 meters long and as wide as a bucket. Their muscles and tendons were strong, and their scales were tough. Their bite strength and binding strength were incredibly terrifying. What was the most dangerous about them was that when they were angry, they could straighten up their scales. They became like numerous fine blades, which would increase the damage to the target being constricted by the python. Even if the examinees had the protection from the gel fighting suits, if they got entangled with a blade-shattering python for a few minutes, their tendons would be torn, their bones broken, and they would be reduced to a bloody mess. The students knew that the difficulty of the National College examination increased with every year, but they did not expect that it would be so difficult. Of course, there was something good about the blade-shattering pythons as well. Just like the illusion cats, if there was enough food in the area, they would not be willing to take the initiative to provoke fully equipped humans. In other words, if the examinees were afraid, they just had to stay quiet and not move, and they would not have to worry about any danger to their lives. But if they wanted to get into a famous university, they had to take the initiative to provoke the blade-shattering pythons while wondering whether they would end up as one of those who would fulfill the quota of the crippled and dead list. Luo Hai, Fangda, and Xie Feng's expressions were grave. However, when they thought about how Meng Zhao was covered in wounds and did not even have a single piece of gel fighting suit on him anymore, a strange thought rose in their hearts. They could not stop it from appearing even if they tried. Fangda smiled and said, "All right, Meng Zhao, thanks for providing us with guidance just now. You helped us gain a lot of practical experience. But I want to know just how you will fight against the blade-shattering pythons in your condition." Meng Zhao shrugged. "I won't fight. I'll look for a place to hide. Anyway, I already have enough points. Even if I can't get into the ace courses of the famous universities, I won't have any problem getting into the normal courses. Why should I continue fighting?" "What?" The 3 elites were dumbfounded. Didn't this ruthless guy's fighting style change a little too quickly? "Hey! I was just joking. How could it be possible that I won't fight?" Meng Zhao said with a grin. "But with my current condition, it's impossible for me to fight head-on. I have no other choice. I can only follow behind you and see whether I get a chance to steal a kill." "You want to snatch our kills?" The expressions of the 3 elites changed. The practical test did not allow the examinees to snatch other examinees' prey. The penalty for internal conflict was even worse than the one for cheating. If they were discovered, they would be chased out of the test area. In fact, they would even be denied taking the National College examination for 3 years. But if an examinee was not strong enough and turned to run away, other people were allowed to butt into the fight. The standard was 30 seconds. When an examinee launched the first attack on a monster, it meant that they targeted that monster, and the other examinees could not touch it. But if the examinee could not launch a second attack within 30 seconds after the first attack, it would be seen as them having left the battlefield, and the other examinees could turn the monster into their prey. There was one more situation in which others could join the fight. If an examinee was being attacked by a monster and their life was in danger, all the examinees who saw it had to immediately save them, and it would not be considered as snatching a kill. Of course, they had to determine whether an examinee was in danger on their own. But the invigilators would judge it based on the situation of the battle, the injuries on the monster, and the examinee's physiological parameters. Then, they would enter the results into the communicators of the examinees nearby so that no one would forget to help each other even if they were engaged in a fierce battle. This would allow them to remember the principle of fighting together. Luo Hai and the other two had sized up the fighting power of the bosses in the past and were confident that no one would be able to snatch their kills. But the bosses this year were blade-shattering pythons, so their carefully formed plans were completely shattered. "Are you certain that you'll be able to snatch our kills?" Second high school's Xie Feng gritted his teeth. "If I can't, then it's fine. I'm going to rest and eat some MRE. I'll be catching my breath and observing the fight. In any case, I'm ranked at the top, so I have plenty of time to waste." Meng Zhao grinned at them. "If I can snatch a kill, I will. If things don't work out, I'll fight to the end. But even if I don't manage to win, I've already secured my spot in a university, so why should I be anxious? As for you, you still don't have enough points to get into the ace courses of the famous universities. You have to fight against the blade-shattering pythons. But I don't have to steal your kills the moment you attack. Once you kill one or two blade-shattering pythons, you might not have any strength remaining to kill the third. That'll be my best chance, don't you think?" The three elites' faces became incredibly sour. They noticed that Meng Zhao was a chess player with great skills, and he included all of them in his strategy. Damn it! They were the children of aristocratic families, the elites of famous schools. But in the eyes of this person from a key high school in the region, they were just weapons that he could use as he wished. Chapter 84, The battle began 1 month ago. "Right now, you should understand why I fought in such a frenzy before, right?" Meng Zhao's expression gradually turned solemn. His voice was like sticks striking a drum. It struck at the three elites' eardrums moderately. "You should only give it your all when it's necessary. Once you have accumulated enough capital, you can have the right to be calm and relaxed when you're in danger and in trouble. You can then choose the best strategy. Information is the most important part of a battle. The true practical test did not begin a few hours ago. Instead, it has started the moment the index for the crippled and dead was announced around a month ago. From the moment the possibility of the crippled and dead increased by 1-fold, you should have known that the boss monsters this year would be fiercer than in the past years. It's not a good idea to fight head-on against them. The key in winning is to get as many points from the small monsters and elite monsters to be certain of your advantage in terms of your rank. That's why I started racking my brains when the time came for us to choose our weapons. I used hand grenades and flame bombs to preserve my stamina, and when it came to the illusion cats, I drained my stamina and even got injured. It might seem completely lunatic, but honestly, I was just avoiding having to fight head-on against the bosses. As for you, you're searching for perfection too much. You seek elegance and not having a single speck of dust landing on you. You want to remain uninjured after a fierce fight, like rich young masters who shine in glory. Perhaps this is something you can achieve in school and in the virtual reality battlefields, but in a real battle, the loafing about and hesitation during the first part of the fight will just drive you into a corner, and you will sink into a dangerous situation that is 10 times worse than the original one. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng shuddered. All of them were enlightened. Did you really start guessing what the bosses would be since a month ago and start planning your strategy? Luo Hai asked in disbelief. That's right. Since this is a fight that will change my destiny, I had to think about every detail. Meng Zhao did not lie. Even though he could see some blurry pictures based on the memory fragments from his previous life, the limitations were actually very high. In his previous life, he did not join the practical test for university entrance. Instead, he went to the Monster Research Center to join the practical test for post-secondary specialized colleges. At that time, he had been very depressed, and his hidden injuries flared up. He could not even get into a higher vocational college, so how could he pay attention to the contents of the tests for university entrance? Hence, he did not know that the bosses this time were blade-shattering pythons. But when he thought about it carefully, if the higher-ups wanted to increase the difficulty of the national college examination, they needed to bring high-grade monsters with high offensive powers. Yet they could not increase the death rate among examinees too high either, which was why the high-grade monsters could not be too aggressive. It would be the best if they were the type to not attack unless provoked. Also, the high-grade monsters were not allowed to be able to kill instantly. The invigilators had to have enough time to save the examinees. There were not many high-grade monsters who fulfilled all three criteria. Meng Zhao searched for dozens of monsters' fighting styles, physiological parameters, weaknesses, and the best way to fight them. In a month, He thought about it carefully and came up with dozens of different strategies. And the core of all his strategies was that he had to get as many points as possible at the start so that he would not lose later on. After a moment, Luo Hai and Fang De looked at him with respect. Notifications popped at the corner of Meng Zhao's eyes. Normal citizen Luo Hai obtained your guidance, and his fighting experience increased. Increased contribution points by 15. Normal citizen Fang De obtained your guidance, and his fighting experience increased. Increased contribution points by 13. Xie Feng still refused to admit that his logic was right. He gritted his teeth while feeling humiliated. Meng Zhao frowned a little. Really, why am I looking for trouble on my own? I'm telling you practical fighting experience that money can't buy. If those with brains think about it in all aspects, they might thank me, and they might be saved by this experience if they enter the depths of the fog in the future, but those who are petty will think that I am too conceited, and they'll hate me to the core. Why should I bother myself with it? Just now, I should have kept quiet and followed you so that I can just snatch your kills. Why should I give you reminders? Xie Feng's face turned red. He was prideful, but he was not unreasonable. When he thought about it carefully, he found that Meng Zhao did indeed have no need to give them this reminder. He had selflessly provided them with guidance, but he hated him for that. His mindset was too narrow. Meng Zhao, thanks for your guidance. Xie Feng was someone who was very adaptable. Once he figured out the details, he immediately cast aside his bigotry and thanked Meng Zhao sincerely. Normal citizen Xie Feng obtained your guidance, and his fighting experience increased. Increased contribution points by 17. Meng Zhao smiled faintly. At that moment, they were competitors, but after the National College examination, they would have to face hordes of monsters together and would be comrades who fought on the same side. This was the reason behind why Meng Zhao was willing to guide them. Fortunately, the three had pretty decent temperaments, and they were slightly grateful, so Meng Zhao had not wasted his breath on them. If you really want to thank me, please injure a few more blade-shattering pythons later so that I can snatch some kills. They're coming. As Meng Zhao spoke, he retreated into a shadowy corner. Rustle. Rustle. A foul stench came in through the window, and it was accompanied by the sound of something crawling. It was enough to make their skins crawl. 4 large pythons craned their heads through the window. Under the illumination of the blood-red moon, they looked incredibly monstrous. Creak. The illusion cats shuddered while the rapid biting rats ran off. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng gulped. The pressure given off by large monsters and the fear they generated was completely different from small monsters like the illusion cats. But the trio had no other choice. They could only shout, swing their sabers, and jump up. Luo Hai and Xie Feng were a little lucky. They went up against 1 blade-shattering python each. While it was a difficult fight, they did manage to launch some offensive attacks. But Fang De of First High School was not as lucky. Perhaps it was because he was rather plump, which was why he was treated by the monsters as tasty meat. 2 blade-shattering pythons went up against him, because they wanted to first get rid of him, the weakness. Fang De was able to last only for a few rounds before his gel fighting suit was cut up to pieces by the blade-shattering python's erected scales. Multiple bloody wounds appeared on his fair flesh. He became incredibly regretful. If he was going to be injured anyway, it would have been better if he imitated Meng Zhao and turned himself into bait to attract the illusion cats. At the very least, every drop of blood that he shed could have gotten him precious points. He would not be forced into a corner and only be able to jump around while moving around like a spinning top. If he were the slightest bit careless, a blade-shattering python would rip off a piece of his flesh. Fang De was angry and anxious. His stamina was gradually drained, and he could only turn tail and flee. The 2 blade-shattering pythons opened their mouths wide and chased after him. Fang De ran around the department 3 times and wanted to jump out the window, but the pythons forced him back, and he crashed into a corner. Even though there were unmanned aerial vehicles above, invigilators keeping watch nearby, and it took a long time for a blade-shattering python to bind and kill its prey, Fang De still felt that he was going to die when he saw the 2 monster pythons crawling down toward him with their mouths wide open while smiling savagely at him. Then, he saw a swift slash. The saber glare shot out like lightning that suddenly clapped in darkness, but it was also like a shooting star that came charging forward from somewhere beyond their sky. It left behind a searing image in his retina. A monster python jumped and slithered away. It vanished without a trace. The other monster python looked like it had been struck by lightning. Its vertical pupils completely froze over. A thin, red line appeared on the back of its head, and it continued growing thicker until blood gushed out from it. The huge snake's head fell and rolled to Fang Da's legs. Its mouth continued opening and closing. Fang Da's face was pale. Meng Jiao drifted forward from the shadows like a ghost. He did not even look at Fang Da and just filled up the plastic bag from the MRE with the blood that was gushing out from the python. Half of the python's carcass remained hanging high on the eave. A constant stream of python blood rained down like a shower. It covered Meng Jiao's head and face with blood, making him look like a murderous god who walked out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Fang Da was stunned for a long time before he realized that while he had been running about, he had not attacked the blade-shattering pythons even once for more than a minute. Hence, even though the two monsters had been chasing after him, they had stopped being his prey. And Meng Jiao had used a single slash to cut into the part 7 inches under the blade-shattering python's head. From the perfect angle, he found the gap in its spine and beheaded it cleanly. What terrifying saber skills! And his understanding toward monster structures had already reached a terrifying degree as well. The blood moon hung high, and blood evaporated to turn into fog. When Fang Da looked at Meng Jiao, he found that in his heart, Meng Jiao was shrouded in a fog named mystery. Fang Da gasped for breath for a while before he asked, unable to help himself, "What are you doing?" Most of the fresh blood from snake-type monsters contains a lot of spirit energy. They can even stimulate the central nervous system to release the potential of cells. They are natural stimulants, Meng Jiao explained. There's a lot of snake blood here. It's a waste to not use it. As he spoke, he opened a bag of snake blood and gulped it down. Then, he wiped off the blood at the corners of his lips and smacked his lips, as if he had just drunk good wine. Fang Da fell silent. Naturally, he knew the benefits of snake blood. But most of the snake-type monster's blood was foul and astringent. It had to be processed before it could be made into a serum fit for consumption. And yet this guy just drank snake blood without batting an eyelid. Was he a savage? Meng Jiao did not have the time to care about the strange looks from the protected flowers. He had just used his body as bait to kill the illusion cats and used up a lot of energy. After he drank 2 bags full of snake blood, his mind cleared a little, and he could now do something that required him to be even more meticulous. Whoosh! The scalpels spun and jumped about at his fingertips. Then, as if the blade-shattering python's scales were made of air, he cut open the python's body. He plunged his entire arm inside and moved about before he dug out 2 bloody materials. They were the python's gallbladder and heart. A python's gallbladder could clear the mind in one sight. It was very good for stimulating cells and increasing the upper limits of a person's strength. The python's heart was a ball of flesh, but it had a few drops of blood from the heart, and it was a natural stimulant that was 100 times more powerful than normal python blood. Meng Jiao whistled softly and put away the gallbladder and heart. He smiled at Fang Da before he retreated into the shadows. Fang Da, Luo Hai and Xie Theng had killed 1 blade-shattering python each after a lot of effort, but they did not even have the time to catch their breath. They wanted to snatch a kill from Fang Da. When they saw the shredded monster carcass on the ground, they sucked in sharp breaths. "Wow, I couldn't tell before, but you're pretty brutal, huh?" "It's not me." Fang Da felt dejected. It was him. Him? Luo Hai and Xie Theng looked at each other at a loss. It took them a long moment to locate Meng Jiao, who lay in wait in a corner. He had already blended together with the darkness, so only his eyes shone brightly in the shadows. When Meng Jiao saw the trio staring at him intensely, he grinned at them. For some reason, his smile caused them to feel their skin crawl. Rustling sounds rose, and 3 more blade-shattering pythons appeared at the window. Fang Da gritted his teeth. No matter how difficult it was, even if he had to risk his life for it, he had to behead these monsters. But against his expectations, a light tremor ran through the ground, and the 3 blade-shattering pythons froze for a moment before fear appeared in their eyes. They shrank back and disappeared. They ran? Luo Hai, Fang Da, and Xie Theng looked at each other. Their auras were not so strong that they could intimidate blade-shattering pythons. Even Meng Jiao felt goosebumps break out on his skin. He sensed an incredibly dangerous presence in the air. Beep, 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 beep. The 4 people's communicators suddenly screeched and shone with an ominous red light. Chapter 85, Bloody Moon Murderer. Someone had run into danger, and the examinees nearby were summoned to provide emergency help. They had to respond to these cries for help, or else a lot of points would be deducted from their final score. If the situation was serious and they refused to save someone even when they saw that they were in danger, they would be chased out of the test area and all their points would be taken away. Of course, if they responded to the call enthusiastically, they could get even more points as a reward compared to a normal hunt. The group became filled with vigor. With the help of the communicator, they quickly ran to the riveting and welding department that was around 40 meters away. It was a place where a lot of rapid-biting rats and illusion cats were released, but a lot of chemicals to chase away snake-type monsters were sprayed here. Hence, more than 100 examinees with only average strength had gathered there. They believed that this was a safe zone where they could get a lot of marks without having to worry about running into bosses. But now, half of the riveting and welding department had collapsed. A dark crack was on the ground, and it looked like a huge, gaping mouth that swallowed the building and humans inside it. Fog of all sorts of colors gradually covered the area. The humans' pain screams and monsters' roars rang non-stop in the ruins. What's going on? Even if there are blade-shattering pythons in there, this shouldn't have happened. The reinforcements looked at each other. No. That's not the cries of blade-shattering pythons or illusion cats. Meng Zhao was observant, and he saw a monster chomping down on a torn human hand at the bottom of the ruins. It looked perfectly calm. The creature resembled a jackal from Earth, but it was around 3 times larger. Its muscles bulged up, and it looked like an unreasonable bull that lacked muscles and whose genes were suppressed. Its fur was short, like steel needles, and there was a patch of red fur at its chest that looked like a crescent moon. Its fangs and sharp claws were as sharp as daggers. When it grinned, it looked like it was wearing a savage ghost's face. It was surrounded by a faint layer of bloody fog. It looked like a dark ball of flame that was burning gloomily. A demonic bloody moon wolf. Meng Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. Demonic bloody moon wolves were the kings of canine-type monsters. They ripped apart their prey with great brutality, often launched ambushes on unsuspecting prey, and were generally elusive creatures. Based on this, there wasn't even a need to explain just what good hunters they were. They also had 2 terrifying features that made feline-type monsters not dare to treat them as their enemies. First, they usually moved in packs, which contained dozens of creatures. If a pack was large, they could even go above 100. They were like a well-trained military unit and possessed great collective intelligence. Second, demonic bloody moon wolves were omnivores. They liked to lick a unique bloody moss that grew in the wild. After digesting it, they could secrete a unique hormone that would form a faint bloody fog. This bloody fog possessed mild poisonous properties. It could affect a person's hearing, and they would react greatly to the wolves' howls. Those who were originally strong of heart and courageous would feel as if they heard the moaning and groaning of ghosts from the depths of hell after inhaling the bloody fog. Terror would take hold of them, and their mental strength indices would instantly crumble. How could the National College examination set up 2 boss-level monsters? The second type is even the demonic bloody moon wolves, which are ferocious creatures. This is impossible. Something must have gone wrong. The demonic bloody moon wolves were not lazy creatures like the blade-shattering pythons, who would bind and swallow their prey, so it took them half an hour to eat something. The wolves were very fierce and skilled in pack tactics. In an instant, they could snap a person's neck and dig out their heart. The other examinees, invigilators, and the military would not have the time to save the victim. No matter how hard the practical test for university entrances were, it was impossible for such fearsome creatures to become part of it. As Meng Zhao stared at the fog that kept gushing out of the underground, his expression changed swiftly. This is bad. At the same time, everyone's communicators let out even shriller beeps. A large group of unmanned aerial vehicles gathered in their direction while letting out piercing alarms. Students, the test has been halted. Run. Meng Zhao saw Principal Sun shouting while he ran toward them at the speed of lightning. But it was too late. Crack. Crack. The ground near the riveting and welding department cracked again, and fog gushed out like raging flames. It devoured quite a number of examinees. Principal Sun reached out to grab them, but he missed. The shriveled old man gritted his teeth and took a few steps back. Then, with a large amount of guns and ammunition on his back, he jumped into the fog by himself. Meng Zhao, in the meantime, was knocked over by a demonic bloody moon wolf who had a human hand in its mouth and was built like a calf. The creature was 10 times more brutal than an illusion cat. Even though it had food in its mouth, when it saw a human, it still could not hold back from attacking. Meng Zhao and the wolf became entangled with each other. The creature left behind 3 wounds on Meng Zhao's shoulder. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. Meng Zhao seized that moment to grab the wolf's eye sockets and bit down on its neck. He yanked out half of its windpipe with his teeth. But its struggle and death still knocked Meng Zhao into a crack underground. The world spun. Meng Zhao felt the shadows and light flicker around him as if he had been swept up by an invisible wave. One moment, he was flung into the sky, and at another, he fell into the depths of the ground. His fragile brain knocked against his sturdy skull. All he saw was white light that he could not get rid of no matter what, and the smell of blood became stronger in his nose with each passing moment. It's the space-time torrent. The expressions of countless powerful fighters in the monitor center changed. 3 days ago, an abnormal, large-scale space-time torrent had just appeared. The fog shrouded the entire city, and space-time rifts showed up everywhere. Monsters also came charging out of thin air. But the specialists analyzed the situation and came up with the conclusion that the descent of the fog that time was due to it releasing all of the unstable energy in its dimension. A second space-time torrent should not appear soon. But against their expectations, the Dragon City had horrid luck. In just 3 days, they experienced 2 descents of the fog. Even though the fog did not arrive upon them in a wide scale this time, it had appeared right at the center of Dawn Machine Factory. The torrents tore apart space, creating rifts, and a dimensional tunnel was opened at the center of the test area, connecting it to the wilds. But unidentified monsters suddenly charging out was not the most terrifying thing about this. After all, the examinees were surrounded by the army, and there was a large group of powerful fighters on standby. The problem was that the transfer worked 2 ways. When the fog descended, all monsters could charge into the test area from the wild, and the panicking examinees could enter the space-time rift by accident and be transported to the terrifying land outside. The examined test area 5523 will be suspended for the time being. All examinees, immediately retreat to the perimeter. I repeat, the fog has descended, all examinees, immediately retreat to the perimeter. We have to hurry and save them. Red Dragon Army, superhumans, come with me. The powerful fighters in charge of protecting Test Area 5523 rushed into the air and turned into sharp weapons that shone brilliantly. The military's super high-powered crystal searchlight also lit up the night until it was as bright as day. The pillar of light cut into the fog like a saber. The demonic Bloody Moon Wolves who invaded the area through the space-time rift were naturally not their opponents. Most of the examinees managed to survive. But there were still more than 100 examinees who were devoured by the fog and transported to a mysterious patch of darkness. When the powerful fighters killed all of the demonic Bloody Moon Wolves, which had invaded the test area, the space-time rift that had appeared randomly had long since disappeared. Crack. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and corrected his dislocated right collarbone. He stepped on the foul-smelling humus as he looked at the threatening forest around him. He could see lights scattered about in the distance. He licked his cracked lips and spat out a mouthful of putrid wolf blood. He kicked away the demonic Bloody Moon Wolf's carcass and found Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng nearby. They were highly confused. The fetid python blood on their faces helped them to clear their minds a little. What's going on? The trio's voices trembled a little. Their communicators and all their electronic devices had either stopped working or were letting out sizzling sounds, signaling interference. They had completely lost their function. We ran into a space-time torrent, and we've been flung to the perimeter of the city, Meng Zhao answered crisply. The trio looked at the forest around them and listened to the howls from the depths of the fog. Their expressions turned incredibly sour. How could this be? 3 days ago, didn't we just experience a large-scale descent of the fog? Didn't they say that the energy that caused the tremors in the dimension has all been released? Fang De said. Besides, before the space-time rifts manifest, a lot of fog appears and tumbles about the area. The high-energy reaction would increase by leaps and bounds, so the weather forecast station can easily monitor it. Meng Zhao shrugged. What Fang De said was something that only worked in the past. In the memory fragments from his previous life, after his National College examination, the dimensional vortex around Dragon City became active again, and small-scale space-time rifts often appeared without a single sign. This was the final afterwind before Dragon City and the other world completely fused. This was also one of the smaller reasons behind why the monster war became more intense and why the form of the war gradually changed. Meng Zhao looked far ahead and pointed into the distance. Don't worry, the space-time torrent this time came suddenly, so the energy it contained wasn't powerful. It didn't toss us far away. Look, that's the city over there, he said calmly. The trio looked in the direction he pointed and saw brilliant lights shining there. Their eyes lit up. "Then we have to run back, quickly," Xie Feng said anxiously and impatiently. The youngsters who lived in the city had an inborn fear toward the forest and the wilds behind it. They did not want to stay here for even a second longer. "Don't be in such a hurry. Horses die of fatigue when they try to run into the mountains, you know? Even though the lights seem near us, they're at least 10 kilometers away. Besides, we're surrounded by fog. No one knows just how many trenches and mires are on the way. There are also monsters patrolling in the dark. If we run around recklessly, we'll end up dead." Meng Zhao massaged his temples gently as he read the notifications that popped up in front of his eyes. "Will you activate the Flee to Safety quest, Bloody Moon Murderer? Quest objective: survive the hunt of the demonic Bloody Moon Wolves and try to motivate as well as save as many examinees as possible. Quest reward: based on the number of examinees you motivate and save, you will be rewarded from 5,000 to 10,000 contribution points." 10,000 contribution points? Phew, that's a large sum. Naturally, Meng Zhao chose to activate it, but he did not remain excited for long. The more contribution points he was offered, the harder the quest was, and it was also very dangerous. He did not think that it was a good idea to lead a group of panicking examinees to fight against a wolf pack in the dark lands outside. He bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to make himself calm down. He then searched through the memory fragments for any information regarding this incident. Nothing came to his mind. But it made sense. In his previous life, he did not join the practical test for university entrance. It was his lowest and darkest point in life, and he was even using every second that he had to cure his mother's injuries, so there was no way he would have had any energy to pay attention to the affairs of those taking the tests for university. As the monster war continued growing in intensity, tragedies of an even larger scale happened one after another. This accident was just an appetizer, so it was impossible for his previous self to have put it to memory. Meng Zhao was not in a good mood to have been involved in the appetizer. However, he managed to obtain some information from the notification of the quest. Motivate and save? I can understand the second part, but what's the meaning of the first part? His thoughts raced, and he soon thought of something. That's right. The demonic Bloody Moon Wolves frequently use the bloody fog to stimulate their prey's nerves. They use fear to create chaos and terrify their prey into running around everywhere. Then, they tear them down one by one easily. This is the strategy they often use. Even if the examinees come from first high school, second high school, and construction high and possess certain fighting abilities, they don't really have experience, and it's very easy for their mental strength index to collapse. When they see the lights not that far away, they will definitely think that they mean survival. They will run blindly in the direction of the city and will end up in the wolves' hunting range. I can't let them scatter and run into death. I have to motivate them to stay here and fight against the wolves. Chapter 86, Light and War Songs. Just as Meng Zhao expected, he heard cries of surprise around him. Many of the examinees who were transported noticed that they were situated in the wild, but they also saw that the lights seemed very close to them, so they started running in the direction of the city regardless of the cost. These idiots. They're all scattered. How can they possibly run more than 10 kilometers without encountering anything dangerous? Do they think that the monsters are blind, deaf, or really sick? Do they think that they can't smell their panic? Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and said, instead of running away like scattered sand and being taken down by the monsters one by one, it'd be better if we all band together, dig trenches, and set up formations. Since something so big happened, the Red Dragon Army and the Superhuman Tower will definitely send out a large group of powerful fighters to search for us. As long as we can last until daybreak, we'll definitely be safe. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng looked at each other. Meng Zhao's courage and calm left a deep impression on them. At that moment, they could not help but agree with his train of thought. But even if they knew that this was the way to go, it was difficult to carry it out. They wanted to stay firm here while they waited for reinforcements, but fierce wolf howls kept coming out from the forest. The hair of all four of them instantly stood up. Awoo! The wolf howls rose and fell, filling the entire forest with their cries. We ran into a wolf pack. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng gulped. They saw the panic and fear in each other's eyes. Before they could think of a way to handle the situation, 3 wet strips of cloth were thrown in their direction. They were slightly stunned. When they turned around to look, they saw that Meng Zhao had already covered his mouth and nose with a strip of cloth. He was also tying his lightning saber to his right hand firmly with another strip of cloth. The trio was shocked. The demonic bloody moon wolf's breath can interfere with human smell and hearing. It can cause hallucinations and fear to a certain degree, but there is also a way to solve it. Their blood has the ability to block off the bloody fog, Meng Zhao explained. Aside from creating fear, these beasts aren't really that strong in terms of fighting strength. As long as we have courage, we'll definitely be able to survive. The branches swayed. Bloody fog filled the air, and a demonic bloody moon wolf appeared like a ghost. Meng Zhao shouted loudly and went up against it while brandishing his saber. Whoosh! His lightning saber moved like lightning, and Meng Zhao brought out the essence of the future 100 saber techniques to its fullest. The demonic bloody moon wolf arched its back and jumped up high into the air. But the slash was a feint. The instant Meng Zhao delivered his attack, his feet rammed against the ground like a pile driver. He aimed at the demonic bloody moon wolf and lowered his shoulders to execute reckless bolt technique. His power came out with the force of a tidal wave. The astonishing power instantly sent the demonic bloody moon wolf flying 8 meters away, and its balance was destroyed. Meng Zhao moved swiftly and attacked before it could stand up. Thud! The saber sank into the demonic bloody moon wolf's stomach, tearing the wolf in half from its stomach to its back end. The creature fell limply, and its organs spilled all over the ground. As it faced the shining saber, it could only release its final cry. The brutally aesthetic sight caused Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng's blood to burn with passion. The fear that filled their hearts disappeared, and their mental strength indices instantly went over 120%. The humans had always laid out their path in the other world with the bodies of monsters and their blood. Regardless of whether it was the blade-shattering pythons or the demonic bloody moon wolves, they could not stop them from becoming university students. You killed a demonic bloody moon wolf. Your skillfulness with the 100 saber techniques has increased by 1%. Increased contribution points by 25. You've motivated normal citizens Luo Hai, Xie Feng, and Fang De. Their mental strength indices have increased. Increased contribution points by 33. Meng Zhao grinned. He went up to cut open the major blood vessel at the demonic bloody moon wolf's neck and brought out all the gauze as well as cotton from the emergency health kit. He soaked them in wolf blood, divided them into small balls and tossed it at the trio. Use the gauze and cotton to cover your mouths and nose. It can reduce the wolf howl's interference. Then, we'll look for other examinees. We'll only be able to fight against the wolves if we're united. Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng answered his orders loudly. They worked together and killed 2 more demonic bloody moon wolves who tried to ambush them, which allowed them to obtain a lot of wolf blood. Soon, they found 5 more examinees. These examinees were sent outside the city before them and had inhaled the fear-inducing bloody fog from the demonic bloody moon wolves. They were incredibly nervous, and their mental strength indices were falling madly. They did not even know where their weapons were. They just ran around like headless chickens. A few of them held their guns even though they had no more bullets left. Yet they acted as if those guns were their saviors. Upon seeing movement, they shrank back while trembling. There was also one who rambled about while pointing at the darkness. It was as if there were countless monsters in the blurry fog. Meng Zhao tossed the demonic bloody moon wolves' blood over their heads and shouted into their ears, which helped to somewhat stabilize their mental strength indices. When these examinees saw that Meng Zhao and his party were covered in blood, war-drenched wolf pelts as defense, sensed the powerful killing intent from their sabers, and saw how they looked like fearsome hunters, they shuddered in fear. While Luo Hai, Fang De, and Xie Feng tossed wolf blood on them, they considered themselves lucky. If Meng Zhao had not been calm enough, there was a high possibility that they would also have ended up like this, and it would have been very embarrassing. Meng Zhao looked at the shining numbers that appeared at the corner of his eyes and sighed in relief. With each examinee they stabilized, he was able to get some contribution points. But the points were secondary. What was important was that he got to know that his strategy was correct. As long as they were united and summoned their courage, they would be able to escape. But there were still too few of them. The environment in the wild was complicated, so it was impossible for them to find all the examinees in the dark. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and came up with a decision: light up a fire and sing loudly so that everyone can find us. We can also provide our coordinates to the reinforcements. Luo Hai and the rest were shocked. Won't that be telling the wolves that we're here? Even if we don't light up a fire, they'll know, Meng Zhao said. The demonic bloody moon wolf's nose is much more sensitive compared to a human's. Even if we hold our breaths and hide in the darkness, they will still be able to smell us. But if our friends can't find us and think that they're alone and have been abandoned, they'll definitely sink into despair. The more desperate they become, the deeper they will sink into panic and absorb even more blood fog. They'll enter a malicious cycle, and when they hear the wolf's howl, they will break down completely. Instead, we should become stronger by uniting here. As long as we use light and songs to gather all the examinees, even if we use up all our bullets and our sabers snap, we will still be able to use our fists, legs, and teeth to fight against the wolves until the reinforcements arrive. Trust me, we'll definitely be able to survive. His courageous behavior filled everyone with admiration toward him. There was equipment to light up fires in the self-heating MRE since they were meant for outdoor survival. The group quickly found a space that had fewer trees in the forest. Quite a number of them had been completely carbonized. Lightning should have struck in the area in the past and started a huge fire, which burned the place empty until it became a safe zone. Golden flames soon rose and chased away the darkness that resembled the fog. Flames were the greatest weapon of humans. It was the sign that they had cast away uncivilized behavior and conquered nature along with all other creatures. Songs were another form of civilization. They were melodies that people were born with. When the raging flames and the loud songs charged into the sky, all the examinees understood one thing: regardless of whether they survived or died, this was a battle, not just an accident. 2 examinees were huddled up in a mire in the depths of the forest. They trembled while sensing their body temperature drop. Hence, they were in despair. Suddenly, they saw a light not far away from them and became so happy that they cried. "Look! Fire! There's fire over there! Those are songs. They're sung by human voices." In another direction there were a few more examinees. They had been running in a panic to flee toward the city, where the lights were bright. But when they heard Meng Zhao and the others' songs, all of them stopped moving. The excited war songs were full of burning energy, and they summoned them to go and gather with their people. The examinees looked at the dark path ahead of them and at the dim lights in the distance. Then, they looked at the flames not far away from them and listened to the songs, which were sung with even more energy. They hesitated for only a moment before they chose to get closer to the flames and the war songs. Just like that, more examinees drew closer to Meng Zhao. The more people there were, the louder the songs became, and they could also light up even brighter flames around them. The small group of human youths who had been unintentionally sent to the depths of the fog turned into brightly burning swords that pierced the wilds. Their fear had completely disappeared. The examinees were filled with fighting spirit, and their mental strength indices all returned above 100. Another group of more than 10 examinees hurried to meet up with them. Their leader was Chu Feishuang. "Meng Zhao?" The best friend was surprised and delighted. "Hey, aren't you doing well? Your army is even bigger than mine." It had been just a few hours since they met, but both of them were as happy as soldiers who met each other again in a chaotic battlefield after they had been separated for a long time. To Meng Zhao, there was another meaning to this joy. He remembered that in his previous life, without his guidance, there were not as many Class 6 students who managed to get into the practical test for university entrance. Since the exam number was assigned by random, in his previous life, Chu Feishuang was not assigned to test area 5523, and he did not run into any accidents. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Meng Zhao to not remember this at all. If the chain reactions caused by his rebirth led to his best friend being unable to delete his browsing history and download records from his computer in time before he died, Meng Zhao would have died of regret. Fortunately, the big white bear did not disappoint him. Even if his flesh was covered in wounds, he still stood tall. He was a courageous man. "How did you manage to gather so many people with you?" Chu Feishuang asked. "My personal charms. What about you?" "What a coincidence. I also relied on my personal charms." Chu Feishuang slapped his thigh. You have personal charms too?" Meng Zhao was doubtful. "Of course." Chu Feishuang drew closer and said softly, "I told these guys that my uncle is a general from the Red Dragon Army and I have 2 Deity Realm elites and 8 Heaven Realm elites in my family. As for the Earth Realm elites ranked below 4 stars, they're so numerous that I can't even count them. I also told them that I have a locating chip on me. As long as we can last for half an hour, no, 10 minutes, reinforcements will definitely come down from the sky." This calmed them down and they agreed to follow me. Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. He did not know whether he should tell Chu Feishuang that great minds thought alike or that he was even better at telling lies than he himself was. No matter what, they had managed to gather around 70 people to their side through lies and deceit. They had enough people with them now, and the burning flames provided enough warmth. Everyone calmed down, and they agreed that running back in the darkness was a really bad idea that would bring about their deaths. Under Meng Zhao's guidance, they gathered the wounded to the center and drank some wolf blood. They also ate some wolf meat and searched for stones to pile around themselves. It could serve as a barrier, and when necessary, even as weapons. As for trenches and more complicated traps, they did not have the time to set them up. Meng Zhao had everyone make haste to sit down and rest. They had to seize every second they had to recover. He believed that the wolves would not watch such big pieces of meat be snatched back by the reinforcements. Sooner or later, they would take action. Exchange an initial stage healing skill. He used up 2,000 contribution points to recover. The price for it was that he became incredibly hungry. It felt as if every single cell in his stomach was groaning. Meng Zhao tore off a piece of flesh from a demonic bloody moon wolf's hind leg and turned it around over the fire before he started shoving it down his throat. He even crunched the bones and did not leave behind a single thing. His savage and brutish way of eating caused the people to gasp in amazement, and it also gave them courage. At that moment, a putrid wind rose. The bloody fog filled the area. The wolf pack had come. Chapter 87, The God of War Descends. More than 10 pairs of bloodshot eyes appeared one after another around the forest. They moved about like will-o'-the-wisps searching for the weakest link in the circle of fire. Ah-woo! Ah-woe! Ah-woe! The demonic bloody moon wolves' howls became shriller, and with the foul-smelling bloody fog, they stimulated the humans' nasal mucosa and eardrums. Then, it went further to invade their nerves. If it were not for Meng Zhao's guidance, most of the examinees would have been consumed by fear at this point. But now, their noses and ears were covered by cotton and strips of cloth soaked in wolf blood. They knew that the seemingly terrifying creatures were just using the darkness to hide their weakness. Under the illumination of fire, if they were to really fight against the humans armed with guns and knives, they would not be that much stronger than crippled dogs. The students used deafening war songs to fight against the monsters' howls and their surging brain waves to form an indestructible shield over their hearts. The wolf howls became even more restless, and the speed of the wolf eyes moving increased as well. It seemed like they could not find a crack in the defense through which they could attack, so they were getting anxious and their ears twitched. They circled around in a disorderly fashion. When some of the examinees saw how helpless the wolves were against them, they laughed loudly. But Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and twitched his nose. He could smell the stench of a scheme. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he pointed above him. "Above us, careful. Rustle." The branches above their heads shook. Everyone had thought that the branches were shaking because of the wind, and since most of the sounds were drowned out by the wolf howls and human songs, they did not pay too much attention to it. At that moment, the wolf pack's scheme was revealed. Dozens of red wolf eyes shone with an intimidating light between the branches as they coldly looked down from above. Slap! 2 mangled human corpses fell among the examinees from above them. Blood splattered all over the place. Ah! Someone recognized their classmates, and they could not help but scream. The loud song was instantly cut off. Before they could pick it up again, more than 10 demonic bloody moon wolves turned into 10 howling, bloody arrows that jumped into the circle of fire from the branches. The demonic bloody moon wolves were pack monsters with incredibly high intellect. Those patrolling in the fog were the old and weak of the wolf pack. They were there to attract the humans' attention. The ones who jumped down among them quietly like ghosts were the main fighting force. When Meng Zhao saw that the examinees were shrouded by the fear-inducing bloody fog and so nervous that they did not dare to breathe, a thought appeared in his head. He shouted in anger, "Ninth High School, follow me and fight." The first style of the future 100 saber techniques, Howling Wind Cutter. When the first demonic bloody moon wolf's skull split open and its blood and brains gushed out, all the examinees shuddered. In this era, the high schools all went through militarization management, and the sense of honor toward their schools was very strong. They regarded their schools just like how a soldier regarded their unit. They would die to bring glory to their school. Meng Zhao had called out for 9th High School, and it was just a key high school in the region. Quite a number of examinees came from key high schools in the city or even great schools like First High School, Second High School, and Construction High. They had been saved repeatedly by a student from a key high school in the region, and he even stole their limelight repeatedly. The elites from the 3 great schools felt so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole and die. But Xu Feixiang just had to fan the flames even further. He responded to Meng Zhao's words by saying, "That's right. Students from First High School, Second High School, and Construction High, retreat for the time being. Ninth High School will fight to the death and not retreat. Bastards! You're looking down on us too much. First High School is the strongest. There are no cowards in Second High School. The courageous ones will win when they meet in a narrow path. Construction High School is invincible. The examinees from the great schools were deeply angered. The students from the key high schools in the city also mustered their courage. They wanted to use their blood to protect the glory of their school. They let out roars that were even louder than the monsters and pounced on them with their sabers. The sabers clashed with the fangs of the wolves, and human blood mixed together with monster blood. The howls were drowned out by war cries. When dozens of fearless teenagers released the strongest power in their lives, even if they faced demons and gods, they would not retreat. The wolf pack hesitated. These creatures did not expect that the food that was already in their grasp would suddenly grow a hard shell and sharp bone spikes, which pierced them so hard that their mouths became full of blood. In fact, many of them even paid the price with their lives. The humans' originally disorderly brain waves also became stronger under the encouragement of the blood, flames, and war songs. Gradually, it suppressed the bloody fog. Meng Zhao pushed his master level 100 saber techniques to the limit. His contribution points and skillfulness chased after each other and kept jumping up in numbers. As he continued fighting while bathed in blood, he became more skillful with his saber. It was like the scythe of the god of death that harvested the creature's lives. Crack! After killing the umpteenth demonic bloody moon wolf, his saber finally bent and got stuck in a wolf's bone. But the demonic bloody moon wolf did not die. It pushed down on Meng Zhao. It bit down on the air beside his ear. Its fangs crashed into each other, and sparks flew everywhere. Meng Zhao did not have the time to draw the saber, so he decided to just hold the beast, wrap his legs tightly around the weakest part of its body, its waist, and like a python, suddenly release a huge burst of power to twist his body. A loud crack came from the wolf's spine. It let out a howl and fell limp on the ground. The other demonic bloody moon wolves finally felt terrified. They retreated to the edge of the empty ground. Ah-woo! At that moment, an exceptionally fierce wolf howl came from the depths of the forest. The demonic bloody moon wolves who remained looked as if they had been struck by a whip. They jumped up and gathered together to wait for their leader to arrive among them. Meng Zhao's pupils shrank. He used the wolf's blood to wipe his face, and with an intense gaze, he looked through the fire. There, standing on a strange rock illuminated in the forest by the bewitching blood-red moon, was a demonic bloody moon wolf that was several times larger than a lion. Its fur was dark and shiny, and it gave off a crystalline feeling. On its chest was a patch of red that sparkled, but it was not made of fur. Instead, it had condensed together to form something similar to a crystal. It resembled a blood-red crystal which had been forcefully embedded into its body. The creature's eyes were profound and filled with a brutal and cunning light. Blood-red fog kept on spreading from its body in waves, and it dyed a circular area of nearly 100 meters. The examinee's nerves were instantly trampled by fear. This was the presence of a king. Only super beasts had that sort of presence. A bloody moon wolf king. Meng Zhao's heart sank. Each wolf pack naturally had a wolf king. The difference of the wolf king's strength varied greatly based on the wolf pack's size and strength. Based on the size of the blood-red jade on the wolf king's chest, it was at least a nightmarish beast. Hiss! The bloody moon wolf king opened its mouth and released a puff of blood-red fog. It came out like flames that raged in the air and spread out. Many of the examinees were affected. Their expressions twisted, their muscles twitched, and they could not breathe. Even Meng Zhao felt that the area around him had become much ghastlier, that the monsters around him had bared their teeth, and that his group could not win through their strength alone. It's a mind attack from Bloody Moon Wolf Kings, the Bloody Fear Flames. They're the upgraded version of the normal Bloody Fog. They're highly invasive to the nerves, and it's an area attack that he can release at will. It can attack an area which is dozens of meters wide, but it can also be condensed to attack an area of only around 8 meters. It's a super beast. The Wolf King has appeared. We can't possibly live anymore. It's impossible. We can only run. The examinees were surrounded by the bloody fear flames and quickly showed signs of nerve poisoning. Their mental strength indices started falling. Only Meng Zhao remained with his eyes shining. He refused to give up on hope. This doesn't make sense. Since the Wolf King is a nightmarish beast, it should have rushed over a long time ago. Why did it watch so many of its descendants get killed by us? Even now, it's just spitting bloody flames. It didn't quietly charge in. What's it worried about? Wait. It looks like it's injured. Meng Jiao looked through the bloody flames and the fog with an intense gaze. He could clearly see that the bloody Moon Wolf King's body was covered in wounds. Some of its organs had even slipped out a little. There was a dagger stuck in its neck. Even if its windpipe and jugular vein were not severed, it largely affected its ability to move its spine. The wolf was actually injured severely, and its strength had fallen drastically. That was why it did not want to charge in to kill them. Who did it? But Meng Jiao did not have the time to think about it. He swung his bent saber at the Wolf King and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. The Wolf King is badly injured. It'll die at any moment. Its goal is to make us scatter. Don't fall for its tricks." Quite a number of students were already taken by fear and were prepared to turn tail and run. But when Meng Jiao shouted at them, their minds cleared up a little. When they thought about it, it made sense. The bloody Moon Wolf King was a nightmarish beast, so if it rushed in to fight against them, it could have easily broken the formation they set up in haste. There was no need for it to sneak around. That's right. If we scatter and run, we'll only die. We have to stay here and fight to the death. We've already stalled for a long time. The reinforcements must definitely be nearby. Light is bright over here. It's very easy for them to find us. Since we could kill so many demonic bloody moon wolves, there's no reason why we can't withstand the next wave of attacks. If we persevere to the end, we'll win. There were wolf carcasses all around them, which meant that the monsters were not undefeatable. Meng Jiao's brain was like a signal tower that continuously released powerful brain waves, which helped the examinees' brains release a lot of superbrain endorphins that managed to minimize the effect of the bloody fear flames. With Luo Hai and Chu Feixiang taking the lead, the examinees became high in spirit again. When the bloody Moon Wolf King saw that the humans did not fall for its trick, its howls turned exasperated. It stared at Meng Jiao with great resentment. It patrolled the area behind the flames for a moment, but in the end, it could not accept fleeing with so many wolf carcasses around. It revealed its sharp fangs at Meng Jiao and turned into a bloody afterimage that charged over at high speed. It's fast. Meng Jiao's hair instantly stood up. Instinctively, he moved to the left to dodge. Pain flared at his chest, and a large piece of his flesh was torn away. The Wolf King might have been large, but it was not clumsy. It was twice as fast as a normal wolf. As it stared at the wound on Meng Jiao's chest, its eyes flashed, and it grinned in a cruel manner. The bloody flames around it grew 10 times brighter and stronger, as if someone had poured oil on them. In an instant, Meng Jiao felt that his world had turned red and he had been dragged into an abyss of death by wolf fangs. He had sucked in a large amount of bloody fear flames, and nerve poisoning started raging in his mind. All his cells froze over. His body spasmed, and he could not react in any other manner. The other students wanted to save him, but the wolf pack had launched their attack and entangled them in a brutal fight. The Wolf King jumped up again to hide the blood-red moon in the sky. Meng Jiao gritted his teeth and swung his saber. All he could think about was dying together with the Wolf King. There was only 1 meter left between the Wolf King's fangs and his saber when a small but built figure showed up. It was small because the person had a slight hump on his back. His spine was curved, and he looked like an old man with a hunchback. But he was built. His arms were filled with muscles full of explosive strength. They were like cannons, and his blood and will seemed to be cannonballs that filled them up. Boom! Boom! The cannons roared and tore through the sky as the man drew his arms back. The first punch rammed into the hilt of the dagger on the wolf's neck. Like a hammer hitting a nail, it buried the dagger a few inches further into the wolf, causing great pain to the Wolf King. No matter how it tried to claw it out, it could not do it. The second punch rammed accurately into the spot above the Wolf King's left eye. A loud crack rose. The creature's forehead, which was as sturdy as metal, caved. The left eyeball exploded like a balloon full of blood. The bloody Moon Wolf King had been a mighty presence a moment ago, but now, it let out a whine like a wretched dog and retreated behind the other wolves. Principal Sun. Meng Jiao looked as if he had woken up from a dream, and he recognized the person who saved him. It was the principal from 9th High School, the old man who usually looked harmless and bleary-eyed. At that moment, Principal Sun's skin was shriveled, his chest caved in, and bones were protruding from his body. Wisps of white hair danced in the wind around him. But the spirit flames that burned around him were brighter and more violent than anything else. They made him into a god of war who descended from the sky. Chapter 88, Torch of Life. Principal Sun turned his head around, and when he looked at Meng Jiao, his eyes were full of praise. Then, he strode forward and pounced into the wolf pack like a hungry lion. Principal Sun had one ultimate technique that brought him to fame in the Red Dragon Army and struck fear in those who heard of his name. That technique was known as Demon Subduing Pull. He had rampaging spirit energy sent into his arms, and this spirit energy would circulate at high speed in the spirit meridian systems to form spirit magnetic field rotation energy and spirit energy magnetic field. This not only turned his arms as tough as steel, he could also deliver monstrous punches that reduced everything within a circular area of dozens of meters to powder. At that moment, profound and complicated spirit tattoos that overlapped with each other appeared on his arms. He was like a huge towering pillar in Mahavira Hall. All the demonic bloody moon wolves that he punched felt as if they had been sent into a meat grinder. Their tendons snapped, bones cracked, brains gushed out, and their eyes popped out. Some of the more unfortunate wolves even lost their spines. They did not die immediately, but fell limply on the ground as they coughed up pinkish bubbles. Their originally fierce eyes shone with fear and despair. A demonic bloody moon wolf, which was the second strongest wolf in the pack, opened its mouth and bit down on Principal Sun's right arm. Principal Sun rammed his right arm deep into the creature's throat, as if it was really a pull that could subdue demons. His arm pierced its neck and diaphragm, and he crushed its heart. Ha! Principal Sun glared and shouted like a titan subduing demons. Spirit flames surged at his palms, and they burned the wolf's organs to a crisp. Another demonic bloody moon wolf snuck up behind him and bit down on his calf. Principal Sun did not even frown. He seized the wolf by the neck and rammed it against the ground. Then, he clamped it between his armpit, and with a crack, the wolf's head fell limp in a weird angle. The creature had been crushed to death by Principal Sun. This demonic sight made the blood of Meng Zhao and the examinees surge. The wolf howls shuddered in the fog. The fearless beasts had become terrified of the humans, who feared death even less than they did. The Wolf King finally retreated. It called the remaining wolves and disappeared without a sound. They vanished, just like a nightmare that faded away. The students who survived cheered. They were so happy that they cried. "Students, I'm sorry that we didn't manage to detect the turbulence of the space-time torrent beforehand. We ended up causing you to run into this accident." Principal Sun wiped off the blood and grime from his face. His arms remained in their battle state, swelled up and burning. But his expression had become gentle, the way it was usually. He smiled and said, "But you did very well. You showed the courage and attitude that Dragon City youths should have. Your teachers and schools are proud of you. Don't worry. I've already contacted the reinforcements and sent them our coordinates. In at most 20 minutes, they will find this place. We will definitely be safe." "That's great. We're safe. We won." The students who survived the disaster hugged each other. "Rest for the time being. Force yourself to eat wolf meat and drink wolf blood. Then, take a sitting stance to regulate your breathing and recover your strength." A spark shone in Principal Sun's eyes, and he said in a tone that brooked no argument, "Even if you have only 1 minute left, you must defend your stations. You cannot give the wolf pack a chance to attack you. I will defend you until the very end." While speaking, Principal Sun strode in the direction in which the wolf pack had escaped. His body was surrounded by burning spirit flames, and he was like a burning pillar of fire that lit up the night and chased away the fear in the students' hearts. With such a powerful fighter as their guardian, everyone was at ease. They quickly sat down and used their stances to treat their injuries. Meng Zhao's eyelids twitched when he saw the old principal's slightly swaying figure. He also noticed that the spirit flame's color was changing continuously, and they were gradually losing control. "Is Principal Sun injured?" The Bloody Moon Wolf King had been heavily injured, and it even had a dagger in its neck. Principal Sun had to have done that. Principal Sun had fought fiercely against the Wolf King while surrounded by a wolf pack and bought them time to calmly gather together and set up their defenses. And for that he paid a terrible price. Who knew just how badly injured he was? Principal Sun. Meng Zhao quickly went up to support the old principal, only to find that his skin was burning like red-hot steel. His breathing was heavy, and pinkish bubbles came from his nose and the corners of his lips. Meng Zhao gasped in spite of himself. "Hush." Principal Sun motioned for Meng Zhao to keep quiet with his head. They took a few steps into the forest. "This is..." Meng Zhao was very observant. He saw a large wet patch at the spot where Principal Sun's heart was. Even though he hid it with gel and bandages, red blood continued flowing out. It was a fatal wound. Principal Sun had fought against the Wolf King and suppressed its pack despite his fatal wounds so he could protect the examinees. Meng Zhao had complicated emotions in his heart. In his previous life, Principal Sun hadn't joined the practical test for university entrance as an invigilator. Based on his memory fragments, Principal Sun was injured badly by the evolved demonic hair-ripping eyes when the fog descended 3 days ago and was bedridden for a long time in the hospital. But since Meng Zhao gave him a reminder before the fight, the old man was only injured lightly instead of ending up bedridden. Yet who would have known that this heroic citizen would carry out the glorious tradition of not retreating from the front lines if he was only lightly injured and come to be an invigilator before fully recovering from his injuries. When the fog descended, he even took the initiative to jump into the space-time rift. Meng Zhao had seen it very clearly. Principal Sun was within the area where the turbulence of the space-time torrent occurred, but he could have stayed out of the situation. Yet he reached out to grab an examinee who fell into the fog, and when he noticed that he could not make it in time, he decided to just jump in and be transported into the wild. He took the initiative to stand in front of the Bloody Moon Wolf King to carry out his duties as the invigilator. Suddenly, a terrifying thought rose from the bottom of Meng Zhao's heart. I harmed Principal Sun. If I hadn't caused this butterfly effect, Principal Sun would not have appeared here. If he risks his life like this, there's a possibility that he will die. Meng Zhao was terrified and quickly said, Principal Sun, why are you still using your spirit energy? Hurry up and sit down to rest. I have an emergency health kit with me. A great price had to be paid for using supernatural abilities. They had to push the limits of their cells to circulate spirit energy, which meant that they had to continuously shave off their own lives. Years of fighting against monsters had destroyed Principal Sun's organs, tendons, and bones, causing the fearsome heavy cannon in the past to have long since become someone at the end of his strength. Otherwise, he would not serve as the principal of 9th High School and be in retirement. Now, every time he used the heavy cannons, the recoil caused astonishing damage to his body. The continuous fights forced Principal Sun to the edge of death, but he still forced himself to activate his spirit energy, which made the rampaging energy surge and boil in his blood vessels and turn his skinny arms into the demon-subduing poles that could support the heavens and earth. It was no different from suicide. I'm sorry, Meng Zhao, but I can't fight anymore. Even so, I can't sit down nor pull back my spirit energy. Principal Sun smiled calmly. That creature is very smart. It hasn't run far and is definitely watching us coldly from the dark. If it finds out that I'm just putting up a strong facade, it will definitely pounce over without hesitation, and that will be the end. I have to hold on and release all my spirit flames to scare it. Until the reinforcements find us. You're going to die. Meng Zhao said, worried. With your current condition, you should be nursing yourself in a medical cabin. You shouldn't even be moving your pinky. If you continue using the spirit magnetic field rotation energy and burn your spirit flames, you're just shaving off your own life. You'll definitely die. Meng Zhao, we will all die, Principal Sun said faintly. Regardless of whether I am a member of the Red Dragon Army, the principal of 9th High School, an invigilator, a normal dragon citizen, or an earthling, I have never thought about never dying. I know that you're not afraid of death, but you're different. Meng Zhao's mind was in a mess. In his worry, he did not even think about the words he was using anymore. You're a hero. You can't die in vain like this. Me? A hero? Principal Sun let out a bark of laughter. I'm no hero. A true hero would not have let so many children be killed by monsters, and he wouldn't be so exhausted after killing a few demonic Bloody Moon wolves. The blood he coughed out was black. It was the sign that the wolf's poison had invaded his body and was corroding his organs. Meng Zhao shook his head vigorously. To me and all the 9th High School students, you're the greatest hero in the world. You have to lead 9th High School to glory and defeat 1st High School, 2nd High School, and Construction High School. Principal Sun looked at him for a while. All right, then I will undertake the difficult task of becoming a hero this time. As he spoke, the spirit flames on his arms became even brighter. The spirit tattoos rose out of his body and turned the demon-subduing poles into 2 lighthouses. The darkness grew restless. It moved like waves. The 2 shining lighthouses stood at the center of the darkness. They were unshakable existences. Since I'm a hero, there is no reason for me to back down from a fight. Principal Sun's gaze was intense and his tone firm. Meng Zhao found himself speechless. He was stunned for a long time. Then, he pleaded. The reinforcements will arrive in just a few more minutes. The Wolf King needs to catch a break too. The wolf pack won't come back so soon. Principal Sun's eyes flashed. Meng Zhao was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. You haven't notified the reinforcements and were only comforting us just now? Hush. The reinforcements can't be far away. Even if they can't find us in 20 minutes, they will in half an hour. At most, an hour. They will definitely find us, Principal Sun said. And my mission is to use everything that I have to intimidate these monsters and make sure that they don't dare to get close to you before the reinforcements arrive. Meng Zhao, instead of wasting your breath on an old coot like me, it'd be better for you to eat more monster meat and drink their blood to recover your strength and fighting power. I'm saying if I die and the reinforcements haven't yet arrived, you might have to fight on your own for a while. And only then will you have hope of surviving. Principal Sun coughed up another mouthful of black blood. His blood was like fuel. It made the flames around him burn even brighter. When the principal saw his student's slightly puzzled eyes, he smiled and placed his hand on the student's shoulder. I'm really not a hero. I'm just a normal human, and there are those among us who will risk everything even if they know that they will die. Even if all their bones are shattered, they will carry on with the task that they must do. There are people like that, don't you agree? Chapter 89, Saber Technique Reaches Ultimate Level. The last sentence crushed Meng Zhao's hopes and determination like a hammer. He had a vague feeling that he understood the difference between elite citizens and heroic citizens now. It was not measured based on something that could be quantified, like speed, punching force, intellect, realms, amazing skills, spirit energy magnetic fields, or spirit magnetic field rotation energy. Instead, it was a determination that could not be shaken or crushed. He knew that it was impossible for him to convince Principal Sun, and he could sense the greedy and terrified gazes trained on them in the darkness. The wolf pack did not run far, just as Principal Sun said. The Wolf King was watching them nearby. It had its papillae-covered tongue out and was licking its sharp fangs. Its single eye shone with a greedy light. But it was suppressed by Principal Sun's spirit flames and did not dare to step into the area. Meng Zhao did not try to convince him anymore. He knelt down on one knee in front of the old principal and did some simple first aid on his wounds. In truth, there was nothing he could do to treat him. The old principal's blood had long since flowed dry. His withered nerves and dried-up organs were serving as fuel for the flames right now. He looked just like a fearless teenager. Meng Zhao gulped down wolf blood and wolf meat. He had never longed for dawn to arrive so much. Time passed bit by bit. Under Principal Sun's protection, the examinees remained in their sitting stances and entered deep meditative states to recover. Principal Sun became weaker as time passed. His heartbeat and breathing became quicker, and the spark in his eyes became dimmer. But whenever the monsters howled nearby to test the waters and grew restless, the old principal grit his teeth and squeezed out the last bits of strength from his cells and the depths of his soul so that his demon-subduing poles could release golden light that resembled sabers and intimidate the evil creatures in the dark. He lasted for half an hour. When a red ray of light that was as brilliant as fire appeared in the horizon and the golden rays of dawn finally arrived, the old man grunted and fell backwards. Meng Zhao caught him and discovered that his body was cold, but his arms were hot. It was as if he had poured all of his life into the demon-subduing poles. The old headmaster lay in his student's arms and smiled in slight embarrassment. It was as if he was saying, "I'm sorry, it looks like this sack of old bags can't last anymore." The brilliant spark in his eyes dimmed, and it looked like a cluster of stars had darkened. Every time he sucked in a breath, a wound tore open, and more blood flowed out. And every time he exhaled with great difficulty, pink bubbles gushed out of his nose. Meng Zhao did not grab his emergency health kit. He understood that the old principal's life had come to an end. He was just like a tree that had been struck by lightning. It released all the energy it had accumulated for hundreds of years to turn into flames that burned up to the heavens and lit up the wild, which was shrouded in shades of black and red. Meng Zhao. As he lay dying, Principal Sun stared at the dark clouds on the sky above the bloody moon. His gaze seemed to penetrate the sea of stars and look far beyond them. In fact, he seemed to be seeing a time in the distant future. The old principal finally shifted his gaze and glanced at his student with a smile before asking, "Say, do you think that the future Dragon City will be as prosperous as it is today?" Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. He did not know whether Principal Sun had mentioned it by chance or whether he did it intentionally. "Principal Sun, don't worry. The future Dragon City will definitely be more prosperous than it is today," Meng Zhao said in a low but firm voice. Principal Sun's gradually dimming eyes shone with a light called hope. "Then, will the children in the future live even more blessed lives than they do today? Will they not need to worry about imminent danger anymore? Will they not need to worry about being eaten by monsters at all times? The old man asked with a face full of expectations. Meng Zhao hesitated for a moment before he nodded. Yes, the children in the future will definitely live even more blessed lives than we do today. That's good, Principal Sun mumbled. His eyes dimmed, but his smile grew brighter. Then, in the future, will we conquer the other world and return to Earth? When Meng Zhao saw the old man looking as expectant as a child looking forward to a lollipop, he found himself unable to continue coming up with false stories. I'm sorry, Principal Sun, I don't know whether we'll conquer the other world in the future. His voice quivered as he spoke. What could he say? Was he to say that he had a nightmare and that Dragon City perished during the apocalypse in his dream? Or was he supposed to create a beautiful lie and say that Dragon City swept through the armies and was incredibly amazing? Meng Zhao said nothing. A deep feeling of powerlessness shrouded him. Silly boy. Principal Sun let out a bark of laughter. He placed his palm, which still burned with spirit flames, gently on Meng Zhao's shoulder. His spirit tattoo shone once more on his arm. He burned the final bits of his spirit magnetic field rotation energy into his student's right arm. It's fine even if you don't conquer the other world. It'll be fine. His voice grew weaker. It was like a candle in the wind that would be snuffed out at any moment. Meng Zhao placed his ear near the old principal's chest, and it was only then that he could hear the tremors in his chest. It'll be fine. As long as you're not conquered by the other world. When Meng Zhao looked up, the old principal's smile had already frozen on his face. He held the old principal's still burning palm and remained silent for a long time. The bloody Moon Wolf King appeared again, almost the moment Principal Sun stopped breathing and the smell of blood in the air grew stronger. Wolf howls delighting in his demise rose from the depths of the forest. The wild creatures did not bother to hide their greedy and bloodshot eyes. Principal Sun was right. The wolf pack had been patrolling the area and did not step away for even half a second. If he had continued burning his life and being a pillar of fire that lit up the small area, Meng Zhao and the others would have never lasted until dawn. But even now, when Principal Sun's body had stopped functioning, his spirit remained like an erupting volcano that crashed at the planet's magnetic field. It surged together with the spirit energy in the world and turned into scattered sparks. This light was like an invisible wall that separated humans from monsters. Under the illumination of Principal Sun's spirit, the bloody Moon Wolf King crouched into a ball and hesitated. The creature knew that Principal Sun was already dead. But it could still sense a power coming out from the dead Principal Sun's body. It was full of life and gushed out from him. It was a power that demanded respect. It was as if the devastating demon-subduing poles were still pulled back and could ram into its head. The bloody Moon Wolf King was badly injured. The dagger stuck in its spine touched its spinal cord, which made it stagger and limp. The skull's left side had also caved in. The Wolf King suffered a major hemorrhage in its brain, which led to major pressure. A trickle of blood mixed with shattered bone continued flowing out of it. The left eye had also completely popped out of its eye socket. It hung outside like a rotten grape. It was only connected to the eye socket with one pitiful nerve cord, and every time the Wolf King shook its head, great pain seared through its body. The pain made it angry and fearful. It could not tell whether it should retreat in dejection and lose all of its might, thereby forfeiting its position as the Wolf King, or charge forward regardless of the cost, tear apart all the humans' throats, and dig out all of their eyeballs so that they could experience the same things it did. The terrifying old man was already dead, but the flames that gushed out from the depths of his mind reached out to the younger human who held him, which made the young human burn as well. Now, he released the same presence as the old man, and it was becoming increasingly terrifying. The Wolf King released a fierce howl at Meng Zhao, and its right eye shone with a brutal and cunning light. It swung its claw in the direction of the city. It was as if it was saying, "Run. Let go of that damn corpse and run to your shiny nest. I'll spare you." Meng Zhao understood what the bloody Moon Wolf King meant. Indeed. Right now, the wolf pack's numbers were largely reduced, and practically all the demonic bloody moon wolves were covered in injuries. It was impossible for the Wolf King to launch a long hunt to catch all the humans. But it needed to deliver an even bloodier and brutal kill to re-establish its might and retain its position as the leader. Yet it was afraid. It did not dare to pounce on Meng Zhao, because he was tough. He wanted to kill a few examinees and return to its nest to recuperate. If Meng Zhao turned around and left, he would most likely survive. The lowest requirement for the Bloody Moon Massacre quest was to survive the encirclement of the wolves. As long as Meng Zhao could protect his life, he would get 5,000 contribution points. With his points, he would then have absolutely no problem in getting into university. Even if he did not enter the ACE courses in the top universities, he could exchange his contribution points and push his studying efficiency to the limit. As long as he had enough cultivation resources, even if he drank just serums, he could still climb to the top regardless of what course he took. Running was the most logical choice. But there are still humans who will risk everything even if they know that they will die. Even if all their bones are shattered, they will carry on with the task that they must do. There are people like that, don't you agree? Meng Zhao gently and solemnly put the old principal's corpse down. Something similar to a human smile appeared on the Wolf King's face. It seemed to be saying, "That's right, boy. That's the right choice." Meng Zhao smiled at it as well. Then, he grabbed his saber with the bent and chipped blade, which now resembled a chainsaw. The Wolf King's smile froze. It felt like it had just been hit by the human. "You want to spare me? But I don't want to spare you. To hell with the quest, to hell with the contribution points, and to hell with university." At that moment, Meng Zhao only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to take over the old principal's demon-subduing poles and pierce the wolf's throat until his saber came out of its butt. Push 100 saber techniques to the ultimate technique. Do it. In the frenzied push that lasted for a month before the National College examination, Meng Zhao had managed to gather more than 5,000 contribution points. And during the practical test, where he had been motivating and saving the students while also killing demonic bloody moon wolves, he had gathered nearly 2,000 contribution points. His skillfulness with the 100 saber techniques had also reached near perfect level. At that moment, without even blinking, he poured all his contribution points into the 100 saber techniques, pushing this saber technique that countless dragon citizens used to hit insects, snakes, rats, ants, jackals, wolves, tigers, leopards, and all sorts of supernatural entities in the future to the max. What was the meaning of ultimate? Perfection meant that it was the limit of a skill. It was when every cell was perfect, and each action fit into the maxims of ergonomics and life sciences. Logically, there was no longer room for improvement. But humans were not logical beings. All rules could be broken. When a skill was refined to the point of perfection, a person could channel their anger, hate, determination to protect something, will to survive, and resolution to take revenge into their saber and fists so they could deliver a fatal strike that made no logical sense. That was what was meant by the ultimate level. Chapter 90, Becoming a Superhuman and Breaking Through. Boom, 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 boom. Meng Zhao felt that his cerebral cortex was withstanding the force from a volcano eruption and carpet bombing. The ultimate level saber technique that came from the future far exceeded what he could withstand at that moment. His blood vessels and tendons started shrinking visibly as if they were about to be sucked dry by the 100 saber techniques. Kindling was not invincible. The stronger skill he received, the more energy he had to spend, and the more terrifying price he had to pay. The wolf blood and wolf meat he had eaten were instantly absorbed by the cells that went out of control. But not only was it not enough, his hunger increased tenfold. While the Wolf King was intimidated by the magnetic field of Principal Sun's life, Meng Zhao groped around his body and found the gallbladder and heart of the blade-shattering python. These two materials contained domineering power. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one was to eat it directly. But Meng Zhao could not care about it now. He bared his white and ghastly teeth and tore apart the python's heart and gallbladder in just a few bites. Then, he swallowed them. He still did not feel satisfied. He took out 8 high-efficiency medicines from the emergency health kit and injected them into his body. He couldn't care less about side effects now. As long as something had a lot of energy, it was all that mattered to him. Boom. It felt as if a flame bomb had gone off in his organs. The flame spread through his blood vessels and nerves. Meng Zhao knelt on the ground and seized his throat. He wanted to vomit, but all that came out were trickles of warmth. Every blood vessel and nerve moved in him like a snake, and even the shackles on his jeans gained their own lives. They started dancing around in the most primitive and savage manner. The snakes surged into his mind at the same time to stir up the memory fragments from his previous life. He felt as if he had returned to the apocalypse and could hear millions of people shouting in anger and loathing before their deaths. He could sense sadness and rage that came from their souls. He clutched his head tightly and released a non-human cry. Dark golden blood flowed out from between his fingers. The bloody Moon Wolf King finally launched its charge. It moved like a bloody blade that could mow down everything in its path. With a speed of over 100 km per hour, it sent Meng Zhao flying. The blood vessels in Meng Zhao's eyes broke, and his eyeballs were dyed red. He could sense no pain. His nerves were already overloaded by the rampaging spirit energy. His mind was filled with only lightning and flames. As they intersected, a brand new door was slowly opened. This is. Many of the examinees behind Meng Zhao had noticed that the wolf pack had returned. But just when they drew their sabers in preparation of a fight, they saw something unbelievable. The Bloody Moon Wolf King charged over like a burning cannonball. Then, with just 3 jumps, he landed in front of Meng Zhao and sent him flying. It pounced after him with an open mouth to sink its fangs into the airborne Meng Zhao's shoulder. The fangs were like daggers. They dug deep into Meng Zhao's shoulder and came out through his back. But even though Meng Zhao should have died on the spot, his body shone brightly, and his skin gave off a crystalline quality. It looked as if he had turned into a magnet that attracted the spirit energy in the air, and it rushed into him non-stop. The spirit energy that had no form or shape turned into sparkling particles that rushed into him to form violent spirit tattoos. They formed around his bleeding shoulder blade and went down to his trembling fingertips. He broke through near death. He gained his supernatural abilities during battle. The examinees watched with all sorts of emotions in their hearts. Supernatural abilities were never something that could be gained through labs or step-by-step procedures in the training field. Instead, it was a strength that humans understood when they faced despair but had to protect what they loved, which led to them crushing the limits set for them. Half a century ago, when the martyrs had just transmigrated into the other world, they knew nothing about spirit energy and cultivation, so they used this method to fight. At that moment, Meng Zhao entered the path of their predecessors. Spirit energy gushed into his body madly, and it formed the spirit magnetic field rotation energy after resonating with the magnetic field formed by his life. It allowed Meng Zhao to lift his saber and cut into the wolf's head, even though his shoulder blade had been pierced. The ultimate level 100 saber techniques could stir up a presence that made it seem as if the user could cut through everything, even if there was only half a foot from the saber to the target. Crack! The saber hit the wolf's skull. Unfortunately, even though Meng Zhao's saber technique had already reached the ultimate level, the lightning saber had long since become badly damaged and past the limits of what metal could bear without breaking. The blade sank half an inch into the Wolf King's skull before it broke in half. Only the hilt was left. If the blade hadn't broken, the slash would have split the Wolf King's skull. The Wolf King was in great pain. It twisted its body around, wanting to shake Meng Zhao off its body. But a moment earlier, it had taken the initiative to bite Meng Zhao, and its fangs were stuck in Meng Zhao's bone. Meng Zhao growled and activated Reckless Bolt technique. He contracted the muscles around his shoulder blades until they were as tough as metal. There was no way the wolf would be able to break free. It could only jump around in a frenzy and charge into the forest with Meng Zhao, which ended in it crushing multiple trees and rocks. Meng Zhao was covered in wounds, but he refused to let go of the Wolf King's head. He wanted to reach out and grab the dagger in the Wolf King's neck, but the Wolf King noticed it and slammed Meng Zhao repeatedly against a sturdy rock. Meng Zhao's consciousness started to fade when he felt his right arm swell and start burning. It felt as if 3 waves of heat as hot as magma were surging, circulating, and spinning at high speed. This is. Countless spirit tattoos that were the same as Principal Sun's appeared on Meng Zhao's right arm. Scattered sparks also rose slowly from the place where Principal Sun had touched. They surged into his right arm with a howl, and through his nerves, they reached his brain. In an instant, Meng Zhao felt as if he saw Principal Sun's heroic gait when he was young and still in the army. He saw how Principal Sun guided spirit energy into his body and how he used the spirit magnetic field rotation energy to execute the amazing demon-subduing pole. He saw how Principal Sun brandished his demon-subduing poles and reduced numerous monsters into pulp, thereby helping him earn the fearsome name of the Heavy Cannon. As Meng Zhao continued watching, the spirit energy magnetic field that created the demon-subduing poles was pushed into his right arm like a red-hot brand. "Is it you, Principal Sun? Is this your heroic spirit?" Meng Zhao asked in his heart. The other world was a place where mental power was incredibly strong. Even if a hero died, the magnetic field of their life had the possibility of instantly exploding and deeply affecting the people around it. A heroic spirit could only be born when the timing was right, the terrain was right, and if the person was right. And even if all conditions were met, a long time was needed for a heroic spirit to form. When Principal Sun was heavily injured, the fire of his life burned and drained all of his mental power, so he should not have become a heroic spirit. But when he reached the end of his life, he sent his final bit of power to the new generation through resonating with Meng Zhao's brain waves, so their magnetic fields began to resonate as well. This was the demon-subduing pole. regardless of whether the enemies were snakes, insects, rats, ants, jackals, wolves, lions, leopards, or supernatural entities. The user could kill them all with one punch. The 3 spirit tattoos on Meng Zhao's right arm rose up and turned into beautiful tattoos that were profound, complicated, and resembled screws. As his bones let out loud, cracking sounds, his right arm swelled up, and it looked as if he was wearing a gauntlet made of dark golden flames. He pushed his fingers together and used his hand as a knife. Spirit flames gushed out madly and turned into a blade that was 3 feet long. Principal Sun's final demon-subduing pole and the ultimate level of the future 100 saber techniques fused together. Thud. Meng Zhao gave up on the dagger in the Wolf King's neck and rammed his right arm, which was about to shatter, into the Wolf King's left eye socket. The left eye had already been destroyed by Principal Sun, so the Wolf King could not see clearly through it. Hence, the creature did not notice Meng Zhao's actions. It only reacted when an explosive pain spread through its mind, but it was too late. Sizzling sounds came from right next to it. It was the sound of burning. The Wolf King's brain was burned by a human's willpower. The Wolf King let out a pained cry, and its biting strength instantly became weaker. Meng Zhao shouted, and his spirit energy shot forward to circulate around his arm. He treated his fingers as steel hooks and started tearing into the wolf. Ripping sounds that resembled the sounds of meat being torn instantly filled the area. Blood and brains gushed out with the nightmarish beast's spirit flames. They charged out like a volcano eruption and landed on Meng Zhao's face. Meng Zhao felt as if a meteor shower had rammed into his senses. Since he was using demon-subduing poles and the ultimate level 100 saber techniques way past what he could endure, every nerve and cell in his body was screeching. It was a hellish tug-of-war being executed in the air. The most possible outcome was that Meng Zhao and the Wolf King would both end up being destroyed. But Meng Zhao did not care about it. Principal Sun's thin but mighty back, the words he said before his passing, and the indignant roars from countless citizens during the apocalypse turned into searing rage that spurred his spirit flames to burn fiercely. Then, through his arm, they rammed into the wolf's brain. The monster's whines were drowned out by the human's enraged cries. The fear-inducing bloody flames were crushed by the light of Meng Zhao's willpower. In the end, his entire arm sank into the bloody Moon Wolf King's shattered eye socket and was buried to the shoulder in wolf brains. Meng Zhao crushed the Wolf King's brains, cut off the connection of the nerves, and severed all of the blood vessels. "If you want our lives, then we'll take your soul so that you can never be reborn." Meng Zhao finally saw fear, puzzlement, regret, and hatred in the bloody Moon Wolf King's remaining eye. It was terrified of the violence rained on its body. It was also puzzled by how such raging flames could be contained in such a small body. And it regretted that it had walked straight to its own death. It hated that it had provoked this human. But it was too late. Meng Zhao dug around fiercely, and when he grabbed something, he yanked it out fiercely. The bloody Moon Wolf King let out its final cry. The nightmarish beast which had once led hundreds of monsters and declared itself king in the depths of the fog finally fell with a bang at the feet of a human. Meng Zhao collapsed as well. As if he had sunk into the swamp of darkness, his body functions turned off one by one. Only the strange fire at the corner of his eyes continued making calculations without knowing tiredness. Soon, the total contribution points gained from killing a super beast and completing the quest showed up. Meng Zhao smiled. He did not care about the numbers that kept jumping. So, killing super beasts actually feels this great. To hell with kindling and the contribution points. They're nothing. Just for this matchless pleasure alone, I will. Hang on a second, just a second. How many contribution points did I get from this? I completed the Bloody Moon Massacre and gained 9,999 contribution points. I won against something stronger than me by killing the Bloody Moon Wolf King and gained 5,545 points on top of that. I also inherited the will of a heroic citizen, which gave me another 5,045 points. And besides that, I awakened the supernatural skill, Demon Subduing Pole, as well. Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. Above the bright numbers, the clouds spread out and revealed a brilliant red sun. The sky was bright once more. Dozens of armored airships tore through the clouds, and golden rays spread far into the lands. Cheers rose in the area. They came from people who had lived through a disaster. Meng Zhao released a long sigh among the cheers. In his days, he saw the golden rays gather together to form Principal Sun's face. It was smiling. Meng Zhao smiled at Principal Sun as well, and as his head fell on his burning right arm, he fell asleep. Chapter 91, The Mystery of the Otherworld. Meng Zhao had two dreams one after another. In the first dream, he felt as if he had turned into Principal Sun when he was younger. The ignorant foot soldier who just had fun went through various hardships in military camp, city ruins, and monster mountain range, and slowly grew to become the heavy cannon. His rich battle experience, the spirit energy magnetic field that created the demon subduing pole, and all other details were like crystals that fused with Meng Zhao's memories from his past life. It gave him an even deeper understanding toward the word superhuman. The second dream was much more interesting and strange. Meng Zhao dreamt that he had become the Bloody Moon Wolf King. He saw himself growing messy fur, sharp fangs, and even sharp claws. He led a wolf pack to charge about the wild and ran around the fog. His blood surged, and the fear-inducing blood flames raged. He observed, lay in ambush, surrounded his prey, charged, tore his prey apart, and ate it. He fought for the throne and licked his wounds. He devoured the weak without hesitation and submitted to stronger superbeasts. This was the law of the otherworld, and it was carved deep into his genes. In a daze, Meng Zhao forgot his status as a human. He learned how to hunt in the way of monsters, as well as how to think and survive among them. However, the end of the dream was a blurry and twisted mess. Even so, he managed to see a huge cave and crack in the ground. It had a lot of shining things that were definitely not made through natural means. There was also a bloody bubbling lake. It looked sticky. The cave also had deformed trees that were nearly 100 meters tall and looked like they could reach the skies. Between the branches were huge chrysalis that were as red as blood. In the bloody lake and the bloody chrysalis were all sorts of strange nightmarish creatures. This scene woke Meng Zhao right away. He sucked in a deep breath and smelled a sweet scent. He moved his hands and feet a little. He saw that he was lying in a very modern medical cabin. His body lay in a sticky liquid that was similar to hot chocolate. His pain had turned into a faint, numb feeling, and it was as if there were thousands of small fishes swimming around him and nibbling at his wounds. It actually felt pretty comfortable. There was no light on the ceiling, but there was faint blue light around him. For some strange reason, it made him feel at ease. It gave him the feeling that things were quiet and he was safe. I was saved. Meng Zhao released a sigh of relief and blinked with all his might. The strange fire was still around, and it shone with a faint golden light. Current contribution points, 31,453. Under it was a long row of brand new skills that were just waiting to be awakened. Attached in front of those skills were words middle stage, advanced, and secret. The skills he had awakened had increased by leaps and bounds in skillfulness as well. All of them had arrived at master level, and some of them had even reached perfect level. Ah, it feels great contributing to society. How can I ever finish using so many contribution points? Meng Zhao wept. But when he saw the price for awakening the advanced skills, he immediately found himself unable to laugh. What? The price for awakening Cicada Awakening Force is 8,888? If I want to awaken the magnetic field acceleration method, I need 15,000 points? And if I want to awaken the advanced gun technique, I have to spend 19,000 points? I even need to spend 9,999 points to use one middle stage healing skill. Did the price for goods increase because I broke through the limits of my life? Meng Zhao raised his right arm from the sticky chocolate liquid. He did not know how long he had slept, but the wounds on his body had already disappeared. Only a faint layer of scabs was left, and most of them had already fallen off to reveal pinkish new flesh. Meng Zhao's eyes shone. He saw faint layers of energy rippling in the air. They were like multicolored smoke. As he breathed, they slowly entered his right arm. It felt as if they were being injected into his veins, and it gave a cold and refreshing sensation. He could clearly sense the presence of the three spirit meridian systems. He clenched his fists slightly and tried to use his willpower to activate the three spirit meridian systems. The spirit tattoos appeared on his right arm. They were like beautiful, dark gold tattoos that released the ferocity of the 100 saber techniques and the might of the demon subduing pole. Having spirit energy enter the body and spirit tattoos showing up as the first level of becoming a superhuman. I really broke through the shackles of my genes in a life and death moment and became a superhuman. Meng Zhao felt all sorts of emotions. He closed his eyes, and the first thing that popped up in his mind was Principal Sun's body, burning as brightly as a pillar of fire. Principal Sun, don't worry. Earthlings will never be conquered by the otherworld. Meng Zhao jumped out of the medical cabin and stretched happily. He noticed that he was in a single room with a very good environment. Aside from the medical facilities that were stuck full of wires, there were 2 pots of natural-looking green plants in the corner. Regardless of the plants or the space itself, everything in the room gave off a lavish feeling. There was a small couch beside the medical cabin with a young girl on it. She was sleeping soundly while smacking her lips. It seemed like she was eating something really good in her dream. It was Bajia Cow. Meng Jiao could not help but smile a little. He then saw the storage rack beside the couch. It had his sister's bag, which carried her exercise books. It seemed like she had been doing her homework while she kept watch over him, but then got tired and fell asleep. Meng Jiao tiptoed over and checked his sister's homework. He opened an exercise book full of application questions. They asked the students to use various force execution formulas to figure out the output of their fighting strength and all sorts of monsters' defense limits. When it came to questions that required very complicated equations and matrices, there was a lot of space left under the questions. But Bajia Cow always managed to sloppily write her answers in bold strokes. She even created a few equations that did not exist, and with a few strokes of her pen came out with the answer. Meng Jiao frowned a little and thought to wake up the girl to criticize her for not paying attention while answering the questions. But after making some mental calculations, he found to his shock that her answers were all correct. Yet there were no answers provided at the back of the exercise book. This meant that the girl had instantly figured out the answer, but was too lazy to write out the long-winded process of how she came up with it, which was why she decided to just casually deal with it. Meng Jiao gasped in surprise. Is this the power of Night Demon blood? Speaking of which, Meng Jiao had been thinking about something all this while. How on earth did Bajia Cow get her Night Demon blood? Logically speaking, since it was a bloodline, she had to have inherited it. But Meng Jiao was absolutely certain that his adoptive mother Baisuxin was just a normal citizen and had never displayed any supernatural abilities. It was the same case for his father, Meng Yishan. His sister was basically a photocopied version of his parents, however, so she should not have been born a witch. Also, logically speaking, he had already gotten rid of all the triggers that would have resulted in her corruption, yet the total corruption rate he had reduced was still less than 10%. In other words, there were other crucial turning points in her path. What were those? How did my sister get the Night Demon blood? I don't have any memories about it. Looks like it has nothing to do with our home, but something to do with a person or organization in society. When I have the chance, I have to investigate this clearly. Oh, that's right. There's also the dream I had when I was asleep. I dreamt that I became a bloody moon wolf king because the powerful brain waves before its death severely impacted me. But what's the deal with the bloody lake and blood-red chrysalis? Could it be that the monsters aren't born naturally, but are man-made? That shouldn't be the case. I've dissected many monsters before, and their reproductive systems are all very normal. They show no signs of being modified by humans, or at the very least, the low-grade monsters show no signs of being modified. But if I think about it, if they're really products of nature and just obey the laws of the jungle, they should not have charged at the humans' iron defenses every day for the past few decades, right? That doesn't fit with survival instincts. Meng Jiao suddenly realized that even if he returned from the apocalypse, he still knew nothing about the mysterious otherworld. There were too many secrets and truths that could only be uncovered when he possessed greater strength. When Meng Jiao flipped to another page of the exercise book, he saw a comic that Bajia Cow had drawn on an empty spot, and he laughed in spite of himself. The pictures were drawn with unskilled strokes and odd two-stick figures with big heads. One of them had braids, and there were flames around her head, signaling anger. A dialogue box was beside her. Written in it were, "Hurry up and wake up, stupid brother." The stick figure lying before her had 2XS drawn over his eyes. His tongue also hung limply by the side of his mouth. He looked really ugly. Meng Jiao really did not know whether the girl was worried about him or cursing him. He reached out and pinched the girl's nose. Bajia Cow did not react in the beginning. She just continued smacking her lips. But 5 seconds later, she noticed that something was off. She started puffing out her cheeks, which made her look like a big-head carp who had popped up at the surface of water. Then, red blotches appeared on her puffed-out cheeks, and her lips as well as eyelashes started fluttering. She sucked in a deep breath, and while her eyes were still shut, she sat up straight on the couch. "It hurts. Who are you? How dare you attack me?" The girl covered her nose and started yelping. When she saw Meng Jiao clearly, her expressive eyes filled with joy. But the next second, that joy faded away. It was replaced by anger. Demon. How could you bully me the moment you wake up? It's your fault for destroying my image on paper. If you want to draw me, you should make me look a little more handsome. Meng Zhao grinned. It just felt so good to bully the Dark Witch. You. Bei Jiacao's face turned red. She did not think that her casual doodles would be discovered by her evil big brother. They were supposed to be a secret. She rubbed her nose, and her attention shifted to Meng Zhao's right arm. Big brother, you've become bad. You got yourself a tattoo. She cried out in surprise. What are you saying? This is the sign of spirit energy surging in my veins. It means that I've cleared my spirit meridian system and become a legendary superhuman. Hey, aren't I awesome? Meng Zhao raised his right wrist with his left hand and tried to control the spirit magnetic field rotation energy. In the beginning, his spirit energy was restless, and he could not control it no matter what. It was just like a teenager who had just entered adolescence. It was very difficult for him to control it at will. But after practicing for a bit, he gradually was able to use it as his heart wishes. He flung his arm, and the spiral-shaped, dark golden tattoos faded under his skin. They disappeared without a trace. Whoa! Bei Jiacao stared at him. Big brother, do you feel any sort of discomfort? I'll call the doctors now. You don't have to be in a hurry. Where's mom and dad? How long have I been asleep? Meng Zhao felt really good. If there were any sequelae, he would just grit his teeth and use a middle-stage healing skill to provide healthcare for his body. There should not be anything wrong with him. Right now, he was much more concerned about test area 5523 and the points he received in his national college examination. You slept for 7 days and nights. Mom and dad are really worried. Luckily, Dr. Su Yuan has been comforting them. He said that this is a common thing among those who awaken abruptly. Your condition is the same as a system upgrade and reboot, and he said that you'd wake up soon. Mom and dad just went out to eat, and I'm on holiday now, so I came over to visit you. Big brother, I heard that you were really great during the practical test. You even became a hero. Over the past few days, many people from your school, education department, all sorts of media outlets, and even the army and supernatural tower came to visit you. They praised you to high heavens. Is it real? Oh, by the way, there were even reporters who came to interview me. I'm not a hero. Meng Zhao thought, only someone like Principal Sun is a real hero. I'm far from being one. But the girl's last sentence stunned him. Hang on, you didn't run your mouth off with the reporters, right? He asked. Of course not. I just told them the truth. When the reporters asked me about how you usually act at home and what sort of power drove you to become a hero, I told them that you study really hard at home and stay in your room all the time to browse through life science forums in the deep web. Bei Jiacao answered seriously. Chapter 92, Top 100 in the City. Meng Zhao suppressed his urge to pinch the girl's cheeks and asked, what happened to test area 5523? How many people died or were injured? I saw the news. I think there were examinees who died, the girl said. Ah. Meng Zhao felt complicated emotions in his heart. He felt hurt when he heard that his peers died, naturally, but in his previous life, Principal Sun did not protect them, so there was a possibility that the number of deaths had reached the hundreds at that time. Nearly 100 people's fates were changed, and they had hoped to further their studies in university. In the future, they would serve important purposes. Principal Sun must feel really gratified in heaven, right? Don't be sad, big brother, just like how I didn't manage to stop Granny Wang from sacrificing herself no matter how hard I tried, you could not do it either. I heard that when the reinforcements arrived, you looked like a smashed watermelon with hundreds of slashes on you. Even so, you still kept your hand firmly around that super beast's brain. Granny Wang's sacrifice and her big brother's heroic deeds made the girl much more mature. Even though the comparison was really inappropriate, she had at least learned how to comfort someone. She thought about it and tentatively brought out a wooden box covered in red velvet. She opened it as if she was presenting her treasure to him. It had 3 medals inside it. 2 were silver and 1 was bronze. These are your medals. Everyone thinks you're really brave. I'm serious, the girl said. The first was a silver medal. It was squarish and looked like a city. Sitting on top of it was a huge, roaring dragon. Written under it were the words, Grade 3 Citizen of the Order of Merit. This was given by the Survival Committee, and it was commonly known as the Dragon Medal. It was the proof that a citizen had performed a meritorious deed to the city. The second silver medal was shaped as a 5-pointed star. It had an artillery carriage formed by intersecting weapons on it. They carried a murderous-looking artillery. This was given by the Red Dragon Army. It was commonly known as the artillery medal, and it was proof that a soldier had performed a meritorious deed. The third was a bronze medal. It was rectangular in shape, and on it was the towering supernatural tower. Around it were a cluster of brilliant stars. This was given by the supernatural tower, and it was commonly known as the Star Medal. It was proof that a superhuman had performed a meritorious deed. Dragon City was a lone army in the Otherworld. To encourage the citizens to be brave and kill the enemies, they paid a lot of attention to the classification of meritorious services. The three systems governing the citizens, military, and superhumans had their own way of distinguishing what was a meritorious deed in their own promotional system. There were 5 grades of medals: metal, bronze, silver, gold, and the most valuable and rarest blood. The last one was a medal dyed red by the martyr's blood. Each grade represented different rewards. They could be given extra points during the National College examination, be recruited by business industries or civil services when all potential candidates had the same qualifications, be exempted from tax when they created their own business, have an earlier turn when they applied for public renting houses, be able to apply for larger houses, and other such rewards. As long as anyone performed a meritorious service, they would be able to obtain benefits in their lives, work, and cultivation. The 2 silver medals meant that Meng Zhao had performed a grade 3 meritorious service. The 1 bronze medal meant that he had performed a grade 4 meritorious service. Since the difficulty of the practical test was incredibly high, the examinees who were injured or died received treatment equivalent to a soldier, and Meng Zhao had also broken through the limits of his life during a vicious fight. Hence, the 3 organizations credited him for his deeds. At the very least, he could get an extra 30 to 50 points to his final score. Meng Zhao was a worldly person. When he faced the Bloody Moon Wolf King, he was angry, and his mind had become blank. Even if it meant that he was going to end up crippled, he still insisted on getting rid of that wolf. But after the entire thing, when the government acknowledged his deeds and he gained both physical and spiritual rewards, he still felt really good. He pressed the medals against his chest and started posing in his sister's direction. "Ah, look at you." Bai Jiakao pouted. "Next time, I'm going to get my own medals, and I'll get more than you. I'll be more awesome than you." As she spoke, their parents came back to take over, because they had finished eating. When they saw that their son had woken, they were naturally delighted. The entire family hugged each other. The parents then spoke words that put Meng Zhao at ease. The points of his National College examination were just fine. Since a space-time rift had appeared in test area 5523, the examinees there had lost an hour of the exam compared to the other test areas, and they could be considered to have suffered some loss because of it. But many of the examinees who were sent to the wild fought bravely and displayed the mighty attitude that young Earthlings should have. Their actions were all recorded by the monitors they carried with them. Even if they experienced interference, many of the data could still be recovered. The examinees who did not know each other before the test could also give witness testaments that were cross-validated. Besides, the demonic Bloody Moon Wolves' carcasses and wounds served as proof, so it was not hard for them to receive points based on their performance, especially for Meng Zhao. Luo Hai and the rest testified that he was the first to mention that they had to stand their ground and wait for reinforcements, was the first to kill a demonic Bloody Moon Wolf, the first to sing loudly to gather a large number of examinees to his side, and stir up the students' courage. When the reinforcements arrived, they also saw that he had his arm inside the Wolf King's brain. The terrifying scene stunned many of the powerful fighters when they saw it. Based on the principle of rewarding bonus points to examinees who were active in saving their companions, Meng Zhao gained a few hundred bonus points as his reward. With the extra he gained from the 3 medals, his total made him rank 39th in the whole city. That high? Meng Zhao was shocked by the result. In just a short month or so, he managed to plow his way through being ranked in the 10,000s to the top 100 in the city. This was basically the same as him cheating. Wait, he was cheating. He thought about it and asked, "By the way, Jiakao mentioned that this is Feng Shui Medical Center. Why am I here? Isn't this place supposed to be really expensive?" His mother had to change her joints here. Even if someone familiar with the members of the staff recommended a patient here and received a 70% or higher discount, they would still have to spend millions to be treated. With his injuries, he would not be released unless they spent tens of millions on him. "You don't have to worry about that. Someone paid for you," Bai Suxin explained. When people like Meng Zhao who performed meritorious deeds ran into accidents, the education department, insurance company, and the 3 government organizations who gave him the medals were willing to pay the medical fees. During the first few days, he was in the ICU of a government hospital and enjoyed the best treatment for free. Once he was out of the critical zone, someone suggested that he switch to a private hospital. This did not mean that private hospitals were better than government hospitals. Instead, it was because many of the best medical plans required expensive medicine that was not listed among the items that could be reimbursed, and the government hospitals could not use them at will. Mr. Ning Shou was the one who suggested this. Yan organization also took part in this. They introduced a lot of famous doctors and formed a joint medical team with Dr. Su Yuan. Your dad said that Mr. Ning is trustworthy, and Yan organization is a major organization. Dr. Su Yuan was also very attentive while treating me. Besides, the environment here is much better than in the government hospitals. After we thought about it, we transferred you here. As for the medical fees, the government will reimburse half of the medical fees if you're treated in a private hospital. As for the rest, Elder Ning and Yan organization paid for it. They mentioned something really strange. It's something about, just think about it as us expressing our gratitude to old fire relayer. Who is that? Meng Zhao coughed. Mom, he's the master I mentioned last time. I got to know him from a life science forum. What? Bei Suxin was shocked. You got yourself a master on those harmful websites? Are you guys reading from a script? Why are all of you saying the same things? By the way, someone major dropped by as well. He's soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu. He brought a lot of valuable medicine and said that he will pay for your medical fees. Bei Suxin gasped in amazement. Kr, when did you get to know Master Luo Wu? He's a Heaven Realm elite. Meng Zhao was stunned for a moment, then he understood what had happened. Luo Hai, the student council president of Construction High School and soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu's son, was in the same test area as him. Could it be that Master Luo Wu believed that his heroic deeds saved his son's life, so he came to repay the favor? Or was there a deeper meaning behind this? Big brother, I just found out recently that you know a lot of people, Bei Jiakao said with shining eyes. Aside from Master Luo Wu, 2 older girls came to visit you. One of them is Elder Ning's granddaughter, and the other is Ripple Princess, Yan Feiru. I won't talk about Elder Ning's granddaughter, but isn't that Yan Feiru the girl that you observed with a magnifying glass and with your butt out in the air in front of the TV last time? Why did she come to visit you? Well. Meng Zhao tilted his head and thought about it. Maybe it's because she admires heroes a lot? Bei Jiakao was about to make a sarcastic quip when the handsome Dr. Su Yuan entered the room with a group of other doctors in white coats. Behind them was Ning Shou, and he looked delighted. He came for a checkup from Dr. Su Yuan and was just in time to see Meng Zhao wake up. Based on your physiological parameters, you've recovered really well. How do you feel now? Dr. Su Yuan placed his hand on Meng Zhao's shoulder. Meng Zhao immediately felt a few very comfortable waves of heat slowly circulate and grow in his body like roots of a tree. Dr. Su Yuan then said in slight puzzlement that Meng Zhao's body was definitely the hungriest body he had ever seen. The activity of his cells was several times higher than those of a normal person. The gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid he had been taking over the past few days was good stuff that could not be bought with money from the market. Forget about normal people. Many of the 3-star Earth Realm elites did not eat as much as Meng Zhao did, and the stuff they ate was not as good either. Usually, new superhumans were not able to withstand powerful energy nourishing them. This was just like how a 3-year-old would definitely be sick if he ate a ginseng like a carrot. But Meng Zhao's body was like a black hole. No matter how many treasures they stuffed into his body, they were all digested and absorbed until nothing was left. Fortunately, he had performed a meritorious deed, and the government had reimbursed half of the fees, while the other half was paid for by Ning Shou, Yan organization, and soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu. That was why Meng Zhao could afford the lavish treatment plan. Even so, the doctors did not know just where he hid the energy he absorbed. Meng Zhao knew, though. It was the reason how kindling kept on getting stronger. But there were plenty of talented people in Dragon City, so there was nothing that he needed to hide when it came to his health. I feel good. But there is some multicolored smoke floating in front of me, Meng Zhao said. Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin looked at each other. Multicolored smoke? They did not see it. Bei Jiakao wanted to say something, but did not. She just shrank into a corner. That's spirit energy. Do you remember that you turned into a superhuman on the battlefield? It's natural that you can see spirit energy now, Dr. Su Yuan said. We can see things because our visual system turned the light we can see into electrical pulse signals. This transformation ability differs among different living objects. Canines can only decipher signals in grayscale, so they cannot see colors. As for shrimps, their eyes contain 16 different color sensory organs. The human visual system has a lot more color and light sensory organs compared to that of shrimps. We can see infrared to ultraviolet, and tens of thousands of colors in a large spectrum. Logically speaking, we can also directly see magnetic waves, the planet's magnetic field, a person's magnetic field, spirit energy, solar storms, and all sorts of natural phenomenon and forms of energy. But most of the visual sensory organs in a normal person are dormant. Only when you surpass the limits of your life are those sensory organs activated one after another, and you become capable of seeing a more radiant world. It also reveals more truths of the world. Being able to see spirit energy is the most basic thing that differentiates a normal human from a superhuman. Chapter 93, The Problem with His Spirit Meridian System. Congratulations, my young friend, you're finally walking down the path of the superhumans. Ning Shouo said with a smile. We have a superhuman in our family now? Meng Yishan and Bai Suxin were both shocked and delighted. Damn it! My big brother has become a superhuman? Doesn't that mean that I no longer have a chance to free myself from misery? I'll be bullied for the rest of my life. Bai Jiakao had very complicated emotions. Meng Zhao remained calm. He raised his right arm and exercised it a little. He could sense spirit energy flowing slowly through his spirit meridian system. I remember everything that happened that day. I heard that those who reach a breakthrough while they're near dead have a high possibility of experiencing some sort of sequelae, and they're commonly known as broken star superhumans. They're not in perfect condition, right? Dr. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment before he nodded and said, That's right. You're a broken star superhuman. Bai Jiakao widened her eyes and quickly took over the conversation. Dr. Su, what's wrong with being a broken star superhuman? We just had a broken star superhuman appear in our area recently. Even so, we decorated the area, fired off a lot of firecrackers for him, and set up many tables to celebrate it. Well, it isn't too much of a problem. Dr. Su Yuan smiled at the girl. How much do you know about the spirit meridian system? I know the answer. Bai Jiakao raised her arm and rambled off the answer like a machine gun. My teacher said that aside from the blood circulatory system, lymphatic system, and nervous system, we have a fourth system in our bodies, and it's known as the spirit meridian system. It is made of 108 main branches and 1024 branch meridians. It's a very old circulatory system in our bodies, and it might have started forming since the moment the first cell was born in the ancient oceans. When the aquatic life forms started moving to the land, it began to mature. Regardless of the ancient Nautilidae or Trilobita, who were both creatures who ruled the seven seas, the dinosaurs that were nearly 100 meters tall, or other huge life forms, all of them showed signs of possessing the spirit meridian system. Human predecessors were able to win against these huge creatures and claim ourselves to be the kings of all living beings because we have the highest number of spirit meridians in our bodies. The meridian system in our bodies is also the most complicated. However, hundreds of thousands of years ago, certain things happened on Earth. Maybe because spirit energy ran dry on Earth, or maybe because it was no longer of any use after humans proclaimed themselves kings of all beings, the spirit meridians gradually regressed and became hidden in our bodies. They're just like tonsils' appendixes. One usually isn't able to sense their presence. Yes. You've been doing well in your studies. You've managed to memorize all the crucial points, Dr. Su Yuan said. The evolution of life has always adhered to the principle of improving things that we need and casting aside what we don't. When humans were able to use basic intelligence and simple tools to declare themselves as the rulers on Earth, why should they develop even stronger organs? It has to be known that stronger organs require more energy. For example, the human brain weighs less than 5% of the total mass of the body, but it requires 30% of the oxygen we take in and consumes 30% of our energy. If a brain was overdeveloped, it would also cause a series of reproductive and nurturing problems. It's the same with spirit meridians. When supernatural abilities are activated in the body, they start using up energy at an insane pace. In an environment where spirit energy has run dry, if the person only eats food through conventional means, even if they eat 24 hours a day, it would not make up for the energy required for the spirit meridians. In the end, they would starve to death. Hence, during the competition to survive on Earth, being a normal human was the best solution for us. But we've come to the other world. It is a battlefield filled with spirit energy. Our cells have changed, and our evolution clocks have been forced to speed up several times their original speed. Everything, thus, has become different. There is a creature called red sea bream on Earth's ecosphere. It only has one male fish in a school, so it is surrounded by hundreds of female fish. If the male fish dies, the largest and fiercest of the remaining female fish soon change into a male fish. Aside from them, the swamp eels, true oysters, and many other creatures have also shown signs of changing their sexes, just like the red sea bream. This shows that when faced with stimulants from the world around us, genes can change. The survival strategies contained in a body can cause drastic changes in a person, and among them is changing a person from a normal human who only consumes a low amount of energy and has low fighting power to a superhuman, who uses a lot of energy, but has high fighting power. But the problem is that this sort of change definitely comes at a price. Let's go into the specifics regarding your brother. Before he was ready, he received too much stimulation. Rampaging spirit energy surged into his body. It strengthened the 3 main meridians in his right arm, but that made the other 100 or so main meridians in him shrivel up. It's just like how a circuit board would be burnt when the current that traveled through it was too strong. Ah! The girl covered her mouth. What happens when the main meridians are burned? The 108 main meridians are equivalent to 108 strokes. If there is only one main meridian, then, the person would be able to draw one line with it. If they have 2 main meridians, they can write 2 lines with them. The more main meridians are cleared, the more lines they can draw, and the more words they can form, Dr. Su Yuan explained patiently. When superhumans guide spirit energy into their bodies, they go between the different lines like electric currents circulating at high speeds in circuit coils to form unique spirit energy magnetic fields. That is how they form skills, divine arts, martial arts, secret skills, killing moves, and divine skills. 1-star superhumans are said to be in the spirit realm. Their main cultivation goal is to clear their spirit meridians. The more spirit meridians they clear, the more likely they are to form more complicated and powerful spirit energy magnetic fields. They can also release more skills. There are 108 main meridians in the body. Since our power comes from the land, our legs are the contact points for the magnetic fields of our lives and the magnetic field of the planet. Hence, there are 36 main meridians in our legs. There are 24 main meridians in our organs, and 24 in our arms. There are 16 in the brain, and the final 8 are like raging dragons. They connect all the acupressure points in our bodies and are known as the dragon meridians. When we just transmigrated to this place, our martyrs didn't understand the secrets behind spirit energy and spirit meridians. Just like your older brother, they fought madly in the battlefields, and when they were in life and death situations, they suddenly reached breakthroughs. This method of becoming a superhuman is crude, and it deals a lot of damage to the meridian system. Later on, we developed a mature and scientific cultivation system. With the nourishment from gene medicine, protection from the cultivation rooms, and guidance from powerful fighters, the difficulty and danger in awakening were decreased drastically. The superhumans who are awakened through scientific methods usually clear 23 main meridians in the beginning. The outstanding, talented people are even able to clear from 60 to 70 main meridians. They sometimes clear even the dragon meridians, which makes their cultivation in the future much easier. From 60 to 70? Bajayakal made some calculations. Others are able to clear from 60 to 70 main meridians, but my big brother only managed to clear 3 of the main meridians in his right hand. Doesn't that mean that even if there were 20 of my brothers, they wouldn't be able to win against one of those scientifically awakened superhumans? That's not necessarily true. Even with 3 main meridians, he can create a very powerful spirit energy magnetic field and execute fatal killing moves. If he deploys his strategies well, he might be able to win against people with dozens of skills, Dr. Su Yuan said. But we usually believe that the upper limit for broken star superhumans is rather low, and their cultivation speed is rather slow. Hence, it's much more difficult for them to reach higher realms. Then, what should we do? Can we cure him? The girl was even more nervous than Meng Zhao. With the current medical technology, it is very hard for us to repair damaged main meridians, Dr. Su Yuan said. But the damage to some of his main meridians will not affect him in his daily tasks, life, learning, or fighting. He'll just be slower when it comes to cultivation. When he fights, the number of skills he can release will be lower, and it'll be harder for him to reach heaven realm and deity realm. Speaking of which, most superhumans remain as 1-star, 2-star, or 3-star superhumans, which means that they're only able to stay at Earth realm. It was very hard for your brother to survive that dangerous battle in the wild, So even if he's just a broken star superhuman, he's still a superhuman. His words were directed at the girl, but he also wanted to comfort Meng Jiao. But Meng Jiao's mental state was even more stable than what Dr. Su Yuan thought. He nodded and said, "That's right. That battle was indeed very fierce. At that time, I was already exhausted and covered in injuries. I even drank the blood of a blade-shattering python's heart and ate its gallbladder without caring about the costs before injecting a lot of high-calorie medicine into my body recklessly. I'm already very lucky that I was able to successfully break through in that sort of situation. Paying a bit of a price for it is worth it." Meng Jiao had long since reached an understanding. Regardless of whether it was the ultimate level 100 saber techniques or Principal Sun's demon-subduing pole, both of them were incredibly domineering. They were not something that his current self could use at will. If he used them forcefully, he would definitely have to pay a price. Back then, he had felt his blood burning, as if there was magma raging in his body, so it was very normal that a few of his main meridians were burned. But he did not feel upset because of it, and he did not regret it either. Even if it happened again or 100 times more, he would still do the same. No matter how great of a price he had to pay, he would take over Principal Sun's will and use demon-subduing pole to reduce that damn monster into a pulp. When Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin heard him say it, they sighed in relief. They were incredibly happy that their son managed to survive and even became a superhuman. Since he was commended by the local government, he would no longer have to worry about going to university or getting a job. This made them very happy. Dr. Su was right. There were only a few people who could rise to great power. They did not hope that their son was a rare genius, anyway. Now, this was pretty good. Bei Suxin even felt that being a broken star superhuman was better. It meant that her son would not need to go into the depths of the fog and fight against the matchless monsters. During the past few days, when she saw her son laying in the ICU, she had been so terrified that she felt as if her soul had left her body. Ning Shou watched their expressions and knew what the parents were thinking. He smiled and said, "To fighting-oriented occupations, it will pose as some problem if your main meridians have shriveled up. But to supporting occupations, this isn't too important. For example, harvesters mainly rely on branch meridians, not the main meridians." Ning Shou explained to the Meng family that aside from the 108 main meridians hidden in the body, there were also 1024 branch meridians. The main meridians were like arteries and veins, while the 8 dragon meridians were the thickest arteries. As for branch meridians, they were like capillaries. Fighting-oriented occupations required the fighter to release instantaneous forces, so it was only natural that they had to cultivate their arteries. Supporting occupations, however, paid attention to accumulating strength bit by bit in precise control. Regardless of whether it was harvesting, creating maps, or processing, they did not need to shout, strike their chests, and release explosive force. "I heard from Zueshi that you're still thinking about whether you should enter the martial arts course or the resource course. It's perfect now. God has chosen for you. Come to Agricultural University's resource course. I have quite a number of friends who are lecturers there. I also go and give lectures there sometimes. We can help you refine your harvesting skills." Ning Shou did its best to invite him to Agricultural University. The supporting occupations requirements for realms are lower than those of fighting occupations. With your talent, you will definitely have a bright future in the field. Chapter 94, Ultimate Style. Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin nodded simultaneously. Compared to the fighting occupations that would require their son to fight a lot, it was only natural that they hoped that he would choose a supporting occupation instead, because it was slightly safer. No matter how dangerous a harvester's life was, it was still better than that of the monster hunters who had to venture deep into the fog. Meng Jiao thought about it and said, "Elder Ning, filling up the application form is a major event in my life. I have to think about it carefully. Can I give you the answer tomorrow?" "Of course. Rest well today," said Ning Shou with a smile. Dr. Su Yuan performed another series of checks, and through remote consultation, he conversed with the famous doctors in Dragon City regarding Meng Jiao's physiological parameters. Once they were sure that he had completely recovered, the Meng family finally felt at ease. Since Meng Jiao was going to be discharged the next day, he did not need anyone accompanying him for the night and insisted that his family went back home to rest well. It was 8-something at night and he was the only one in the ward. He put both his arms under his head and let his eyelids fall a little. No one knew what he was thinking about. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled, and he decided to be ruthless. He traded 9,999 contribution points for a middle-stage healing skill, From the moment he woke up, he had been thinking about one thing. Dr. Su Yuan said that he had completely recovered, and his initial stage healing skill was in a dark gray color now. He could not use it anymore. This meant that from a normal person's standpoint, his body had recovered completely. He did not need to go through any sort of treatment anymore. But his middle stage healing skill was light gray. It could be activated. After thinking about it, Meng Zhao came up with a guess. What the middle stage healing skill treated was related to his strength. It was the organs that produced energy and could not be seen with the naked eye, the spirit meridians. Even though it was very difficult with the current medical standards to treat the damage to the main meridians, Meng Zhao remembered vaguely that this was not the case in the future. Since he wanted to fight against fate, it was impossible for him to be content with taking up a supporting occupation, like what Ning Shouo had asked him to do. Regardless of how much time it took and how great of a price he had to pay, he had to clear all 108 main meridians. Meng Zhao's heart hurt, as if he was suffering from a heart attack, when he had to spend a serious amount of contribution points. Almost 10,000 contribution points burned away. Golden flames gathered together into warm streams. They flowed from his brain to his right arm. The three profound and complicated spirit marks rose up from under his skin once more. They intersected with each other to form a dazzling tattoo. The golden flames flowed through the three spirit meridians before heading to a severely damaged main meridian. As an unbearably numb pain rose, Meng Zhao saw a fourth thick spirit tattoo appear on the dark golden picture. The spirit tattoo intersected with each other to create a new variable for the profound and complicated spirit picture. He swung his arm lightly, as if he was swinging a demon-subduing pole that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. The sound of a saber cutting through the wind came from his fingertips. I knew it, the middle stage healing skill can indeed repair damaged main meridians. Meng Zhao was delighted. However, after he calculated his expenditure and the effects, he found his heart aching again. I need to spend 9,999 contribution points to repair one main meridian. And based on my experience with initial stage healing skill, if I use it repeatedly, I will end up spending more. I knew it. If I want to use it again, I have to pay 10,023 points. A person has to clear more than 60 main meridians before they can be considered to be someone powerful in spirit tattoo realm. That means I'll need to use at least 1 million contribution points on myself. Even if I become the mayor, I won't be able to make such contributions. Wait, why must I fix my sights on the 108 main meridians? I remember that I can also fight using the 1024 branch meridians. Memories from his previous life started flashing in his mind. Right now, the main superhuman fighting style in Dragon City was known as the Overkill style. As its name implied, the superhumans had to use spirit energy to create an energy field. Then, through different frequencies and circulation speeds, that energy field was sent out. It was just like the killing moves in games. Its power was very strong, and the moves executed were beautiful. When a spirit energy magnetic field was fully activated, it displayed radiant electricity, which looked cool and awesome. Hence, once this style appeared, it soon spread through the entire city. But there was a clear weakness in the Overkill style. Creating a spirit energy magnetic field required time, and in fighting terms, it would be known as accumulating power before executing a move. When rampaging spirit energy surged into the main meridians, it resulted in a certain degree of interference and damage. After an attack was executed, the superhuman needed to rest, and in fighting terms, it was known as cooldown. When an attack was executed, the magnetic field of a person's life experienced interference from the spirit energy magnetic field, so the weaknesses of the person who executed the skill were magnified. Their muscles stiffened up, and they were not able to move or dodge. In fighting terms, it was known as stiffening up. The accumulation of power, cooldown, and stiffening up made the Overkill style a high-risk fighting style that would damage the enemy as well as the user itself. For now, the monsters had yet to evolve and mutate on a large scale. Usually, they either had a lot of vitality, but were stupid, or were smart, but lacked vitality. Once the monster hunters used a series of brilliant killing moves, they killed all the monsters. Hence, the weaknesses of the Overkill style did not cause any arguments. In fact, there were people who believed that even if there were weaknesses, it was fine. With one powerful move, they could kill a monster, and even if they had to experience a cooldown of 5 minutes, they did not mind it. This train of thought worked just fine for the time being. But monsters continued to evolve. Their numbers would increase, and they would become stronger as well as smarter. With the increase in their numbers, more situations when dozens of monsters would encircle a few superhumans would appear. At that time, they would not have the time to use the spirit energy magnetic field. Now, apply the same logic for a superhuman executing a skill. After they managed to execute an incredibly dazzling secret technique and reduced one monster to ashes, the other monsters would have gathered together to launch an attack. Those monsters would then tear that superhuman into shreds while their spirit meridians were on a cooldown. Besides, monsters were becoming smarter. They would soon see through the human's skills and seize the moments when a superhuman stiffened up at the instant they executed their attacks to dodge or launch counterattacks. More monsters would also seize the chance to mutate when they were about to die and gain an increase in power while they were at death's door. Even if they died, they would bite the human who had stiffened up or was going through a cooldown and drag them down to hell together. Since the overkill style could only release powerful moves, it would gradually be unable to adapt to the increasingly brutal battles. Many of the overkill style elites were famous Heaven Realm elites. They were powerful people who had skilled millions of monsters, but a lot of them would die by monsters while they were accumulating power, stiffened up, or cooling down. It was only after the blood of many superhumans flowed in rivers that the powerful people accepted the painful lesson and cast their eyes on a different fighting style, the ultimate style. While the overkill style focused on cultivating the 108 main meridians, the ultimate style focused on the 1024 branch meridians. The branch meridians were like capillaries. They could not withstand the instant output of tyrannical spirit energy, so they could not be used for killing moves. But their advantage lay in the fact that they did not need to accumulate power, stiffen up muscles, and cool down. Once a superhuman fell into an attack rhythm, their normal attacks came like never-ending waves. They could deliver beautiful and peerless chain attacks. The ultimate style elites could attract their targets like magnets, and after delivering from 30 to hundreds of chain attacks, they would kill the tough monsters. But even if they did not manage to do that, they could seize the initiative in the battle and fight or run whenever they wanted. This was something really important for Dragon City due to its lack of people. Hence, during the later stage of the Monster War, the ultimate style rose to power and surpassed the overkill style. At that time, an extreme saying even appeared. Only newbies will release killing moves at the drop of a hat. A true elite will use meticulous chain attacks to tear the monsters into shreds. Of course, as spirit energy martial arts were further developed, the powerful fighters discovered how to blend the ultimate style together with the overkill style, which allowed them to eliminate the weaknesses and only retain the strengths. This was the strongest fighting style. First, they would use a dense wave of chain attacks to weary out the monsters. In time, the monsters would start to rage and reveal their weaknesses. After the superhumans seized the weaknesses, they would either send the monsters into the air or cause them to stiffen up. Then, they would use the time lag between the time they required to accumulate power and the time their enemies stiffened up to release their killing moves at the monsters' fatal spots. This was the most effective and scientific fighting style. Unfortunately, Dragon City had taken too much time to come up with it. It had sacrificed many precious lives and badly damaged its foundation, so it no longer had the strength to turn the tides. I must reveal the ultimate style ahead of time and make it enter the powerful fighters' sights. A powerful desire suddenly overtook Meng Zhao. It's only when I make many powerful fighters and all the citizens realize the advantage of the ultimate style will I be able to save them and change the end result of the monster war. After Meng Zhao witnessed Principal Sun's sacrifice, he was no longer content with making contributions by just casually giving guidance and obtaining a few contribution points. The Reckless Bolt technique, Ripple Force, and the 7 dissection methods performed in reverse were all modifications of one single technique. He could only make contributions in terms of modifying the skills. It could not help him change the overall situation. Changing Dragon City's main fighting style from the overkill style to the ultimate style was the way to evolve their fighting strategy. Based on my memories, due to the weaknesses of the overkill style, humans suffered greatly. Many of the experienced powerful elites and the rising stars died because of it. If I manage to save one elite, I will be able to give us a bit of hope to survive in the future. If I can make the ultimate style reveal its glory some 5 years ahead of time, the overall fighting strength of the future Dragon City will increase more than 100 times. He might know it, but it was not easy to carry it out. The ultimate technique required broad and extensive knowledge for it to work. It needed an entire set of cultivation theories to support it, along with all sorts of machines and medicine. Meng Zhao only had a vague idea of how it worked in his mind. How could he make the overkill-style elites, who were shining in the limelight right now, change to his ways by just telling them that they should use more chain attacks and release fewer killing moves? Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment and turned on his computer to search for the ultimate technique, but found nothing. The ultimate technique was not born yet. It should still be in its conception stage in some lab belonging to a martial arts course of some university. Which university did it come from? He scratched his head for a long time, but could not remember it, so he decided to just log into his social media and change his train of thought. He had been sleeping for more than a week, so he had a lot of mail accumulated. One of them came from the Supernatural Tower and had an invitation code. The Supernatural Tower was not just the grandest building in Dragon City, but also an organization for all superhumans. The superhumans who did not have any legacy could get the most basic guidance there. They could receive all sorts of missions in exchange for materials and martial art techniques. Superhumans enjoyed meticulous service from the organization. Of course, once a superhuman broke the rules, the Superhuman Tower had the power to take control of them or even subjugate them. A superhuman could join the Supernatural Tower or not based on their own free will. But based on what Meng Zhao knew, there was no one who refused to join the Supernatural Tower after they awakened to supernatural abilities. If they did, that would be the same as them declaring to the world that I became a superhuman and I want to live free from the law. Thus, he politely wrote an email stating that he was very willing to join the big family of superhumans. Once he was discharged, he would go and visit the Supernatural Tower. There was another email, and it came from Luo Hai, the student council president of Construction High. Chapter 95, University Choice. It was a thank you email. Luo Hai stated that with Meng Zhao's help, he managed to get into Dragon City University's martial arts course and added that Meng Zhao was free to contact him at any time after he woke up. He and his father, soul-breaking saber Luo Wu, would definitely support him with everything that they had so that he could walk down far in his path as a superhuman. Meng Zhao thought about it. Luo Hai was definitely someone with great methods and plans if he managed to become the student council president of Construction High. He had to be thinking about drawing him into his camp. Meng Zhao did not want to join his group, but there was no problem with them becoming friends. Besides, his father was a 6-star superhuman. If Meng Zhao managed to form a connection with him, he could have a better chance of collecting contribution points and promoting the ultimate style. So he immediately replied. After exchanging some pleasantries, he thanked Master Luo Wu for showing concern. Once Meng Zhao was done with the emails, he went to his class group chat to take a look. Meng Zhao, you're awake. When his classmates saw that his icon had lit up in the group chat, they cheered. As expected of ace student Zhao. We thought that your performance in school was already terrifying enough, but we didn't think that you would rain down slaughter during the practical test as well. You're awesome. Ace student Zhao, did you see our homeroom teacher's face? When he learned that you managed to make a meritorious service, he grinned so widely that his face split apart. He's been on cloud 9 for the past few days. Meng Zhao, you okay? A few days ago, Big Brother Xiong brought us to the hospital to visit you. You were still unconscious at that time. How are you now? The classmates were really friendly, and warmth pooled in Meng Zhao's heart. He smiled and answered them, saying that it was too late for visitation now, but he would be discharged and could go home tomorrow. But since his house was small and he could not organize a party there, it would be better if they met outside so that all the people in Class 6 could gather together to eat. The classmates were fine with it. Many people even thanked him for his sincerity. With the help from the study group, most were able to get into the university or college of their choice. And those that did not manage to get into university were able to get into the best courses for their post-secondary specialized colleges. Even though Principal Sun is no longer around, he must definitely be smiling in heaven right now after seeing how outstanding this batch of students are, right? Meng Zhao said. The students sighed. At that moment, Chu Feixiang logged in, and he was so excited that he started howling in the chat. It was only at that moment that Meng Zhao learned that he had changed his best friend's fate. Feixiang had miraculously gotten into the Heroic Spirit course in Dragon City's military school. It's luck. It's all luck, Chu Feixiang texted smugly. Honestly, with my fighting abilities, even if I managed to somehow crawl up to the admission score for the military school, I wouldn't have been able to get into the Heroic Spirit course, but when I was sent to the wild, didn't I lie to the students and gather a large number of examinees to my side? Then, I fought against those demonic bloody moon wolves with you, so everyone said that I was fearless in the face of danger, fought bravely, and took proactive action in saving my peers. So I gained an extra 30 marks, and my total score was half a mark higher than the minimum passing score for the heroic spirit score. Even if there was a screen between them, Meng Zhao could still sense how delighted Chu Feixiang was based on his words. The students who were allocated to the other test areas sent laughing emojis. Why weren't we as lucky as you to get into the same test area as Meng Zhao? We could have ridden on his coattails and killed those monsters as well. We might have gotten 10 or 20 more marks as a bonus too. Their words made Meng Zhao feel a little embarrassed. By the way, Meng Zhao, you contributed much more than I did, so you must have gotten a lot more bonus points. I heard from our homeroom teacher that you managed to join the top 100 in the city. That's an unprecedented record in 9th high school. You can choose whichever top course in the famous universities now. Where do you intend to go? Chu Feixiang asked. That's right. Ace student Zhao, where do you intend to go? We have to be prepared at all times to ride on your coattails, his classmates texted. I haven't decided yet. Anyway, Dragon City is only so big. No matter where I go, we're still family. It's only logical for us to ride on each other's coattails. Meng Zhao thought about it and added, once I've come to a decision, I'll tell all of you immediately. Even though the national college examination has ended, our study group hasn't been disbanded. Even if we end up in different universities, we can still continue talking to each other if we run into things we don't understand in our fields. His classmates agreed to it excitedly. Chu Feixiang added Meng Zhao into a small group. It had him, Meng Zhao, and Demon Yan. Yan Dongxin went straight to the point. Meng Zhao, congratulations on performing a meritorious deed and recovering. I heard that you haven't chosen your specialization. Do you need me to give you some suggestions? Demon Yan was once a soldier, and now, he was an ace teacher. He had been in the supernatural circle for years, so his suggestions were worth listening to. Meng Zhao spoke his mind. He told Demon Yan about his situation, including the fact that his main meridians were damaged, and he was currently a broken star superhuman. Of course, he did not tell Demon Yan that he could use contribution points to repair his main meridians. That was a secret. Him becoming a superhuman in a fight against the Bloody Moon Wolf King was something that many people had witnessed, though. In that sort of situation, no matter what, his main meridians would be damaged. Demon Yan was not surprised. If that's the case, you have fewer choices when it comes to your specialization. Are you thinking about going into a fighting occupation or supporting occupation? I'm definitely going to major in fighting, Meng Zhao answered without hesitation. He could minor in harvesting skills, but powerful fighting skills were the only safe guarantee. Handing his fate into the hands of other powerful fighters was the same as attending to trivial things and neglecting the essentials. It was the stupidest thing to do. Besides, Meng Zhao, who was prepared to start off his journey with the ultimate style, did not have an urgent need to clear his main meridians. For the time being, he had the demon-subduing pull principle Sun gave him as well as the ultimate level 100 saber technique. It was enough for him to make the decision to take up a fighting occupation. Cultivating his branch meridians to fight was the problem he had to solve now. Demon Yan quickly replied, if I narrow down the scope of fighting occupations to only martial artists, then the 4 martial arts courses in the famous universities in Dragon City each have their own unique features. The one standing at the top is definitely Dragon City University's martial arts course. This is the birthplace of the overkill style, and it lives up to its name as the tyrant of martial arts. If your main meridians weren't damaged, I would have strongly suggested that you go to Dragon City University's martial arts course. But you have only cleared 3 of your main meridians, so it's quite pointless for you to go to Dragon City University. You'll only be able to practice a few moves, and it'll be difficult for you to get full credit and graduate. And even if you graduate, you'll only be able to say that you graduated from Dragon City University, which is meaningless. The monsters don't look at your qualifications when they fight against you, after all. That was what Meng Zhao believed as well. Even though Dragon City University's martial arts course was the holy ground where all martial artists flocked to like bees to honey, as of current, he only had 4 main meridians that he could use, so he could not generate 99% of his spirit energy magnetic field, which meant that there was no need for him to go there. Besides, when the ultimate style began to rise to power, it stood like oil and water with the overkill style. Not only did they engage in fights over their doctrines, they also fought over interests that were worth crazy amounts of money. If he went off like an idiot to the main camp of the overkill style to promote the ultimate style, It would be the same as him running off to the headquarters of Yan organization and crying out that the reckless bolt technique was the greatest force execution method and matchless in power. He would just be asking for it if he ended up being beaten half to death. Aside from Dragon City University, which you know as the top dog, the martial arts courses in the other 3 universities have recently improved as well. They want to use their own specialties to challenge Dragon City University. The first is the University of Technology's martial arts course. Their creation of the spirit energy magnetic field is naturally not as profound and abstruse as Dragon City University, but it has developed a new method of fighting. They use machines to help their bodies and have been creating the machine armor style. The machines are unmanned aerial vehicles, and the armor is dynamic. They also have strengthened exoskeletons which have their own spirit stone engines and a cumulative power feedback system. When the martial artists of the machine armor style from the University of Technology fight, they are like 3-meter-tall steel fortresses. They are a combination between machine masters and martial artists. If the internet is stable, it's very difficult to win against them. Meng Zhao could decipher Demon Yan's underlying meaning. If the internet was not stable, the machine armor style's fighting strength was compromised, because it heavily relied on signal transmissions and electronics to fight. The second is Agricultural University's Beast Soul style. The martial artists who learn this style use secret techniques to absorb the surging vitality magnetic fields before a monster's death and claim that monster's soul is their own. When they fight, they do so as frenziedly as monsters. Demon Yan sent a laughing emoji. If you like fighting like a wild beast, you can consider going to Agricultural University's martial arts course. Meng Zhao could tell that Demon Yan regarded this fighting style with scorn. Meng Zhao did not like the Beast Soul style as well. A human's greatest advantage lay in their intellect. Absorbing a monster's soul to fight might sound very ferocious, but sooner or later, the user would be affected by the magnetic field of the monster's life, and it would affect their minds. Besides, the Beast Soul style was just a form derived from the Overkill style. It also had the problem of accumulating power, stiffening of muscles, and cooling down. The last is the gun-fighting style from the military school's martial arts course. Demon Yan finally reached the point of the conversation. Meng Zhao, with your outstanding talent in guns, if you focus solely on cold weapons, it'll be a pity. Come to the military school's martial arts course. Fuse the advantages of both melee fighting and using guns. Walk down the path of a gunslinging martial artist and learn real gun techniques. This won't be as easy as shooting a target 100 steps away. Instead, you'll be placing your spirit energy and will into the bullets so that your shooting trajectory can change. Your bullets will be able to do a 180-degree turn, and you'll be able to hit a target behind an obstacle as you like. In fact, the power of the bullet will also increase to 10 times its original power. As long as you have enough bullets, you'll be invincible. Demon Yan came from the Red Dragon Army, so when he saw Meng Zhao's talent, he could not help but want to bring him to the military. Based on his perspective, Meng Zhao was talented with guns. Now, the number of main meridians he could clear was limited, so his best choice was to learn the gunfighting style. What if I don't have enough bullets? Meng Zhao asked hesitantly. Demon Yan did not lose his confidence. That's not a problem. I don't mind telling you. After all, this is no longer a secret. In the past 5 years, the Red Dragon Army has carried out a major operation to the south of Dragon City. We've found 3 satellite cities that we've lost for decades, and we've accidentally found a mixed crystal mine with lots of crystals in it. Dragon City's heavy industry machines will soon be able to begin operations, and the problem of the lack of ammunition and fuel that has been plaguing us will be solved. Before long, the soldiers and citizens will have a limitless supply of bullets. At that time, the gun-fighting style will become the main fighting style. And you will definitely have the chance of becoming a rising star in the gun-fighting style. Chapter 96, Fight for the Ultimate Style. Meng Zhao thought about it. In his previous life, his physical constitution had not been good, but he had walked the path of the gun-fighting style for a period of time. That was why his gun technique was pretty good. However, it was because of this that he understood the weaknesses of the gun-fighting style. Demon Yan did not lie to him. Meng Zhao remembered that during the later stage of the monster war in his previous life, Dragon City had upgraded its heavy industry, and bullets were no longer a problem for them. But this did not mean that they had an infinite carrying capacity. The greatest restriction was not their resources, but the number of bullets a single soldier could carry. Normal bullets did not have enough power to fight against monsters. If they wanted to kill them in one shot, they had to use sniping bullets, machine gun bullets, and anti-material bullets. Those bullets were more than 5.0 in diameter, had special metals infused in them, runic symbols carved into them, and crystals embedded in them. A single bullet was practically as thick as a drumstick. And if people wanted to fire bullets with such huge diameter and other materials added into them at high speed, they had to install all sorts of strengthening parts into their guns. The result was that the weight of the guns and bullets constantly kept increasing. A single soldier might end up carrying a load weighing hundreds of kilograms, and that weight was just their weapons and ammunition. If they added MREs, medicine, and all sorts of outdoor survival tools, even superhumans were not able to handle marching deep into the fog for a long time. When they fought, they also had to face problems such as their gun barrels overheating and having to change cartridges, which cut off the smoothness of their attack. Many of the monsters were tough and very fast. And some of them could even deliver mind attacks that interfered with the sniper's eyesight. All this could reduce the power of guns. Hence, the gunfighting style became mainly for defense rather than offense. They defended cities and waited for weary comrades to come back. They also used bullets to take down monster hordes. That was the battlefield most suited for the gunfighting style. When squads ventured into the fog, they had to travel hundreds of miles to complete their mission, and once the gun aces used up their bullets, they found themselves in an awkward position. The future Dragon City will certainly face a lot of threats. I might end up having to venture deep into the lands of the Otherworld. I might even have to follow sneakily behind the supernatural beings of the Otherworld. If I choose the gunfighting style or machine armor style, wherever I go, I have to bring a lot of supplies. How can I possibly sneak around like that? That's why these fighting styles are not the best choice. Only the ultimate style symbolizes the future. Meng Zhao thanked Demon Yan for his suggestions and told him that he had to think about this carefully. He shut down the chat and thought about it, then turned the keywords in the forums into branch meridians, cultivation, and fighting to continue his search. Just as he expected, a large number of results popped up. Using branch meridians to fight was not a very surprising idea. Many of the powerful martial artists, spirit energy academicians, and life scientists had investigated it before. However, the branch meridians were just too thin and fragile. It was very difficult for them to contain the rampaging spirit magnetic field rotation energy. If cultivated forcefully, they easily burst open. This was just how the fine capillaries burst when someone bumped into a corner of a table and a bruise formed under the skin. Hence, all the results of his search just verified the general knowledge that branch meridians could not be used to fight. Suddenly, Meng Zhao's gaze stopped on another article. Initial exploration into the working principles of the spirit meridian system under a gravity-free condition. The article was written by two authors. The first one was Zhang Yi, which Meng Zhao did not know. But the second author, Gu Jianbo, made him think. He found the name a little familiar. He searched for him online and found out that Gu Jianbo was a young lecturer in Dragon City University's martial arts course. He had just begun his career and was not very famous. Meng Zhao should not have heard his name before. Then, does it mean that this person existed in the memories of my previous life? If that were really the case, he must definitely be someone who would shock Dragon City in the future. Meng Zhao became excited. He searched Gu Jianbo and found quite a few articles related to cultivating using the branch meridians. By the looks of it, he had begun researching them more than 10 years ago. The thought processes in the articles were things that Meng Zhao could somewhat remember. They followed the same train of thought as the ultimate style. However, the first author for most of the articles was Zhang Yi. Li Yingzi took up that position a few times as well. Gu Jianbo seldom published his own articles. Then, some 8 years ago, Zhang Yi and Li Yingzi suddenly vanished. Gu Jianbo became the only person who published articles related to using branch meridians to cultivate, but he didn't have the earlier spirit. His articles were only stacks of simple laboratory data. It was as if he had lost his path after he lost Zhang Yi and Li Yingzi's guidance. From time to time, he found some breakthrough points that caught people's interest, but most of the articles were boring. The experimental data was like a headless fly that bumped into a glass window and was unable to find a way to progress forward. The last couple of years, the articles were few and far between. It seemed like he had given up on this research direction. Meng Zhao felt a light shine in his head. It's him. He's the creator of the ultimate style, Gu Jianbo, the blade dancer. Even though he's currently not famous, in the future, he'll be a master who makes his own sect. When he will use the ultimate style to fight against the monsters, He will look like he's dancing on blades. Even though he was at the peak only for a year, during his short period of glory, he managed to stem the tide and kill more than 10,000 monsters, including the strongest apocalyptic beasts. He used his life as fuel and tore through the clouds in the sky, allowing light to shine on Dragon City at long last. As his cultivation notes and fighting videos were made public, more superhumans accepted his ideals, and the ultimate style was further developed. Unfortunately, it only happened after countless powerful fighters had already died. Even Gu Jianbo himself drained his body dry to research the ultimate style. He burned through his life and died like a shooting star. If he could find the right research direction earlier and bring the ultimate style into the light 5 years earlier, he might not end up dying, and many of our powerful fighters wouldn't die as well. Meng Zhao was excited. He searched for Agricultural University's official website and logged into it. It was the time for National College Examination examinees to fill in their application forms. The martial arts course was also a popular field, so the official website's introduction for it was very detailed. The lecturers for the martial arts course were all built and had swelling muscles. With a shout, ferocious beast souls surged out of their pores. Gu Jianbo stood among those half-beasts and looked incredibly handsome. Meng Zhao imagined him dressed in ancient clothes and with white hair flowing behind his back. Yup, there's no running from it. He's a master. Gu Jianbo, a 4-star superhuman. His research direction is the rapid recovery of damaged branch meridians. He teaches 1 city-level topic and 3 academy-level topics. He has obtained a 2nd-grade academy-level lecturing reward and is known as an excellent young teacher in the 54th year of the new era in Dragon City. His credentials were sorely lacking compared to the other distinguished ace teachers. Meng Zhao's gaze became intense. I've decided. I'm going to Agricultural University's martial arts course. I have to ride Gu Jianbo's coattails. He's the legendary blade dancer. The pioneer. I read many magazine articles in my previous life that if he had not died so early, there was a high possibility that he would have been able to reach Deity Realm. There are only a handful of Deity Realm elites in Dragon City, and all of them are people who can command the weather at will. If I can help Gu Jianbo reach Deity Realm, he will definitely be able to stand at an even higher level and control the political direction of Dragon City. Besides, if I manage to ride his coattails, even if I don't use the old fire relayer, I can still do whatever I want in Dragon City. Besides, Agricultural University has made a lot of medicine from monsters and etherealized plants. They have better resources than Dragon City University. I can also use contribution points to get skills and increase my skillfulness. Getting good resources is the most important thing for me right now. Also, with my relationship with Elder Ning, I can choose to take a few resource courses and refine my harvesting skills as well. It'll be beneficial for me to get resources on the spot when I enter the fog to fight. Meng Zhao analyzed the pros and cons very carefully. Even though his marks were enough for him to choose any ace course in Dragon City University, he still chose Agricultural University without hesitation. It was ranked at the 2nd place in the city, and it was also known as the Monster University. He logged into the webpage for examinees to fill in their application forms. Then, he keyed in his student ID and verified his identity through a video. A large row of universities and courses appeared in front of his eyes. A lot of universities had sent him emails through the official website. They had detailed introductions of their courses and all sorts of excellent benefits he could get if he registered for their course. He was among the top 100 in the city, so even if he had damaged his main meridians, he was still very popular. A number of universities which were not very famous even promised him that if he was willing to get enrolled in their university, he could get a lot of cultivation resources. He could also choose whichever lecturer he wanted as his designated lecturer, and the lecturer would tailor his classes for him. Meng Zhao ignored these introductions and invitations and chose Agricultural University's martial arts course. Once he clicked confirm, he handed in his application. Gold light flashed before his eyes at that moment. The strange flames flowed about, and a new notification popped up. Will you activate the chain quest, Fight for the Ultimate Style? Quest notification, the new war will require a brand new fighting concept. Replace the overkill style with the ultimate style, and dance between the fangs of the monsters and blades of the warriors. First segment, help Blade Dancer Gu Jianbo perfect the ultimate style's fighting style. Completion standards, have either the Fire Relayer or Gu Jianbo refine the 1024 branch meridians so that the instantaneous damage output from the branch meridians reach 1/10 of the main meridians. Reward for the first segment, 8,000 contribution points and 10 main meridians will be repaired. This is. Meng Zhao was shocked and delighted. 8,000 contribution points was nothing. Right now, he had more than 10,000 contribution points, and since he was rich, he could afford to be a snob. He did not pay any attention to the 8,000 contribution points. But repairing 10 main meridians was a major thing. Earlier, he had spent 9,999 contribution points to repair just one main meridian. Didn't that mean that the first reward for the chain quest was worth tens of thousands of contribution points? If he completed the whole fight for the ultimate style quest, he might actually be able to repair more than 100 main meridians. At that time, he would not just be able to use the ultimate style. He would also be able to use the overkill style and change between them seamlessly. The main meridians and branch meridians, chain attacks and killing moves were not contradicting existences. It was only when both worked together that humans could bring out their greatest power. That's great. Meng Zhao could not help but smile. I'm going to work hard and fight to crush all of the general knowledge and reasoning of this era. Chapter 97, Supernatural Tower. The next day, Meng Zhao revealed his application to his teachers and classmates. No one was surprised by his choice. Agricultural University's canteen was famous for providing an abundance of rich food. Meng Zhao could not execute a lot of skills, so if he joined the martial arts course in Agricultural University and trained until he was covered in tough muscles, then put some beast souls in his body, he could use that one skill to rule over the entire world. Demon Yan found it a waste because of his gun technique, but he still enthusiastically invited Meng Zhao to go for an exchange in the military school. The current power layout of the schools of higher learning in Dragon City was this: 1 great university, and 5 super universities. The great aristocratic university, Dragon City University, stood at the top. Then, there were the 5 famous universities: Agricultural University, University of Technology, Medical University, University of Science, and Military School. Dragon City University was located in the west, and it was a traditional university. It took up nearly 666 hectares of land. It had its own cultivation center, research center, and even a weapons production factory. The 5 famous universities were located in the east, where was the new university town. They formed an alliance to fight against Dragon City University. The 5 universities were really close to each other. They were either separated by a single wall or by a few roads. Since they had a mutual enemy in Dragon City University, their relationship with each other was pretty good, and they often exchanged what they had learned. Meng Zhao was very thankful toward Demon Yan's enthusiastic invitation, and he told Ning Shouo about his choice. Ning Shouo found it a pity that he did not major in the resource course. But everyone had their own aspirations, and he could not force him to take a certain course. Besides, with Meng Zhao's marks, he could register for a few of the elective classes in the resource course. In any case, he was in Agricultural University, so his studies would not be delayed. When Yan Organization's Ripple Princess learned that Meng Zhao had woken up, she brought a fruit basket to visit him in the morning. Upon learning that he did not choose to join Dragon City University's martial arts course, she found it a great pity. But Dragon City University was truly not the best choice for Broken Star superhumans. She could only lament that even the gods were jealous of genii. Meng Zhao was the true successor of the old fire relayer, but he had to be reduced to going to a place like Dragon City University's martial arts course. Honestly, Meng Zhao did not quite like being close to Yan Feiru. When it came to internet celebrities, his attitude toward them had always been, you can watch them, but don't toy with them. He felt that the Ripple Princess was too calculative, and after talking to her, he felt a little tired. For example, when Yan Feiru came to visit him, she never forgot to beat around the bush while checking whether the old fire relayer had any treatment plans for him. Meng Zhao did not want to reveal too much information about the old fire relayer. After his parents came, he said that he had to be discharged and send Yan Feiru back home. His dignified and upright expression shocked Bei Jiakao. She even asked him quietly, "Big brother, do you only like watching that big sister through your phone or your laptop? Do you not know how to handle the real deal when you see her in the flesh?" Before her older brother could hit her, the girl quickly hid behind her parents and pulled a face at him. Meng Zhao was so angry that he gnashed his teeth, but he did not have the time or energy to settle with Bei Jiakao. After he completed the procedures to be discharged, he went to a meeting. Construction High's student council president, Luo Hai, had invited him to the Supernatural Tower so that he could complete the registration process for superhumans. When you look at the supernatural tower from here, it really looks grand. Half an hour later, Meng Zhao appeared in the citizen market before the supernatural market. He looked up, and he almost broke his neck trying to see the building's top. The supernatural tower reached for the skies. It was like a space elevator in a geosynchronous orbit. It could bring humans from the surface of the planet to the endless galaxy. But of course, that was impossible. For the time being, the Earthlings in Dragon City did not have the ability to launch satellites and start a search beyond the ozone of the otherworld. The weather forecast station had once tried to send a few hot air balloons meant for observational purposes past the ozone layer to take panoramic pictures of the otherworld. It would have helped the Earthlings to understand what sort of planet they had transmigrated to. But all the hot air balloons burst in some strange way or another right above the ozone layer. It was as if there was some mysterious force that prevented them from exploring the planet. Many Heaven Realm and Deity Realm elites had the ability to perform magnetic levitation. They could use the mutual repulsion from their own magnetic field and the planet's magnetic field to cancel the influence of gravity and rise into the air. But even they experienced obstacles when they reached the ozone layer and could not rise past it. When they tried to force themselves past it, they were injured heavily. They felt like they had just plummeted tens of thousands of meters into the ocean and suffered a great pressure that had a force of hundreds of millions of tons. Their eyeballs and organs exploded. The supernatural tower, which pierced into the sky like a sharp blade, was the highest observation tower of the transmigrators. For the time being, they could only see endless fog. The square was packed. Many citizens lined up and waited to go inside the supernatural tower to visit it. There was a large area in the supernatural tower open for all citizens. If they were willing to spend money, they could also ride the special maglev platform and reach the area above the 100th floor. Then, they could see all of Dragon City and Monster Mountain Range, which was shrouded in fog. Of course, the core areas were only open to superhumans, and there was a strict requirement to their realms to be able to access these areas. Only when they reached certain levels were they able to enter certain floors. Those who reached Deity Realm were the only ones who could enter the highest level of the supernatural tower. When you stand at the top of the supernatural tower, you can see a scene that has no comparison. This was the motivation behind why many of the Dragon City youths trained hard. Aside from normal visitors, Meng Zhao also saw some peers who were dressed lavishly and had impressive presences. Regardless of whether they were boys or girls, all of them were strong and tall. Their bodies were surrounded by spirit energy that looked like smoke. Their eyes were full of life, and they did not bother to hide the profound and complicated spirit tattoos on their skin. They were the same as Meng Zhao. All of them were new superhumans who had come to be registered. They had just entered the path of superhumans, and they had yet to learn how to restrain, suppress, and accumulate spirit energy. Hence, the energy easily ran amok in their spirit meridians, which made it show up on their skins and form beautiful, sparkling patterns. Most didn't even want to control their spirit energy, though. Instead, they arrogantly boasted about how different they were compared to everyone else. So many of my peers became superhumans? Meng Zhao sighed. July and August had always been the superhuman season for Dragon City. The new generation of the aristocratic families would become superhumans after their national college examinations. This was a norm. Before the national college examination, the teenagers had not become mature in terms of their bodies and temperaments, and their growth as well as emotions had not stabilized yet. If anyone tried to make them grow up faster, it was far too easy for them to end up being normal people despite showing great promise while they were young. In fact, there were even genii at the age of 12 or 13 who had become superhumans in the past. Yet their minds gradually deviated from righteousness, and they became irredeemable villains. As time went by, the national college examination became the standard measurement. The aristocratic people who performed well during the national college examination would be supported by their families. They would be sent to a cultivation room with all the facilities and would have a lot of resources that would allow them to break through the limit of their lives. As he watched them, Meng Zhao felt really complicated emotions. He had worked hard in the wild and nearly died together with the Bloody Moon Demon King. It had taken a lot of effort for him to become a superhuman, yet he ended up with problems in his main meridians, which he would have to deal with in the future. The aristocratic disciples, in comparison, just stayed in their houses with Heaven Realm or even Deity Realm elites protecting them. With highly valuable cultivation machines and gene medicine, they could become superhumans safely, effectively, and steadily. He looked at the dazzling spirit tattoos on their hands and feet. They had cleared dozens of main meridians. Meng Zhao could not help but feel a little jealous. But he was currently much more level-headed than when he had just been reborn. At that time, he thought that Zhuo Haoran was the one who caused his tragic fate, and he was filled with hostility toward the rich and the aristocratic children. He really wanted to climb to the peak as soon as possible and stomp on these people. When he thought about it now, when the apocalypse arrived, regardless of whether they were the rich or poor, regardless of whether they stayed in Dragon City No. 1 or the public renting houses, everything was reduced to powder, and no one managed to escape. All of them were ants on the same piece of string. An appropriate amount of face slapping would help them grow, but there was no need for him to grit his teeth and target them. You are rich, and I have a cheat with me. We can be considered to be fighting fairly and squarely. Meng Zhao smiled. Meng Zhao. Luo Hai appeared with a smile. The Construction High Student Council president was a completely different person when compared to when he took his national college examination. Overnight, he had grown by close to 8 centimeters and gained some 30 kilograms of muscle. His eyes were lively, and his skin shone with a metallic light. He was beginning to resemble his father, soul-breaking saber Luo Wu. Luo Hai, you awakened too? Meng Zhao sized him up, smiled, and said, your hands and feet are surrounded by spirit tattoos. Looks like you've cleared quite a lot of spirit meridians. It's all thanks to you that I've managed to clear 61 main meridians. Now, I can somewhat compete against those prodigies in the martial arts course in Dragon City University. Luo Hai was a very sensible person. He knew that Meng Zhao had not cleared a lot of spirit meridians, so he was worried that he would end up splashing salt on his wound. Meng Zhao, I asked to meet you here today because I really wanted to thank you, he quickly said. You know that my father is the soul-breaking saber Luo Wu, right? When it comes to cultivation, this naturally brings me a lot of benefits, but you might not know that my father has 15 children, and I'm not the son he favors the most. I face a lot of competition in my family. Meng Zhao was a little shocked. Then, he came to an understanding. Dragon City was always engaged in fights, and the death rate for adult males was very high. The ratio between men and women was imbalanced, and their views regarding marriage and offsprings were no longer the same as when they were on Earth. They lived in an era that worshipped the strong and where people longed for powerful genes to be passed to the next generation. It was not strange then for a Heaven Realm elite to have around 20 descendants. In fact, there were people who believed that peerless elites should spread their seeds more so that their powerful genes would be passed down. This was their responsibility to protect civilization. And there were quite a lot of powerful elites who upheld this belief. They had around 50 children, making them even greater than the emperors during ancient times. Such aristocratic children were actually somewhat pitiful. Meng Zhao, you can laugh if you want, but when I was sent to the wild, I was actually very alarmed, and I really wanted to run in the direction of the city. If I had done that, even if I had managed to protect my life, I wouldn't have gained my father's favor. Luo Hai smiled wryly. My father is as stubborn, harsh, and merciless as his soul-breaking saber. If my performance didn't please him, he would definitely not help me become a superhuman. The fighting courses in the universities are filled with competitions since the start. We have to fight for resources, lecturers, and all sorts of practical tasks. We have to fight for good food that is filled with spirit energy and for dormitories filled with spirit energy. We have to fight for everything. Whoever manages to awaken to supernatural abilities before the semester starts and is the first to stand out will have all sorts of advantages, while whoever enters the university as a normal person will probably end up dead last forever. There are many among my friends who have become superhumans. If I entered university as a normal person, I'd never be able to be their opponent, and my life would have been ruined. It's all thanks to you gathering us together, motivating us, and leading us to launch a counterattack that I killed quite a lot of demonic bloody moon wolves. It also helped me gain my father's recognition, and now, I have the ability to fight against those prodigies. Thank you. He sounded really sincere. Meng Zhao smiled and said, we only managed to break out of the encirclement because we fought together. There's no need for you to be so polite to me. If someone actually needs to thank anyone, it's me who should be thanking you. Your father got me a lot of precious materials and super gene medicine that you can't get in the market. That's why I was able to wake up so soon. Otherwise, it'd have been really bad for me if I couldn't make it to the opening ceremony. It's a pity that we didn't manage to repair your main meridians for you. Regret shone in Luo Hai's eyes. But soon, he changed the topic and looked at the towering supernatural tower. Meng Zhao, do you know that there is an ancient ruin under the supernatural tower? Chapter 98, stare into the abyss. Meng Jiao was a little stunned. I heard that it was left behind billions of years ago. It's a ruin of this planet's civilization that we can't understand it. It was buried deep, and after billions of years worth of corrosion, it was gradually destroyed in the river of time. But after Dragon City transmigrated, this place went through a series of drastic geographical changes, which revealed it before us. The Supernatural Tower is actually a large ancient ruins research center. Discovering the ancient ruins, stimulating Earth's industries, and the explosive development of genetic martial arts and spirit energy technology has allowed the present Dragon City to be in possession of so many peerless superhumans, along with unbelievable black technology. Luo Hai looked at him with sparkling eyes. Indeed, this is a place where miracles happen. Everything can happen here. Today, your main meridians are damaged, and you will run into some problems when it comes to cultivation, but I believe that science will continue advancing. The amount of the other world we can explore will also continue expanding, and our speed of deciphering the ancient ruins will increase. We will conquer all problems, and you will definitely have the chance to stand at the top of the Supernatural Tower. It was only at that moment that Meng Jiao understood what Luo Hai meant. Regardless of whether Luo Hai said all that he did sincerely or just out of politeness, he still answered seriously, "Thank you. Let's not talk about that." Luo Hai smiled and said, "Based on the rules, the superhumans who have just awakened have to come here for registration. Let's go." Luo Hai was familiar with the place and brought Meng Jiao to an exclusive tunnel. After they verified their registration code, scanned their fingerprint and retina, they rode on the maglev platform to an area above the 50th floor. Meng Jiao had ridden an elevator before, but he had never taken a sightseeing platform that was suspended outside the building. The area facing outside was even covered in transparent glass so that they could see the entire city. The maglev platform was very fast. Its speed almost lifted his hair up. In an instant, they rose hundreds of meters into the air. It made Meng Jiao a little dizzy, and his heart raced. They were now above the clouds. The door of the maglev platform opened to the sides. They revealed a hall that was dozens of meters tall. It had such a grand presence that it was like a palace. Forget about the golden, dazzling decorations, it was already a huge waste of money to have such a huge space. It alone was enough for them to be struck in awe about the Supernatural Tower's strength. At the center of the hall was a huge pillar. It rose from the ground and went straight to the top, like a dragon's spine. The center of the pillar was empty, but it looked like a tree that had multiple branches coming from it, and they spread out to different rooms and facilities. Regardless of whether it was the pillar or the tunnels that branched out from it, they were all covered with fine holes that had spirit energy gushing out from them. It caused all the people who smelled it to feel refreshed and reinvigorated. All their cells became restless for action. Luo Hai told Meng Jiao that the towering pillar came from the ancient ruin underground, and they had raised it thousands of meters into the air. It was like a unique oil well. It could continuously extract spirit energy from deep underground and spread it through the entire Supernatural Tower. The density and purity of the spirit energy here was 10 times higher than in the world outside, making this place the best place for cultivation and research. When superhumans cultivated here, they had an easier and safer time trying to break the chains of their lives. The monsters and etherealized plants that were sent here to be modified, grafted, and crossbred also easier became new breeds that were beneficial to humans. The success rate of creating peerless weapons, embedding crystals, and carving runic symbols into them was higher when compared to the world outside. The universities, research centers, and major business industries also had places that were similar to the Supernatural Tower. But at the end of the day, they were not as big, the exchange of information was not as great, and the spirit energy there was not as thick. Besides, a lot of powerful people treasured their freedom and did not like relying on other forces of power. Hence, after the Supernatural Tower was formed, it turned into the cultivation center in Dragon City, and its status was never shaken. My dad said that you can find everything here, from cultivation centers, medical centers, recovery centers, material trading centers, short-term courses to the mission centers from the military stations. The services and resources provided here are definitely the best in the city. Luo Hai introduced excitedly. Meng Jiao was puzzled. If the Supernatural Tower had everything, and everything it had was first-class quality, why were there so many training classes and trading fairs in society, and why were there so many secret mission distribution centers on the deep web? Wouldn't things be settled if everyone just came to the Supernatural Tower to cultivate and trade? It's simple. Even though the Supernatural Tower has everything, there is one iron rule to trade here. You're not allowed to use the government-issued currency. You're only allowed to use the supernatural coins, and the ways to get these supernatural coins include completing missions given by the Supernatural Tower, like bringing rare monster materials, creating and publicizing a brand new martial art, technology, runic symbol, or other things. It has created a second currency system that is completely independent from the government-issued currency, Luo Hai explained. When you enter university, you'll notice that the superhuman circle will use all sorts of tokens and even the ancient bartering system to trade. The goal is to not have the superhuman's existence clash against the economic system of the normal humans. This is a theory that Dragon City University's old dean, Fang Makan, has set up. He believes that superhumans are physically stronger and smarter than normal humans. They have complete advantage over them in terms of the production economy and society. If everything is to be measured with money, the superhumans would easily subjugate normal humans in every aspect. At that time, the superhumans would end up as rich people, and all the normal people would live in poverty. Societal class will become a rift that no one can cross, and the society will be severely torn apart. This isn't good for Dragon City if we want to colonize the other world. Meng Zhao thought about it, and he agreed with it. Previously, when he went with Ning Shou to the material trading fair outside, the one single monster dragon's eye was sold for 6 million. The rich superhumans did not think of money as anything important. If the Supernatural Tower had not been controlling them strictly, they could easily cause inflation, and the economy could collapse at any moment. But even if the economy could operate, if a superhuman earned tens of millions a month while a normal person only earned thousands a month, how could they have to work together to conquer the other world? The two young men moved up the spiraling escalator and arrived in front of a tightly shut door. Painted on the airtight door were two warning signs. One of them showed biochemical danger, and the other was a skull. Meng Zhao did not know the clock and procedure for new superhumans, but when he saw the excited look in Luo Hai's eyes, he knew that whatever was inside was definitely very interesting. Just as he expected, when the airtight door opened, the temperature instantly fell by more than 10 degrees. In the dim light, he could see huge, transparent containers. Soaked in the murky preservative liquid were strange samples and savage as well as terrifying humanoid-shaped things. Whoa! Meng Zhao gasped in amazement. He went closer to observe them, and his eyes practically glued themselves to the deformed organs. Meng Zhao was stunned. "Aren't you afraid?" The Construction High Student Council president felt all sorts of complicated emotions. His father had long since told him the registration process for new superhumans, and he was prepared for it. But when he saw the deformed samples, he still suffered a mental shock, and he felt a little sick. Yet Meng Zhao did not even blink at them. This guy is really thick in the head. Should I be afraid? Meng Zhao was a veteran harvester. He had seen all sorts of organs and even touched them before. Why should he be afraid of samples soaked in preservative liquid? He thought about it. If I'm not wrong, these are mutated human organs, right? Why did they put them here? To scare people? Yeah, kind of. These are superhumans whose spirit energy deviated, and they died of an accident. While they were alive, they signed documents saying that they were willing to donate their bodies. Of course, quite a number of them were criminals, so after they were killed, we decided to just make good use of waste. Luo Hao took 2 books at the entrance and handed one to Meng Zhao. The Supernatural Tower uses these deformed organs as a warning to new superhumans to tell not to be conceited. We're not to think that we're really amazing after we unlock the shackles of our genes. It's the exact opposite. After we gain supernatural powers, our life system has become even more fragile, and it's even easier for us to be attacked or have problems. That's why we have to be careful no matter how far up we climb. We're to tread as if we're walking on thin ice. Meng Zhao flipped the book open, smiled, and said, "Interesting. The book compares human lives to a handphone system. Becoming a superhuman is the same as unlocking a handphone and gaining the authority of an administrator or even researcher of our own bodies. Normal humans are like a closed system set up by a factory. Its safety, stability, and ease of use are definitely the best. The only weakness, which isn't exactly a weakness, is that it doesn't push the limits of the chips and compartments inside, and there are insufficiencies in terms of the effects. But becoming superhuman means attacking the original system. They can permeate or even damage the system to gain even higher power over the phone. They can get the power of the administrator, producer, and even the power of the engineer, which is the lowest possible form of authority. The higher the authority, the more upgrades they can do to the system, and the handphone will become better. But the higher the authority they get, the more parts of the system they unlock. It opens up more leaks, the handphone becomes less stable, and external forces will have an easier time attacking it. There is even a technical term for it: bricking. This means that the user has failed to unlock the system, and the handphone has turned into a brick. That's right. There is a risk in becoming a superhuman. If you're the slightest bit careless, your spirit energy will deviate, and it'll be very easy for you to get bricked. You'll end up dead if that's the case, Luo Hai said. Honestly, dying isn't the worst. The worst is someone using the leaks in your system and putting in all sorts of viruses and trojans to look at your information and even control your handphone. The other world is filled with all sorts of mysterious powers, and the percentage of superhumans being controlled is usually higher. It's written here too. Meng Zhao pointed at a line of words and read it. When you stare into the abyss stares at you too. When you try to obtain supernatural powers, the supernatural world will also slowly open before you. As you move into the abyss and use this supernatural strength, you will be tempted and invaded by the unknown. The mutation of your body will lead to the mutation of your spirit, and in the end, you will become just like them. Meng Zhao looked at the deformed organs and bone samples in the preservative liquid. The monstrous samples seemed to be looking at them. Luo Hai could not help but shudder. He did not want to stay for long in this chilling sample room, so he dragged Meng Zhao to the next room. It was a small exhibition room. There were photos stuck everywhere, along with a lot of items lined up in rows. The sounds of intense fighting rose from the screens on the sides. Meng Zhao saw a burning superhuman. He seemed to have the ability to control fire, and as he levitated in the air, he laughed. Then, he was shot down by around 8 fire rocket launchers. Meng Zhao took a book with a black cover from an employee and flipped through a few pages. It was a superhuman criminal record book. Chapter 99, Return Party. The criminal record book mentioned hundreds of superhumans breaking the law with their supernatural powers, but in the end, they were all subjugated by the supernatural tower. Many people gain a sense of supremacy after they become superhumans. They think that since they can make fireballs, they are obligated to get everything. They refuse to submit to the current societal laws. Instead, they choose the path of criminals. In the end, all such people are subjugated by the supernatural tower, Luo Hai said with a sigh. Honestly, these people are really stupid. Superhumans have an advantage in physical strength and wisdom, and we can rise to great power with the existing game rules anyway, so why do we need to turn over everything in existence and destroy it? 1. They think that since they have ultimate skills, they can destroy everything and the mutual benefits shared between the normal people and superhumans. People like that aren't fit to be humans anymore. They're just a monster in human skin and even more dangerous than a normal monster. They have to be eradicated at any cost. Meng Zhao agreed with it. He also understood the general gist behind why the supernatural tower asked new superhumans to come here to be registered. It was to make the conceited new superhumans understand the rules. They were not to think that they could disregard the law just because they could throw fireballs and release electricity. The world was huge, and there were plenty of things that could subjugate them. Just as Meng Zhao expected, when they reached the next e-classroom, another employee released a few lecture videos to instill in them the logic behind knowing the law, obeying the law, protecting the law, and living harmoniously with normal people. A few superhumans who had completed their sentences and were released used their personal experience to talk about the consequences of using their supernatural abilities to commit crimes. Another 2 representatives from the Red Dragon Army motivated to be courageous and kill their enemies so that they could protect their civilization. The 2 young men spent 2 hours watching the videos and finally went into the imposing hall officially. The spirit energy was thick there, and it felt as if there were ripples in the air, making them feel as if they were in an underground crystal palace. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath, and all 36,000 of his pores opened. Wisps of colorful spirit energy surged into them and slowly flowed through his spirit meridians, blood vessels, nervous system, and organs. Ahead of the young man was a crystalline statue that was more than 10 meters tall. The image of a tall and built man with a sharp gaze was carved on it. In his hands, he held a feline-type monster's neck. Under his feet was the head of a snake-type monster. Even though the monster python was using most of its body to bind the man's thighs, it could not stop the man. He practically made its body implode, and its brains turn to mush. The statue had been carved by a master. The sturdy crystal seemed to have been given life, and they could clearly sense the pain and terror of the monsters. The man's rage and immense strength also seemed to be coming in their faces like a storm. It was battle god Lei Zongchao. Even if half a century had passed, he remained the strongest superhuman in terms of fighting strength in Dragon City. As they looked at the battle god statue, Meng Zhao and Luo Hai's eyes sparkled in the same way. First, they were dazed, as if they thought that this was the way a man should act. Then, their eyes became focused, and it was as if fire had started gushing out of their eyes. "I'm going to replace him." When they sensed the ambitious flames burning within each other, they looked at each other and smiled. The battle god's statue was carved from a single crystal. It was the largest crystal with the highest purity ever excavated by Dragon City. Its value could not be determined, and it was a treasure of all Earthlings. Carved into the semi-transparent statue were a lot of fine lines, which looked like a human's nervous system and blood circulatory system. The colorful spirit energy was like wisps of live electricity that moved through the lines. They intersected with each other and endlessly stirred up trails of sparks and flames, creating a complicated three-dimensional picture. This was the result of half a century worth of effort. The pioneers had experimented repeatedly and even died before they managed to gather up the most basic spirit energy magnetic field. The surface of the statue also had complicated, intersecting runic symbols carved onto it. The runic symbols were two-dimensional projections of the spirit energy magnetic field. They also had the effect of interfering with the nuclear sphere energy level and changing the nature of materials to release high-energy reactions. More than 100 superhumans sat around the statue and stared at it for a long time while immersed in their thoughts. Luo Hai told Meng Zhao that they were powerful people in society who had only awakened to supernatural abilities while they were in their 30s or 40s. They did not receive any legacies, and they could not receive the systematic teachings from universities, so they could only attend all sorts of training courses or face this statue that was covered in basic runes and had the spirit energy magnetic field carved into it to train on their own in the supernatural tower. It had to be said that there were a lot of powerful people in society who gained enlightenment from the statue and reached new heights. This was also why battle god Lei Zongchao decided to risk everything and concentrated all his power into the crystal statue. The two young men bowed to the statue and headed inside. There were 4 large monitors suspended in the air. They showed the values of various valuable materials, the information of powerful people recruiting teammates, along with the price needed for a powerful person personally teaching someone a certain amazing skill. There was also all sorts of other information that the superhumans cared about the most. Spiraling escalators or direct elevators were also around. They led to cultivation rooms, recovery rooms, stimulation fighting rooms, material trading centers, weapons storages, medicine creation centers, and processing rooms where weapons could be processed and carved with runic symbols. The superhumans who gathered here were large and built as well as elegant. Their eyes sparkled brilliantly, and their arms were covered in spirit tattoos or faint spirit flames surrounded their bodies. Some of the people even had metallic or crystalline skin. They looked rather terrifying. But those who looked like they were nothing special were worth Meng Zhao paying attention to them even more. They had surpassed Earth Realm and reached Heaven Realm, where their powers could be restrained in their bodies, and they could appear to be otherworldly beings. Compared to the past, the supernatural tower today had a murderous air about it, as if it was about to go to war. The Red Dragon Army was releasing numerous missions, so quite a number of powerful people surrounded the military officers and talked to them excitedly. Looks like the arrival of the fog the last few times has angered the higher-ups. Dragon City is making preparations for further expansion. Luo Hai smiled. The monsters actually dared to stomp on our tails during the National College examination. They are definitely going to face the humans' fury again, since we'll launch a 100 times stronger offense than they launched on us. We're lucky. Even if we're just freshmen, there's a high possibility that we can take up missions in our universities and head into the fog to fight. Meng Zhao was not that optimistic. He frowned a little while thinking about it. Luo Hai immediately noticed it. What is it? Are you part of the return party and are against further expansion? Dragon City had transmigrated for 50 years, and many of the people with vision began thinking about their future. This led to many schools of thought that were not compatible with each other and even clashed with each other. The first, of course, was the colonization party. They believed that Earth's army was bound to sweep through the other world and spread Earth's civilization. They had a holy mission that they had to shoulder, and it was their so-called destiny. The return party had a completely different mindset. Earthlings did not know just how large the other world was, but based on the size of the otherworld creatures and the parameters of the planet, it was a planet about the same size as Earth. Since it was a huge planet filled with mysterious spirit energy, all sorts of miracles and nightmares could happen. Dragon City was alone, for an army, and it was too much of a stretch to conquer the entire planet with just one city, even if it were a supercity that had all the industries and a population of tens of millions. As of current, Dragon City only needed to defend the city. They had not run into any pressure from supplies, so they could naturally have a very strong army. But once they increased the speed of their expansion and the area they occupied increased, the supply line would stretch out, and no matter how great the army was at mowing down the enemy, their strength would be slowly whittled down until they were at their last breath. In the end, Dragon City would be like a huge stone thrown into the water. After creating a magnificent splash, it would be washed away by the river of time. There have been countless expeditionary forces that tried to take large territories despite their small size in the history of Earth. Their offense in the beginning was very smooth, but soon, the large countries would wake up from their slumber and swiftly take down the expeditionary forces like how the sun melts ice. The mysterious otherworld is like a slumbering beast. We can't afford to wake it up. This is not our home. Instead of launching a major offensive and falling into an all-out war that we'll end up being unable to get out of, it's better to fortify the city and put most of our resources into transmigration research. There is a reason behind everything. Since Dragon City transmigrated from Earth, once we understand the scientific reason behind it, it won't be a dream for us to transmigrate back to Earth. Even if we can't go back, at the very least, we should open up the dimensional tunnel between Earth and the other world so that Earth can turn into our greatest backup. Then, we can launch a full frontal assault on the other world. This was the main train of thought of those in the Return Party. As of current, Dragon citizens had won for decades, and all of them were arrogant. The Colonization Party had more supporters, and the Return Party was pushed aside. Their thoughts were even mocked to be empty worries belonging to cowards. Meng Zhao remembered that when the war went south in the future, the Return Party had jumped out to cause trouble. Many Monday morning quarterbacks started making insignificant statements such as, "In the past, I supported the Return Party. Conquering the other world with a single city will definitely end in failure." The internal conflict between the Return Party and Colonization Party was one of the reasons behind Dragon City's defeat. Meng Zhao did not refute the Return Party's theory. He believed that there was a certain degree of rationality to what they said. But he was not part of the Return Party. The reason behind it was simple. Even when the apocalypse arrived, the Return Party did not manage to figure out how to transmigrate. They did not manage to send Dragon City back to Earth, and neither did they manage to open the dimensional tunnel between the other world and Earth. Then, why were they still tooting their own horns? Meng Zhao thought about it and said, "I'm not part of the Return Party. At the very least, I won't place my hopes on this vague idea of transmigration. I just think that if we launch an offense en masse right now, we'll be acting a little too hastily. We'd be underestimating the monster's strength, and we might end up suffering a major setback because of it. If we wait until the time is right before we make further expansions, we would not be sacrificing so many people." When the time is right. Luo Hai smiled. "Time won't wait for us, Meng Zhao. Dragon City isn't as strong, beautiful, and prosperous as it seems. Underneath the facade, there are all sorts of conflicts, and they have already become so intense that we need a war to vent our anger. Let's not talk about anything else and just focus on the tens of millions people we gained over the past 3 decades because of our gene farms and synthesized food. Most of these people are young, but how can Dragon City hope to provide work for all of them?" "Yeah, I know. We have lunch and meat, so we won't starve to death, but we won't be satisfied by just not starving to death. Besides, the lack of resources is a huge burden because of all our citizens cultivating. The education and fighting system will gradually become unable to support us, but we can't strip the normal people of their rights to cultivate. We can't cut down on the rewards given to those who have performed meritorious deeds either." Many of the sayings from the Colonization Party, such as having the army sweep through the other world, might sound a little conceited and as if they're trying to make us adopt a warlike policy, but it's because we're forced to this. There are a lot of resources out there. If we don't go out to snatch them but keep tens of millions of people squashed in one city, we'll just end up suffocating ourselves. Chapter 100, Demon Subduing / Luo Hai's words stirred up a lot of thoughts in Meng Zhao's mind. When he had just been reborn, he was rather arrogant. He felt that since he came back from the apocalypse, as long as he could remember some future martial arts and crucial things, he could give pointers to the entire city and control the movements of the world. But as his knowledge increased, he noticed that the higher-ups might not be as simplistic as he thought they were. There were many times when seemingly foolish plans were pushed forward, but it was not because the decision-makers were idiots. Instead, They were limited by all sorts of factors, and there were conflicts that ran beneath the surface that caused this. If he wanted to change the future, it would not be as simple as him being able to call the people to action just by posting a few threads online. I'll start with the ultimate style to come into contact with the higher-ups, and I'll become a major figure whose name can affect the people. It's only then that I'll be truly able to change this world. As Meng Zhao thought about this, he was brought into a cultivation room by Luo Hai. At the center of the cultivation center was a bold, powerful fighter who sat cross-legged. His presence shocked Meng Zhao. The man had a shiny, bald head with the tattoo of a ferocious tiger. His gaze was as intense and bright as a light bulb, and he had two heavy sabers that were his trademark. He was the 6-star Heaven Realm superhuman, Master Luo Wu. He was a martial artist who had been in the limelight the past few years. Even if he just sat in the room casually, he still gave off great pressure. It felt like if he just tilted his body forward by 45 degrees, he would be like a stone on a cliff that could fall at any moment. It would strike whoever was below it so heavily that they would not be able to breathe. Meng Zhao had seen Luo Wu's fights online. Once, in just a minute, he split 12 super beasts called demonic dark-shelled tortoises, who had great defenses, in half. Their dark shells were even sturdier than the alloy armor on Dragon City's main fighting tanks, but before soul-breaking sabers, they were as fragile as matchboxes. Meng Zhao felt his blood surge when he was in the same room as such a powerful fighter, and his fighting spirit burned in him. Luo Wu got up slowly, and the pressure he gave off increased 10 times. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and stood straight like a javelin. He took half a step forward while faced with the piercing presence. Praise shone in Luo Wu's eyes. His intimidating presence faded away, and he extended a hairy hand. Meng Zhao, hello. Thank you for saving Ahai. Meng Zhao released a sigh of relief. Master Luo, you praise me too much. I fought together with Luo Hai, and we saved each other. You provided me with a lot of valuable medicine while I was undergoing treatment as well. I should be the one thanking you. The addition of every talented person like you will allow Dragon City's fighting strength to increase even further. That bit of medicine is nothing. Luo Wu waved his hand and went straight to the point. I invited you here today for 2 reasons. 1, as a father, I want to thank you for helping Luo Hai. 2, I'm representing the Superhuman Association to award you for your contribution. The examinees who were sent to the wild from Test Area 5523 were mostly superhuman to best. You encouraged everyone to counterattack, and you helped Dragon City protect nearly 100 future talents, but you ended up damaging your own main meridians for that. How can a contribution like this be dismissed with just a few light metals? Meng Zhao felt a little embarrassed, but he also looked forward to what was to come. Broken Star superhumans cultivate slowly, and their upper limits are not high. It's a bit troublesome, but there is also something good about them. As long as you focus on training the main meridians that you have, you'll become more skillful and stronger when it comes to certain skills as compared to people like Ahai, who cultivate dozens of main meridians in one go. Luo Wu stared at him with an intense gaze. I've researched the Bloody Moon Wolf King you killed. You're very proficient. Meng Zhao's expression remained calm. Luo Wu was a saber master. It was not strange that he was able to tell just what was amazing about the future ultimate level 100 saber techniques. Your saber technique is fierce and ruthless and you give off the air that you want to cut down everything. So, it's only natural that you have some erudite person teaching you. Luo Wu frowned and said, but I don't know what that person is thinking. He did not consider your ability to withstand the skill. Every move you made forced you past the limits of your cells. If you attack like this, before you can crush the monster's skull, your blood vessels and nerves will burst. It'd have been stranger if you hadn't turned into a Broken Star superhuman. Meng Zhao's face turned red. He felt a little regretful. The Future 100 Saber Techniques was created for future dragon citizens, whose body constitutions had already been improved. When he executed it with his current self, it was indeed a little too much for him. Your saber technique is pretty good, but it's too violent. It's not what you can handle at your current level. That's why I modified it a little for you. Luo Wu snapped his fingers, and a faint green electrical arc shot out of his fingertips. The electrical arc turned into dozens of saber glares, and with loud whooshes, they turned into dozens of dazzling skills that were deeply embedded in Meng Zhao's brain. This is... Meng Zhao held his breath. He noticed that Luo Wu had changed the Future 100 saber techniques. Many of the extreme parts were reversed to their old versions. Even though the power might have been decreased by 2 or 3%, It became more stabilized, and Meng Zhao could execute the skills more smoothly. He closed his eyes, and with his hand as his saber, he made a few moves. Just as he expected, it was more suited for his current self. Whoosh! With just one slash, ripples charged forward like waves. They traveled almost 5 feet, but his body was not affected in the slightest. Every muscle fiber was controlled with great precision. "Thank you for your guidance, Master Luo Wu." Meng Zhao was surprised and delighted. The intelligence of a 6-star Heaven Realm martial artist was truly unfathomable. Luo Wu quirked an eyebrow. He was a little surprised. He did not expect that Meng Zhao's comprehension would be so terrifying. A spark of interest shone in the Saber Master's eyes. "The attack you used to break the Bloody Moon Wolf King's eye socket has the essence of Principal Sun's demon subduing pole. I truly admire the heavy cannon Sun Dashing, who was once very famous in the Red Dragon Army. You must have inherited his legacy before his death, right? You have a flexible mind to be able to think about combining the 100 saber techniques and demon subduing pole together. But it's a waste if you just combine 2 skills together without fusing them together. Next, I will put on a demonstration. Observe carefully." Luo Wu pushed his fingers together to form the shape of a saber and brought his arm up. Then, he used the same action Meng Zhao did when he killed the Bloody Moon Demon King. On his steel-like, bronze-colored arm, 3 spirit tattoos that looked like veins and coiled around it like a screw instantly appeared. The spirit tattoos intersected with each other non-stop to strengthen the blood vessels, nerves, and muscles. They created the shape that was the best to execute 100 saber techniques and created the spirit energy magnetic field for demon subduing pole. The magnetic field surged, and the air trembled. It sounded like someone was reciting a mantra to subdue demons. Whoosh! Luo Wu swung his arm, and his spirit flames turned into a saber glare that charged out with a thunderous whistle. It struck the wall violently. The wall of the cultivation room was made of an energy-absorbing material created from macromolecule polymers. It was as fluffy as bubbles, but also tougher than gel. Even so, a terrifying gash was left behind on it. The wall could not close even after a long time had passed. Beep, 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 beep. An alarm rang above their heads. The normal cultivation room could not withstand Luo Wu's astonishing damage, and the wall was destroyed. Meng Zhao's pupils shrank. This move was much more beautiful and stronger than the attack he executed that day in haste. "It's your turn," Luo Wu said. "You're teaching me such an exquisite saber skill?" Meng Zhao registered what was going on. This is a tradition in the Supernatural Tower. When a low-grade superhuman contributes, they have the right to obtain the teachings of a high-grade superhuman. We can't let those who contributed suffer losses. Hence, we're able to pass down our martyr spirit. Since you're friends with the high as well, it's naturally for the best that I gave you the reward you deserve, Luo Wu said as a matter of fact. "Thank you, Master Luo." Meng Zhao focused and recalled the spirit energy magnetic field Luo Wu had created. He tried to guide his spirit energy into his main meridians and create the exact same spirit energy magnetic field. At first, he failed multiple times. Controlling main meridians was about the same as controlling one's heartbeat. Usually, a person was not able to do it. They had to get rid of all other thoughts and enter a trance so that they could sense the slow circulation of spirit energy in their body and search for clues that would allow them to control it. At that moment, Luo Wu pushed down on Meng Zhao's shoulder, and a powerful spirit magnetic field rotation energy surged into him. Meng Zhao then felt like a cataract patient who was just cured. Suddenly, he saw complicated rays of light. Spirit tattoos similar to Luo Wu's appeared on his arm. They gathered on his fingertips, and a small spirit flame gushed out. So that's how it is. A slight burn rose in his spirit meridians, and they turned into a sparkling spirit energy magnetic field in the depths of his mind. Meng Zhao understood the basic principles behind the move. This was the importance behind having a teacher. The development of information technology was great. Regardless of whether it was the basic principles of martial arts, force execution formulae, training methods, or the ways to create a spirit energy magnetic field, they could all be found online. But cultivation could not be completed by relying on the net alone. The teachers spent all their time and energy to transfer spirit energy into their students so that their students could sense the process of how a spirit energy magnetic field was created in the body. They could draw inferences from it and improve drastically. Whoosh! Meng Zhao made a casual swing as well. Even though he did not create the destructive momentum Luo Wu had, which made it seem like he could suppress everything, His slash was much more accurate and fiercer than when he killed the bloody Moon Wolf King. What was more important was that after he executed the slash, his breathing and mind remained stable. There were no signs of his strength having run dry. He felt that he could execute another slash. No, he could execute 10 more slashes. When Luo Wu and Luo Hai saw Meng Zhao's saber glare cut through the air and reach the wall, where it left a deep gash, they exchanged a glance, and they could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. They had thought that Meng Zhao would need at least half a day to learn this skill. They did not expect that his comprehension was so terrifying. Meng Zhao could sense their shock, and he suppressed his urge to deliver 10 more slashes. He saw that the strange flame had already turned into the words "foreign supernatural skill" at the corner of his eyes. He thought about it and asked, "This is awesome. What is this skill?" "My father created this skill for you based on your characteristics," Luo Hai said with slight envy. "Since this is a fusion between the 100 saber techniques and demon subduing pole, why don't we name it demon subduing slash? But you should be the one deciding on it." Demon subduing slash? That's a great name. The unknown supernatural skill at the corner of Meng Zhao's eyes immediately turned into demon subduing slash. Of course, his skillfulness for it was low. He was only at normal level, and if he wanted to use contribution points to make it level up, he had to pay a lot for it. The more contribution points were it required, the more powerful the skill was. The supernatural tower's reward was very interesting. No matter how stupid Meng Zhao was, he could sense that soul-breaking saber Luo Wu was a little too friendly. He thought about it for a moment and went straight to the point. "Master Luo, I'm not worthy of the demon subduing slash you created with so much care. What can I do to thank both you and Luo Hai?"